The black-clothed martial artist ruefully smiled and said, I want to, but I would have to have the strength for the job. This kind of treasure might not be protected by just 2 thunder lizards. It might even possibly be a small thunder lizard tribal group. If I do go, I fear I would already be dead before I even arrived. Even if I arrive safely, and have the luck to not encounter any thunder lizards, the rare thunder attribute treasure is not something that I can meddle with. Contains a very potent power of thunder. Let alone a valuable thunder attribute material, I can't even pick 500-year-old thundergrass. If I accidentally touch the leaves, then I would follow the same fate as my junior apprentice brother. The black-clothed martial artist glanced at the altering muscle youth who was lying unconscious on the ground. Lin Ming said, Whether your guess is correct or not, the information you told me is very valuable. Speak up. What sort of reward do you want? The black-clothed martial artist was delighted. He had spoken up with this end goal in mind. If the other party eats the meat, it's fine even if he was just given a little bit of soup. He hesitated and said truthfully, I don't know if there really is a treasure, so it's a bit hasty to talk about rewards. It's just, Senior, could you please save my junior apprentice brother first? If he's left in this state any longer, he might remain disabled for his entire life. The black-clothed martial artist spoke with some difficulty. Since he didn't know how old Lin Ming was, or maybe even that Lin Ming was some old monster, he might have heard him and his junior apprentice brother's conversation. He could only hope that this mighty elder wasn't someone who would keep such small things in his heart. Sure enough, Lin Ming said, No problem. Towards the trivial little guy lying on the floor, Lin Ming didn't really bother to care about him. He pulled out a vial of pills from his spatial ring and walked over to the twin girl's side. Over half of the youth's body was charred. After he probed the youth with his soul force, Lin Ming discovered that there was still a very oppressive power of thunder that remained in his body. The reason the youth was so gravely wounded was because of the continued ravaging of this thunder. Lin Ming grabbed onto the youth's hand. Using his thunder soul, he was easily able to drain the power of thunder out from the youth and absorb it all into the thunder soul. Then, he took out a pill from the vial in his hand and shoved it into the youth's mouth. Although the twin sisters didn't know what sort of medicine Lin Ming had fed their second senior apprentice brother, they only had to see how the pill sparked with light while emitting a rich fragrance to guess that this pill was definitely an expensive miracle medicine. It was said that a high-level miracle medicine was commonly worth thousands of gold taels. There were even pills that could directly enhance a martial artist's cultivation that cost tens of thousands of gold taels. If they could obtain such a pill, then the two sisters wouldn't have to suffer such hardship in their struggle to reach the altering muscle stage. Thinking of this, the two sisters' eyes heated up with a little bit of envy. The power of thunder had already been removed by Lin Ming. Together with the quick efficacy of the pill, the unconscious youth coughed and woke up. He looked around in a daze. The heavy attack he had received caused him to forget what had happened to him. Good. Lin Ming stood up and said to the black-clothed martial artist, Let's go. Thank you, Senior. The black-clothed martial artist wanted to leave the twin sisters behind to look after second junior apprentice brother, but he was worried about letting them stay here by themselves, so he let them all to go together. The black-clothed martial artist had done a great deal of research into tracking thunder lizards. He was able to follow their tracks and traces of activity to retrace their steps. Even if it was hard stone ground where the footsteps were scattered, he was still able to rely on smell and other clues to accurately continue. Finally, he brought Lin Ming to the lair of the two thunder lizards. It's there, behind that big stone. The black-clothed martial artist pointed to an extremely secluded and well-hidden cavern not too far away. The cavern was completely composed of magnetic ore, and it was pitch dark inside. It looked just like the mouth of a giant vicious beast. Lin Ming investigated with his soul force and found that there was a very vibrant power of thunder that undulated from inside the cavern. It was right to come along. He would also have to thank the black-clothed martial artist. Otherwise he wouldn't have found this place. Lin Ming said, It's fine if you wait outside. I'll go in. Once the big stone was removed, the cavern entrance was just a bit wider than 10 feet. It was just enough for a thunder lizard to pass through. It seems that this stone was moved by the thunder lizard in order to hide the entrance to the cavern. It was just like a gate. Every time someone went in or out, they had to move the gate. Lin Ming spread out his soul force and cautiously walked into the cavern. The atmosphere inside was dark and damp, but it didn't affect Lin Ming's perception. He walked a few dozen feet in, when he suddenly saw a light in front of him. The inside of the cavern was actually a very large space. There were small little inlets flowing through the ground, and the sound of water dripping onto the ground clearly reverberated through the empty silence of the cavern. The scenery here isn't too bad, Lin Ming thought while maintaining a high degree of vigilance. At this moment, he suddenly felt his heart go cold. A dark, murderous intent had locked onto him, and a feeling of imminent danger rose from his heart. In the next second, a red light flashed and a thunderball struck Lin Ming's body. Thunder Lizard. Lin Ming instantly took out the heavy, profound, soft spear. This thunder lizard was even stronger than the last two he had encountered, and the influx of red lightning that penetrated his body was much more oppressive. Even though Lin Ming had a thunder soul, he wasn't able to immediately quench it. At this moment, the thunder lizard that had been hiding in the shadows roared again. Red balls of thunder shot out one after another, and 7 or 8 of them bombarded Lin Ming like a fierce storm. Kacha! 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 The rocks around Lin Ming were split apart by the force of this attack. Lin Ming stood in the center of this thunder barrage, accepting every single strand of thunder. An intense and painful tingling sensation flooded into him. At first, Lin Ming was extremely uncomfortable, but as the vast power of thunder was gradually being absorbed by him, Lin Ming felt a faint hint of excitement. Good heavens! This peak pulse condensation period thunder lizard is no weaker than Chi Gouda. Recognizing the strength of this thunder lizard, Lin Ming was thrilled. Without a doubt, the only reason that this lizard was able to evolve had to be because of some rare thunder attribute treasure. The thunder lizard found that the usually unstoppable power of its thunder barrage was having no effect whatsoever on Lin Ming. It snarled and dashed towards Lin Ming, wanting to slam him against the stone wall and squash him into a meat patty. Lin Ming gave a loud shot. He stepped back with his left foot, pressing it against the rock. He lifted both his arms up and true essence erupted from his body. The heavy, profound, soft spear was like a mountain that fell from the sky. Bang! Lin Ming's spear struck the top of the thunder lizard's back. At the same time, his body took advantage of the inertia and sprang upwards. Right after, the thunder lizard collided against the rock wall, and the entire cavern shook like an earthquake had occurred as massive stones started cascading down. The black-clothed martial artist and the twin sisters had been waiting outside the cave when they suddenly heard a raging roar and the sound of an intense impact ringing from inside. They immediately blanched. The two sisters even considered leaving first. If that senior inside had an accident and the vicious beast ran out, then they would die with him. Senior apprentice brother, we aren't. It's all right. The black-clothed martial artist waved his hand in dismissal. Listening to the roar, he was able to judge the strength of the thunder lizard inside. Shouldn't be a match for Lin Ming. He thought that the male and female thunder lizard from before were spouses, but it seemed that they were actually mother and child. Currently inside the cavern was actually the fiercest grown-up male lizard. Whiz! The thunder lizard struck out with its tail. Lin Ming roared and flow like silk burst out. Without hesitation he lifted the spear and smashed down onto the tail. Kacha! There was the sound of stone cracking. Lin Ming's heavy, profound, soft spear had bent into a crescent moon. Even though the heavy, profound, soft spear was very elastic, it still couldn't resist such a strong shock. Normal martial artists would already have their hands paralyzed and even broken their arms from such an impact. However, after Lin Ming entered the Sorcerer Pagoda, his body's physical strength had become fearsome. He was able to resist this impact, and instead, it was the thunder lizard's spine that was injured by flow like silk. Die! Lin Ming didn't waste any more time. He directly opened the heretical god force. Thunderfire Annihilation. In order to deal with a peak pulse condensation period master, Lin Ming could only use his strongest move. At worst, he would just return to the cavern and wait until he was restored to peak condition before he exited again. The power of thunder and fire intertwined together. The dark cave instantly bloomed with a dazzling brilliance. As if a sun had begun to rise from inside the cave, the vivid blaze of light illuminated out from the cavern. Even the black-clothed martial artist and the two twins couldn't help but close their eyes. Following closely was an ear-shattering explosion. It was at least 10 times louder than the thunder lizard's roar. A visible shockwave rushed out from the dark cavern. The 10,000 gene large stone that had been used to block the cavern entrance was sent flying like a lightweight ball that had been kicked. It instantly flew across the air. The entire cave trembled. Even the rocky ground underneath shook as a violent tremor passed through the entire cavern and countless stones fell from the ceiling. At that moment, the two twin girls suspected that the cavern was about to collapse. Oh! In the cave, waves of blood had already stained the ground crimson. Lin Ming was propping himself up with the heavy, profound, soft spear, panting for breath as he stared at the huge corpse of the thunder lizard. Although Lin Ming's strength had greatly increased after entering the Sorcerer Pagoda, the amount of true essence that Thunderfire Annihilation used had increased correspondingly. In just one move, almost 40% of Lin Ming's vast true essence reserves had been consumed. The cost was considerable. Lin Ming crammed some pills into his mouth and pulled out a true essence stone, as he continuously absorbed the true essence within. After he recovered a bit, Lin Ming stood up and continued to walk deeper into the cavern. He didn't even bother taking the time to cut out the thunder pearl from the dead thunder lizard. Lin Ming had already probed further into the cavern with his soul force, and didn't sense any other enemies or threats within. At the end of the cave, he found a red bamboo rooted in a hard magnetic or surface, stubbornly growing. Red arcs of lightning twined around the bamboo branch as it crackled. The bamboo leaves were just like sharp swords. An incomparably formidable power of thunder was steadily streaming out from this bamboo. Without a doubt, this bamboo was the reason for the cave's rich power of thunder. This bamboo was the thunder attribute treasure that the black-clothed martial artist had mentioned. Looking at this red thunder bamboo, Lin Ming was able to feel a formidable power emanating from it. Feeling exuberant, he prepared to pick the bamboo. However, he immediately paused. Was there a taboo in picking this sort of valuable material? He had never seen this thunder bamboo before, but maybe the black-clothed martial artist might have heard about it. With this thought, Lin Ming called out to the black-clothed martial artist to come in. The black-clothed martial artist had been waiting patiently outside the cave, feeling a bit perturbed. He was afraid that he had guessed wrong and had aroused Lin Ming's wrath because of that. Although Lin Ming had said it didn't matter if he was right or wrong, no one could guarantee that Lin Ming wouldn't turn hostile against them. At this moment, he heard the voice of Lin Ming sound in his ear, speaking only a few words. "Enter the cave and check this for me." The black-clothed martial artist's heart tightened. He grit his teeth and told the twin sisters and the Viscera training stage youth, "Come in with me." The group cautiously entered on their tippy toes. Due to the dim lighting in the cave, as the twin girls were walking deeper, they felt something bump against their feet. As soon as they peered downwards, they saw a massive red thunder lizard lying dead on the floor. The twins almost fainted as they let out an alarming cry. "It's okay. It's already dead," the black-clothed martial artist assured. As he saw the deep scarlet scales of the thunder lizard, the black-clothed martial artist was startled. This was a thunder lizard that was equal to a peak pulse condensation period martial artist in strength. Even if it was his master who encountered this fellow, he would instantly be killed. Yet now, this fearsome beast had been slaughtered. As the group reached the end of the cave, the black-clothed martial artist finally arrived to where Lin Ming was at. The moment the black-clothed martial artist laid eyes on the crimson bamboo in front of Lin Ming, he let out a sigh of relief. He wasn't wrong. Lin Ming pointed at the red bamboo and asked, "You know what this is?" The black-clothed martial artist shifted his vision to the red bamboo. He hadn't taken a good look at it a moment ago, but now that he carefully reviewed it, he was instantly awed. This is probably violet electricity spirit bamboo. Violet electricity spirit bamboo. Lin Ming looked at the red bamboo and the red lightning that twined around the bamboo. Why wasn't this called red electricity spirit bamboo instead? The black-clothed martial artist saw Lin Ming's doubting expression and said, "This is because the bamboo hasn't grown up yet. When violet electricity spirit bamboo is 60 years old, its shoots would be white. When it's 900 years old, its shoots would be red. And when it's 9,000 years old, its shoots are purple." Lin Ming said, "This is only a young bamboo? This?" Lin Ming couldn't help but be slightly disappointed. Even if it was a rare material, it was still only a young bamboo, so its inherent power was limited. The black-clothed martial artist saw Lin Ming's disappointment and consoled. "Senior, although it is only 900-year-old bamboo, it is still very precious and rare. Not only that, but since there is a young bamboo, then there should be a violet electricity spirit bamboo too. Every 9,000 years, only one bamboo shoot will be born. The small bamboo shoot will drill through magnetic ore and live inside until it finds a good place to break out, where it will grow into white bamboo." "Oh," Lin Ming's mind stirred. "You mean to say that there is an adult violet electricity spirit bamboo in Thundercrash Mountain?" "Yes, if there isn't a problem, then there should be. Moreover, that bamboo should already be 9,900 years old. A violet electricity spirit bamboo would only breed a new bamboo shoot every 9,000 years. Since this red bamboo shoot was already 900 years old, then the adult should be 9,900 years old." 9,900 years old. Lin Ming furrowed his eyebrows. It was said that thunder had been striking Thundercrash Mountain for 10,000 years. That would mean that this bamboo was nearly as old as Thundercrash Mountain. If Lin Ming wasn't wrong, then this bamboo would definitely be at the summit of Thundercrash Mountain. But with his current strength, if he met a Hotian Realm Blue Thunder Lizard, he could only run for his life. How would he ever reach the summit? And the legends even said that there was a purple thunder lizard that was equal to a Xianxia realm martial artist. In addition, he was afraid of the probability of there being more than one. Even if Lin Ming was able to resist the lightning that the purple thunder lizard spat out, there was no way that he could resist their physical assault. The thunder lizards had the blood of a flood dragon flowing through their veins. They were not common vicious beasts. Although he knew there was little hope, more so that there would be danger within danger, Lin Ming still decided to climb up Thundercrash Mountain. He would climb until he reached his limit, until he was no longer able to go even one more step higher, otherwise he would regret it forever. Lin Ming asked the black-clothed martial artist, "Is there a taboo to picking the violet electricity spirit bamboo?" The black-clothed martial artist answered, "It is hard to sever violet electricity spirit bamboo with swords or spears. It can only be easily cut off with the power of thunder. But senior, this sort of spirit bamboo doesn't form easily. It comes from a combination of Thundercrash Mountain's energy and the spiritual pulse of the land. If possible, I hope that senior can leave the bamboo root so that in a few hundred or thousand years, a new violet electricity bamboo can be born." "I understand." Lin Ming nodded. It wasn't admirable to destroy a valuable material's origins. It was quite a dreadful thing. This sort of treasure only formed in extremely difficult conditions. It needs all sort of luck and special environments to form. Normally, a martial artist would abide by this unwritten rule. It could be considered accumulating a bit of good karma. Lin Ming pulled out his saber. Its sharp blade was bright as snow, and it shimmered with a deadly cold gleam. This was the high-grade human step treasure that was taken from Huagong, and it was also the saber he carried with him. Let alone a high-grade human step treasure, the twin sisters hadn't even seen many low-grade human step treasures. Only their master had a low-grade human step treasure sword. The two twin sisters were, once again, filled with envy. Lin Ming didn't mind revealing his wealth. With his current strength, even if he wore a high-grade human step treasure and it became public, he would still be able to protect it. True essence poured into the thunder soul within the heretical god seed. The power of thunder steadily streamed out, and the snow-white treasure sword began to sparkle with a faint purple light. Lin Ming took a deep breath and aimed at the violet electricity spirit bamboo's root. He slashed out. Cha! Lin Ming hadn't imagined that it would be so tough. The crimson blood-colored spirit bamboo was cut down, its edges smooth like a mirror. When Lin Ming reached out to grab it, the black-clothed martial artist cried out in alarm. This violet electricity spirit bamboo contained the violent power of thunder. A normal martial artist's arm would be charred to ash. But, thinking of Lin Ming's strength and the way he had been able to take on the Thunder Lizard's thunderball, he felt that it should be all right. Sure enough, Lin Ming gripped the violet electricity spirit bamboo. Besides looking a little stiff, there wasn't any difference. Even his clothes were all right. What a strong power of thunder! Lin Ming praised the bamboo in his mind. If 900-year-old red bamboo had such a potent force contained within, then what would 9,000 purple bamboo be like? It was simply unimaginable. Unfortunately, this bamboo was taken too early. It wasn't able to grow into that. Although he didn't entertain much hope, Lin Ming still asked, "Is there any way to grow violet electricity thunder bamboo?" The black-clothed martial artist said, "It's impossible. Violet electricity spirit bamboo must grow in lands that are rich in the thunder element, such as Thundercrash Mountain. Not only that, but the bamboo has a proud character and won't be raised." I understand. Lin Ming placed the violet electricity spirit bamboo into his spatial ring and glanced at black-clothed martial artist's party of 4. He looked at the 2 swords in the twin girls' hands and hesitated slightly. He said, "Take out your swords and let me have a look." "Okay." The 2 young girls obediently drew out their swords. The soft swords were forged from fine steel. To a mortal blacksmith, making this sword would not have been easy. But compared to a treasure sword made by a refining master, it was far weaker. Lin Ming traced his finger on his spatial ring and 3 low-grade human step treasure swords appeared in his hands. Seeing the swords emit a snow-bright light, the twin sisters' eyes widened. An idea caught in their mind that made their heartbeat accelerate and their mouths dry. Were these swords for them? Could they also have a treasure like this one day? "For you." Lin Ming casually tossed the swords and they pierced tip first into the magnetic ore. These swords were made by Huagong. Lin Ming had no use for the 30 low-grade human step treasures that he had made. Giving them away was just right. Of course, the low-grade human step treasures that Huagong had made were very good. They were much better compared to a normal low-grade human step treasure. For us? The twin sisters' mind reeled in surprise. They hadn't dared to imagine that they would ever have a reward, and it would be the dream treasure they had longed for. Lin Ming said, "You'd best be careful and put it somewhere safe. Otherwise it will likely be taken. These 3 treasure can tempt even peak bone forging martial artists." Yes. The 2 twin sisters hurriedly nodded, looking at Lin Ming with eyes filled with gratitude and hero worship. At this moment, Lin Ming looked towards the black-clothed martial artist. The black-clothed martial artist felt his heartbeat rapidly rising. He had seen Lin Ming casually toss out 3 top low-grade human step treasures without even batting an eye. It was as if he treated them like scrap iron. These 3 treasure swords were no less than 8 or 9,000 gold taels. What would he receive? The black-clothed martial artists had a giddy feeling of excitement, anticipation, and apprehension. Lin Ming looked at the black-clothed martial artist and said, "Your weapon is a staff. It's too bad. But I do not have a treasured staff. I do have a dark purple elastic iron spear. But because it was a weapon I once used, I cannot give it to you." Hearing Lin Ming say this, the black-clothed martial artist was slightly disappointed. But Lin Ming's following words caused his heart to be filled with a great joy. Lin Ming stated, "Cultivation pills, 20,000 gold. Cultivation method. You can choose one. Cultivation pills, 20,000 gold, and also a cultivation method." The black-clothed martial artist mouth dried. If he wasn't able to reach the pulse condensation period, then he would never be able to earn 20,000 gold in his lifetime. As for the cultivation pills, those were dream treasures that martial artists longed for. And since these were pills given by the senior, they must be priceless. The black-clothed martial artist went through a series of mental battles. He finally said, "I want the cultivation method." Compared to pills or gold, a cultivation method was the most important. This was the foundation of every martial artist. Good. But I warn you, do not reveal this cultivation method to the public, otherwise you may experience calamity. Lin Ming flicked his hand and a jade slip appeared in his palm. This was the medium-step human-grade cultivation method manual that he had taken from Huagong after his death. This set of cultivation methods did not belong to the 7 profound valleys, otherwise Lin Ming would not dare to hand it over. If he was right, then this cultivation method should be taken from other martial artists that Huagong had killed. In short, it had a questionable background, and Lin Ming didn't want to have it with him in order to avoid future trouble. Giving it to someone of the southern wilderness was a good choice. The black-clothed martial artist received the jade slip and probed with his soul force. He was immediately overjoyed. Medium-grade human step cultivation method. This medium-grade human step cultivation method was absolutely worth more than 20,000 gold taels. Although Lin Ming had said that this cultivation method could give rise to a fatal calamity, the risk was nothing compared to the tremendous rewards that this cultivation method would bring. The black-clothed martial artist thought increasingly more that telling Lin Ming about the violet electricity spirit bamboo was the best choice he had ever made. He didn't have the ability to cut the spirit bamboo down, but even if he did, there was no way he could sell it. If he took this level of treasure out and showed it to others, he would be eaten to the bones. You can only take the thunder lizard's blood away. I have no need for it. Lin Ming said this because the thunder lizard had the bloodline of a flood dragon flowing in it, so their blood had a very great medicinal value. If it was placed in a bath, one could soak in blood and come out with a stronger and healthier body. The black-clothed martial artists group of 4 nodded in joy. This was a great harvest of income. The blood of a red thunder lizard that was on the same level as a peak pulse condensation period martial artist could sell for at least 1 or 2,000 taels of gold. All right, then we shall part from here. About today's events, I don't want others to know about it. Otherwise, Lin Ming didn't say it out loud, but he let the clear meaning behind his words linger in the air. In fact, he wasn't afraid if others knew, he just didn't want to be troubled. The black-clothed martial artist shrank backwards and hurriedly nodded. The only one that they could not conceal the truth from was their master. But, after he obtained this medium-grade human step cultivation method, the black-clothed martial artist already planned to leave the school. If he went back and faced his master, would he still be able to keep the cultivation method jade slip treasure that he had obtained? It wasn't only the black-clothed martial artist. The twin girls also had similar thoughts. They had finally managed to obtain a treasure sword after so much difficulty. They didn't want their master to take it away. All in all, they had been in the school for such a long time, yet they hadn't obtained any substantial benefits from their master there. After Lin Ming departed, the black-clothed martial artist gathered the twin sisters and their young junior apprentice brother to have a meeting. They decided that all of them would leave their school and establish their own gang. By relying on the medium-grade human step cultivation method that Lin Ming had given them, they would make a name for themselves. However, this was a story for another time. After he had parted from the black-clothed martial artists group, Lin Ming looked for a safe place and started to absorb the power of thunder from the violet electricity spirit bamboo. This red lightning was much more cruel and savage than all of the lightning that Lin Ming had absorbed so far. But Lin Ming was not worried. First, he sat down in meditation. After he had completely recovered all the true essence he had lost, he entered the ethereal martial intense state and adjusted his mental condition to consummate tranquility. Then, he took the violet electricity spirit bamboo out from his spatial ring. Gripping the spirit bamboo in both hands, Lin Ming began to guide the power of thunder in the violet electricity spirit bamboo, allowing it to flow into his body. After the crimson power of thunder entered Lin Ming's meridians, it was just like a wild horse that was dashing around in defiance. If a normal martial artist at the pulse condensation realm or even the Hotian realm had this tyrannically oppressive red thunder enter their organs, their meridians would be destroyed and they would be severely injured or even die. But Lin Ming had the existence of a thunder soul in his body. No matter how overbearing the lightning was, once it encountered the thunder soul, it would slowly be absorbed. In this way, the small thunder soul was just like a small silkworm. It continually nibbled on the power of thunder that was in the violet electricity spirit bamboo, slowly eroding it. During this period, Lin Ming only felt a faint numb feeling. It wasn't particularly painful. After Lin Ming had sat in meditation for half an hour, he had managed to completely absorb the power of thunder. As he looked in at the heretical god seed, Lin Ming was pleasantly surprised. After absorbing the lightning from the violet electricity spirit bamboo, the energy of his thunder soul had increased by 50%. If just a 900-year-old baby bamboo was able to increase the power of his thunder soul by 50%, what would a 9,000-year-old bamboo do to it? Lin Ming was filled with anticipation. Unfortunately, there might not even be a sliver of hope in obtaining this bamboo. After absorbing the violet electricity spirit bamboo, Lin Ming continued climbing upwards. The higher he went, the more thunder lizards there were. These thunder lizards were superior vicious beasts that had the bloodline of a flood dragon. Although the thunder lizards at the base of Thundercrash Mountain had a very shallow bloodline, they still weren't easy to deal with. As Lin Ming approached the mountainside, he began to feel it becoming difficult. Whiz! The spear wind pierced the void. Lin Ming's spear shot through the immense body of a red thunder lizard and vibrating true essence erupted. This middle pulse condensation period red thunder lizard immediately died a terrible death. After Lin Ming had fused with the reverse scale blood, his flow like silk continued to grow. Even if it entered the enemy's body, it wouldn't easily break down, and its power had also increased a bit. Otherwise, with just true essence attacks alone, Lin Ming would have found it exceedingly difficult to kill a middle pulse condensation thunder lizard. After all, the physical defense capabilities of a thunder lizard were much sturdier than those a human at the same level of cultivation. Lin Ming let a breath loose as he cut the thunder lizards open and dug out the thunder pearl. With a though, he absorbed the power of thunder from the thunder pearl into his meridians. This was already the 20th thunder lizard that he had killed. Through the continuous absorption of the thunder pearls, the total increase in power of his thunder soul had already reached 60%. He looked up at Thundercrash Mountain. From where he was now, there was still about 50,000 feet until he reached the summit. He was already able to clearly see the thick lightning that flashed at the summit. This lightning was true thunder. Even though Lin Ming had a thunder soul, he didn't dare to attempt to go up there. Lin Ming used his movement technique and rushed towards the summit. At this moment, a blue light flashed and a blue arc of lightning hit Lin Ming. Zizizi! A powerful numbing electric feeling made Lin Ming go stiff, almost causing him to fall. This was only because he had absorbed the violet electricity spirit bamboo a while ago and his thunder soul had become much stronger. Otherwise, Lin Ming suspected he really would have fallen. Blue thunder lizard. This was the first time that Lin Ming had seen a thunder lizard at the same level as a Hotian realm martial artist. Without a single word, he launched his movement technique to flee. Although he could resist the thunder attack of a blue thunder lizard, it was impossible for him to kill it. Even if he used Thunderfire Annihilation, he still wouldn't be able to kill it. In that case, Lin Ming didn't want to waste any effort. Thankfully, Lin Ming was much faster than the blue thunder lizard. In a few jumps, he had already lost it. In the mountainside region, there were mostly red thunder lizards. Blue thunder lizards would only occasionally appear. Lin Ming went on a killing spree. He slaughtered for 1 day and 1 night. After such a long rampage, Lin Ming's fighting skill were becoming more and more refined, and the thunder soul in his body had finally achieved 70% increased power after absorbing a massive amount of thunder. But, as the power of this thunder soul increased, the effects of the nourishment from the thunder pearl were becoming less and less. Lin Ming filled an empty pool with thunder lizard blood and soaked in it for 1/4 of an hour. Afterwards, Lin Ming dried his body and took a new set of clothes out of his spatial ring. Thunder lizard blood could to increase the health and fitness of the human body. Although its effect wasn't too obvious on Lin Ming, he still didn't want to waste it. After eating a simple meal, Lin Ming leapt up on a several hundred feet tree and began to meditate. A bone-forging martial artist could go for days without sleeping and still remain energetic and buoyant. But, in order for Lin Ming to maintain his peak condition, he had to rest for a couple hours. The next fights would be increasingly savage. As he closed in on the summit, Lin Ming's speed became slower. Before, it had taken him a few hours to reach the mountainside from the base of Thundercrash Mountain, but now the same distance took him an entire night. Lin Ming finally arrived at an area blanketed in ice and snow. Every 1,000 feet here took at least a few hours. He needed to use his soul force to constantly assess his surroundings, and then slowly and cautiously advance forwards. He didn't want to accidentally run into a Xianxia realm purple thunder lizard. If that happened, there wasn't much he could do. Of course, Lin Ming could actually fly into the air and go straight into the sky. But in that case, there was no reason to come to Thundercrash Mountain. He would only be able to float around in the sky and look at the scenery. It would be impossible for him to obtain a shred of thunder power, and then it would be even more impossible for him to obtain a thunder soul. Cold winds blew everywhere, and snow filled the air. In the upper region of Thundercrash Mountain, everywhere one looked there was the frost blue color of ice, crystal clear and incomparably pure. This was true 10,000-year ice, hard as rock and beautiful like jade. Clouds pooled at the ground. Leaning over, one was able to see an infinitely dense fog, surging seas of clouds reaching into the vast infinity. This truly was a fabled paradise. What a pity that this beautiful land was entirely blanketed with a savage killing aura. When Lin Ming saw a dark blue thunder lizard near a patch of 10,000-year-old ice, he knew that he had reached the end of his road. If he took even one step further, then he would be placed in a life-threatening situation. This deep blue-scaled thunder lizard was equal to a peak Hotian realm martial artist. Its scales were the exact color of the 10,000-year-old ice, and it almost perfectly blended in. If one wasn't carefully looking, it was simply impossible to find. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming couldn't help but exclaim, "This blue thunder lizard was a beautiful animal. Especially in this bitter cold land, it looked just like a fine ice sculpture. But this beautiful ice sculpture could quickly kill him. The difference in its strength and Lin Ming's was simply too great." Prior to this, Lin Ming had encountered a Middle Hotian realm blue thunder lizard that had caused him some distress. Because its speed wasn't slower than Lin Ming's, Lin Ming had finally flew into the sky, and only then was he able to escape unharmed. Now that he faced a peak Hotian realm thunder lizard, the result could be imagined. Lin Ming didn't dare to go forwards any further. Who knew, maybe the Xiantian realm thunder lizard could fly. If it could, then he was dead. Lin Ming was already prepared to run away, but at this moment, he noticed that the deep blue thunder lizard's eyes were filled a trace of confusion. It didn't seem as if it were preparing to attack him. What is this fellow doing? Lin Ming was filled with complete vigilance. He didn't even take in the heavy, profound, soft spear out, because he knew that using a spear in this situation was useless. It was better to keep less weight on him so he could run faster. The thunder lizard growled in bursts, its eyes revealing its confusion that gradually evolved into vigilance and fear. Its roar became louder, as if it were warning Lin Ming to leave its territory immediately. Lin Ming had a puzzled look. If I read this right, this thunder lizard seems to be afraid of me? What does it have to fear? I don't even have a tenth of its strength. This is the strongest thunder lizard that I've met so far, but this strongest one is actually scared of me. Why? This is the strongest thunder lizard that I've met so far, but this one is actually scared of me. Why? Lin Ming's mind suddenly flashed with a thought. Reverse scale blood. If he wasn't mistaken, this fear originated from the reverse scale blood that was sleeping deeply in his body. A thunder lizard had the bloodline of a flood dragon flowing through it. The more powerful a thunder lizard was, the richer its flood dragon bloodline would be. A flood dragon could be considered to be a low-level dragon. If a flood dragon met a true dragon, it would have a sense of awe and fear that would inevitably arise from the depths of its soul. No matter how savage it was, it would always be constrained. Lin Ming's inner reverse scale blood was meager. Not only that, Lin Ming's cultivation was also low, so the blood in him hadn't fully awoken. Therefore, a common thunder lizard was unable to feel it. But this peak Hotian realm thunder lizard was powerful, so its bloodline was much purer. The acutely related bloodline in it allowed it to feel the power slumbering in Lin Ming. A true dragon's blood, even if it was only a trace, still emitted an infinitely vigorous qi that forced all beasts to submit. Although this thunder lizard's strength was far superior to Lin Ming, it still felt a fear from the bottom of its soul. If Lin Ming's strength was more formidable, the thunder lizard might even kneel in submission. The thunder lizard constantly roared, arcs of electricity flashing around its body. It was warning Lin Ming to leave its territory. This result was what Lin Ming had been hoping for. Since he wasn't able to kill a peak Hotian realm thunder lizard, he could at least avoid it. It looks like I can still climb Thunder Crash Mountain. Lin Ming clenched his fists. The heavens were truly blessing him. With his strength, he would have only been barely able to climb up the mountainside of Thunder Crash Mountain. But thanks to his Thunder Soul, he didn't fear the long-distance thunder attacks of the thunder lizards, and he was able to climb up the region of snow and ice. And now, when he was at his limit again, the reverse scale blood was actually able to suppress the bloodline of these thunder lizards. Like this, he might really be able to pass through this snowfield. As long as he passed through the remaining 30,000 feet fields of snow, he would reach the summit of Thunder Crash Mountain. That was only the location where thunder attribute materials were most likely to be born. There, thunder had fallen without end for 10,000 years. If a human walked up there, a little bad luck and they would be struck by lightning. This was true heavenly thunder. Even though Lin Ming had a thunder soul protecting him, he was still apprehensive about the situation. He didn't know if he would be severely injured after being struck by this heavenly thunder. Lin Ming circled around the peak Hotian realm thunder lizard and continued moving forwards. After several miles, Lin Ming suddenly stopped. Stunned, he looked forward as he stiffly stood there. In front of him, about 200 feet away, Lin Ming saw a scene that he would never forget in his entire life. Above a vast expanse of ice, a tall and slim woman with a full figure was gracefully standing there. Everything about her was outstanding. She wore a flame-red coat, and she had a flowing scarlet dress wrapped around her. Her soft, ink-black hair hung down to her waist, and both her feet were bare. Her fair, jade-like feet were standing on an azure platform of 10,000-year frost ice. She was like a vibrant red rose that grew out of the snow. The crimson red and snow-white contrast reflected a glamorous and majestic beauty. And in front of that woman, there was a scarlet-crested bird. It seemed to have a blood-red crown, and its feathers were red like living flames. Its long tail dragged against the ground, burning the floor wherever it passed. That is, the vermilion bird. Lin Ming's eyes widened. The saint beast that he had seen in Blackwater Swamp was actually in front of him now. Sensing Lin Ming's presence, the woman glanced back at Lin Ming. Her beautiful face was calm like an ocean, with an otherworldly atmosphere filled with smoke and flames. It really gave one a deep feeling of suffocation. It seems as if she had noticed Lin Ming's cultivation and she was quite curious. He was only a peak-bone forging boy. How did he get here with his life intact? Lin Ming froze. He wasn't just shocked by the beauty of the woman, but also by the mystical breath that emanated from her body. This lady seemed like a normal lady. Her breath told Lin Ming that she was more powerful than anyone he had ever met in his life. Xianxia. No, maybe not even just Xianxia. She might be at the late Xianxia realm or the extreme Xianxia realm, or maybe she was an existence that surpassed the Xianxia realm. To be able to use a vermilion bird saint beast as a mount, what sort of ridiculous concept was that? Lin Ming's mind was in a state of high tension and nervousness. If this person wanted to extinguish his life, it wouldn't even take a moment. The woman was still looking at Lin Ming with surprise. One human and one bird, with the same flame coloration, standing above the vast white fields of 10,000-year ice. It was just like a blazing inferno, beautiful and sublime to the point where it seemed unreal. Interesting. The woman looked at Lin Ming for a good while, and then suddenly, she smiled gently. With that single word, her voice was revealed to be melodious like a songbird. Then, her body seemed as light as a feather as she floated up and onto the back of the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird chirped, and then, it soared into the sky. A whirling blast of hot air rushed out in all directions. Feeling this strikingly hot air, Lin Ming already felt his back seep with a cold sweat. So, the vermilion bird I saw in Blackwater Swamp is this woman's mount. Perhaps that vermilion bird was already carrying that woman, and she saw the scene where I was being hunted by the little flame boy. Why would she come to Thundercrash Mountain? Is it to find the Thunder Soul? Or does she simply live here? Lin Ming's mind raced with the possibilities. Looking at the vast Thundercrash Mountain above him, he wasn't sure whether or not he should continue going forwards. If that woman came for the Thunder Soul, that was a dream he'd best forget. After hesitating for a long time, Lin Ming clenched his teeth and decided to continue forwards. Since he had come this far, he might as well attempt to go further. Even if the Thunder Soul wasn't for him, that didn't mean there weren't any other lucky chances. The summit of Thundercrash Mountain had already shined with endless thunder for 10,000 years. Who knew what sort of valuable materials were born there? If the opportunity was good, he might find some surprises. Lin Ming had just taken a few steps forwards, when the sky suddenly resounded with the decisive sharp sound of a bird, directly reaching into the primal chaos heavens. This was Phoenix Cry? Without having a chance to reflect on what had just happened, Lin Ming heard the thunderous sound of a beast roar one after another. For a time, it was like he was in the midst of a massive thunderstorm. Absolutely deafening. What the hell? Lin Ming felt a little muddled. At this moment, he heard the sound of a rumbling vibration spread through the ground. It was like the countless roaring and thunderous beats of a drum. He could even feel the ground shaking, as if a massive stampede of monsters was rushing out. Lin Ming withdrew the heavy, profound, soft spear. In the distance, he saw the deep blue thunder lizard menacingly rush towards him. Because of the speed at which it was going, clouds of snow curled around it like a snow dragon, billowing into the sky. That's the peak Hotian realm thunder lizard powerhouse I just saw earlier. Lin Ming's pupils contracted. This fellow wasn't so enraged a moment ago. It was something he couldn't afford to mess with. Without hesitation, he retracted his spear and flew into the air. The blue thunder lizard blew past Lin Ming in a rolling cloud of smoke and snow as it blew through, having no intention to pause. Lin Ming found that this thunder lizard hadn't come to deal with him. But if not him, had it come for that woman in red from a moment ago? Remembering the scene from before and that resonant phoenix cry that had sounded once, Lin Ming tensed up. Was that a declaration of war? To challenge the entire Thundercrash Mountain, including that Xianxia powerhouse purple thunder lizard? What kind of audacious courage was that? Lin Ming's heartbeat accelerated. Compared to such a powerhouse, he was just too far. At this moment, 7 or 8 miles out, he saw another cloud of billowing snow like an icy dragon rush towards the summit. Lin Ming had excellent eyesight. Even though it was a far distance, he was still able to see that the thunder lizard was very dark blue. From the deep color of its scales, its strength was no less than a peak Hotian realm martial artist. Peak Hotian realm. I fear that anything below that rank doesn't have the qualifications to participate in this war. Also, that woman in red was at least a Xianxia powerhouse. If this sort of low-level thunder lizard goes up, it will die with a single strike. Lin Ming rose up a few hundred more feet. As he rose, his range of vision broadened and he could see that the roiling snow dragons were increasing. He already determined that there were at least 8 or 9. Lin Ming felt a surge of excitement well up in his heart. He too wanted to take a front-row seat to such a grand occasion. If it was a Xianxia realm fight, he could still observe it from several miles out. Thinking this, Lin Ming no longer held any reservations. He used his movement technique and directly sped towards the summit at full speed. Because all of the strong thunder lizards had rushed towards the summit, Lin Ming was able to travel up unimpeded. Even if he met an occasional thunder lizard, Lin Ming was able to rely on the reverse-scale blood in him to scare it away. Along the way, Lin Ming didn't dare to fly straight up. This was because the vermilion bird was flying high in the sky, and it would be too obvious if he flew. These Xianxia existences might find him annoying and casually finish him off. That would truly be an injustice. Lin Ming had been only 30,000 feet from the summit. With his full speed, he was able to cover this distance in a short time. Sure enough, Lin Ming was able to rush towards the summit without any resistance. However, at this moment, Lin Ming stopped once more, stunned. He looked towards the sky, his heart shaking with earth-shattering waves. What he saw was a dragon, a real dragon. Its claws were sharp, and its scales were a dark purple. Its long dragon body wantonly soared in the air. It was just like the dragons that were in paintings. This titanic dragon was several times larger than the vermilion bird. Bright arcs of lightning danced around it like countless purple snakes as it swam in the sky. Its body was filled with a vast and peerless momentum. In front of it, the vermilion bird was waving its wings, stopped in midair. Is this a showdown between a dragon and a phoenix? Lin Ming gulped down saliva. He hadn't ever imagined he would be so fortunate as to witness such a wondrous sight. No, it wasn't a dragon, it was a flood dragon. Lin Ming found that purple dragon didn't have a horn on its head, so it was only a flood dragon. Still, even if it was a flood dragon, it was still sufficiently startling. This was a top saint beast of the Sky Spill continent. So, there was actually a flood dragon hidden in Thundercrash Mountain. Lin Ming gasped. No wonder Thundercrash Mountain has so many thunder lizards. And these thunder lizards also have the bloodline of a flood dragon. That's because they are the descendants of this flood dragon. A direct descendant of a flood dragon should be a Xianxia powerhouse purple thunder lizard. The blue thunder lizards are the descendants of the purple thunder lizards. With each further generation downwards, the bloodline is more and more diluted. Lin Ming was suddenly enlightened. So this was how Thundercrash Mountain was formed. There were many different species of dragon-type saint beasts. For example, there were flood dragons, hornless dragons, one-legged mountain dragons, candle dragons, and so on. Although these dragons were all saint beasts and their appearances were similar, there were also certain characteristics that separated them. The flood dragon had its luminescent scales, the winged rain dragon had wings, the horn dragon had a horn, the one-legged mountain dragon had one leg, and so on. Even flood dragons were divided into variants. There were red flood dragons, black flood dragons, blood flood dragons, and so on. The purple flood dragon that was flying in the sky was a rare variant of thunder flood dragon. It ate thunder and lightning as food, and its personality was extremely cruel and tyrannical. It was also very promiscuous. This flood dragon had settled on Thundercrash Mountain nearly 10,000 years ago, and it had taken all of the mountain's treasures as its own. After it savagely mated with the original vicious beasts of Thundercrash Mountain, it finally gave rise to an overabundance of descendants. These were the thunder lizards. Now facing a challenge, the thunder flood dragon loudly roared, and all of its descendants rushed to the summit of Thundercrash Mountain immediately. The large number of thunder lizards were eyeing the confrontation in the air. The epic showdown between the bloodline of a dragon and the bloodline of a phoenix. As for Lin Ming, he was hiding in the distance. After accidentally reaching the realm of returning to his origins, Lin Ming's ability to hide his breath was no less than a Xiantian realm master's. He hid behind a large boulder. As long as he was far away, no one should be able to find him. Seeing the thunder dragon in the air, Lin Ming's mind flashed through a range of emotions. He slowly began to realize a serious problem. If he was right, the thunder soul of Thundercrash Mountain should be in the body of the thunder flood dragon. The thunder flood dragon had lived on Thundercrash Mountain for so many years. It must have found the thunder soul. If it did, how could it not absorb it? Although Lin Ming never held much hope in attaining the thunder soul, he always thought that with some luck, he still had a chance. Even if he failed now, it didn't mean he couldn't wait until his cultivation was a bit higher before coming back. But now that he knew that the thunder soul was in the body of the thunder flood dragon, he felt his heart sink with disappointment. To wrest the thunder soul from this beast was simply nonsense. Let alone now, even if he entered the early Xiantian realm, his ability still might not be enough. In the air, the confrontation was still ongoing. The red woman was standing proudly on the vermilion bird. A strong heavenly wind blew her ink-black hair, making it dance recklessly in the wind. In the sky, countless bolts of purple lightning flashed, but she remained utterly unmoved. It was as if there was an invisible force field that was surrounding the woman in red, distorting the power of thunder. Ha, magnetic force field? To deal with this saint, you specially cultivated this technique. In the sky, the thunder flood dragon opened its mouth to spit out its judgment. To see a large purple dragon speak was an extremely strange scene. Lin Ming was stunned, but then immediately, he thought that it wasn't unusual that a saint beast would be able to speak. The woman in red looked at the thunder flood dragon and slowly said, "The magnetic force field is a top cultivation method. I naturally can cultivate it. It wasn't something that I especially prepared for you, so there is no need for you to think so highly of yourself. Hee, little girl, you are quite young, and yet, your words are so brave. If you called an elder from Divine Phoenix Island to come, this saint might give you some face. But, with just your ability? Dream on. Haha, this saint can pinch you to death." The thunder flood dragon brazenly laughed. Lin Ming's face had a weird color. This thunder flood dragon had actually called the woman in red, who a fathomless cultivation level, a little girl. It was something that only an old monster that had lived for several tens of thousands of years could say. But Divine Phoenix Island? What sect was that? If there was a master like this woman in red, then there also had to be stronger elders in her sect. It was far beyond anything that the 7 profound valleys could produce. It might be a 4th grade sect or even the legendary 5th grade sects. He couldn't imagine how far it was from here. He had never heard of it before. Facing the thunder flood dragon's boastful shouting, the woman in red had the same calm expression as before, without a hint of anger. She said, "So you refuse? Cut the idle talk. For a chicken that still doesn't have all of its feathers, you want half of this saint's blood? Such a ridiculous request. How can this saint possibly agree with that? Then we must fight. Hee. Once I defeat you, don't think this saint will have the scruples not to kill you just because of Divine Phoenix Island." The thunder flood dragon roared like a thunderclap, lightning writhing over its vast body. Lin Ming could clearly hear the conversation between the dragon and the woman from his hiding spot. They had really revealed a lot of information. The mysterious woman wanted half of the flood dragon's blood for the chicken that still doesn't have all of its feathers, implying. Lin Ming looked up at the vermilion bird that was dancing in the countless arcs of purple lightning, a vast aura emanating from it. His appearance was majestic. If he was right, then what the thunder flood dragon had called a chicken that still doesn't have all of its feathers could only be this vermilion bird. In other words, this vermilion bird hadn't grown up yet. No wonder it was so much smaller than the thunder flood dragon. Even though it was still a child, it had this aura and strength. With just a look, it had managed to scare off the fireworm shaman's little flame boy avatar. What would happen if it were grown up? Lin Ming couldn't help but ruefully smile. No matter what talent a human had, or what kind of monstrous genius they were, their natural talent was nothing in front of these saint beasts. As long as a saint beast ate and slept, they would grow up to be a Xianxia realm master. With some lucky chances and some cultivation, they might even break through the Xianxia realm and reach a higher realm. If it was a true god beast, such as a golden-winged roc or a true dragon, not to mention simple things like this, but once grown, they could use their claws to pierce the endless void and their tails could shatter stars. With such power, even the mighty elders in the realm of the gods would find it difficult to compare. If this woman in red could take half of the thunder flood dragon's blood, what sort of effect would it have on a young vermilion bird? As Lin Ming pondered this, the fight in the air had already begun. He didn't know when, but that woman in red had drawn a sword in her hand. The blade was only 2 inches wide, but it was a full 4 feet long. It was slender and narrow, and the image of a phoenix with its wings spread wide as if it wanted to fly was carved on the sword hilt. The blade was crimson all over as if it were soaked in blood. As soon as he saw this crimson long sword, Lin Ming's eyes widened. He had never seen a treasure sword of this level before. Just by feeling powerful fluctuations of energy coming from it, he guessed that it was at least an earth-step treasure. As for whether it was a low-grade earth-step, medium-grade earth-step treasure, or a high-grade Earth step treasure, he had no way to determine. There was a huge difference between a human step treasure and an Earth step treasure. Not even the 7 profound Martial House Master Xianxia had an Earth step treasure. This was a battle between 2 peerless masters. Lin Ming stared with eyes wide open, not wanting to miss a single detail. When a mighty elder of the realm of the gods had watched a true dragon battle a golden-winged rock. He had been divinely inspired and went into seclusion for 60 years, finally creating the unmatchable movement technique Golden Rock shattering the void. Although it was impossible for himself to achieve such a level, it was still likely that he would receive some insights from this battle. The woman in red waved her long sword, and crimson flame flushed into existence on the sword edge. At first, this flame was only several feet long, but when the woman in red lifted this sword high, the flames shot up to the sky. Her long black hair escaped its hairband, fluttering in the wind. A huge blazing inferno of flames impacted with the primal chaos heavens. It was as if the sky had been violently washed away. Outside of the primal chaos heavens, fiery heaven and earth origin energy constantly converged on the long sword, forming a giant vortex of flames. This flaming vortex spun slowly. It was jet black in the center, as if the world itself had been torn apart, revealing a mystical passageway. The Thunder Flood Dragon watched this situation, and its purple eyes reflected a solemn dignity. Under its vast body, dozens of peak Hotion realm thunder lizards roared together, opening their jaws to release a gigantic barrage of thunder balls into the sky. At the same time, a gigantic shining net of lightning covered the thunder lizards, supporting them. This was obviously a protective lightning shroud. After these blue balls of thunder flew into the air, the Thunder Flood Dragon opened his mouth and sucked all of it in. After having inhaled so much power of thunder, purple arcs of electricity surged on the Thunder Flood Dragon's body. Those arcs of thunder that had been thin before had now thickened by several times. Seeing this, Lin Ming understood. Listening to the bragging of the Thunder Flood Dragon, it would have seemed as if the woman in red was inferior to the Thunder Flood Dragon. The Thunder Flood Dragon had showed some respect to Divine Phoenix Island and offered to let her off this once. But now, it seemed that even with the help of all its descendants, the Thunder Flood Dragon only barely exceeded the power of the woman in red. In a 1 versus 1 situation, the Thunder Flood Dragon wouldn't be a match for that woman in red. Realizing this, Lin Ming let out a cold breath. This woman in red was even more powerful than he had thought. The Thunder Flood Dragon was an adult flood dragon. After a saint beast grew up, it wasn't strange for them to reach the Xiantian realm. Yet, even like this, it still had to rely on the support of its descendants to barely suppress the woman in red. The massive inferno column combusted, burning hotter and fierce than before. Its thickness increased to 10 feet, and it was just like a pillar of flame that was holding up the heavens. It reached into the primal chaos heavens, lighting up the entire sky. Facing such a formidable attack, the Thunder Flood Dragon responded without reservation. It focused all of its power of thunder into its 2 front claws, and a purple thunderball began to rapidly form. This thunderball started at 10 feet, but it rapidly expanded to over 100 feet. Its diameter was even thicker than the Thunder Flood Dragon. Lightning flashed around that purple thunderball. The center of the thunderball became a deep, nearly black-violet color, as it gleamed with a suffocating light. Without mercy, the 4-foot crimson longsword slashed down. It was as if the flaming pillar that supported the heavens had come crashing down. Not only did it cut towards the Thunder Flood Dragon, but it also reached the Thunder Flood Dragon's descendants. These descendants were the minions of the Thunder Flood Dragon. The woman in red wanted to finish them off quickly. The Thunder Flood Dragon erupted with an ear-shattering roar. Its claws thrust forwards, and that massive purple thunderball flew at that woman in red like a meteor. The huge pillar of flame and the thunderball struck each other. Bang! A terrifying explosion rang through the clouds and cracked stone open. It was as if the void itself had been torn asunder. The whole of Thundercrash Mountain shook under the impact. Burning flames smashed down like countless meteorites towards the dozens of thunder lizards that were under the lightning shield. The entire lightning shield trembled fiercely, and some of the peak Hotion realm blue thunder lizards vomited blood. They were seriously injured. Lin Ming felt a creeping sense of incomparable horror and awe as he watched this from afar. If just the aftermath had such power, how terrifying would it be to face it head-on? As he was exclaiming in amazement, he glanced in the corner of his eyes and found that behind the thunder lizards that had scattered after death, there was a giant cavern behind them. This cavern was completely made of magnetic ore, and the entrance was over 100 feet wide. A sudden idea flashed into Lin Ming's mind. Was this the Thunder Flood Dragon's cavern? If it's a cave that's at the summit of Thunder Crash Mountain, it can't be any other thunder lizard. It has to be the Thunder Flood Dragon. The thunder lizards of Thunder Crash Mountain have distinct hierarchies that are based on strength. The strongest controls a territory at the top, where the power of thunder is the richest. Moreover, the peak is the symbol of absolute authority. How can the Thunder Flood Dragon let anyone else have it? Lin Ming's mind raced wildly. The black-clothed martial artist said that thunder lizards kept thunder attribute treasures in their caves, so that the power of thunder in their caves would be more vivid. If this truly was the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave, what sort of treasures would be inside it? Realizing this, Lin Ming's heart began to ignite with overwhelming desire. However, he also saw that, in front of the cave, there were dozens of thunder lizards. Lin Ming paused. Any one of these thunder lizards could take his life. Once they found him, he would die without even a burial. As his heart went through a battle of wills, Lin Ming clenched his teeth. There was no fortune without danger. He would fight for it. This was a once-in-a-millennia opportunity. If it weren't for the woman in red appearing, even if Lin Ming broke through to the Xianxia realm, he would still have no chance of entering the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave. Those that walked the path of martial arts were doomed to face countless perils and dangers. With Lin Ming's current talent and strength, he would definitely be able to reach the extreme Xianxia realm, and even go beyond that. But how about higher? Could he ever compare to the mighty elders of the realm of the gods? Lin Ming knew that Sky Spill Continent had a lot of geniuses. But in this universe, there were many worlds that were just like Sky Spill Continent. The number of talents could not be estimated simply. With so many talents, some were born into 4th grade sex, 5th grade sex, 6th grade sex, or even realm of the gods sex or holy lands. They had unimaginable resources and materials to cultivate with. They were probably thrown into a miracle medicine jar after being born too. Growing up like this, they also had access to the best cultivation methods. And in the holy lands of the realm of the gods, the cultivation methods they studied weren't any different to his own. In addition to these geniuses that were born into unfathomable backgrounds, there were many talents that underwent all sorts of adventures and had experienced all kinds of fortuitous encounters. In the world they lived in, they were the main characters. With so many people, how many had truly reached the peak of martial arts? Lin Ming didn't discount himself, nor was he blindly arrogant about his own abilities. He knew that the road before him was long and winding, but whether or not he could reach the end, that was still unknown. For those that cultivated martial arts, every day was a struggle against the heavens and against life. He could not waste a single second of his life, nor could he miss the opportunities that presented themselves in front of him. Otherwise, when the day he would reach the limit of his cultivation and be forced to go through life and death closed-door seclusion in order to break through the bottleneck and extend his own, his martial arts path would most likely have reached its end. Lin Ming gazed wholeheartedly at the fierce fight that was ongoing in the sky, and he took a set of gray clothes out of his spatial ring to change into. There was no snow at the summit of Thunder Crash Mountain, only endless crags of gray magnetic ores. If he wore gray clothes, it would be easier to not draw attention to himself. By relying on his realm of returning to his true self and restraining the breath of his body, Lin Ming was like a gray leopard as he silently bounded from one stone to another. He hastily rushed towards the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave. Due to the monumental fight occurring in the air, no one noticed a mere human closing in on the summit's cave. No one could possibly imagine that there would be someone who had the courage to sneak into the cave and steal rare thunder attribute materials. After Lin Ming jumped onto the cliff, his hands clung onto the rocky exterior, and he quickly scaled upwards like a gecko. At this time, only 3 or 4 miles from the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave. Lin Ming's spiritual sense had reached a high degree of concentration. From where he was now, he had already passed the boundary of danger. If any true essence fallout or backlash from the fight in the air landed on him, he would instantly die. Although he was cautious, Lin Ming did not slow down in the slightest. Time was life. If the airborne battle reached its conclusion and the Thunder Flood Dragon expelled the woman in red and returned to his cave, Lin Ming would be deader than dead. Fortunately, the woman in red was a complete power freak. With just the strength of one person, she was actually able to match the Thunder Flood Dragon and all of his descendants. Lin Ming used a few dozen breaths to pass that 3 or 4 miles. Just as he was about to enter the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave, he spotted a massive thunder lizard standing not too far from the entrance. This thunder lizard's body was larger than a blue thunder lizard. Its entire body was a deep purple. This purple thunder lizard was a vicious beast at the same level as a Xianxia realm martial artist. Lin Ming's eyelids jumped up. This overwhelming existence could extinguish his life in just a few breaths of time. Lin Ming hid behind a large boulder, staring at the pitch-black cave entrance. His heartbeat was rapid. He was only a mere 200 feet from the cave, but this 200 feet was just like an insurmountable moat. Looking at the purple thunder lizard again, Lin Ming saw that the beast's total concentration was focused on the fight in the sky. Vicious beasts didn't have naturally sharp perceptions. In addition to that, it also had to lend its power and attention to help the Thunder Flood Dragon in its battle while protecting the other thunder lizards. Because of this, it hadn't noticed Lin Ming, who had restrained the breath of his body. Bang! A gigantic fiery red ball fell from the sky. That purple thunder lizard and several other thunder lizards vehemently concentrated their powers to reinforce the lightning net and resist the fireball. But the woman in red's attack was too strong. Even though the purple thunder lizard had tried its best, its entire body quivered and it vomited blood. This is my chance. Lin Ming's eyes flashed, and he instantly launched golden rock shattering the void. Under the cover of explosive fire, he was like an arrow that flew through the cave's entrance. After the split second when Lin Ming's figure disappeared, the explosions stopped. The purple thunder lizard was severely injured by the attack. Where would he have the time to notice some little guy running into the cave? I'm in. I made it. Lin Ming's exultant thoughts echoed in his mind as his heart beat like a drum. As he sped into the cave, Lin Ming noticed that the cave was jet black, but it wasn't dark. The walls of the cave were mounted with brilliantly luminescent giant pearls and some thunder attribute minerals that glowed. The entire cave was bathed in a fairy-like light, utterly pleasing to the eye. This flood dragon is far too excessive. His avaricious greed is really true. Looking at the shining illuminations from the giant mounds of treasure, Lin Ming sighed in his mind. In the mortal world, any one of these treasures would be worth well over 10,000 gold taels. Just the decorations that lined the walls were worth more than several million gold taels. Of course, these were things that Lin Ming refused to grab as he had more important goals in his mind. He raised his vigilance to 120% as he cautiously made his way into the cave. There was a very vibrant power of thunder in the cave, thick to the point that it almost became a tangible essence. If a thunder attribute martial artist were to cultivate here, their cultivation speed would rise to 10,000 miles in one day. As he turned a corner, Lin Ming only saw a bright purple light in front of him. Thundergrass. Not too far away from Lin Ming, there was a thick patch of deep purple thundergrass that was half the height of a human. At the tip of the grass, there were tiny fist-sized fruits that sparkled with electric currents. The fruit was a dark, purplish-black Millennium Thundergrass. Lin Ming's eyes widened with joy. According to the descriptions in the Thundergrass Mountain pamphlet, this should be at least 1,400 or 1,500 years old. Its valuable was inestimable. Lin Ming didn't delay. He took the high-grade treasure saber out and filled it with the power of thunder, before cutting down the dark purple fruit to store it in his spatial ring. As for the grass roots, Lin Ming didn't take those. The Thunder Flood Dragon would look after them, and in the future, if his strength reached a level high enough, he would make another trip back. At that time, he wouldn't need to sneak in. After he collected the thundergrass, Lin Ming didn't tarry. He continued deeper into the cave, speeding down a hillside. Soon, Lin Ming began to see a light. There was a giant stone chamber in front of him. This stone chamber was almost 1,000 feet wide. After entering the stone chamber, Lin Ming gasped. On the ground of the stone chamber, there was a field of over 100 thundergrass, both large and small. Judging by the size of the thundergrass, the smallest were several hundred years old, and the rest were over 1,000 years. Thundercrash Mountain had existed for 10,000 years. The Thunder Flood Dragon's age would be no lower than that. If it wanted to plant thundergrass, wouldn't it be too easy to produce Millennium Thundergrass? As Lin Ming looked, he found that most of the thundergrass fruits had been picked, and there were only 30 or 40 fruits left. So that's how it was. The Thunder Flood Dragon used this patch of thundergrass as his own personal vegetable garden. It would wait for them to grow a bit, pluck and then eat them and continue this cycle. Not only did the Thunder Flood Dragon have the ebullient power of thunder in the cave, but it also had such great food to eat. This was such a wonderful life. Lin Ming welcomed them all. He summoned some of his thunder, and within a few breaths of time, none of the fruits remained. All that was left were the grass stalks. The 30 to 40 thunder fruits were all placed in his spatial ring. To Lin Ming, this was a bit too unreal. Over 80% of these fruits were over 1,000 years old. If this were the periphery of Thundercrash Mountain, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven to find these fruits. But, in the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave, harvesting them was like grabbing vegetables from the ground. This was the advantage of a long life. Only if one lived a long time could they breed and raise such miracle medicine as this. Otherwise, if the period was too long, one would die before the medicine had turned ripe. Time was of the essence. After Lin Ming harvested all the thundergrass fruits, he continued forward. As soon as he left the stone chamber, Lin Ming arrived at another stone chamber. This stone chamber was even larger than the last. It was over 2,000 feet wide. Observing the stone chamber's walls and floor, it was obvious this stone chamber wasn't naturally formed. It was dug out. According to how far in he had gone, Lin Ming estimated that he was already deep in Thundercrash Mountain. Only there would have enough space to carve such a large stone chamber. The floor of this spacious stone chamber was covered with all sorts of precious furs. There were sables, raccoons, tigers, leopards, and all sorts of other rare animals. Too many to count. Some of these furs were placed into a section of the wall. This was obviously a bed. This Thunder Flood Dragon really knows how to enjoy life. Lin Ming was speechless. This bedroom was 2,000 feet wide, and collecting all that precious fur was reminiscent to the actions of humans. Lin Ming was about to leave, when he suddenly discovered that there was an incomparably rich power of thunder coming from the bed. Li Ming's mind stirred. He rushed over and lifted a snow-white tiger pelt up. Under the pelt, there was actually a purple gem embedded into the ground that was emitting a purple light. This gem was the size of a fist. The strangest thing about it was that it seemed to be sealing something that looked just like a beating purple heart. This sort of treasure wasn't recorded in the Thundercrash Mountain pamphlet. But, if it was something that the Thunder Flood Dragon cherished enough to place under his bed, it was definitely some extraordinary object. Lin Ming bluntly pried the strange purple stone out and wrapped his fingers around it. He could feel that the jade-like stone was lukewarm to the touch, not ice-cold like he had imagined. What surprised Lin Ming the most was that the flashing purple electric arcs around the strange stone were also temperate in nature. It was known that most powers of thunder are fiercely violent, destructive, and of an uncontrollable nature. If it entered the meridians of a normal martial artist, they would often suffer serious injuries that took a long time to heal. But the power of thunder emitting from this strange stone was gentle and pure, like a chaste summer girl. It was really inconceivable. Lin Ming wanted to absorb it immediately, but if he did, his body would have absorbed too many different sources of power. Not only would that not increase his strength, it would also negatively affect the flow of his true essence. Lin Ming placed the stone in his spatial ring. In just a half-incense stick of time, Lin Ming had taken the 30 to 40 thundergrass fruits and that strange purple thunderstone as well. There were simply treasures everywhere for his taking. Of course, Lin Ming had risked his life in order to get this opportunity. After leaving the bedroom, there was one last stone chamber in front of Lin Ming. This stone chamber was much smaller than the last two, and it was only a few 100 feet wide. After entering the stone chamber, Lin Ming's eyes instantly gleamed with delight. In front of him there was a single bamboo about 10 feet tall. Its entire shaft was a deep, glossy purple. Its lush leaves were like sharp swords that grew upwards, and each leaf was about a foot long. The edges of the bamboo leaves flashed with tiny arcs of purple lightning. Lin Ming only leaned over, and he was able to feel all the hairs of his body stand up from the electricity. This was the force field that was created by a formidable power of thunder. Violet electricity spirit bamboo. Lin Ming recognized this type of bamboo. He discovered a 900-year-old red-violet electricity spirit bamboo with the black-clothed martial artist at the base of Thundercrash Valley. With the information that the black-clothed martial artist had provided, Lin Ming knew that there was also an older violet electricity spirit bamboo somewhere on Thundercrash Mountain. It had been hiding in the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave. Really, how could that avaricious Thunder Flood Dragon now have such a good treasure in his cave? The violet electricity spirit bamboo was almost 10 feet high, which meant that it was 9,900 years old. It was almost as long as Lin Ming's heavy, profound, soft spear. If there was a method where it could be specially processed, could this violet electricity spirit bamboo be used to make a spear shaft? Lin Ming began to pant. The most difficult factor in constructing a spear was constructing the spear shaft. Normal wood was easily cut by swords or sabers, but metal aren't elastic enough. As for dark purple elastic iron and heavy profound soft silver, they took a very long time to forge, and because of the extremely specialized process, it was very difficult to make them into high-grade treasures. In truth, the best material to make a spear shaft out of was spiritual wood. For instance, this violet electricity spirit bamboo. Violet electricity spirit bamboo had the required flexibility. As for toughness, since the 900-year-old violet electricity spirit bamboo was already so difficult to cut with swords and sabers, even an early Xiantian realm master would find it difficult to destroy this 9,900-year-old violet electricity spirit bamboo. Its only weak spot was where it was connected to its roots. Not only that, it could only be cut with the power of thunder. Just in terms of rigidity, it was an excellent material. And this material could naturally conduct true essence. Violet electricity spirit bamboo was simply a natural vessel for true essence to flow through, especially thunder attribute true essence. If thunder attribute true essence was poured in, not only would it be immeasurably smooth, it would also have an increased effectiveness. Lin Ming's own true essence contained the power of thunder. If he was able to have a spear made of violet electricity spirit bamboo, it would inevitably become even more alarmingly powerful. Lin Ming licked his lips in excitement and he took the high-grade human step treasure saber out. He flooded the sword with the power of thunder and fiercely chopped at the violet electricity spirit bamboo's roots. However, even with this strike, there wasn't a single scratch. Lin Ming was delighted. If even its weak spot was so tenacious, everywhere else must be more so. Since time was running out, Lin Ming poured all of his strength into his next strike. The high-grade human step treasure saber began to shine with thick arcs of electricity. And then, he slashed at the violet electricity spirit bamboo's roots. This time, it was cut open a little. Lin Ming retracted his saber and made several more saber cuts. Each strike was as intense as the first, and they hit the exact same spot. With every strike, intense lightning flickered against the stone walls of the stone chamber. Lin Ming's speed was becoming faster and faster. Finally, on the 22nd cut, he was able to chop the violet electricity spirit bamboo down. After he placed the violet electricity spirit bamboo in his spatial ring, Lin Ming roughly dispersed his soul force to probe the cave. After determining there were no other treasures present, he launched his movement technique and rapidly fled from the cave. During the time he had been robbing the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave, Lin Ming was able to hear the explosions of the fierce battle in the sky. He could even feel the faint vibrations that passed through the mountain and shook the ground. Obviously, the fight outside was entering its supernova period. Otherwise, Lin Ming would never have dared to go into the cave so deeply. If the sounds of battle ever began to die down, Lin Ming would have immediately fled from the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave. Treasures were nice, but none of it compared to keeping his own life intact. Thankfully, the woman in red's power was beyond his wildest imaginations. With just the strength of one person, she had been able to face off against the entire Thundercrash Mountain without falling backwards. The Thunder Flood Dragon Cave was less than 10,000 feet deep. Compared to the cautious manner in which he entered, Lin Ming exited at full speed. This time, it only took a few breaths to reach the entrance. As he approached the cave entrance, Lin Ming slowed down, and he completely restrained all of the breath of his body. Lin Ming was like an octopus as he spread his soul force in all directions, probing the situation outside the cavern. Looking up, Lin Ming suddenly gasped. Outside the cave, there was blood everywhere. Thunder lizards littered the ground. They were bleeding from their head, their life extinguished. They had been killed by the aftershocks. As for the rest, most of them were wounded. Of the originally fierce Thunder Lizard army, over had died and the most of the left were injured. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming couldn't help but gulp. What sort of cultivation level was that woman in red at? She was simply terrifying. Although the Thunder Lizard army was in extremely dire straits, Lin Ming didn't let relax his guard in the least. He carefully clambered to the top of the cave entrance and waited for a big explosion to happen again. When that happened, he would seize the chance to dash out. From the cave entrance to the nearest outcrop was about 200 feet. But this distance was completely exposed to the vision of every Thunder Lizard around. Lin Ming didn't dare to take this risk. In the sky, the battle was going on in full swing. The Thunder Flood Dragon wasn't prevailing. Rather, he was constantly losing ground as the fight continued. And the woman in red was actually winning this battle. Behind her, there appeared the faint fiery image of a giant blazing phoenix. The fire yen qi of the primal chaos heavens had been twisted into 4 1,000 feet long flaming tornadoes. It was as if a red dragon was madly dancing around the woman in red, spanning the heavens. Seeing this apocalyptic scene as if the heavens themselves were being broken asunder, Lin Ming's heart rapidly beat. In this sort of battle, even the aftershocks would be able to instantly kill him. The woman in red waved her sword, and the 4 flaming tornadoes converged into one, forming a massive 10,000 feet vortex of flames that swept towards the Thunder Flood Dragon. The Thunder Flood Dragon ferociously roared. Purple arcs of lightning twisted all over its vast body. It was struck by the giant vortex of flame. Bang! The flaming vortex slammed into the Thunder Flood Dragon. The Thunder Flood Dragon fought back the searing pain that racked its body and soared towards the woman in red. Its speed didn't seem to match its giant body. It was like a deep purple laser that shot forward. The Thunder Flood Dragon had decided to battle the woman in red in close combat. The potent physical power of a flood dragon was well documented. It wasn't something that a human martial artist could compare with. The woman in red coldly snorted. She flourished her crimson blade, and the shrill cry of a phoenix rang out into the night air. A flaming phoenix raced out from the sword's edge and tore towards the Thunder Flood Dragon. Seeing the imminent fiery collision, Lin Ming decided to take advantage of the cover from this explosion to rush to the nearest shelter. There, he would be safe. But at this moment, Lin Ming instantly paled. As the titanic forces in the air collided, the severed flame tornado that had struck the Thunder Flood Dragon hadn't dissipated yet. It fell, and the precise location to where it fell was where Lin Ming was. Damn! Lin Ming's face turned green. How could he be so unlucky? Although the true essence from the flaming vortex's aftermath had dissipated, the scattering flames were still enough to illuminate his position. Lin Ming didn't delay. He immediately turned around and he was about to run back into the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave to take cover. The flames shouldn't spread here. First, he would overcome this dilemma, and then he would figure out how to proceed. But just as he was about to launch forwards with golden rock shattering the sun, Lin Ming was shocked. The surrounding wind had been whipped up into a powerful whirlpool that forcefully sucked him into the fiery tornado. Lin Ming had been caught up in that huge suction force, and his body was involuntarily sent flying into the air. This is bad. Lin Ming desperately forced out the maximum potential of golden rock shattering the void, but the suction force was too strong. He was no different to a leaf in a storm. Even the concept of wind that let him flow through the air paled in comparison to this force. Compared to this flaming storm, even the 12th level of difficulty of the 7 profound Martial House's violent wind tunnel was not worth mentioning. It was not only Lin Ming, there were also 7 or 8 deep blue thunder lizards that were sent rolling into the air. Their bodies were several tens of thousands of genes, and their strength was equal to a peak Hotian realm martial artist. But even they weren't able to resist this terrifying suction. Hearing the hissing roars of the thunder lizards, Lin Ming's heart cried out with complaints to the heavens. He had actually been sent flying into the air with these fellows. If he wasn't burnt to death by the flames, he would probably be crushed to death by these 7 or 8 overly large fellows. Lin Ming made the decision to activate the heretical god force. With the support of the compressed true essence, Lin Ming activated the true primal chaos formula to cover his entire body with the thickest true essence he could. In this moment of life or death, this was his greatest trump card. As he finished this, Lin Ming felt something heavy hit his back. His organs trembled and he spat out blood. It had to be known that after Lin Ming had gone through the challenges of the life and death smelting trial, his body had been strengthened, and his defensive power had reached an amazing degree. If this single collision was able to make him vomit blood, it only highlighted the terrifying strength of this suction force. Foo 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 foo. Lin Ming didn't have time to look back and see what had hit him. He had been swallowed up by that terrifying storm into the flaming vortex. All around him was a bright scarlet-red color. His surroundings had reached a scorching temperature that was able to instantly melt steel. Even the peak Hotian deep blue thunder lizards could only let out pitiful screams as they were charred alive. Lin Ming's clothes were instantly turned to ash, and his entire body was bathed in a sea of flames. The feeling of death was close at hand. In that moment, Lin Ming calmed down. He could feel the scalding heat and the burning pain fade away, and even the raging firestorm seemed to stand still. He could clearly perceive every sensation, even the painful roars of the blue thunder lizards. Calm down. Calm down. Lin Ming's breathing became gentle. His eyes closed as he entered into the ethereal martial intent state, his soul entering into a sea of utter tranquility. At the same time, the true essence in his body began to revolve wildly. The heretical god seed beat in the same rhythm as his heart. Flame essence. Lin Ming's eyes slammed open. Without any more reservations, he completely thrust all of his true essence into his flame essence. By relying on the Thunder Soul, Lin Ming could withstand even the thunder attacks of the blue thunder lizards. Then, with a similar concept, he could use the flame essence to resist the fiery doom of this flaming storm. The sesame seed-sized flame essence became Lin Ming's final hope. Ha! The power of fire contained in the flame essence erupted outwards. Meanwhile, the fierce heat of firestorm flowed like a surging tide into Lin Ming's body. The two energies clashed within him. This was the power of flame that was released by an extreme Xianxia master. It was the blaze of a true vermilion bird. Lin Ming was only a mere peak bone forging martial artist. Even with the flame essence, it would be difficult to deal with. The heretical god seed's power of fire was instantly and completely suppressed from the very outset of the energy collisions. Seeing that the firestorm would burn down his own meridians, at this crucial moment, Lin Ming let out a fierce cry. His eyes became the same deep amber shade of a flood dragon. Roar! A bass resonant roar issued forth from Lin Ming's body. This sovereign sound did not come from Lin Ming's throat, but rumbled forth from his entire body. In that moment, behind Lin Ming, the shadow of an azure dragon appeared from nowhere. A vast and majestic aura filled with boundless vigor suddenly burst forth. Fu! Lin Ming's true essence manifested into an azure light that shot out like 10,000 swords towards the approaching firestorm. This azure-colored true essence had a hint of eternal immortality. Although its aura was far less potent than the firestorm, and even though it was engulfed by the fires of the storm, the azure true essence was not extinguished. It completely routed the flames in Lin Ming's body. In this life or death crisis, on the precipice of doom, the true azure dragon's reverse scale blood that had fused into Lin Ming's heart had finally awoken. In that moment, the thunder flood dragon was attacking the woman in red with his claws. Suddenly, he heard the staggering roar of a dragon, and his vast body trembled. It was as if a fear that stemmed from the deepest shadows of his soul had spilled forth, flooding his entire body. True dragon? No, impossible. How could Skyspill continent possibly contain a true dragon? The thunder flood dragon didn't even have the time to turn back. The woman in red's 4-foot blood-colored sword had already directly pierced towards him. In a battle between masters, to be distracted was a fatal taboo. Die! The thunder flood dragon opened its great mouth, and a pure black thunderball came out to attack the woman in red. At the same time, the woman in red's scarlet long sword had pierced the thunder flood dragon's body. The firestorm spun Lin Ming and the 7 or 8 deep blue thunder lizards away, and they pounded onto the magnetic or ground 1,000 feet away from the thunder flood dragon's cave. At this time, Lin Ming was as naked as when he was born, and many places on his body were charred black. His hair was burnt. He looked to be in an incomparably miserable state. However, by virtue of the dominating power of the flame essence and the awakened strength of the reverse scale blood, Lin Ming was able to protect his meridians. Although he was injured in the firestorm, it wouldn't leave hidden wounds that would negatively affect his cultivation in the future. As long as he took time to recuperate, he would be able to make a full recovery. The 7 or 8 blue thunder lizards, however, were in a wretched condition. If they hadn't been injured, they would have managed to survive barely. But these thunder lizards had already been seriously injured in battle. This time, they were caught in the firestorm, and their entire bodies were roasted black. They were half dead. As Lin Ming landed, he bounced up and immediately turned around and ran. The only thought in his mind was to leave Thundercrash Mountain as fast as he could, and run far, far, far away. When he fell, the thunder lizards that were on the ground didn't have a chance to respond. When they did, Lin Ming had already run over 1,000 feet away. A dark blue thunder lizard growled, and chased after Lin Ming, intending to kill him. It faintly remembered that this human had come from the ancestors' cave entrance. Did this human enter the ancestors' cave? Thinking this, the deep blue thunder lizard became immeasurably angry. Not even the purple thunder lizard had the right to enter the ancestors' cave. A mere human dared to blaspheme them and trespass into their holy land. The dark blue thunder lizard roared, and several other thunder lizards started rushing towards Lin Ming. They all gathered together to chase Lin Ming down and eviscerate him. These were high-quality beasts with the bloodline of a flood dragon. Their bodies were extremely powerful. Even the explosive aftermath of a Xianxia master's attacks hadn't killed them. Lin Ming activated his movement technique to the maximum. He dearly wished that he could spring forth a pair of wings and fly. Even though he had the top movement technique, Golden Rock shattering the void, his speed was still inferior to the dark blue thunder lizards. He was at the peak of bone forging and they were at the peak of Hotion. This was a full 2 realms difference in their cultivation levels. It was a deficiency that a top-tier movement technique couldn't make up. Luckily, the Xiantian realm purple thunder lizard was too strong and hadn't been sucked into that flaming tornado. Otherwise, Lin Ming would already have died by now. The 7 or 8 thunder lizards angrily rushed forwards. Especially the deep blue thunder lizard. Its power was equal to a half-step Hotion realm martial artist. Its speed was like lightning. Its horrifying agility was simply completely visually incompatible with its size. Boom, boom, boom. The deep blue thunder lizard shattered the magnetic stone beneath its feet as it ran forwards at high speed. Its entire body was surrounded by crackling arcs of blue lightning. Its running speed was nearly 1.5 times faster than Lin Ming. Even with the approaching threat that it would overtake him at the moment, Lin Ming was incomparably calm. He remembered, There was a cliff not too far away. If he rushed into the sky, it would be likely to attract the attention of the Thunder Flood Dragon. So, jumping off the cliff was the best choice. Kacha! The dark blue thunder lizard chasing him opened its mouth to spit out a dark blue thunderball towards him. At the same time, Lin Ming saw that the cliff was only a few dozen feet away. He leapt into the air, his body drawing an arc through the sky. He was like an arrow that had been shot towards the cliff. Bang! The blue thunderball accurately struck Lin Ming. But the force of the blow also accelerated Lin Ming's movement. Lin Ming forcefully suppressed the growing numbing feeling in his body as he conjured his true essence again. With the aid of the concept of wind, his speed had reached an extreme. The cliff was 10,000 feet high. Lin Ming couldn't even see the bottom. He was like a flying bird, jumping off the cliff. Roar! Roar! As the 7 or 8 chasing blue thunder lizards saw the cliff, they abruptly stopped. They stood at the edge of the cliff, mouths dripping with unbridled fury as they roared at the cliff bottom. The thunder lizards could not fly, let alone the peak Hotian realm blue thunder lizard. Even a Xianxian realm thunder lizard could not fly. They could only do so if they awakened the true potential in their bloodline, becoming an avatar of a thunder flood dragon. Several of the thunder lizards were unwilling to let things go, constantly shooting blue lightning off the cliff. But by now, Lin Ming had already turned into a small spot in the distance. Besides the lightning attacks of 2 dark blue thunder lizards, everything else missed. The speed of the lightning was too quick. Because Lin Ming had also been injured, he was unable to dodge the 2 thunderballs. Bang! An intense, numbing sensation surged within him. Even though Lin Ming had a thunder soul in him, he had been hit so many times that he spat out blood. The whirring sound of air breezed past his ears. With just a few breaths of time, Lin Ming was already 1,000 feet from the bottom. Lin Ming clenched his teeth and ignored the injuries he had taken. Lin Ming fiercely moved his true essence and spread his arms outwards. An invisible force generated under Lin Ming's body as his falling speed suddenly decreased. After a few moments, Lin Ming's speed had come to a complete standstill. He took a spare set of clothes out of his spatial ring and quickly put it on. With a wave of his hand, he landed on a rock, sliding down towards the bottom of the cliff. Lin Ming then held onto a large tree that was at the bottom of the cliff, gasping for breath. Although he hadn't been in any intense fights, just resisting the firestorm a while ago had consumed most of the true essence reserves in his body. As he recalled the azure-colored true essence that contained a hint of eternally immortal breath, Lin Ming was secretly startled. Was that the power that came with the reverse-scale blood? He looked up at the cliff top. This cliff was 8,000 feet high. If a thunder lizard really did think of jumping down, they would be turned into a muddy mess of flesh. Not knowing how the battle between the Thunder Flood Dragon and the woman in red had ended, Lin Ming didn't dare to stop to heal his wounds. He forcefully suppressed the churning blood in him and turned to run down the mountain. He wanted to immediately leave Thundercrash Mountain in one go. If he ran 180 miles and changed directions a few times and then hide in a bunch of tall grass, he didn't believe that the Thunder Flood Dragon could still find him. Thinking of the harvest he had in his spatial ring, Lin Ming's thoughts heated up with delight. These were the Thunder Attribute treasures that the Thunder Flood Dragon had saved up for 10,000 years, and yet he had picked them like peaches. If the Thunder Flood Dragon discovered this, he was afraid that it would probably swallow him alive just to vent its anger. With the aid of the concept of wind, Lin Ming was able to quickly descend the mountain. Because he was already far away from the Thunder Flood Dragon, he didn't need to be discreet. He launched his movement technique and leapt several hundred feet into the air. This ability was similar to flight. After he passed the Snow Mountain region, he reached the mountainside. To Lin Ming, nothing here was a threat to him. But at this time, Lin Ming actually felt a deep pain throb in his body. Damn! My injuries are flaring up. Lin Ming frowned. The lightning attacks from the thunder lizard weren't much, but the flames from the vermilion bird continued to grow. Although it had been overwhelmed before by the azure true essence, now it had suddenly resurged, like a wildfire that met a spring breeze. If he had the support of the flame essence, Lin Ming wouldn't be too alarmed. But the rogue fires in his body had already left the flame essence. With such a tenacious vitality, it really made him feel apprehensive. With Lin Ming's current condition, let alone summoning that azure true essence, he didn't even know how much ordinary true essence he could mobilize. I can't forcefully restrain it again, otherwise I might damage my meridians. With wounds to the meridians, it will be very difficult to heal. It will leave behind hidden wounds that become a barrier for when I try to break through to pulse condensation. Lin Ming took a pill out of his spatial ring and swallowed it. He decided to first leave Thundercrash Mountain, and then find a safe and hidden place to heal his wounds. Afterwards, he would devour the power of thunder from the rare treasures and materials he had obtained. After eating up these rare treasures, just how strong would the thunder soul in him become? In a cave at the base of Thundercrash Mountain, Lin Ming was recovering from his injuries as he meditated. The residual flames of the vermilion bird had been difficult to deal with. Only after spending a great deal of effort was Lin Ming just able to suppress it forcefully. After swallowing a medicinal pill, Lin Ming probed his body with his soul force. Any hidden wounds were almost healed. Lin Ming looked at the sky. The sun was setting over the horizon. Lin Ming intended to flee Thundercrash Mountain during the night and find a secret place to refine the Thunder Attribute treasures he had picked up. It was a pity that he hadn't succeeded in obtaining the Thunder Soul. This caused Lin Ming to feel a bit of regret. As he carefully made his way out of the cave, Lin Ming launched his movement technique. He was like a sleek cheetah as he made his way through the forest with only the sounds of branches breaking beneath his feet. In an instant, Lin Ming had already rushed forwards several miles into the distance. The sun disappeared over the horizon, and the dim forest became completely dark. But this had no impact on Lin Ming's speed. After rushing several dozen more miles out, Lin Ming stopped in his footsteps. With his keen senses, he felt an overwhelmingly rich flame energy in the air. Looking around, Lin Ming found that the surrounding ground was scorched black, and even the green leaves on the trees had been toasted into a withering yellow. They had apparently been roasted by a fiery air. With all these signs of burned objects around him, Lin Ming was able to find obvious traces of flame, as if something flaming had gone deep into the forest. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment before following the traces of flames for several steps. His eyes suddenly narrowed. Blood! On the ground, there were some dark red bloodstains, and the deadwood and leaves surrounding the bloodstains had been burnt to ashes. Lin Ming had a faint guess of what had happened. He restrained the breath of his body and sent out his soul force. Cautiously following the traces of flame, he only had to walk 2 or 3 miles before he suddenly froze in his steps. In a clearing in the forest, a large red bird was sprawled on the ground, prostrate. This was the vermilion bird that Lin Ming had seen before. This surprised Lin Ming. The vermilion bird's wing was actually broken. Blood constantly dripped from the wound. The bloodstains that he had seen in the forest were left behind by this injured vermilion bird. Looking at the ebbing appearance of the vermilion bird, it looked like it received extremely heavy injuries. The flames of its body weren't as vibrant as they were before. Instead, they were like the flickering wicks of a candle flame just before it was extinguished. Behind the vermilion bird, there was a woman in red leaning against a tree trunk. Her face was pale, her gorgeous eyes were closed shut, and her long eyelashes were slightly trembling. Her body was wrapped in fire and arcs of purple lightning. In the dark night, it was an especially dramatic image. Obviously, she was also seriously injured. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming's eyes widened in stupefaction. The woman in red had been suppressing the Thunder Flood Dragon in their battle. So how did the situation reverse and she take such a heavy injury? If she couldn't win, she could at least have fled. But even her vermilion bird mount had broken a wing. Did the Thunder Flood Dragon use an overwhelming final trump card? Or was there another awe-inspiring powerhouse that had arrived? Lin Ming looked at the woman in red, and his expression changed several times, revealing his conflicting thoughts. He finally decided to return to where he came from. A powerhouse like this, even if severely injured, would still not find it difficult to kill him. Lin Ming didn't want to place his own little life in the hands of others. Of course, he also thought that if he could help the woman in red cure her injury, she would have to owe him a favor. The value of a favor from a Xiantian realm master could be imagined. But if she was a Xiantian realm master, she most likely have several miracle medicines and elixirs that she could casually bring out that were tantamount to his entire net worth. Why would she need his help in curing any injuries? Just as Lin Ming took a step back, the woman in red opened her eyes. Her jet-black pupils stared forth. In the dark night, her eyes were just like shining stars. Lin Ming stopped, standing where he was. He hesitated for a moment, before respectfully calling out, "Greetings, Senior. It's you." The woman in red had already felt someone nearby. It was only because their cultivation level was not high that she didn't care too much. But it seemed that she had run across the boy from Thundercrash Mountain. This was the third time they had met. This was truly destiny. "Do you know if there is a large southern tribe nearby?" the woman in red asked. Her voice frail, but it still revealed an innate sense of prideful nobility. "Yes, there is one 200 miles to the southwest," Lin Ming said truthfully. He guessed that during the time on the summit, the woman in red had been too busy to bother with such a weak and unimportant person like himself. There was no way that she knew that he had already looted the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave, so he didn't worry that she would covet anything on him. 200 miles. The woman in red sighed, a sharp bitterness flashing across her face. She hadn't imagined that one day, a dignified maiden of divine Phoenix Island like herself would be stumped by a mere 200 miles. Lin Ming became aware of the bitterness in the woman in red. He was surprised for a moment and then he immediately understood. It was not only the vermilion bird whose wing was broken, but the woman in red was heavily injured too, to the point where even walking would be a painfully onerous task. He was curious. How did this woman in red, who had been the one with the upper hand, suddenly suffer such a heavy injury? Of course, that was a question that he didn't dare to ask. Although it was unlikely, Lin Ming still politely asked, "Senior, is there any way that I can help you?" The woman in red thought for a moment, and then asked, "This tribe that you mentioned, do they have any heavenly wind eagles for sale?" Lin Ming shook his head. "It's only a small tribe, they wouldn't have a mount like that. But they do have horses." Lin Ming's sentence trailed off as he glanced at the vermilion bird. Such a hefty bird. Can a horse actually transport it? The woman in red shook her head, her eyes flashing with disappointment. She gently said, "Thank you." Then she stood up and bent over to whisper into the vermilion bird's ear. The vermilion bird opened both eyes and whined a few times, struggling to stand up. The vermilion bird tried to use its wings to prop itself up, but because its left wing was broken, it lost its balance and almost fell to the ground. The woman in red couldn't bear to watch such a pitiful scene. With a bit of deep regret, she stretched her jade-white hand out and placed it on the vermilion bird's chest, continuously pouring fire true essence into the vermilion bird's body. As the woman in red's true essence was poured into the vermilion bird's healthy appearance was restored a bit. But, at the same time, the purple electric arcs of lightning on the woman in red's body became wilder and more powerful. After more snaking arcs of lightning sprung up, the woman in red's face became increasingly pale. Lin Ming had been clearly watching everything from the side. The lightning was obviously left behind by the Thunder Flood Dragon's attack, and the purple arcs of lightning were originating from within the woman in red's body. Before, the woman in red had been using her own true essence to suppress the lightning in her body, but she didn't seem to achieve any success. Now that she had poured a part of her true essence into the vermilion bird, the lightning around her became immediately fierce. If it was a force of thunder that even the woman in red could not suppress, then maybe. Lin Ming had a faint guess. This speculation caused him to pant, and his heart began to beat like a wild drum. Seeing the woman in red take a pill and limp towards the vermilion bird, leading it towards the southwest, Lin Ming opened his mouth and said, "Senior, may I have a look at your injury?" The woman in red turned her head, looking at Lin Ming with surprise. Although this youth in front of her seemed somewhat mystical, and his strength far surpassed his current cultivation, she didn't think that there was any chance that he could possibly cure her injuries. As the Thunder Flood Dragon went all out with his final strike, she could only use her thick true essence to barely suppress it. She had no other means to deal with it. The woman in red had only wanted some of the Thunder Flood Dragon's blood to help the vermilion bird complete its evolution. She had even brought sufficient treasures and terms to equally exchange with the Thunder Flood Dragon. She had never imaged that this matter, which could not have been regarded too seriously, had caused the Thunder Flood Dragon to bet everything it had against her. As the woman in red held the upper hand and was suppressing the Thunder Flood Dragon, it didn't even hesitate to use up the Millennia Thunder Soul that it had been refining within itself for so long as its final strike. If it was any common power of thunder, the woman in red would have been able to use her true essence to extinguish it. However, the Thunder Soul clung to life and refused to be smothered out. After entering her body, she had to transfer all of the true essence in her body to contain it. If she relaxed her guard just a bit, or used up any true essence, the Thunder Soul would immediately manifest, wantonly attacking the meridians in her body. Because of this reason, she didn't even have the ability to fly now. If she wanted to eliminate the Thunder Soul from within her body, she could only do so at Divine Phoenix Island. But Divine Phoenix Island was 500,000 miles from here. Thinking this, the woman in red's heart was filled with bitterness. With her current condition, she would die before she ever walked the distance. The vermilion bird rushed out of Thundercrash Mountain in order to salvage its life. It had also been seriously injured and it had barely managed to descend the mountain. Its left wing had been completely destroyed. One person and one bird would easily attract attention from high-level vicious beasts in this beastly forest. The woman in red could easily deal with them, however, the problem was if they came in great numbers. If they did, the woman in red would have to use up an excessive amount of true essence, aggravating her injuries. The woman in red didn't imagine that she would be placed in such a plight. It seemed that she had reached a dead end. She said to Lin Ming, "Thank you, but no. You have no means to deal with my wound." She guessed that Lin Ming came from some great family in the mortal world, and he probably had some sort of expensive miracle medicine on his body. But she had many of these pill and elixirs, and hers were even better. However, all her medicines were nothing in front of the Thunder Soul. Lin Ming knew that the woman in red wouldn't believe him. He said, "Senior, I would just like to take a look. If I can't do anything, I will naturally give up." With Senior's wound as they are now, does Senior actually plan on take the vermilion bird with a broken wing to the human tribe? Or does Senior plan on staying in this vicious beast forest? I fear that both these plans are a bit dangerous. I said, "There is nothing that you can do about my injury," the woman in red said impatiently. She was someone who was used to being in the superior position and listened to. She wasn't used to others questioning her, especially about such an obvious matter. This was just like a little child telling a sage doctor that he would help take his pulse and see what illness he had. That doctor would absolutely think that the little child was just playing around and whiling his time away. If it weren't because the youth was so young, the woman in red would even suspect that he was having improper thoughts to take advantage of the situation. Lin Ming saw the woman in red's evident impatience and grumpiness. He did have an ulterior motive in asking to take a look at her wound. It was because he wanted to examine the possibility of the Thunder Soul. He patiently said, "I just want to take a look. If I can't do anything, you have nothing to lose. You're a great Xianxia master. Why would you be afraid of a little bone-forging boy like myself?" The woman in red frowned at Lin Ming. She had been born with an inherent dignity and pride. Now, with her current cultivation and status, her noble manner had already integrated into her being. That didn't mean she was arrogant. This was only a normal response. It was just like the impossible prospect of a supreme empress obeying the orders of a common peasant. Not to mention that the peasant was speaking such unrealistic words. Lin Ming saw that the woman in red was silent, so he tentatively took a few steps forward. "Senior, if I may, can I suggest using my soul force to examine your injury?" Hearing Lin Ming's inquiry, the woman in red expression became increasingly dark. Soul force was able to penetrate most objects, for instance, things like the human body or clothes. If she lay down the true essence shielding her body, and let the other party scan her, it was no different than removing all her clothes. Everything would be visible. How could she possibly agree to such a request? The woman in red coldly snorted, then turned around to walk away. With her identity and status, she would normally never come into contact with such a simple boy. They were people of completely separate worlds. If it weren't for today's special circumstances, these two would have never exchanged so many words. Lin Ming saw the woman in red turn away. He rolled his eyes and loudly said, "Senior, you were struck by the Thunder Flood Dragon's Thunder Soul, right?" The woman in red stiffened. In surprise, she turned her head to look at Lin Ming. Although she had guessed this teenager in front of her was some extraordinary person in the mortal world, she didn't think that he would have such good sight. Although he hadn't used any soul force to examine her, he was still able to correctly guess what sort of injury she had. "How did you know?" "Just a guess." Lin Ming shrugged. His speculation was the start, but the restlessness of the Thunder Soul in the heretical God Seed let Lin Ming be confident in his guess. Seeing the woman in red hesitate, Lin Ming continued, "How about it? In any case, you'll find it difficult to suppress the Thunder Soul in your body anytime soon. There's no point in abandoning any hope. In desperate situations, you should try everything. If it doesn't work, then there's no loss for you." Hearing desperate situation, the woman in red's eyebrows slanted upwards. An invisible pressure suddenly rolled off from her body. Lin Ming shrunk backwards. He knew that he had said something wrong, just like a peasant that had insulted an empress. To say such words to an existence like her, his fate could be imagined. He hastily said, "I'm sorry, I spoke incorrectly. Seeing that Lin Ming did not feel distress under her pressure, the woman in red was somewhat surprised. She was a maiden of divine Phoenix Island, and the bloodline of the vermilion bird flowed through her. If she didn't deliberately restrain her aura, those that came closer to her would usually feel a sense of discomfort. This suppression originated from the depths of her special bloodline. Yet, this young body didn't even have the least bit reaction. It was really weird. Was it possible that he also had some special bloodline? "How old are you?" the woman in red asked. Lin Ming hesitated, and then he truthfully said, "I'm 1 month from 16. He thought that his cultivation being at the peak bone forging stage at this age would surprise the woman in red, but he didn't think that the women in red's eyebrows would only prick up a bit, sizing Lin Ming up once more, not looking too impressed. Lin Ming ruefully smiled. It seemed that he had thought too highly to himself. In the eyes of this woman in red, his cultivation was only considered good, not stunning. Of course, Qin Xingxuan was half a year younger than him, and she had already reached the early bone forging stage a month or two ago. If Qin Xingxuan was his age, it wouldn't be strange for her to reach the peak bone forging stage. The woman in red said, "All right, I'll let you look once. But when you use your soul force, behave yourself." The woman in red's tone was extremely harsh. To think that she, a master half-step into the revolving core realm, would actually agree to such ridiculous demands from a little boy and let him attempt to treat her. She really would be the laughingstock of everyone in the world. "I understand." Lin Ming didn't even have the courage to randomly scan her body with his soul force. Otherwise, this woman in red would start raging and probably kill him. As Lin Ming walked over to the woman in red, he was able to clearly smell a delicate fragrance emanating from her body. Although this fragrance smelled very nice, Lin Ming didn't dare to even breathe for fear that the woman in red would go crazy. "Well, can you sit down first?" The woman in red looked at Lin Ming, and then sat down. Although she felt that this young boy had some secrets on him, she had no hope that he would be able to help her. When the Thunder Flood Dragon had used his final strike, he had poured his life essence and blood into the Thunder Soul. In addition to that, the Thunder Flood Dragon had nourished and refined the Thunder Soul in his body for many millennia. It could be said that the Thunder Soul contained the origin will of the Thunder Flood Dragon. and it was equal to an unthinking avatar of the Thunder Flood Dragon. Not even a master with Xianxia realm cultivation and Thunder attribute would be able to absorb this Thunder Soul. The Thunder Soul also had immortal characteristics that refused to be extinguished. If she wanted to extract it without harming herself, she could only ask a revolving core elder of her sect. Lin Ming wasn't clear of the mysteries present. Otherwise, he would hesitate to expose his secrets in order to risk the danger of absorbing the Thunder Soul. If he managed to arouse the interest of the woman in red, he would be finished if she decided to investigate him. Lin Ming politely extended his soul force into the woman in red's body, carefully avoiding any sensitive regions. Quickly, he was able to discern the source of the power of thunder. It was exactly at the woman in red's heart. Without a doubt, this was where the Thunder Soul was hiding. The heart was the weak point of a human. If the Thunder Soul was hiding in her heart, it would be extremely troublesome to deal with. Lin Ming penetrated his soul force into her heart, and he saw a small purple thunder flood dragon roaring and clawing as it made threatening gestures. It constantly generated purple arcs of electricity from its body that constantly seeped into the woman in red's body. This is the Thunder Soul? Lin Ming could feel that his heretical god seed was becoming very excited. It wanted to devour this Thunder Soul. This Thunder Soul seems to contain a fiery soul, as if it is self-aware. Is this the Thunder Soul, or the Thunder Flood Dragon Soul? Lin Ming hesitated. At this moment, he discovered that there was a faint cage of flames that surrounded the small purple Thunder Flood Dragon, firmly trapping it. The small purple Thunder Flood Dragon continuously attacked the flame cage, biting at the bars in an attempt to tear it open. This flame cage was a true essence seal that the woman in red had put in place. If it weren't for this seal, the small purple Thunder Flood Dragon spirit would have already broken into the woman in red's body, destroying everything recklessly. Retracting his soul force, Lin Ming moved behind the woman in red. He sat down and put his hand on her back. This action caused the woman in red to suddenly stiffen. Not in all her years had a man dared to touch her like this. "What are you doing?" Lin Ming confidently said. "I'm sucking the Thunder Soul out. My true essence is a Thunder attribute, so I might be able to absorb the Thunder Soul." The woman in red was disgruntled. "You want to absorb the Thunder Soul with your cultivation? Even an ordinary Thunder Soul would ruin your meridians. This Thunder Soul has the inherent origin will of the Thunder Flood Dragon. Even Thunder attribute masters would be helpless, and you think you are enough? Hurry up and leave. I don't have time to play with you." The woman in red's words trailed off. To her amazement, she felt that the power of thunder that the small purple Thunder Flood Dragon released was being pulled by an invisible strength towards her back, as if it were being sucked away by the youth's palm. The young boy's hand became extremely hot on her back. With his palm touching her, it was a very strange feeling. The woman in red was stunned. Although this was only the power of thunder that was released by the Thunder Soul, it shouldn't have been easy to absorb. Just how was this young man doing this? At this moment, something more startling occurred. The woman in red discovered that the small purple Thunder Flood Dragon in her heart was become violently restless, as if it feared something that was approaching. It no longer released the power of thunder. Instead, it put its full force into breaking the flame cage, wanting to escape immediately. What was going on? What was the Thunder Flood Dragon afraid of? The woman in red was shocked. Was it because of the youth behind her? The small purple Thunder Flood Dragon was struggling with all its might, but there was an invisible force that had locked onto it. This force wasn't too strong, but it contained an immense pressure. This pressure not only suppressed the Thunder Flood Dragon soul, it also suppressed the Thunder Soul itself. What was acting on the Thunder Flood Dragon soul was the blood of the true dragon. This was bloodline suppression of the Thunder Flood Dragon. As for what was acting on the Thunder Soul itself, it was the heretical god seed's suppression. Under this dual suppression, the Thunder Flood Dragon began to violently fear. Lin Ming's true essence was nothing compared to the Thunder Flood Dragon. But this suppression had nothing to do with cultivation at all. This was akin to the law of suppression, not allowing any dissent or rebellion. Chi chi chi. The power of thunder was unceasingly siphoned from the small purple thunder flood dragon's body. The thunder flood dragon grew increasingly anxious and frightened, madly slamming against the flame cage. This caused the woman in red to bite her lips, her complexion becoming increasingly pale. She had used almost all of her true essence to maintain the flame cage, and her body was extremely weak at the moment. However, at this time, Lin Ming didn't feel much better. Although the heretical god seed and the true dragon's blood were duly pressuring the thunder soul, Lin Ming's cultivation was just too weak. This was like a little child that took two peerless treasure swords to deal with a wild tiger. Lin Ming was able to absorb the power of thunder. This power of thunder was a trivial product of the thunder soul, but yet, it placed a huge pressure on Lin Ming. He was almost unable to suppress it. Ha! Lin Ming shut off his soul force and removed his right hand from the woman in red. He gasped for breath in great, heaving gulps. At this time, his right palm was completely covered in sweat. The woman in red turned around, her beautiful pair of eyes blinking at Lin Ming. Her exquisite face was filled with a look of utter disbelief. She hadn't imagined that this little boy would actually have a way to move the thunder soul. It had even managed to frighten the origin will that the thunder flood dragon had left in the thunder soul. Although this boy's cultivation was only at the bone forging stage, it was the truth. Of course, if the woman in red knew that during the battle on the summit of Thundercrash Mountain, the reason that the thunder flood dragon had been suddenly distracted and allowed her to injure it was because this young boy had inexplicably gave out a fearsome true dragon's roar, she would be shocked speechless. "What's your name? May I know what school you are from?" The woman in red eyes twinkled as she looked at the drenched in sweat Lin Ming. She found it difficult to keep herself calm. In addition to the fact that this youth did not fear the pressure that was brought about by the vermilion bird's bloodline, he was even able to cause the thunder flood dragon's origin will to feel a faint sense of terror. He was definitely a person of extraordinary means. Perhaps there was something special about his body, bloodline, or soul. Or maybe he came from some ancient mystical family. Hearing the lady ask for his name and school, Lin Ming hesitated. He was prepared to give her the fake name Mo Lin that he made up, but at this moment, the woman in red said, "There is no need to say it if you find it inconvenient." Although Lin Ming's hesitation wasn't very evident, the woman in red still noticed. If he had some special bloodline or came from a secret martial cultivation family, then he might be reluctant to disclose his identity. "I saw you climbing Thundercrash Mountain before. Did you manage to ascend by yourself?" The woman in red casually asked. "Yes, I am a thunder attribute martial artist, so I have a very strong resistance to the power of thunder. Otherwise, there was no way that I would have made it that far," Lin Ming said with a self-deprecating smile as he wiped the sweat from his brow. "Oh," the woman in red inadvertently uttered. She was quite startled. The thunder lizards didn't just have powerful thunder-based attacks, but their formidable bodies were extremely dangerous weapons. Even if he had absolute immunity to thunder, a boy merely at the peak bone forging stage would find it impossible to arrive at the snowy mountain region. This could only mean that this youth had a strength that far surpassed other martial artists at the same level of cultivation. To reach peak bone forging before he was 16, this result was simply nothing to the talents of major sects and large aristocratic families. But, if his cultivation reached the peak bone forging stage, and he also had strength that surpassed someone at the same cultivation, then that was surprising. There weren't many young talents like this even at Divine Phoenix Island. The two fell into a brief lull of silence. Lin Ming sat cross-legged on the ground, constantly revolving the true primal chaos formula to suppress the violent power of thunder within himself. This thunder soul was simply disastrous to absorb. Not only that, but it also contained the origin will of the thunder flood dragon within it. Otherwise, the woman in red would not have been left in such a powerless state. As he circulated the true essence within his body, Lin Ming quickly entered into the ethereal martial intent state. His conscious control separated from his body, and his true essence began to spontaneously revolve through the most perfect route possible. His physical condition rapidly recovered. Meanwhile, the fiery power of thunder was also subdued by the heretical god seed. The woman in red had also been sitting in meditation and recovering her condition, focusing on imprisoning the thunder soul within herself. Her eyes were glued onto Lin Ming as he practiced. Martial intent? She carefully observed him for less than half an incense stick of time to determine that she hadn't been mistaken. This boy, he had actually comprehended his own martial intent. The woman in red gasped. She thought that he was just a trivial little boy of the mortal world, but he kept surprising her over and over again. First, he had suppressed the origin will of the Thunder Flood Dragon. Then, his true strength and age came into an amazing contrast, and now, he had actually comprehended a martial intent. It had to be known that the woman in red had reached the extreme Xianxia realm, and had even taken a half-step into the revolving core realm. To someone at her level, there were very few things that could surprise her. Even the top geniuses of large sects and great families would only earn a little nod from her. Yet, in the mortal world, she had actually encountered a little boy that looked as harmless as a bunny, and yet had so many impressive qualities. A martial intent was exceedingly rare. In tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of martial artists, there might not be a single person that had comprehended one. It was an incomparably precious ability. It wasn't something that came from martial talent or cultivation. Rather, it could only be created by one's own hands. If parents were talents, then their children would mostly be talented too. Large sects have gone through thousands upon thousands of years of accumulated development and the screening of individuals in order to produce countless talents. The strong enjoyed more resources while the weak were eliminated. The ones that remained were the elite of the elite. The children of these extraordinary characters would also be extraordinary. While being an amazing talent, they would also have limitless precious pills and rare elixirs growing up. They could use true essence stones as they pleased, have top-tier cultivation methods and skills, and also have the best master and teachers. This person was destined to set foot into the Xiantian realm. Even if an average person of the mortal world cultivated for a lifetime, they still wouldn't even touch their toes. This was the result of the difference in birth. But even to these young talents of large sects, for a 15-year-old to reach the bone-forging stage or pulse condensation period, and simultaneously comprehend a martial intent, this sort of thing could only be considered serendipity. One's heart of martial arts and martial intent were related. The purer and more substantive one's heart of martial arts, the higher their chances of being able to comprehend a martial intent. But to the majority of geniuses in the large sects and families, they had lived their lives peacefully and were free of worries. At the start of their path, their parents had already paved their road with riches. By only traveling across vast, flat lands, how could they possibly have a strong heart of martial arts? To those that had suffered the tribulations of torment and suffering, traveling the bumpy road of life, being born short of resources and not even having much marital talent, it would be difficult for them to break through to the pulse condensation period even in their 20s. However, it wasn't too strange or fearful for someone like this to comprehend a martial intent. But this young boy in front of her, he was so young and yet so ridiculously strong for his cultivation. Not only that, but he had also comprehended a martial intent. He was simply an evil omen, a monstrous genius. Not having realized it, the woman in red's gaze had filled with curiosity. This boy had some many unusual secrets. Just who was he? A quarter hour quietly slipped by. Under the help of the ethereal martial intent, Lin Ming was able to quickly suppress the restless power of thunder within his body. He rose up saying, "Let's go. If I remember correctly, there's a cave not too far away that we can hide in." During the night, the forests of the southern wilderness are haunted by vicious beasts. If we stay here, we won't have a decent rest. Because most of the power of thunder within the woman in red's body was siphoned off by Lin Ming, she had returned to a passable condition. She took out several miracle medicines to feed to the vermilion bird, and then woman and bird followed Lin Ming forwards. That's right. I forgot to ask, did the Thunder Flood Dragon die? Lin Ming suddenly thought of this, asking, "It's not dead, but its injuries are heavier than mine, and I've killed off most of its descendants." The woman in red casually said. "Oh!" Lin Ming let out a breath. Good thing he had run away quickly, or else he might have died in the aftermath if he stayed on the mountain summit. He didn't believe his defensive capabilities were better than the purple thunder lizard. If it hasn't died, then we should be careful, Lin Ming said as he walked in front of the woman in red. He had been backtracking on the traces of flames that were left behind by the vermilion bird. The traces hadn't disappeared and were far too obvious. The woman in red followed Lin Ming in consternation. Although her cultivation was 108,000 miles from Lin Ming's, in terms of experiences within the night forest and life skills, her ability was lacking compared to Lin Ming. She was usually flying in the sky. There was never any time she had to pass through a forest on foot. As they walked, Lin Ming neatly cleaned up any traces of their path, and also took a moment to hunt a blue-eyed deer. For the several days since his adventure on Thunder Crash Mountain, he had only been surviving on dried rations and water from his spatial ring. He was getting sick and tired of the bland taste. The two quickly arrived at the cave. The interior was extremely humid and wet. Lin Ming lit a fire and looked for some dry hay to spread on the ground. He apologized to the woman in red. "Sorry, this might be a bit of an inconvenience for you." Afterwards, he took out a knife and began to skin the blue-eyed deer. His hands moved like the wind. The manner in which he sliced open the deer seemed chaotic and messy. But after several minutes, Lin Ming actually grasped at it and, with his hand, extracted more than a dozen strips of white tendon from the deer. The woman in red's eyelids jumped. It seemed that Lin Ming hadn't been randomly cutting with his knife, but had actually been removing the white tendons from the blue-eyed deer. These white tendons crisscrossed each other and were woven like a net. To remove them was an extremely tedious and complicated task. But Lin Ming had used a very short time to complete this, and not only that, but the white tendons that he pulled out hadn't broken. The flesh had been cleanly sliced off. The woman in red was a bit clueless on how it had been done. To achieve this level of finesse, one would have to be very familiar with the body structure of the blue-eyed deer, and also have to undergo years of knife training. This was something that only a chef would ever do. What was this? Why would such a talented martial artist be a chef? And looking at the way his knife had achieved such a consummate degree of skill, this young boy had probably been a chef for many years already. Lin Ming saw the woman in red blankly gazing at the white strips of tendons in his hands and explained with a smile. "Blue-eyed deer has a very good flavor, but it has too much coarse tendon. It will affect the taste, so it's best to take it out." As Lin Ming spoke, his hands weren't idling. He used the knife to cut open the deer and dress it. Then, he made a few more seemingly random cuts and pulled out a pile of bones. Lin Ming then took out a thick branch, hung the blue-eyed deer on it, and began to grill it over the fire. The woman in red found that the deer Lin Ming had hung over for grilling had already been neatly marked and patterned by Lin Ming. The distance between every cut was even. It was extremely neat and structured. Seeing this, her expression became increasingly strange. What sort of background did this young boy have? If she didn't know of Lin Ming's strength, she would have really thought he was some famous cook. After a quarter-hour passed, the deer meat began to turn into a glazed, golden yellow color. A little bit of fat had been melted by the flames, dropping into the fire below with a sizzling sound. As for the white tendons and bones, Lin Ming didn't waste any of it. He took out a pot from his spatial ring and placed the bits into it with some water, then placed it over the fire to cook his soup. The soup boiled. The barbecue was sweet and savory. Soon, the cave was filled with a delicious fragrance. Even though the woman in red primarily ate vegetables, she was unable to stop drooling as she smelled that delicious aroma. As for that hefty vermilion bird, it began to restlessly fidget. It even seemed to have forgotten that its wing was wounded. Its brilliantly flame-colored eyes were locked onto the barbecue in Lin Ming's hand as if wishing it could swallow it down whole. Because the flame had roasted the meat, the cuts on the deer meat had risen. Just looking at it caused one's appetite to increase. Even though it had been grilled for so long, there was not a single charred bit on the barbecue. It was a delicious golden brown, glistening with melted fat. The woman in red was impatiently waiting. Of course, she was careful to conceal her eagerness and continued to appear tranquil and calm. At this time, Lin Ming took out a collection of bottles and jars from his spatial ring. After opening them, it turned out to be salts and various other spices that were purchased at the southern tribes. When Lin Ming ran into the Na sisters, he had been buying salt at a southern tribe. Lin Ming looked at the wide variety of seasonings and chose some to sprinkle on the barbecue. He had a very relaxed and enjoyable expression as he moved. The woman was completely speechless. Was this really a martial artist? She had never seen a sect elder or any talented disciples ever bring out seasonings and pots when going out on adventures. This was more like a chef than an actual martial artist. After a considerable amount of time, the woman in red finally heard the long-awaited words from Lin Ming. "It's done grilling. You can eat it." Yes. The woman in red seriously nodded, and then immediately asked, "How do I eat this?" This blue-eyed deer was so large. Obviously, there was no way she could use her mouth to bite into it. Lin Ming was stunned for a moment. He sent her a strange look. Did she not know how to eat food? Why would she ask such an idiotic question? He patiently replied, "Of course you eat by biting. Here, this is yours." He tore off a piece of the deer leg and thrust it towards the woman in red. The woman looked at such a large chunk of meat and was directly dumbfounded. She had never eaten something like this before. Was she supposed to use her hands and gnaw on it? Is there something wrong? You don't like barbecue? Lin Ming asked her with some puzzlement, seeing that the woman in red still hadn't taken it. The woman in red didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She awkwardly received the barbecue slice. As she attempted to take a bite, she saw that Lin Ming was staring at her. The woman in red's cheeks flushed. She turned around and used her sleeve to hide herself as she gently took a small bite. Lin Ming was left speechless. Wouldn't she be tired from eating like this? Exasperated, he didn't care too much. He tore off a piece of the deer thigh and chomped on it. The woman in red was focusing on eating the tender deer meat. Oil flowed through her lips and teeth, and the fragrance flowed into her mouth. At this moment, she had a strange feeling. Delicious. This was just too delicious. In fact, people that originated from large sects and families would rarely eat food like this. They mostly eat spiritual food and spiritual vegetables that were filled with abundant heaven and earth origin energy. They could be the abundant treasure troves of sects. They grew while continually absorbing heaven and earth origin energy, which embedded into the fruits and vegetables themselves. Eating food like this long-term was advantageous to enhancing one's cultivation and accumulating Xianxia air. As for the food of the mortal world, such as barbecue, it was considered to be contaminated with the foul Hotian air. It wasn't good for eating. Therefore, this was the first time the woman in red had eaten barbecue. How does it taste? After eating dry rations for several days, Lin Ming's appetite was hearty. He tore down a big chunk of meat and ambiguously asked his question. He had full confidence in his cooking skills. "It's very tasty, but how do you know how to prepare food?" The woman in red swallowed a bit of meat and sent a puzzled look towards Lin Ming. This little boy was just too mysterious. Lin Ming continued eating the barbecue. He replied without looking up, "My family owns a restaurant." The woman in red suddenly choked on her food. "What did you say?" "My parents own a restaurant, that's how I know how." Lin Ming looked up. He didn't feel this was anything to be surprised about. "No, I see." The woman in red was bewildered. She thought that Lin Ming originated from some profound martial cultivation family. But, restaurant? Will a martial cultivation family open a restaurant? Did this imply that he was thoroughly immortal? A mortal whose cultivation had managed to reach the peak bone forging stage before he was 16 years old. This was simply a talent that went against heaven's will. What was his martial talent? At least a medium 6th grade? A 6th grade talent would be considered a top tier even within Divine Phoenix Island. In the mortal world, the probability of this happening was simply too small. There might not even be 1 in a billion. If he was really immortal, then she could try to pull him into Divine Phoenix Island. Thinking this, the woman in red asked, "Where do you study your cultivation method from?" "The martial house." Lin Ming hesitated before he responded. "Oh, Hearing this reply, the woman in red was somewhat disappointed. Some sects, in order to increase their own strength and numbers, would open martial houses in various countries and select the most outstanding talents to enter their sect. This youth was probably already chosen. Perhaps he was some personally trained core disciple. Otherwise, no matter how great his martial talent was, it would be impossible to reach the peak bone forging stage before the age of 16. Good soup. Lin Ming felt it was about time, so he took the lid off the pot. A rich aroma wafted into the air. He scooped a bowl and handed it to the woman in red. The woman in red lowered her head and blew away the steam before gently sipping it. This soup really was quite delicious. A blue-eyed deer could be made into barbecue, but it could also be made into soup. The barbecue was a bit greasy, but when complemented with the tasty, clear and cleansing soup, it was simply perfection. Lin Ming also took a full bowl. But at this time, the vermilion bird who had been nesting in a corner let loose a few whines while looking towards Lin Ming with a pleading expression. Lin Ming turned and saw the vermilion bird gazing at him with a pitiful expression, its crimson eyes wide and sad. It was eagerly staring at the grilled deer over the fire. Lin Ming grinned. He took a chunk of the deer and walked over. The blue-eyed deer was over 100 genes. Even if Lin Ming ate just the leg, it was more than enough. The leftovers were originally prepared for the vermilion bird. But looking at the lamentable vermilion bird, Lin Ming's mind stirred with some sly thoughts. He said, "Big bird, I can give this barbecue to you, but leave behind a feather for me. In any case, you won't be able to fly anytime soon." The vermilion bird was a saint beast from the lineage of the phoenix. An adult vermilion bird could bath in fires and be rebirthed through nirvana. However, this young vermilion bird did not have such an ability, but restoring its broken wing was still possible. The feather of a vermilion bird was very beneficial for refining a flame essence. Chi Gouda had initially invaded Blackwater Swamp with his army in order to seek a feather of the vermilion bird. This was an opportunity that Lin Ming didn't want to miss. Although the vermilion bird couldn't speak, it was still able to understand Lin Ming's words. It hesitated for a moment, glancing at the barbecue in Lin Ming's hand, and then at its own beautiful feathers. It clenched its beak and nodded. The woman in red didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She hadn't known before now just how gluttonous a creature this vermilion bird was. It offered its cherished feathers at too cheap a price. Of course, a few feathers weren't much. It would easily regrow them. As the vermilion bird screeched in sorrow, Lin Ming plucked out a large feather and beamed with joy as he placed it in his spatial ring. Although the vermilion bird was heartbroken, the attractiveness of the barbecue was simply too alluring. It quickly gobbled down everything it could. Thinking of the feather in his spatial ring, Lin Ming thought this was quite funny. How would Chi Gouda feel in the netherworld if he knew that he had traded some barbecue for a vermilion bird feather? Something that him and his entire army couldn't obtain. He would probably be so mad he would die again. Lin Ming turned to look at the woman in red and said, "You eat first. There are a few things that I have to do, so I'll be leaving for a while. After some time, I'll come back and heal your wound. If it's convenient, can I have your sound transmission information?" The woman in red had a thunder soul inside her chest. Lin Ming didn't want to accidentally lose her. The woman in red could only place her hope in Lin Ming at this moment. She was accustomed to relying on her own strength, but now that she had sunk so low, her thoughts were in turmoil. If she hadn't met Lin Ming today, her only course of action would be to bring the severely wounded vermilion bird and walk through the forest. She wouldn't even have had a place to settle for the night. The woman in red gave Lin Ming her sound transmission information and also some sound transmission talismans. These sound transmission talismans were quite impressive. It could be used from several thousands of miles away. This caused Lin Ming to sigh with emotion. A large sect truly was different. Since he was a child, the sound-transmitting talismans couldn't even cover 100 miles. They weren't much use after he left Sky Fortune City. The reason for Lin Ming wanting to avoid the woman in red, thus leaving, was to find a place to absorb the thundergrass and grow the thunder soul in his heretical god seed. He wasn't afraid that the woman in red might covet his thundergrass. This kind of thing probably wouldn't even enter her eyes. But he didn't want this woman in red to guess that he had entered into the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave. The small Thunder Flood Dragon in the woman in red's body was too vigorous and contentious. Although Lin Ming was able to deter it, he couldn't absorb it. He planned to enhance his Thunder Soul within his heretical god seed first, and then come back to deal with it. After he found a secluded place, Lin Ming took out the Millennium Thundergrass fruit and continuously guided the power of thunder into the heretical god seed. Time slowly passed. The flashing lightning arcs on the Thundergrass fruit began to gradually die down, before completely shriveling as Lin Ming absorbed it into his body. Lin Ming opened his eyes. Examining his Thunder Soul, he was immediately delighted. The power of his Thunder Soul had increased by about 10%. Millennium Thundergrass was simply too different. It took around a quarter hour to absorb a Thundergrass fruit. Lin Ming decided to continue until dawn, absorbing them unceasingly. Lin Ming slowly entered into the ethereal martial intent state. The power of thunder was pulled into his true essence and spontaneously entered into Lin Ming's meridians as they circulated in a perfect route. Purple arcs of lightning constantly flashed around Lin Ming, and the surrounding vegetation was scorched black. The Thunder Soul continuously grew. It had previously been less than an inch, but currently, it was the length of an adult's finger. The night was deep with the bright moon hanging in the boundless sky. The forest sounded with countless insects and the occasional beastly roar. Where Lin Ming was hiding, there were a few vicious beasts that had thoughts about ambushing him. But after feeling that crazy power of thunder that twined around him, they instantly shrunk back and ran as far as possible. As dawn approached, the last Thundergrass fruit withered away as it was absorbed by Lin Ming. The Thunder Soul in his heretical god seed had grown to a full half a foot. At this moment, the heretical god seed began to fiercely shudder. The purple Thunder Soul began to emit a bright purple light as it quickly shrank, becoming shorter. Eventually, the Thunder Soul's final appearance was similar to a small steel needle. Before, the Thunder Soul looked as if it were a purple snake swimming in the air. But now, the Thunder Soul was completely straight like a needle, quietly suspended within the heretical god seed, with the purple light contained inside. It didn't look like thunder, but more like a material object. Although its shape was tiny, the dense cold aura emanating from the steel thunder needle let Lin Ming clearly know that this little thing's striking power was absolutely deadly. The Thunder Flood Dragon was able to control the Thunder Soul within its body to attack. Can I do the same? With that thought in mind, Lin Ming used his soul force to contact the Thunder Soul. As soon as his mind moved, the small needle that was quietly suspended in the heretical god seed instantly vanished. In the next moment, an almost invisible tiny purple light flashed forwards from Lin Ming's fingertips. With an unimaginable speed, it penetrated a large tree just across from him and instantly returned to Lin Ming's body as if nothing had happened. Phew! The fiery purple thunder had shot out without any warning. In that instant, the entire large tree had been turned into charcoal. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming was stunned. The attack power of the Thunder Soul had surpassed his wildest imaginations. Moreover, the key was the compressed purple radiance. Its speed was simply frightening. Someone who didn't have an extremely keen perception would never be able to see the trajectory of the Thunder Soul's attack. Could such an attack kill Ouyang Dihua? Lin Ming was reminded of this enemy that had almost killed him. After he absorbed the Thunder Soul from the woman in red, he would head back to settle this blood debt. As the sun gradually rose from the horizon, Lin Ming had finished zealously cultivating the entire night. When he stood up, he discovered that all of his clothes had already been incinerated into nothing but ashes. Throughout the whole night, Lin Ming had been shining and sparking with the power of thunder. Normal fabrics like cotton couldn't withstand the flaming sparks produced by the thunder. As for the Thunder Soul in his heretical god seed that had taken on the shape of a steel needle, Lin Ming was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Thunder Souls and Flame Essences were also divided into different grades. It was only because there were too few of them, thus it was simply out of reach for most people. That was why the specific grade divisions weren't well known. Lin Ming guessed that the heretical god seed's thunder soul had evolved, but he didn't know just how much it had. As he took out a new set of clothes from his spatial ring and hastily dressed himself, Lin Ming launched his movement technique and ran through the forest, rushing towards the cave where the woman in red was waiting. Oh! At daybreak, the woman in red opened her eyes from a night of meditation. Her current condition was much improved from the horrendous state she had been in last night. The thunder soul still lurked inside her body, but it no longer attacked the flame cage like it had last night. Looking in front of her, the woman in red gazed at the still burning firewood. She smiled with a bit of self-deprecation. If she hadn't run into the strange young boy, then she would have suffered last night. She wouldn't have been able to make it out of the forest in time, and there wasn't anywhere to rest. She would also have had to deal with the continuous bother of vicious beasts and poisonous creatures. Although this wasn't in any way life-threatening, but after a night of tossing and turning, she would be bone-deep exhausted by the next day. It would have been much more difficult to suppress the thunder soul inside herself. At this moment, she heard the sound of twigs breaking from outside of the cave. The woman in red knew that the young boy had come back. It's only been one night, but his strength has increased. The woman in red was stunned as she looked at Lin Ming. Although his cultivation was still at the peak bone forging stage like before, the aura on his body was faintly different, a bit more compelling. The woman in red found the had understood Lin Ming less and less. This young boy just seemed to have a myriad of mysteries contained within him. Are you feeling better? Let's begin healing your wound. For the next few days we'll try to drive out the thunder soul within your body, Lin Ming said. All right. This time I'll help you, the woman in red said with a bit more positivity. Although she didn't believe that Lin Ming had any way to deal with the thunder soul, she hadn't used her true essence to assist him, so Lin Ming's true essence had quickly depleted. Great! Lin Ming was happy. With the help of the woman in red, it would be much less difficult. Seeing Lin Ming's face light up with happiness, the woman in red's mind stirred. She asked, "Are you planning on absorbing the thunder soul and using it for yourself?" Lin Ming blinked, and then nodded. There was no way to hide this matter. The woman in red shook her head. She said, "This thunder soul is called the Purple Flood Dragon, Divine Thunder. It began as an ordinary thunder soul that was swallowed by the Thunder Flood Dragon and was refined within its body for thousands of years. According to division of grade, it is a low-grade Earth-step thunder soul. Thunder and lightning are one of the most violent and savage energies between heaven and earth. This is especially true of the thunder soul. It will destroy anything that comes near it, and it will be surpassingly difficult to subjugate it for your own use. A low-grade Earth-step thunder soul can only barely be absorbed by a middle Xianxian realm master. Not only that, but they would have to expend a great deal of their energy. Your strength right now is too weak. If you try it, it will explode your meridians." Lin Ming's heart sank as he heard this. He didn't think that the thunder soul would be so fierce. Yes, the heretical god seed was able to suppress the thunder soul, and the blood of the true dragon was able to suppress the thunder flood dragon's primordial soul. But even with this dual suppression, he wasn't fully confident that he could suppress the purple flood dragon divine thunder. This was just like a little child taking two peerless godly weapons to challenge a dangerous vicious beast. Whether it would be victory or defeat was unknown. The woman in red said, "There might have been a way if this was an ordinary thunder soul, but this thunder soul has already reached the low-grade Earth step ranking, and it also contains the blood essence and origin will of the thunder flood dragon, so it is much more difficult to deal with. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been placed in such a miserable condition." Lin Ming forced a smile. Indeed, the woman in red was astonishingly strong. Yet she still couldn't do anything about the thunder soul. Even with her help, the most he could do was expel the thunder soul from her body. Absorbing it was just too ambitious. He suddenly remembered something and asked, "A low-grade Earth-step thunder soul is also of great value to a Xianxian realm martial artist. Don't you wish to obtain it too?" The woman in red shook her head and said, "My body refined with a fire spirit. I was born with pure fire true essence. It is simply impossible for me to subjugate the thunder soul. As for taking it away for someone else, that is also a good choice. But with my current state, even making it out of here is a problem. The Thunder Soul cannot be placed in a spatial ring. Otherwise, the dimension inside the spatial ring will be shattered by it. Lin Ming drew in a cold breath. He hadn't thought that the Thunder Soul would be fierce. It seemed that he had been too naive. Is there no other way? For instance, sealing the Thunder Soul. The woman in red shook her head and said, if there weren't the origin will that was left behind by the Thunder Flood Dragon, then I would be able to seal it. But now that it's in my body, I cannot do anything against it unless I have the magnetic birthstone that the Thunder Soul was bred in. Magnetic birthstone? What's that? Hearing this, Lin Ming's mind stirred. Could it be? The woman in red continued, the Thunder Soul is an existence that is conceived from thunder origin energy. When it was born, it was wrapped within a mystic stone. Then, the Thunder Soul would slowly break free from the stone. This stone is the magnetic birthstone that the Thunder Soul was born within. Because they were born together, they can perfectly fuse as one. As long as the Thunder Soul enters the magnetic birthstone, it will naturally become docile. Lin Ming's heartbeat accelerated as he listened. What does the magnetic birthstone look like? The woman in red looked at Lin Ming in puzzlement. Every Thunder Soul's magnetic birthstone is different. I don't know what sort of appearance the purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder's magnetic birthstone looks like. Lin Ming took a few deep calming breaths. He had a growing suspicion that the mystical purple stone he had found under the Thunder Flood Dragon's bed was the magnetic birthstone. Although he had the magnetic birthstone, he was still far from being able to absorb the Thunder Soul. Unless the woman in red was willing to help him seal away the Thunder Soul. That was the only hope that he had. Still, could he trust her? The woman in red noticed Lin Ming's change in expression and faintly realized the reason. She tentatively asked, do you have the magnetic birthstone? Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, before taking out the mystical purple stone from his spatial ring. Is this it? The woman in red was completely stunned. Looking at the glittering, translucent crystal stone exuding a faint purple light, it was just like a gem. It appeared like a living, beating jewel, a magnetic embryo. She was speechless for a long time. Even though she had originally queried Lin Ming, she didn't think that he actually had the magnetic birthstone. Something like this was definitely only found within the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave. Could it be that he had entered the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave? With this thought, the woman in red's eyes changed as she looked at Lin Ming. A mere little boy with a bone-forging cultivation actually snuck into the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave. What sort of concept was this? This was simply absolute audacity. His guts were greater than the sky, and what was most amazing was that he survived, even stealing away the magnetic birthstone. Massive waves surged through her heart. This young boy had obviously taken advantage of the time when she had been battling the Thunder Flood Dragon in order to sneak into the cave. But who would have the courage, wisdom, and spirit in order to grasp such an opportunity? In that chaotic battlefield, there were many Peak Hotian realm and even Ascension realm thunder lizards that were guarding the cave entrance. With just his bone-forging cultivation, he would be immediately killed once his location was discovered. How did he safely go in and come out unscathed? In large sects, talents that were at this age had mostly never left the sect. They had lived a devout life while receiving the teachings of their elders. On the other hand, this youth in front of her had not only climbed to the summit of Thundercrash Mountain by himself, he had also ransacked the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave. There was simply no comparing the two of them. It was no wonder this young boy, who came from a humble mortal background, had already reached this level of cultivation and strength, as well as comprehended a martial intent at only 15 years of age. Realizing this, the woman in red no longer looked at Lin Ming as if he were some trivial junior. She had a feeling in her heart that so long as this young man didn't fall from the sky, sooner or later he would step into the Xianxia realm, Revolving Dan realm, or an even higher level. The woman in red let loose a long breath and then spoke to Lin Ming. If you help me remove the Thunder Soul, then I will help you seal it. With the magnetic birthstone, even if you cannot absorb the Thunder Soul, you can still take it away. Okay. Lin Ming believed that with the woman in red's identity and proud nature, there was no way that she would lie to him. Let's begin. Lin Ming and the woman in red sat down cross-legged, facing each other. First, absorb the power of the purple flood dragon, divine thunder like you did yesterday to weaken it. This time I will lend you a hand. Take this divine spiritual pill. It will increase the force of your true essence for a brief period of time. The woman in red took out some white pills from her spatial ring. She handed one to Lin Ming and ate one herself. These pills were most effective when used by body transformation and Hotian realm martial artists. Its effects for a Xianxia realm martial artist weren't very obvious. Lin Ming didn't suspect anything, and immediately swallowed the pill. The pill entered his dantian and turned into a flow of heat that spread through all his limbs. He immediately felt the true essence within his body surge forth, filled with energy. The filling sensation caused Lin Ming to feel as if his blood was close to overflowing. It was as if he had a sudden breakthrough to another realm. This feeling is fantastic. Even my meridians were opened. It's as if I had reached the pulse condensation period. Well, let's hurry up. The effects of the divine spiritual pill only last half an hour. After that, you will be fatigued, but that is just a normal phenomenon. Let's begin. Begin. As Lin Ming heard the woman in red, he suddenly realized that a very, very serious issue had sprung up. If he wanted to absorb the power of thunder within the woman in red, then he would have to make physical bodily contact with her. As luck would have it, the purple flood dragon divine thunder was positioned within her heart, which was also the spot over her left chest. Lin Ming couldn't help but glance at the woman in red's left breast. He saw the thin red silk clothing and the full, round shape of the beautiful woman's peak. Seeing such a perfectly enchanting curve, Lin Ming's heartbeat began to quicken. The woman in red noticed where Lin Ming was looking at. Realizing that Lin Ming would have to touch her in order to absorb the power of thunder, her body began to quiver. The left chest was the spot above the heart. If one put their ears over it, they could clearly hear the heartbeat. As for the back, it was difficult to hear from there. Thinking that the young boy had to touch her own chest, the woman in red's beautiful face blushed crimson. She whispered, "Do you have to physically touch?" Lin Ming nodded with a bit of a guilty conscience. "If I want to absorb the purple flood dragon divine thunder, that is the best spot. The back of the body isn't so good." After listening to Lin Ming, the woman in red closed her eyes as if accepting her inevitable fate. Although she still looked incomparably tranquil, her slender eyelashes were actually gently trembling, as if reflecting the innermost turmoil and tension within her mind. However, after waiting for a good while, the touch that made her feel so intensely nervous and fearful still hadn't come. The lady in red opened her eyes in puzzlement, and was surprised to see that Lin Ming's face was completely flushed red like a tomato. With his hand paused in midair, neither moving forwards or backwards, the woman in red didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. She asked, "What are you doing?" Lin Ming didn't feel the least bit emboldened to take action. If it were Qin Xingxuan, Wang Yuhan, or even Bai Jingyun on front of him, then even though he would be a bit embarrassed and apologetic, he would never be so skittish. Instead, this woman currently in front of him was simply far too formidable. It was simply like a beggar that was given a single opportunity to violate and touch a pure jade princess. That tension would still be far less than this. What Lin Ming feared the most was that after he touched her, she would have a secret desire to kill him in order to vent her anger. If this happened, then his death would truly be unjustified. "I want to make everything clear first. If I place my hand on you and I still can't take out the purple flood dragon divine thunder, then I won't take out my anger on you. Then you do not kill me afterwards." Listening to Lin Ming, the woman in red's eyes twitched. She snappily retorted, "Why are you so wordy? Do you actually want me to make an oath upon my heart of martial arts? Well, there's no need." Lin Ming took a deep breath and slowly placed his hand on the woman in red's chest. At this moment, his entire palm was covered in sweat. The moment her chest was touched, the woman in red shuddered. Because of Lin Ming's nervousness and achingly hot palm, there was an extremely unusual sensation on her chest. "Good. Then I'll begin. Lin Ming gulped a mouthful of saliva. He didn't dare move his hand, but that soft and supple feeling was simply ecstasy. It was just like a flood that washed through his body, overwhelming him with emotions and causing his mouth to go dry. This was not just because it was his first time coming into such contact with a woman, but also because her identity had brought forth extreme anxiousness and excitement. Lin Ming's heart of martial arts was very pure and strong, but as soon as it touched upon lust and desire, his talent was nothing extraordinary. A thick true essence revolved, steadily streaming into the woman in red's body as he began to absorb the power of thunder. At the same time, the woman in red also revolved her true essence and encircled the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder. As the two of them began their tandem attacks, the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder moved in immediate alarm. It began to violently churn, impacting everywhere. For a time, the woman in red's flame cage began to show cracks throughout. In the next moment, a massive coercive force came crashing down. The purple flood dragon Divine Thunder was enveloped by this suppressive power, and its resistance was suddenly weakened. Shortly after, a powerful suction force appeared, pulling out all of the power of thunder within it. The purple flood dragon Divine Thunder began to panic. It manically impacted the flame cage like a crazy beast. The brilliant flames that were struck fiercely shook. The woman in red clenched her teeth, her face flushing red. Crystal beads of sweat began to quietly drip from her hair. Lin Ming also clenched his teeth, mustering all of his strength. Because of his excessive focus, he had completely ignored the charming feeling beneath his hands. Heretical God Force, open. Lin Ming used the final card in his hand. The heretical God seed began to fiercely tremble, and suddenly a massive towing force flooded into the woman in red's body like a rushing tide. After the heretical God Force had been activated, the pressure on the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder experienced an immediate massive increase. The heretical God seed suppressed the Thunder Soul, and the true dragon bloodline suppressed the soul of the Thunder Flood Dragon. Under this dual suppression, a deep and abiding fear began to creep out from the depths of the purple flood dragon, Divine Thunder's soul. It snarled as its body grew by several times. The arcs of lightning around it became more violent, issuing forth explosive sounds. Roar! The purple flood dragon Divine Thunder opened its jaws to desperately bite itself free from the flame cage. Kacha! The flame cage was finally cut open. Meanwhile, a substantial essence of thunder escaped from the broken flame cage. As soon as it touched blood, the blood was turned to ashes. The woman in red trembled, a strange red appearing on her face. Obviously, she had suffered an internal injury. She said, "Don't hurry to deal with the purple flood dragon, Divine Thunder. Absorb its power of thunder and weaken it." Lin Ming clenched his teeth and nodded, following the directions of the woman in red. Without even realizing it, his right hand had tightly clamped down. The woman in red only felt that her left breast was being completely grasped within Lin Ming's scalding hot palm. This feeling made her feel anxious and a bit ashamed, but at such a juncture, she chose to completely ignore this. The purple flood dragon Divine Thunder began to rampage in a wild rage. The power of thunder unceasingly emitted from its body. Although a thunder soul wouldn't die out, it still needed to be supplemented by heaven and earth origin energy. Otherwise, it would weaken. If it lost too much power of thunder, it would also lose its strength, thus allowing it to be suppressed. Compared to the fire true essence that the woman in red issued forth, the strong coercive pressure that is sucking out its power was the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder's greatest threat. Yet it was unable to resist this force. As the power of thunder was dragged out, the entire cave began to shine as crackling arcs of lightning and electricity sizzled the air. The heaven and earth origin energy in the surrounding space had also been stirred up. It gathered around Lin Ming and the woman in red, constantly swirling around him, until it formed a rainbow vortex that swallowed them within. "I'm at my limit," Lin Ming said as he grit his teeth, his entire face dripping with sweat. The woman in red flicked her finger, and a deep crimson pill flew into Lin Ming's mouth. As the pill dissolved within Lin Ming's body, It transformed into a flow of heat that spread through all of his meridians. Lin Ming felt his nearly depleted true essence reserves come back to life. This is a bloodstone pill refined from bloodstone milk. It is able to instantly recover true essence. When you are about to reach the limit of your true essence, quickly tell me, the woman in red instructed. Still, she was surprised by Lin Ming's endurance so far. This was equal to that of a Xiantian realm powerhouse, yet Lin Ming was only a mere bone-forging martial artist. The fact that he could persist for almost an incense stick of time before he reached his limit. This was simply too impressive. However, even though the problem of sustaining his true essence reserve had been resolved, Lin Ming encountered another obstacle. Because he was constantly absorbing the power of thunder from the purple flood dragon, Divine Thunder, Lin Ming had accumulated a massive amount of thunder energy within his body. Despite having the heretical god seed compressing it, there wasn't enough time. It was to the extent that his meridians were on the verge of exploding. Use the magnetic birthstone, the woman in red said. Lin Ming clenched his teeth and pulled out the magnetic birthstone. He reversed his true essence, sending the compressed stream of thunder power flowing into the magnetic birthstone. The power of thunder disappeared inside as if it were a drop in an ocean, never to be found again. In this world, everything had a counter. The magnetic birthstone was truly the most splendid and perfect vessel for the power of thunder. Moreover, because it had been born together with the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder, there was no risk of resistance. Time passed slowly, a quarter of an hour, half an hour, 1 hour. In that time, Lin Ming had eaten up 10 bloodstone pills, and all of his clothes were drenched in sweat. The woman in red was also in a similar situation. Because her sweat had soaked into her clothes had directly pasted onto her body, outlining and accentuating her mesmerizing curves. The magnetic birthstone absorbed the power of thunder, and Lin Ming's true essence was constantly restored by the bloodstone pills. Under this battle of attrition, the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder became increasingly smaller. Its purple body became less and less. It gradually became unable to withstand the coercive suction power of the heretical god seed. Now's the chance. In that moment, Lin Ming's eyes flashed, and a deep bass roar resonated from him. But this deep roar did not come from his throat, but emerged from the vibration of his entire body. It was just like the resounding cry of a dragon. After this roar, not only was the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder struck with awe, but even the woman in red's heart experienced an earthquake. In absolute disbelief, she sent an incredulous look towards Lin Ming. In that brief moment, she had clearly felt a deep fear that emanated from the depths of her bloodline. It had to be known that in her body flowed the blood of the proud vermilion bird. How could this be? But now she had no time to reflect on the reasons. This was the critical moment in healing her wound. Lin Ming tightly clenched his teeth, and true essence erupted from his entire body. The suction force was pushed to the extreme. Chi. With a blinding flash of electric light, the purple flood dragon was abruptly pulled out from the woman in red's body. Half of the flood dragon was now exposed to the outside. Ha! As it appeared, a savage and violent fiery thunder scattered everywhere. It ignited the woman in red's clothes, and even Lin Ming's sleeves began to burn. The thunder fire's temperature was too high. Any clothes it touched was instantly turned to ashes. Even Lin Ming's right hand, which was protected by true essence, was burned. True essence swirled in the air, forming a tornado with the heaven and earth origin energy. In that vortex, all clothes were turned to ashes and blown away, leaving the two people inside suddenly stark naked. The woman in red's face instantly turned crimson. Although her left breast had been grabbed by Lin Ming, at least there had still been clothes separating them. Now even the last leaf was pulled away. Her beautiful breast that had never been touched before was actually solidly gripped by a boy. But this was the most critical time. She could not stop, otherwise all her efforts would have been for naught. Hurry! Faster! The woman in red had never received such humiliation before. Most of the time, one's temperament was maintained by one's clothing. When a woman became naked, No matter how elegant she was, she would lose all her calm and composure, exposing her most vulnerable and helpless side. When had Lin Ming seen such a glorious spring scene before? He only saw a beautifully ripe white image in front of him, the heaving of an extremely attractive curved body, and two suffocatingly bright red circles. All in all, he began to pant as his mouth became dry. However, in this moment of blissful surprise, the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder, which he had pulled out with so much effort, had almost slipped back in. "What are you doing?" the woman in red screamed. She had always maintained a graceful and regal temperament. Yet, now that she had been reduced to such a state, this young boy had actually been distracted, and the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder had almost drawn back in. If all her efforts were wasted because of this, then she really might have been driven crazy. Sorry," Lin Ming incoherently stammered. He hurriedly ate a bloodstone pill again. This time, he dared not think of anything else, investing his full concentration into extracting the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder. But this purple flood dragon Divine Thunder was incomparably tenacious. As it saw that half of its body had been pulled out and the other half was about to be, it waged a mighty struggle against Lin Ming. There was no way that Lin Ming was able to let go. He kept grasping on to the woman in red's breast. Seeing the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder pulled back and forth, the woman in red was anxious to the point of tears. At this time, the turmoil that passed within her innermost feelings in these few seconds could take years to describe. This was absolutely her life's most unforgettable experience. Although the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder was tenacious and vigorous, the heaven and earth origin energy it supplemented itself with was limited. How could it compare with Lin Ming, who was popping pills like candy and also using the magnetic birthstone? After a quarter-hour of this back-and-forth battle, the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder's strength was finally exhausted. It was grasped by Lin Ming and stuffed into the magnetic birthstone. Chi. The purple flood dragon Divine Thunder unwillingly submerged into the magnetic birthstone. Thus, a small purple flood dragon was seen swimming inside the beating heart stone. The woman in red grabbed the magnetic birthstone and her hands flew in a series of seals. With a move, a series of dazzling white runes fell onto the magnetic birthstone, completely sealing it up. With that, there was no way for the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder to escape. After the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder was sealed, the woman in red decided to vent her anger and frustration. She laid layer upon layer of a heaven and earth origin energy isolating seal onto the stone. After this seal was placed, the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder would be unable to absorb heaven and earth origin energy. Clearly, the woman in red had a mortal hatred towards the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder. Not only did it cause her so much trouble and suffering, but it also caused her pure body to be seen by a little teenage boy with nothing left hidden. Even her chest had been grabbed. Lin Ming was secretly left horrified and flummoxed as he watched from the side. This woman was not someone to be trifled with. Even though she looked like the epitome of grace and elegance on the surface, if she were annoyed, whoever did so would really eat some bitter fruit. Thinking this, he immediately turned around as to avoid provoking her wrath. Behind him, there was the rustling sound of clothes. The woman in red also had spare clothes inside her spatial ring to switch into. "All right," the woman spoke with an explicitly icy tone. Lin Ming turned around and happened to see the woman in red's hands behind her head, clearing out her hair. Her long locks fell down around her neckline, and her beautiful ink-black hair cascaded down her back like a pitch-black waterfall. Although the woman in red had spoken in such an icy tone, her beautiful visage was still slightly blushing. It formed quite a beautiful picture. Lin Ming was temporarily stunned silly. The beauty of the woman in red combined with her calm dignity and holy and inviolable character really caused anyone looking to experience a moment where they lost their breath. In the past, I've read novels in which it described beauties whose smiles could force men into submission. I had thought that these claims of such ridiculous beauties were nothing but exaggerations. But now seeing this woman in red, I somewhat understand. This beauty is so terrifying that I'm afraid the emperors of the mortal world would sacrifice their kingdom for it. This is what they would call love not one's country, but love beauties. Thinking this, Lin Ming began to revolve the true primal chaos formula as he rapidly suppressed these thoughts and feelings within his heart, returning his mind to a tranquil and calm state of clarity. In accordance to what I said before, if you helped me extract the purple flood dragon divine thunder, then I would help you absorb it, the woman in red casually said. She had changed her clothes and recovered her calm, just as if nothing awkward had ever happened. Lin Ming tactfully didn't mention what had happened a moment ago. He said, "Thank you, Senior." Ever since coming into contact with the woman in red, Lin Ming had respectfully referred to her as Senior. Before, the woman in red didn't think much of this, but now hearing this title, she thought that it was very grating on her nerves. After such a shameful and embarrassing moment had passed, he still actually called her Senior. Didn't this mean that her pure body was touched by a mere child? Her eyes twitched. The woman in red said, "I'm 27 years old." A woman usually wouldn't ever state their own age, and doing so right now was considered a stupid and silly matter. Still, for some particular reason, the woman in red couldn't help but state her age. Lin Ming's eyes widened. 27? This woman in front of him was only 27? He had thought that even though she looked very young, she was probably 40 or 50 years old. After all, once a martial artist reached the Xianxia realm, their lifespan would increase. A 60 or 70-year-old would look like a 20-year-old. But he hadn't thought that she was only 27 years old. Heavens! For her cultivation to reach the extreme Xianxia realm at only 27 years of age, just what was her martial talent? Seeing Lin Ming's shocked look, the woman in red finally had a little feeling of accomplishment and triumph. She had been constantly surprised these past few days. It was about time that this little boy was also surprised. In fact, even if this woman in red was the same age as Lin Ming, she would still have surpassed him in terms of cultivation. She had a Xiantian fire spirit refined in her body, and she also had the bloodline of the vermilion bird. Her martial talent was a superior 7th grade, ranked among the highest in the world. She had reached pulse condensation at 15, the Hotian realm at 17, the Xiantian realm at 22, and the extreme Xiantian realm at only 26 years. Now, she was already a half step into the revolving Dan realm. Breaking through was only a matter of time. Lin Ming had reached the peak bone forging stage at 15 years of age. In a 4th or 5th grade sect, this result could only be considered decent. It was only incomparably surprising when paired with Lin Ming's ordinary mortal background. Lin Ming gulped. What a monstrous genius! He could be considered a bit experienced. With her talent, she was at the pinnacle in any large sect. Let alone the small 7 profound martial house, but she would be above anyone at even the 7 profound valleys. But why had she suddenly blurted out her age? Was it possible that she disliked the title Senior because it implied she was old? With an 11-year disparity, the truth was he could also call her Big Sister. Of course, this was a name he didn't dare to utter. Then what should he call her? Lin Ming blinked, clueless, and said, "My name is Lin Ming." There was no reason to hide his name, especially in front of a Xiantian master like herself. They were simply two people of two different worlds. If it wasn't for such lucky occurrences happening, then there was no way that their paths would ever have crossed. The woman in red hesitated. Then her bright red lips parted and she said, "Mu Qianyu, Mu Qianyu." Lin Ming silently remembered this name. Perhaps one day when his strength grew, they would meet again. "Miss Mu, I'll have to trouble you to help me absorb the Thunder Soul." "All right, but I'll warn you once more. Even with the magnetic birthstone, the brutal and savage nature of the purple flood dragon divine thunder can only be suppressed to an extent. You will find it very difficult to absorb. If there's any accident, all of the meridians in your body will be shattered. Have you considered this clearly?" Although Mu Qianyu knew that Lin Ming's body was special, she didn't believe that he would be able to withstand the might of the Thunder Soul. This was a terrifying strength that only someone at least at the middle Xiantian realm would be able to bear. Lin Ming nodded and said, "Yes, I've thought about this already." Mu Qianyu let out a light breath. She knew that someone like Lin Ming, who had such a firm heart of martial arts, would rarely change their decision. Once they decided to do something, they would. They wouldn't often listen to the counsel of others. I'll let it be and give him a hand this time. If his meridians are broken, then I'll give him a black jade channel replenishment pill and consider this favor returned. Thinking this, Mu Qianyu no longer tried to persuade him. As the saying went, the body was easy to train, but the meridians were difficult. To a normal martial artist, once their meridians shattered, then their martial arts would also be finished. The black jade channel replenishment pill was one of the few miracle medicines that could renew and regenerate meridians. It was incomparably precious even within a large sect. Mu Qianyu only had 2 of the pills on her. As the 2 sat in meditation to restore their condition to the peak, Mu Qianyu took hold of the magnetic birth stone and gently held it in her palms, slightly unraveling part of the seal she had placed on it. Lin Ming took the magnetic birth stone in his hands. Suddenly, true essence erupted from his body, and a formidable power sunk into the magnetic birth stone, acting upon the purple flood dragon, Divine Thunder. In that moment, the purple flood dragon, Divine Thunder, felt once more the terrifying fear and horror that came from the depths of its soul. With such a dreadful power suppressing it again and again, it was only able to use 60 to 70% of its strength. The result of this was that it had been abruptly pulled out of Mu Qianyu's body. Now this nightmare-inducing power appeared once more. The purple flood dragon, Divine Thunder, was finally angry. It exploded with a savage roar, killing its way towards Lin Ming. But at this moment, a massive pure flame true essence dropped in from above, a relentless pressure that pushed down on the purple flood dragon, Divine Thunder's body. The purple flood dragon, Divine Thunder, fiercely trembled, and its purple light dimmed. This fire true essence naturally came from Mu Qianyu. Now that she was restored to her peak condition, the power that she was able to release was something that this small purple flood dragon, Divine Thunder, could not contend with. I can only help you in the beginning and weaken some of its power. But once the purple flood dragon, Diviner Thunder, enters your body, everything else will depend on you. If you cannot persist, then speak up and I will grab it. Do not try to be brave. Mu Qianyu spoke as she suppressed the power of the purple flood dragon, Divine Thunder. Although her tone was somewhat cold, it actually revealed a hint of concern. Lin Ming looked deeply at Mu Qianyu, a strange and unfamiliar emotion surging through his heart like a tide. He nodded and said, I will. Good. Then be careful. Mu Qianyu pushed out the last law formula, and a chain of flames entangled itself around the purple flood dragon, Divine Thunder, limiting its power to the absolute minimum. Lin Ming held the purple flood dragon, Divine Thunder, and pressed it down over his left chest, directly where his heart was. Ha! The skin of Lin Ming's left chest was burned black. Mu Qianyu's mind jumped. She hadn't thought that Lin Ming would be so resolute and decisive. Normally, when a martial artist was faced with a life-and-death matter like this, they would hesitate. But Lin Ming's eyes hadn't even blinked. Where did this self-confidence come from? Lin Ming gave a stuffy cough and his body trembled, just as if he were struck by a bolt of lightning. Although Mu Qianyu's chains of flame had wrapped around the purple flood dragon, Divine Thunder, limiting its power, its formidability had gone beyond his imagination. A savage and cruel power of thunder wildly galloped through his entire body's meridians. Lin Ming felt as if his entire body was being pierced by tens of thousands of steel needles. The pain was absolutely terrible. Lin Ming clenched his teeth and revolved the true primal chaos formula. However, in front of the Xiantian-level power of thunder, his true essence immediately collapsed upon contact. It hurt too much. Purple thunder flooded Lin Ming's meridians, turning his body into shambles. Lin Ming paled as he trembled, his body twitching. His true essence was just like pure white snow underneath a blazing summer sun. It quickly melted. As his body shook, Lin Ming couldn't help but almost surrender to this power. He lost his balance and was about to fall over. But, at this moment, he felt himself falling into a soft, warm, and fragrant bosom. Then a hand touched upon his back, and a temperate true essence soaked into his body, moistening his ruined body. Enough. Don't try to be so brave. It will depend on you to absorb the Thunder Soul. What I can do now is give you some breathing space, but I cannot help you in that matter. Mu Qianyu said with some worry as she held up Lin Ming. I'm all right. Lin Ming spoke with some difficulty. It wasn't that he was trying to be brave, but he had a degree of certainty in his success. It was true that the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder was absolutely strong. As soon as it had entered his body, it had gone on the offensive, waging a full-on stormy assault, something that his fragile body couldn't withstand. But the heretical god seed was actually able to resist. In the moment that the Thunder Soul entered into Lin Ming's heart, the heretical god seed began its counterattack. Seeing such a powerful Thunder Soul delicacy appear in front of it, the heretical god seed began to make excited woo-woo sounds. Whoosh! The heretical god seed took the initiative to launch an attack for the first time. It swooped down, like an eagle swooping down towards its prey, towards the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder. It charged directly into the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder's body. The purple flood dragon Divine Thunder began to shake, tumbling around in a frenzy as it roared. But no matter how much the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder struggled, it was unable to throw the heretical god seed off. The power of thunder surged around like a turbulent tide that threatened to drown him. Lin Ming's already severely wounded body once again suffered the baptism of wild and violent energy. But, with the aid of the true primal chaos formula, which he had cultivated for a long time to quench his meridians, and the perfectly circulating true essence from when he entered the ethereal martial intense state that moistened his meridians, he was able to get by with no damage to his meridians. Clenching his teeth, Lin Ming held back the excruciating pain that came from his meridians. He forced the manic and rapid power of thunder into the magnetic birthstone. If he didn't have the magnetic birthstone, his body might have already exploded by now. In this war, Lin Ming's advantages lay in the heretical god seed, which could hold the power of thunder, and the bloodline suppression of the true dragon. He also had Mu Qianyu assisting him as well as the magnetic birthstone. But the advantage of the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder was that it had terrifying power. If it burst out with its full strength, Lin Ming's body would be as fragile as a piece of paper in front of it. All of Lin Ming's muscles tensed. His clothes had already been burnt by the thunder fire and turned to ashes. The handsome symmetrical muscles of his body were oozing out large beads of sweat. Mu Qianyu was waiting on the side, carefully watching Lin Ming. Once Lin Ming encountered a life-threatening situation, she would immediately make her move. However, what caused her to be incomparably surprised was that Lin Ming was actually persisting through everything. From the beginning, because Lin Ming couldn't withstand the sudden attacks of the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder, his meridians had nearly been broken. But now, it was as if he slowly found a way to deal with the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder, and the confrontation of energies in his body was beginning to stabilize. If he can sustain this state, he really might succeed. Mu Qianyu took a deep breath. It was the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder, an existence that even a Xianxia powerhouse would be able to handle barely. Yet, he was only a little bone-forging martial artist. If he actually managed to absorb it, what kind of concept would that be? What's so special about his body? Mu Qianyu muttered, as a surge of mixed emotions fluctuated through her heart. She remembered when Lin Ming had let out a low roar that had even caused her own bloodline to tremble in fear. She had the bloodline of a saint beast. This wasn't possible unless Lin Ming had the bloodline of a legendary god beast. Impossible. It's impossible for there to be a god beast's bloodline. Mu Qianyu muttered as she denied this dreamy speculation. As a saintess of divine Phoenix Island, she had some knowledge of god beasts. Such existences did not exist in the lower realms. Even in the upper realms, there was only a pitiful number of god beasts. There were even some species of god beasts where only a single one of them existed. However, no matter what she thought, there was something unusual about his body. His body must have undergone some sort of awakening. Is it the bloodline of a flood dragon? If that's the case, Mu Qianyu pursed her lips. She was perplexed. Time passed second by second, minute by minute. Lin Ming was struggling to persist. Although the heretical god seed had locked the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder up, the power of thunder still escaped. In order for him to withstand it, his true essence was gradually being exhausted. Even if he opened the heretical god force, the situation wouldn't change. But at this moment, Lin Ming suddenly felt a cool feeling on his lips, as if something incomparably soft was touching him. He opened his eyes to see that Mu Qianyu had pinched a bloodstone pill with her slender fingers and was putting it in his mouth. That icy cold touch was Mu Qianyu's fingers moving along Lin Ming's lips. The bloodstone pill came at too prompt a time. Lin Ming swallowed it, and the bloodstone pill turned into a warm power that spread throughout his body, nourishing his meridians that were on their final legs. In Lin Ming's heart, the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder was continuously being compressed, and the heretical god seed was becoming brighter and shinier. The purple flood dragon Divine Thunder was reduced to an inch in size, when suddenly, there was a long sound, and a scarlet dragon shot out of the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder's body, angrily rushing towards Lin Ming's heart. This is the blood essence left behind in the Thunder Soul by the Thunder Flood Dragon? Lin Ming had just reacted, when the magic cube suddenly awoke from its slumber. An invisible force locked onto the blood essence, covering it, and dragged it directly into the magic cube. The Scarlet Flood Dragon crazily struggled to free itself, but in the face of this implacable force, its struggles were to no avail. In a flash, the Scarlet Flood Dragon was dragged into the magic cube, completely vanishing. There wasn't even a single ripple to indicate anything was different. Lin Ming was stunned. The Thunder Flood Dragon's blood essence, which he had expected to expend a great deal of effort to control, was actually so easily and simply dealt with. After the Purple Flood Dragon, Divine Thunder had lost the support of the Thunder Flood Dragon's bloodline, it immediately calmed, becoming very sluggish. As for the heretical god seed, because it had devoured so much power of thunder from the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder, it was actually much more active and robust than before. Lin Ming's mind moved, and he began to try controlling the rampaging, violent purple thunder in his meridians. But the purple thunder was simply too savage and fierce. It wouldn't listen to his directions. After failing to escape several times in a row, the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder was finally and completely engulfed by the heretical god seed. Suddenly, the purple thunder instantly calmed down and began to follow Lin Ming's will, circling its way through his meridians. He finally controlled the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder. Lin Ming felt cheerful and ecstatic. At this moment, he discovered that dim purple lines had appeared on the surface of the steel needle thunder soul that was quietly suspended in the heretical god seed. On closer inspection, these small purple lines of light were actually the purple flood dragon, bearing its teeth and claws. This steel needle that was engraved with the Thunder Flood Dragon was the latest evolution of Lin Ming's Thunder Soul. He did it, he finally did it. After suffering through so much pain, his efforts hadn't been in vain. Lin Ming's mind suddenly relaxed. He only felt a blinding dizziness in his mind, and then he lost consciousness. After an average person relaxed from such a high-intensity state and deep psychological stress, they would find it easy to faint. Not to mention Lin Ming had experienced inhuman torture for such a long time. His soul force and true essence consumption had reached the limit. He was far too tired. Mu Qianyu was sitting beside Lin Ming and saw him faint. She put out a hand to grab hold of him, slowly laying him down on top of a straw mat. She silently observed the young boy's quiet and peaceful sleeping expression. She thought back to a day ago when he had been focused on cooking the barbecue and boiling the soup, and she remembered how he had used the barbecue to con the vermilion bird into exchanging a feather. Thinking this, the corners of her lips unconsciously formed into a beautiful smile. What sort of person was he? There were simply too many mysteries and riddles contained in him. First, he had climbed to the summit of Thundercrash Mountain by himself. Then, he had broken into the Flood Dragon's cave and stole the magnetic birthstone. With just his trivial bone-forging cultivation, he had managed to help expel the thunder soul that was in her body. Now, he had absorbed a purple flood dragon divine thunder that even Xiantian masters had to be careful of. At such a young age, he could control thunder. These days, everything he did sounded ridiculous and impossible. Even she, who had seen countless talents, geniuses, sages, hermits, and others, could not help but have a very intense curiosity towards Lin Ming. If she didn't have her own matters to deal with, she thought of quietly following Lin Ming back to his country, and having a good look at his parents and where he grew up. Why would I have such strange thoughts? Shaking her head, Mu Qianyu tossed this thought away. She took a red cloak out of her spatial ring and covered Lin Ming with it. Her movements were very light, in fear that she would disturb his rest. Now that he's fallen asleep, I want to explore his body to see what secrets he has. Mu Qianyu was startled as this thought suddenly emerged in her heart. To use soul force to penetrate someone's body was an extremely uncouth and frivolously naughty behavior. Because soul force could penetrate clothing easily, it was no different than seeing someone naked and exposed. Of course, if a martial artist was conscious, they could easily use true essence to form a barrier to shield their body and preventing others from peeping at them. But now, Lin Ming was completely defenseless as he lay down on the straw mat. He had fallen into a deep sleep, and any barriers on his body had been lifted. Also, he was completely unconscious. He wouldn't know if others were probing him. How could I have such a shameful idea? If he knew about this, I won't have the face to appear in public anymore. Mu Qianyu's gorgeous face blushed. To take advantage of someone being unconscious to snoop through them was absolutely despicable and contemptible behavior. It wasn't anything that a regal and moderate woman like herself would ever do. But an intense curiosity burned within her. It was like an enticing devil that lingered inside her heart. It wouldn't go away until she did something. When he had expelled the Thunder Soul, he also investigated me with his soul force. This can be considered returning the favor, Mu Qianyu muttered as she grasped at a reason to console herself. Finally, she could not resist the temptation. As she blushed, she extended her soul force into Lin Ming's body. Lin Ming had no guard up. Mu Qianyu first investigated Lin Ming's heart. Except for the purple flood dragon, Divine Thunder's Thunder Soul, she didn't notice anything strange except a strange mark on Lin Ming's heart. But this mark didn't seem too special or different. After a fruitless probe, she continued forth. She probed his viscera, and almost didn't find anything too strange. As she considered whether or not to continue her search, at this moment, Lin Ming's fingers suddenly moved. Mu Qianyu jumped up, startled. She quickly withdrew her soul force and respectfully sat down. He woke up so fast? Mu Qianyu found that it was only Lin Ming's finger that had moved. He hadn't really woken up. She let out a breath of relief and no longer dared to examine his body. As she quietly waited, a day passed. When Lin Ming woke up, it was dark. Opening his eyes, he saw Mu Qianyu stirring up a fire. She was heating the leftover soup up from last night. You're awake. Mu Qianyu smiled. How long have I been sleeping? Lin Ming sat up. He examined his body, and he was suddenly filled with surprise. His meridians had been opened up, and they were completely connected. The purple thunder that had flooded Lin Ming's meridians and almost destroyed his body had unexpectedly opened his meridians up. The sign that a martial artist had stepped into the pulse condensation period was when their meridians were opened. But to open up one's meridians and connect them was an extremely difficult task. It was the bottleneck of the bone forging stage to the pulse condensation period. Because of this bottleneck, there were many martial artists that were trapped beneath for their entire lives. But to Lin Ming, this bottleneck didn't exist. As long as he poured enough true essence into his meridians, he could immediately break into the pulse condensation period. Mu Qianyu also discovered the change in Lin Ming's body. You've broken through to the pulse condensation period? Mu Qianyu was astonished beyond belief. The bottleneck between bone forging and pulse condensation was neither too great nor too insignificant. For a genius with great talent, the bottleneck wasn't considered much. Despite this, it was normal for them to take several months to even half a year to overcome it. These month-long gaps couldn't be underestimated. In a month, Lin Ming would become 16 years old. There was a very big difference between breaking through to the pulse condensation period at 15 and breaking through to the pulse condensation period at 16. Mu Qianyu had reached the pulse condensation period at 15 years of age. In Divine Phoenix Island, this was considered a first-class achievement. But now, she had actually tied with Lin Ming. Thinking of Lin Ming's ordinary mortal identity, Mu Qianyu felt a shiver crawl up her spine. What sort of monstrous genius was this? Compared to him, even the growth rate of her cultivation, which she was so arrogantly proud of, was eclipsed. Needless to say, Lin Ming was also incomparably excited. Not too long ago, becoming a pulse condensation martial artist had only been a faraway dream. However, unbelievably, he had reached his goal of becoming a pulse condensation martial artist so quickly. Lin Ming was thinking of revolving his true essence and officially breaking through to the pulse condensation period. But at this moment, Mu Qianyu advised, Lin Ming, the reason your meridians opened and connected was because of the power of thunder from the purple flood dragon divine thunder, not due to your own accumulation of true essence. It could be considered a fortunate accident. If you use this as a stepping stone to break through to the pulse condensation period, then it will cause your foundation to be unstable. My advice is that you don't break through to the pulse condensation period just yet. Wait for your bone-forging true essence to gradually accumulate and naturally overflow. Then, it will spontaneously flood your meridians. Doing this will let you achieve the best results. Lin Ming paused, before immediately nodding. What Mu Qianyu said was right. When he had entered the altering muscle stage and the bone-forging stage, his true essence had naturally overflowed and thus, he had spontaneously broken through to the next level. Through this way, his foundation would be the most solid and complete. Otherwise, if he were to use shortcuts to quickly improve, then even though his cultivation would experience a short-term increase, his foundation wouldn't be steady. From then on, the further he cultivated, the more difficult it would become. Mu Qianyu saw Lin Ming listen to her opinion, free from arrogance and ego, and slightly nodded. As she fiddled with the fire, Mu Qianyu didn't know what to say in this situation. The flames rose and whistled, and the firewood crackled under the heat of the flames. As the soup boiled over the fire, fragrant waves wafted through the cave. However, even though this soup smelled delicious, Mu Qianyu still lost interest in the yesterday's savory soup. She understood that it was time for the two of them to part ways. Her wound had healed, and there were still matters that she needed to attend to. This brief, fateful union of chance was about to come to an end. The atmosphere fell into a silent lull. The night was dark, and within the dim cave there was only the sound of burning fire and the boiling of soup. The vermilion bird had fallen asleep in a corner. After Mu Qianyu restored her strength to its peak, she had transferred a massive amount of fire true essence into the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird's wing was well on its way to a full recovery. Do you have any plans? Mu Qianyu asked, as she saw Lin Min silently watching her. I have to return to my country. There's a matter I have to settle. You're a disciple of the 7 Profound Valleys? Mu Qianyu guessed this because the closet sect was the 7 Profound Valleys. Yes. Lin Ming hesitated and told it as it was. Oh! The truth was, Mu Qianyu very much wanted to ask Lin Ming if he would be willing to join her Divine Phoenix Island. The words were at the tip of her tongue, but she still hadn't said anything. To have him betray his sect just because of a casual acquaintance, that was simply overdoing it. Moreover, since this young boy had obtained such results, she presumed that the 7 Profound Valleys had invested a great deal of resources in him. That's right, I've been wanting to ask. Why did you want the flood dragon's blood? Lin Ming suddenly remembered, curious. It was to let Little Flame evolve, Mu Qianyu explained, referring to the vermilion bird who quietly slept in the corner. Little Flame was obviously the vermilion bird's name. Little Flame is my life's saint beast. Our minds are connected with each other. I sensed that Little Flame was approaching maturity, and needed a saint spirit pill in order to quickly evolve. But, in order to refine a saint spirit pill, I needed the blood of a saint beast. I wouldn't have come to Thunder Crash Mountain if there had been any other way. Actually, I had already prepared lucrative terms of exchange, and I didn't think that some blood from the Thunder Flood Dragon would be too big a loss for it. However, the Thunder Flood Dragon wasn't willing to make the exchange, and we finally came to blows. I didn't think that the Thunder Flood Dragon would have less than 100 years of life remaining, so it had fought with everything it had, causing me to suffer a major loss. Thinking this, Mu Qianyu ruefully smiled. A saint beast had its own pride and arrogance. Asking it to sell its blood was truly a grave insult. Oh, do you want to stay a few more days to let Little Flame's wounds recover? Lin Ming mumbled as he lowered his head, also fiddling with the fire. In truth, as long as Mu Qianyu sustained the input of true essence into the vermilion bird, its wounds would be healed by tomorrow. But, as she was about to say this, a strange and unfamiliar feeling creeped into her heart, and she changed her words. It may take 2 or 3 days. Well, then it's also good if I wait 2 or 3 days. I just happen to want to improve my condition. Lin Ming brilliantly smiled, and that suppressive and dreary atmosphere seemed to instantly be swept away by a clear breeze. Wait for me, I'll go catch a few hares. The leftover deer and soup from yesterday won't be enough. All right. Mu Qianyu's mood was also much more relaxed and languid. The vermilion bird was sleeping soundly at the side. Without knowing the reason, it had been sold out by its master. For these next few days, it would continue to endure pain. However, even if the vermilion bird knew why, it would still gladly endure any torture. After 1 hour, the scrumptious smell of barbecue drifted out, causing the vermilion bird to instantly raise its head, sniffing left and right. Its gaze fell on the golden caramel barbecue over the fire. Its 2 eyes began to shine with a greedy, voracious light. Any pain, grief, or loss of feathers all became nothing but drifting clouds in front of this delicious barbecue. Time passed quickly. Every day Lin Ming would go out hunt, then head back to cook and make soup. During the morning of the second day, Lin Ming encountered a golden flood dragon beast in the forest. The golden flood dragon beast was a dark gold color, and it was over 20 feet long. Its entire body was draped with scales impenetrable. The flood dragon was a promiscuous and overly sexual creature. This golden flood dragon beast was the result of the flood dragon mating with a gold-armored rhinoceros. It was one of the many descendants that had been produced from such a union. It's actually a direct descendant of the thunder flood dragon. Seeing this golden flood dragon beast, Lin Ming was slightly surprised. The thunder lizards of Thunder Crash Mountain were extremely fierce and dangerous, but most of the thunder lizards weren't direct descendants of the flood dragon. Rather, they were separated by many generations, and the flood dragon bloodline within them had naturally faded over time. However, the existence of this golden flood dragon beast was due to the thunder flood dragon venturing out in the past dozen or so years and mating with the surrounding wildlife. The flood dragon bloodline in this worm's body was extremely rich, and its strength was equal to a peak pulse condensation martial artist. You came at a great time. I just so happened to want to test the power of the purple flood dragon, Divine Thunder. This place is near Thunder Crash Mountain. Once I leave this area, it would be very difficult to find a top-quality vicious beast that is equal to a peak pulse condensation martial artist. Lin Ming flicked his finger, and a steel needle, with a purple flood dragon coiled around it, immediately jumped to his fingertip, spinning. This was the purple flood dragon, Divine Thunder's Thunder Soul. Although it contained an incomparably violent and savage power of thunder, it couldn't be seen at a glance as anything too threatening or unusual. The power of thunder was highly compressed inside of the needle. Not even a tiny bit leaked out. If a martial artist didn't have an acutely pure and strong soul force, then they would have no way of seeing the volatile and dangerous energies that composed the needle. They would only think that it looked like a solid steel needle. This was the symbol of a high-grade thunder manifestation. Energy was the origin of all. Once this energy became extremely compressed, it would manifest into a tangible substance. The golden flood dragon beast's dark amber eyes locked onto Lin Ming, a murderous aura overflowing from it. Its dull perception hadn't grasped or noticed the danger within the steel needle, so it didn't place Lin Ming in its eyes. It only regarded Lin Ming as a delicious afternoon lunch. Roar! The golden flood dragon beast madly howled as it tore towards Lin Ming, its sharp claws aimed to pierce his throat, wanting to tear this human into shreds. Lin Ming remained motionless. With a small flick of his finger, the coiling dragon's steel needle instantly vanished from Lin Ming's fingertip. That small light cut through space at an extraordinary speed without even a shred of sound. In that split second, light itself seemed to distort as space was split in half by a thin purple line. The coiling dragon's steel needle sank into the golden flood dragon beast's mouth and penetrated cleanly through, without even a bit of blood. The golden flood dragon beast's body fiercely trembled, its vision blurred, as Lin Ming disappeared from its sight. The golden flood dragon beast fell to the ground in a vacant daze as it continued to shake. It didn't understand what happened, and that the aching pain it felt was from that instantaneous light that had shot out. It growled, intending to rush towards Lin Ming again. But at this moment, a purple arc of electricity snaked out from its mouth and its wounds, rampaging all over its body. The manically savage and blazingly hot thunder fire caused the golden flood dragon beast to howl in suffering. Its body violently struggled and ultimately was unable to escape the final fate of death. It fell to the ground, burned through and through, as it was turned into a charred husk by the thunder. Lin Ming let out a cool breath. Although he had prepared himself, the power of the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder had gone beyond the scope of his imagination. A peak pulse condensation vicious beast had been killed in a single strike. Of course, much of this had to do with the weak perception of the golden flood dragon beast. It simply hadn't realized that the coiling dragon's steel needle contained such a horrifying power. The purple flood dragon Divine Thunder is currently more powerful than my Thunderfire Annihilation. The best part is that it doesn't consume true essence. It's not like Thunderfire Annihilation, where it consumes 30 or 40% of my true essence within a single strike. Right now, the heretical Godseed's flame essence is simply far weaker than the Thunder Soul. If the difference in power is too great, it would have an adverse detrimental effect on Thunderfire Annihilation's power. I'll have to wait until I obtain the flame essence from the Fire Worm tribe before I can use Thunderfire Annihilation again. Thinking this, Lin Ming casually caught a deer and returned to the cave. Mu Qianyu had some interest in cooking. She took towards barbecuing with gusto. Although Mu Qianyu hadn't yet cooked food before, she had been using her soul force to carefully observe each and every part of the barbecue. By relying on the control of her soul force, she was able to make sure that the meat was perfectly grilled without a single burn. However, regardless of how she cooked it, she still couldn't reproduce the tasty flavor from when Lin Ming did the roasting. Lin Ming would hunt, barbecue, and then make delicious soup. He mediated in his spare time and occasionally talked with Mu Qianyu, chatting about new, strange, and funny things. The days passed peacefully, filled with light and warmth. On the morning of the third day, the vermilion bird faced the rising sun and stretched out its great fiery crimson wings. Lin Ming clearly knew that it was time the two of them parted ways. "What matter would you like me to help you with?" Mu Qianyu had just washed her face, and she gazed at the rising sun. Her hands covered her eyes, and her voice was softly faint. Lin Ming was about to shake his head, but then he suddenly remembered something. He said, "I want to kill a man. He is weaker than me, but it still won't be easy killing him. Most of the time he stays in his mansion surrounded by guards. If I decide to make my move, then I will have to do it without being caught and without leaving any evidence. Do you have any means to do so?" Mu Qianyu lowered her head, deep in thought. She finally said, "There's a way. As long as you enter into an illusionary world, after killing him you can destroy his corpse and erase the clues." Mu Qianyu didn't ask who Lin Ming was planning to kill or the reason why he wanted to kill. To her, those she liked were her friends, and those she hated were her enemies. She did not differentiate between good and evil, right and wrong. "This is for you." Mu Qianyu took out a sparkling and crystal-clear purple pearl from her spatial ring. "This is the Dreamland Pearl. After it's activated, it will form an illusionary world. Anyone under the Xiantian realm will not be able to escape. Not only that, but those around will not notice any difference. This can be considered an independent and separate space. It will isolate you and your enemy inside. All information inside will be contained and cut off from the outside world. Not even a sound transmitting talisman will be able to pass through. You will have enough time to kill him and clear out the scene. Lin Ming happily received the purple pearl. As he was about to place it in his spatial ring, he thought for a moment and then asked, "Is this dreamland pearl expensive?" Mu Qinyu gaily laughed, the glittering sunlight shining down on her incomparably beautiful face. It was as if fairies of light were dancing upon her. She was simply one of those legendary beauties that were able to cause the downfall of nations and topple empires. Consider this my gift to you, but you must be careful. This dreamland pearl will not help you kill anyone. That will depend on yourself. Seeing the radiant beauty of Mu Qinyu, Lin Ming lost focus for a moment. He shook his head, letting out a breath as he gathered himself, suppressing the fluttering of his heart. He nodded and said, I'm confident in myself. Haha, I don't believe there is any matter that you cannot grasp within your reach. Even the thunder soul that I thought was impossible to absorb was swallowed by you. Mu Qinyu said as she smiled. Neither of them mentioned that matter of them parting ways. After the two of them had breakfast, Lin Ming left to go hunting as usual. However, as he left the cave, he had a feeling that when he came back, she would probably have already left. Oh. It's time to go, little flame. Aren't you willing? Mu Qinyu smiled as she stroked the vermilion bird's head. The vermilion bird had a very reluctant expression at the moment. Mu Qinyu testily said, "You promised, and you've already had several pieces of barbecue." The vermilion bird blinked, its face full of sad grievance. Ever since it had been born, it had lived on Divine Phoenix Island. It ate the rarest flowers and the tenderest bamboo, and drank the fresh dew of a spring morning. These delicacies weren't polluted by the foul Hotian air and may have appeared good to eat. But after so many years they had eventually become bland and tasteless. Well, it's time to go. We still have many matters to attend to. If you are still so hungry next time, then I'll bring you out to eat some roasted meat. Mu Qinyu said. She tapped her toes and gently floated upwards, landing onto the vermilion bird's back. As the vermilion bird left the cave, Mu Qinyu glanced back one more time. The fire in the cave had already extinguished. The branches had formed together to make a simple shelter, and the pot of soup was still warm. On one side was a neat bed of straw. That was where she had slept for 3 days. It was such a simple arrangement, and yet Mu Qinyu felt a hint of warmth. Sunny days, pleasant memories. She looked towards it with nostalgia, reluctant to leave. Mu Qinyu lightly sighed. She pulled out a pair of small porcelain bottles from her spatial ring and also a jade slip. She used her soul force to write down a message, and then the porcelain bottles and jade slip seemed to grow wings as they flew into the cave and gently landed on a flat rock inside. With a strange feeling, as if something were pressing down on her heart, Mu Qinyu patted the vermilion bird's head and said, "Let's go, little flame." The vermilion bird let out a clear cry and spread its wings and flew into the sky. With a whirring sound, the vermilion bird flew faster and faster. Mu Qinyu couldn't help but look one more time. In her eyes, the cave had already reduced to the size of a palm and shortly vanished from her sight. Maybe, if fate wills it, we will meet again. When Lin Ming was carrying some game back, he saw the empty cave. The familiar crimson beauty had already left, and the vermilion bird had flown away, leaving behind several splendid feathers. Next to the feathers were 2 porcelain bottles and also a jade slip. Lin Ming sighed, somewhat sad and low in spirits. He wasn't too surprised. He had already guessed that they would part in such a manner. But this time, he felt an inexplicable melancholy in his heart. He casually tossed aside the game and walked over to sit down on the rocks. He picked up a few of the crimson, fiery feathers, and caressed them for a moment before carefully placing them into his spatial ring. Then, Lin Ming picked up the porcelain bottles and the jade slip. The porcelain bottles were cool like jade, and there was a light sent to them that was left behind by Wuxia. He sank his soul force into the jade slip. Inside was a short message. Although it was a bit rude, I thought that leaving without farewells was a better way to part. I want to deeply thank you for helping me expel the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder. I've left behind 2 bottles of pills for you. I had originally wanted to leave behind some miracle medicines that could directly enhance your cultivation, but after some thinking, I believe it's best if you rely on yourself to cultivate. Slowly accumulating cultivation bit by bit is the most secure and safe method. Therefore, I left behind a bottle of spirit gathering pills in order to increase your rate of cultivation. There are altogether 20 of them. You will experience the best effects if you wait until you reach the pulse condensation period. The other bottle contains divine spiritual pills. There are only 3 of them. For martial artists below the Xianxia realm, they can momentarily enhance one's cultivation so that you can go beyond the limit of your current combat skill. If you encounter an unexpected danger, take a divine spiritual pill and it can help you safely escape. I am from Divine Phoenix Island. If destiny wills it, then our paths will cross again someday. Wuxia. Lin Ming placed the pills and the jade slip into his spatial ring. He sighed. These past days had been like a fleeting dream. But in the end, he still had to awaken from the dream, no matter how wonderful it was. There were still many matters that he had to attend to. He wanted to take the eternal flame of the firm worm tribe, but currently the fire worm shaman was too strong. With just his flame avatar, Lin Ming had been chased down and nearly killed. Even though he had the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder, he didn't have an absolute assurance that he would be able to defeat him. And even if he killed the fire worm shaman, absorbing the eternal flame's flame essence wouldn't be easy with his current strength. He could only lay this down for the moment and return at some later time. The most immediate matter was to return to Sky Fortune Kingdom and kill Ouyang Dihua. If it wasn't for the fact that he had accidentally learnt Thunderfire Annihilation and also obtained a Thunderbolt Devilfire bead, then Lin Ming would have most likely already been killed by Huagong. He had no alternative but to avenge this grudge. Ouyang Dihua's cultivation is only at the middle pulse condensation period. But his uncle is an elder of the 7 profound valleys, and the cultivation methods he studies are far beyond those of normal martial artists. His total combat strength should at least be equal to a peak pulse condensation martial artist. He should be able to fight toe-to-toe with Chi Gouda. With this cultivation, it won't be difficult to kill him. As the plants of the southern wilderness began to bloom, Sky Fortune City had already entered into a deep winter. The cold winds blew down, and gusts of chilling air curled around as if they could drill into a person's bones. The trees were already bare of leaves, and snow had piled high onto the streets. There were very few pedestrians on the streets, and even the usually ubiquitous peddlers and merchants were nowhere to be seen. A silence had fallen upon the once noisy streets, and there was only the occasional sound of a barking dog. There were new posts on the message boards. The frosted windows tinkled in the cold wind. In Sky Fortune City, every family had a cozy fire in their house. Wealthy families sat on heated brick beds, eating delicious hot pot. The poor would boil a pot of ginger soup to warm their families' stomachs. In Sky Fortune Kingdom's capital, even the common people lived in relative prosperity. There were very few who would starve or freeze to death. In the vast, endless snow of Sky Fortune City, in the southwest courtyard of a great mansion, there was a waterside pavilion that was luxuriously decorated to the brim. During this cold season, the lake should have already frozen over. But at the bottom of the lake, there was a small array that was extracting geothermal heat upwards, maintaining a suitable temperature for the lake's waters. There were even several breeds of water lotuses that were planted in the lake. Although they didn't bloom, their leaves were still a vibrant green. In this cold season, such a green was truly a luxurious color. In the waterside pavilion, there were 2 expensively dressed high-class men that were sitting down, facing each other. They wore mink furs, silk-lined jackets, thick moccasins, and there was a golden-purple stove heating them. In front of these 2 was an exquisite sandalwood table lined with meticulously crafted desserts and a jar of vintage wine. Even in this cold season, there were rare lychee grapes on the table. All of these were a demonstration of the owner's wealth. Of these two people, one was the current 7 profound envoy of Sky Fortune Kingdom, Ouyang Dihua, and the other was the head of the Allied Trade Association's Zhang family, Zhang Guanyu's father, Zhang Fengxian. After Zhang Guanyu had been crippled, Zhang Fengxian had taken Lin Ming as his enemy. However, Lin Ming's strength was simply too powerful, and his status was entrenched in the populace. He also had the support of the 7 profound martial house and the crown prince. Zhang Fengxian knew well that with just his own influence and power, it was simply impossible for him to deal with Lin Ming. Ouyang gazed at the scenery outside the pavilion as he silently drank a glass of wine. He quietly said, "Has there been any news?" Zhang Fengxian sighed. He shook his head and said, "The southern wilderness is 100,000 miles wide. The terrain within is complex. There are forests, jungles, swamps, mountains, grasslands, and all sorts of ghost-like vicious beasts. There are countless large and small tribes. To look for a single person with just a portrait alone is like looking for a needle in a haystack. A month and a half ago, Lin Ming and Huagong had gone missing in the southern wilderness. The 2 heavenly winged eagles that were with them had also disappeared. After hearing this news, Ouyang Dihua was somewhat perturbed. He began to investigate it. But although he had a high status, the amount of manpower at his disposal was actually very limited. Therefore, he had used the power of the Allied Trade Association to conduct an investigation in secret. In Ouyang Dihua's eyes, for Huagong, who was a half-step into the Hotian realm to kill Lin Ming, it should be guaranteed as long as there wasn't an accident. When Huagong had gone missing, Ouyang Dihua had thought that maybe it was Xianxia who had been moving in the shadows. But half a month ago, Xianxia had come back, oblivious to the matter of Lin Ming's disappearance. Seeing that Xianxia didn't know anything of what was going on, Ouyang Dihua felt his heart drop into his stomach. He had deduced that Lin Ming had absolutely died. But the question was, where did Huagong go? Did he die in some accident in the southern wilderness? Or was it that after killing Lin Ming, he had found some amazing secret on his body and fled with it? Ouyang Dihua didn't worry about these 2 possibilities. What he most worried about was that Lin Ming had not died, and was like a venomous serpent that was waiting to ambush him. If that was the case, then he would be in danger. Lin Ming's growth was simply fearful. In a few years, perhaps Lin Ming's strength would exceed his own. Seeing Ouyang Dihua look so unsettled and unsure, Zhang Fengxian tentatively said, "Mr. Ouyang, I've discussed before that maybe if we act on Lin Ming's family, then we can force him out. If he doesn't come out, then that proves that he has already died. What does Mr. Ouyang think?" Zhang Fengxian also wanted to ruin Lin Ming's family. Otherwise, it would be difficult to resolve the hatred that was in his heart. But what he didn't know was that while he and Ouyang Dihua were talking, a creeping invisible enchantment had already fallen upon them, enveloping them within its grip, and completely isolating them from the outside world. Move against the Lin family. Ouyang Dihua hesitated for a moment as he thought about it. The truth was that he also wanted to use this method to force out Lin Ming, but he worried about Xianxia. Now, because of the Total Faction Assembly Tournament, Xianxia had been looking for Lin Ming. Perhaps he might even suspect him now, but he just didn't have any evidence to back his speculations up. If he moved against the Lin family now, Xianxia would easily be able to discover some clues. Zhang Fengxian noticed Ouyang Dihua's hesitation and said, "I know what Mr. Ouyang is worried about. Please let my Allied Trade Association act upon this matter. I will use legitimate means in order to suppress the Lin family's family business. I have already investigated and found that the Lin family is comprised of a few thousand people in total, with only 2 estates and several hundred acres of farmable land. The rest rely on the family business in order to maintain daily expenses. If I cut the Lin family's business off, the Lin family will fall apart. I think that for normal commercial competition, Martial House Master Xianxia will not say anything. We merely need to wait for the Lin family to decline, and once Lin Ming's parents are no longer protected, we can secretly capture them. At that time, it won't arouse much suspicion. What does Mr. Ouyang think of this plan?" Ouyang Dihua nodded. Using legitimate means to suppress the Lin family was the most reasonable means. Even Xianxia could not find any fault with that. The Lin family did have some amount of influence, but it was nothing compared to the centuries-old heritage of the Allied Trade Association. Good. Then we'll proceed like so. I want to destroy the Lin family and decimate everyone in it. I want to see just where that little animal will go to die. If he dares show his face, I will kill him. And if he doesn't appear, I will let him watch as his family slowly perishes, and his parents becoming beggars on the streets, struggling with the wild dogs for food. As Ouyang Dihua coldly said these words, his eyes flashed with a sinister light. Zhang Fengxian smiled and suddenly thought of something. He poured a glass of wine and said to Ouyang Dihua, "Mr. Ouyang, don't worry. I will force the Lin family step by step into a dead end, until they are ruined. I will also force them to sell their daughters to me as slaves. The Lin family can be regarded as a martial cultivation family. Their daughters are always third-grade talents. When the time comes, I would like to honor Mr. Ouyang and assist with your cultivation. In doing so, it's not against the rules as long as the Lin family voluntarily sells them. They can be sold as maids, and Mr. Ouyang can do as he pleases with them. Who could say you can't?" As Zhang Fengxian spoke, he kept attentively poured wine for Ouyang Dihua. Ouyang Dihua took the wine glass with relish, boldly laughing. "Good. Very good. I will have that little animal take a good, hard look as I have all the women of the Lin family wait upon my crotch." Ouyang Dihua crushed the wine glass in his hand. An immoral and dark grin spread across his face. Once the Lin family declined, he would use the Lin family women as his furnace to cultivate in it. "Lin Ming, regardless of whether you died or haven't died, or even if you are waiting in the shadows for me, I will let you enjoy this great gift." As Ouyang Dihua was devising a method to deal with the Lin family, at this moment, he suddenly felt a vast murderous aura penetrating into his bones, chilling him from his head to his toes. "Who?" Ouyang Dihua stood up suddenly, true essence rapidly revolving through his entire body. His vision was like a hawk as he swept the surroundings. He didn't notice anything strange. Even his 4 bodyguards were keeping watch not too far away, as if nothing had happened. Zhang stood up, puzzled. He thought that Ouyang Dihua was simply being overly nervous. They were in the headquarters of the Allied Trade Association. In the headquarters, there was even a Hotian master who was on standby. Anyone that dared to barge in here was simply seeking death. But as Zhang Fengxian looked up, he was suddenly rendered completely speechless. He was the president of the Allied Trade Association, and he had survived countless scenes and plots and trickeries. Yet now, his eyes had gone wide, his face an expression of horror. He helplessly watched as a handsome, smiling boy slowly glided down from the sky, coming to a rest as he tread upon air, floating just above the surface of the lake. This boy looked at him, a sly smile crossing his face. FL Flight. Zhang Fengxian was also a martial artist. Although his cultivation wasn't high, he still knew what it meant if a martial artist to fly. Only a Xiantian master could fly. A Xiantian master came here to kill him? No, that was impossible. Ouyang Dihua's face sank. He stared at the grandiose youth who was brilliantly shining in the air, transcendent. His heart was in raging turmoil as he was nearly overwhelmed by panic. Not only could this youth fly, but all of the true essence in his body was restrained, so that Ouyang Dihua couldn't see the level of his cultivation. It was just as if he had reached the legendary realm of returning to his origin. No wonder. Even though he had felt a strange atmosphere as this young boy dropped from the heavens, his vigilance wasn't even aroused until the deep murderous intention was exposed. Before he knew it, his enemy had approached him. Lin Ming. Ouyang Dihua bit out those 2 words from between his clenched teeth. He withdrew the long sword from his spatial ring. Why was he able to fly? Why was he able to reach the realm of returning to his origin? Did he step into the Xiantian realm? That was impossible. Even in the ancient times, not even the saints and sages that founded the Holy Lands had reached the Xiantian realm at only 15 years old. Whatever the reason, Ouyang Dihua had a faint feeling that Lin Ming, had been holding his trump cards close to himself and keeping his secrets hidden. And today, he had finally exposed his hidden fangs. In this confrontation, Lin Ming would reveal all the cards in his hands, his strength reaching the peak. "Who are you?" Ouyang Dihua had lost his former calm. He now realized that he had never thoroughly understood Lin Ming, nor could he ever. Was Huagong killed by him? If so, then Lin Ming's strength had most likely exceeded even his own. Such an existence was usually hidden far away. Why would he come to the Seven Profound Martial House to pose as a student? Just what was his goal? "Who am I?" Lin Ming was slightly astonished, and then he immediately laughed. "How rude. A little more than a month and you don't recognize me anymore? You're too forgetful. You really do have some ability though. You managed to find someone to disguise themselves as Martial House Master Qin and then lure me into going to the southern wilderness. What a pity, the assassin you sent out was too low quality. I killed him already. Too bad. You almost succeeded." As Lin Ming spoke, Ouyang Dihua felt a chill run down his body. Although he had already guessed that Lin Ming had killed Huagong, hearing this news from the boy's own mouth was another matter. Now he truly felt fear. Currently, Lin Ming most likely had the strength to kill him. "Lin Ming, this is our first time meeting." Zhang Fengxian brilliantly smiled as he stared at Lin Ming. He crossed his hands behind his back. He had already calmed down from his panic a moment ago. Since this was Lin Ming, there was no way that he could be a Xiantian master. Although he didn't know why Lin Ming was able to fly as long as Lin Ming wasn't a Xiantian master, then in his own headquarters where he reigned supreme, why would he care that the other party had the courage to actually dare charge in? Even if Lin Ming dared to attack him, he would simply be courting death. "I'll tell you now, this here is my Allied Trade Association's headquarters. You actually dare charge in here to kill us? Haha, I thought you knew Mr. Ouyang's status. He is the Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 Profound Envoy, and his uncle is an elder of the 7 Profound Valleys. Just how many lives do you have? You actually dare to kill us? If you want to run away with your tail between your legs, you might still have the time. You trespass into my Allied Trade Association and dare attack the 7 Profound Envoy? Even if I send someone to kill you, it's not against the rules." Zhang Fengxian sneered. As he said this, he was already quietly crumbling a sound transmitting talisman between his hands. It was an order for the Allied Trade Association's Hotian master to come immediately. As long as he came, no matter how superhuman Lin Ming's powers were, he would also suffer to the extreme. Lin Ming saw Zhang Fengxian's little tricks, but he didn't care it. His illusionary world couldn't even be broken by a peak Hotian realm master. That Zhang Fengxian using an inferior sound transmitting talisman to penetrate it was simply a joke. "Humph, just because your uncle is a 7 Profound Valleys elder, you think you can do whatever you want without care for any laws? If you want to kill me, why can't I kill you? Your name is Zhang Fengxian? As the Allied Trade Association's head, it truly is like father like son. You father and son pair are simply too rampant for your own good. Before, I had already crippled Zhang Guanyu and turned him into waste. Now, it's probably best if I cripple you too, so that you can accompany him together. You're dead." At the mention of Zhang Guanyu, Zhang Fengxian was sent into an apoplectic rage, seething with murderous intention. This insult touched upon his greatest wrath. "Don't think you're getting away today. I'll have you stay here and beg for your death." "Good. I'm waiting," Lin Ming said with indifference. Ouyang Dihua's eyelids jumped. A moment ago, Zhang Fengxian had already crumpled the sound transmitting talisman, and yet, Lin Ming didn't seem to have any fears. What sort of card did he have in his hand? Thinking this, Ouyang Dihua's heart was suddenly filled with a dire sense of foreboding. "Guard 1. Guard 2. Just what are you standing there so stupid for? Come and kill this assassin." Ouyang Dihua suddenly turned his head, shouting at the 4 bodyguards that stood not too far away. These 4 bodyguards were Ouyang Dihua's personal bodyguards. One of them had even reached the middle pulse condensation period. Their strength wasn't that much different from Ouyang Dihua's. Lin Ming watched as Ouyang Dihua uselessly roared, a smile crossing his face, his hands folded across his chest. He looked calm and collected, just as if he were watching the play acting of a clown. Guard 1? Guard 2. Ouyang Dihua found that no matter how much he yelled at the 4 bodyguards, his voice fell on deaf ears. Standing in the distance, it was as if they hadn't even heard him shout. Seeing this strange scene, Ouyang Dihua's heart was filled with an inexplicable chill. He turned towards Lin Ming, his voice trembling. "You, what did you do?" Lin Ming mockingly said. "Call them? How will you call them? You can shout all you want until even your throat goes numb, but no one will come to save you." Lin Ming had originally planned to quickly and cleanly kill Ouyang Dihua, but he came just as they were discussing a heinous plan. Luckily, he had come back in time. Otherwise, if that plan was sent into motion, he couldn't imagine what sort of pitiful and sad fate his parents and the women of the Lin family would have to face. If such a thing ever happened, killing Ouyang Dihua 100 times over still wouldn't be enough. He originally had no enmity with Ouyang Dihua. Yet Ouyang Dihua had tried to deal with him again and again. He had used all sorts of cheap tricks and vile tactics in order to kill him. He had put him in a death trap, almost killing him. And now he even wanted to move against his family. This grudge wouldn't be resolved with simply killing Ouyang Dihua. He would galvanize and prod Ouyang Dihua, so that he would struggle in despair, knowing that there was no way he could escape. Only by doing so would he be able to assuage his heart of this hatred and clear his mind. Seeing this strange scene, Zhang Fengxian also felt some panic as he flustered again. The sound-transmitting talisman should have already arrived by now. The Allied Trade Association's headquarters was only a few miles wide. With a Hotian master's speed, he should be able to arrive in the blink of an eye. And yet, why wasn't there even the slightest movement? "You, what the hell did you do?" "I haven't done anything, other than use a dreamland pearl to lay down this illusionary world. You should give me enough time to play with you a bit. Don't uselessly struggle. It's pathetic. This enchantment can only be broken by a Xiantian realm master. All perception is isolated within. No matter what goes on in here, whether it be some earth-shaking power or wondrous ability, anyone looking in from the outside will only see a calm scene. If Mr. Ouyang does not believe me, then feel free to try breaking the enchantment." Lin Ming slowly said as he crossed his arms across his chest. A cold smile flit across his features. Hearing Lin Ming's words, Ouyang Dihua's heart sank. Only a Xiantian master could break through this enchantment? Was it really such a great treasure? Just where did he get this pearl from? Such a pearl would be incomparably precious even within the 7 profound valleys. Once again, Ouyang Dihua guessed that Lin Ming had an unknown yet fantastical background. "What do you want?" Ouyang Dihua no longer doubted Lin Ming's power. If he dared to come here today, then he must have had the absolute assurance to kill him. "You ask what I want? Mr. Ouyang, I can't believe that you would ask such a silly question. Isn't it obvious? I'm going to kill you." This illusionary world was laid down in order to avoid the attention of others, so that I can turn your corpse into ashes without a single trace. "Good. Very good. I want to see just how you will kill me." Ouyang Dihua roared, true essence erupting from his body like a geyser. His body shot forwards like an arrow, but what he aimed at was not Lin Ming, but the void of the illusionary world. Life-severing dead bone blade. Ouyang Dihua's entire body stirred with true essence. The long sword in his hand turned to a bone-white color, and deep chilly wind ran out from it, followed by countless sad cries and mournful wails. It really made one feel a scalp-tingling creepiness. This move had been used by Zhang Guanyu when he and Lin Ming had dueled each other. This was the most ruthless ability of the Divine Acacia Power's first layer. But seeing it now, Zhang Guanyu's version could not hold a candle to Ouyang Dihua's. A wise move, unfortunately useless. Lin Ming hadn't even moved. He simply watched as Ouyang Dihua's sword struck against the edge of the illusionary world. Zhi! A blinding white light sprung forth, and Ouyang Dihua's sword emitted an ear-tingling grating sound, as if it were about to break. Ouyang Dihua gave a stuffy cough as his body trembled. The web between his fingers had cracked apart, dripping red with blood. However, the invisible enchantment was motionless and intact, without even the least bit of damage. Couldn't be broken. It really couldn't be broken. Ouyang Dihua's heart sank. Even though he felt as if a mountain had fallen upon him, the illusionary world wasn't affected in the least. Perhaps what Lin Ming said was true, and only a Xiantian master could break apart this illusionary world. I already said that only a Xiantian master can break it. Otherwise, it is impossible to forcibly open this enchantment. Ouyang Dihua, accept your fate. Today is the day you die. Lin Ming touched his spatial ring, and the 9 feet 9 inch heavy profound soft spear appeared in his right hand, gripped horizontally. The silver-white spear edge gleamed a deadly radiance, overflowing with coldness. Ouyang Dihua turned towards Lin Ming, his eyes glimmering with dark and decisive color. Lin Ming, don't force me. You think that you can win against me? If I damage my cultivation to bring forth the soul-severing sword, don't think that you will survive. As Ouyang Dihua said this, his body suddenly shuddered. With a loud shout, all of his silk clothing was completely torn asunder, revealing a purple-gold-colored flexible armor. This was shockingly a high-grade human-step treasure armor. As Ouyang Dihua flourished his sword, the blade began to resound with a mournful howls, as if countless grieving spirits were bitterly sealed within the sword. Lin Ming chuckled and said, "You truly are worthy of being the nephew of a 7 profound valleys elder. You have a flexible armor protecting you, a long sword as a weapon, both of which are high-grade human-step treasures. Even I covet such treasures. That being the case, then I will kindly accept them." "You are reckless." Ouyang Dihua's feet pressed against the ground. He tread so hard that even the floor beneath him ruptured as he disappeared into a series of afterimages, his sword piercing straight towards Lin Ming's throat. Fleeting blade. Ouyang Dihua's sword sliced through space. The air grated with a loud explosive sound. The momentum behind the strike was terrifying. However, Lin Ming only laughed. Without using any martial skill, he gripped his spear in both hands and smashed down. After absorbing the power of vitality in the Sorcerer Pagoda, in addition to the cultivation of chaotic virtues combat meridians in his body, the strength behind his spear had reached a mind-boggling degree. 10,000 genes. Bang! Ouyang Dihua felt as if a mountain had fallen onto him. As spear and sword crossed each other, a massive vibrating strength sent Ouyang Dihua flying backwards as he vomited blood. He felt as if his bones were about to fracture. Flow like silk. Lin Ming thrust out his spear, and 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments formed a spiral that pierced towards Ouyang Dihua's right shoulder. If the spear struck, then Ouyang Dihua's right arm would be torn apart. In this moment of life and death, Ouyang Dihua's eyes flashed with a sinister color. He immediately drew backwards, and at the same time opened his mouth to spit out 2 beads towards Lin Ming's eyes. Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead? Lin Ming sneered. The Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead that Zhang Guanyu had was given to him by Ouyang Dihua. Lin Ming had already guessed that Ouyang Dihua would secretly mix in Thunderbolt Devil Fire beads in his attacks, but he just didn't think that the beads were hidden between his lips. A Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead was best used in a surprise attack. Once the enemy was prepared for it, the effects would be greatly reduced. Concept of wind. Lin Ming waved his left hand, and a strong wind surged upwards, blowing away the Thunderbolt Devil Fire beads. At the same time, Lin Ming stepped forwards, his body shooting forth like an arrow as he stabbed his spear towards Ouyang Dihua's belly. Bang! Bang! The Thunderbolt Devil Fire beads exploded in the sky, but they didn't even have the slightest effect on the illusionary world enchantment. At this moment, Lin Ming's long spear had already closed in, and was less than 100 feet away. With Ouyang Dihua flying backwards in the air, there was no way for him to dodge. Lin Ming, I will bet my life against you. Soul-severing blade. Ouyang Dihua pounded his own chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This blood sprayed across the blade of his sword. After absorbing the blood, the originally gleaming silver blade transformed into a strange blood-red color. There was a soul-piercing scream as a massive red skull struggled out of the sword, as if it had emerged from a sea of crimson blood. As soon as the skull appeared, it inflated like a balloon. In a short moment, it had already swelled to over 10 feet wide. It faced Lin Ming and let loose a maddening howl. For a time, the entire sky was filled with a bone-freezing wind, as if all nearby human blood and flesh would be drained by this giant skull. After he released this bloody skull, Ouyang Dihua immediately looked faint and lifeless. He could barely stand on his feet. This was the strongest skill in his repertoire, soul-severing sword. Once activated, he would lose 20% of his cultivation. He probably wouldn't recover his vitality even in half a year. Seeing this massive red skull appear, Lin Ming revealed an expression of surprise. Even though his own blood vitality billowed out into the sky, he still felt a chill from the depths of his soul when faced with this skull. It was as if he were stranded naked within an endless plain of snow in the middle of a great winter storm. Die, Lin Ming. Once this soul-severing blood skeleton appears, it will never give up until it has sucked up all the blood essence of its enemies. Ouyang Dihua hysterically raved. His entire face was a gloomy bright red, as if he had been possessed by a devil. Seeing this bloody skull roaring towards him, Lin Ming put away the heavy, profound, soft spear. He flicked his right hand and a coiling dragon steel needle jumped out on his fingertips. This small steel needle was only 2 inches long and on it engraved a purple flood dragon. The flood dragon wound downwards, encircling the steel needle 9 times, no more and no less. Although the flood dragon's body was tiny, every subtle texture and detail contained the fierce and supremely tyrannical expression of the savage flood dragon. It was so vivid and vibrant that it appeared, not as an engraving, but instead a true flood dragon that had been pinned onto the steel needle. The bloody skull rushed towards Lin Ming from the front, opening its jaws wide in an attempt to swallow Lin Ming whole. Lin Ming didn't move. He simply aimed at the big mouth of the bloody skull and flicked his finger. Whiz! The coiling dragon's steel needle transformed into a tiny purple line as it shot towards the blood skull. On one side was a massive blood-colored skull that was over 10 feet wide, while on the other a small 2-inch-long steel needle. Their disproportionate sizes were simply too contrasting. Puff! The coiling dragon's steel needle pierced straight through the bloody skull. A near-infinite purple thunder erupted outwards, as a grid of lightning enveloped the entire blood skull. The thick arcs of sizzling electricity flashed in the air, as the bloody skull let out piercingly shrill howls of pain. Its body was like a cube of ice that had molten steel poured upon it, rapidly melting. The greatest fear of ghosts was the power of thunder. If a ghost wished to ascend and attain a pure yang body, then they must pass heavenly tribulation. But under the divine judgment of heavenly tribulation, countless spirits and ghosts had been turned to ashes, completely annihilated forever. Not only that, the coiling dragon steel needle in Lin Ming's hand contained the illustrious purple flood dragon, Divine Thunder. While Ouyang Dihua had released a bloody skull, it wasn't some amazingly desolate and evil power. Once the two forces collided, the results could be clearly predicted. In only a few short breaths, the bloody skull let out one final sorrowful wail, and then completely vanished into nothing. The thick arcs of purple thunder still scintillated in the air. Lin Ming stretched out his hand, and the coiling dragon's steel needle instantly returned to his palm, floating there as it slowly revolved. It was as if destroying the blood skull was easier than crushing an ant. As Ouyang Dihua saw this scene, he was instantly stunned silly. Overcome with bewilderment, he had never dreamed that his ultimate move, which had taken 20% of his cultivation to use, had been so easily put out like a little candle by Lin Ming. How was this possible? Ouyang Dihua's heart surged with roiling despair and desperation. His hands trembled. The feeling of approaching doom had never been so close before. Did I surprise you? With your background as a nephew of a 7 Profound Valleys elder, and also being older than me by 7 years, you are actually being toyed with in the palm of my hand. It really must be hard to accept. In any case, you will not escape death today. Can you tell me who was disguised as Martial House Master Qin? In exchange, I will send you off with a sweet farewell. Lin Ming didn't know if the one who had posed as Xianxia was Ouyang Dihua or someone else, so he could only ask him as a test. Ouyang Dihua's face twitched. His mouth turned into a scowl as he shouted, "You think I will tell you? Dream on." Lin Ming laughed. "Although I really do want to know what other enemies are hiding in the shadows, it doesn't really matter anyhow. First, I will kill you, letting you suffer to death in the most painful and excruciating way possible." Lin Ming extracted the heavy, profound, soft spear as he said this. The spear point glimmered with electric light as 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments were poured into it. Ouyang Dihua's eyes flashed with a ferocious color. "Since you won't let me live, then die with me." Ouyang Dihua swiped his spatial ring, grabbing a handful of Thunderbolt Devilfire beads. "We shall perish together." Lin Ming's eyes condensed. He rapidly flicked his finger and the coiling dragon's steel needle shot out with a whistling sound as it flew forwards like a bolt of lightning. The steel needle sliced through space and cut apart Ouyang Dihua's hands with an unbelievable speed. Puff! Both Ouyang Dihua's hands were torn to shreds. His wrists were broken in half, spurting blood. With both hands broken, he was sent flying into the sky with his pile of Thunderbolt Devilfire beads. "Ah!" Ouyang Dihua screamed in anguish. Lin Ming coldly snorted and waved his hand. A tornado formed in the air and collected all the Thunderbolt Devilfire beads. The swirling wind held the Thunderbolt Devilfire beads in air. There were at least 20 beads rolling around. As for Ouyang Dihua, he was painfully moaning as he tumbled to the ground. Both his arms were completely crippled from the elbow down, and his upper arms still flashed with sparks of lightning. They were completely charred black. Zhang Fengxian felt as the last fires of his hope were died down like fading embers. He was used to wonderful and magnificent scenes, but now his legs were shaking. Zhang Fengxian had held the position of the Allied Trade Association's president for many years. He didn't even remember how many people he had put to death. But now, when faced with his own mortality, he trembled with abject fear. Oftentimes, the more high-ranking a person was, the more they feared death. Zhang Fengxian was like this. He had held absolute power within his grasp for decades, and his status was one that was venerated and worshipped. He had enjoyed countless wealth, treasure, and beauties. All of these caused him to have an enormous love for life and an enormous fear of death. That youth that was floating in air was simply a devil incarnate. He was too powerful. Powerful to the point where he could easily play with them. Everything was in the palm of his hands, just like a game of cat and mouse. In front of him, any and all resistance was meaningless. Lin Ming released his soul force had swept up all the Thunderbolt Devilfire beads. He faintly smiled and kindly accepted all of them. "I already knew you had Thunderbolt Devilfire beads. Why would I give you the chance to use them?" Ouyang Dihua was lying prostrate on the ground like a dead dog. With both his arms broken, he could only prop his head on the ground, blood continuously flowing from his mouth. He viciously said, You wait for my uncle's revenge. He will make you beg for death." Lin Ming slowly landed in front of Ouyang Dihua. He sneered, "Your uncle? Once I erase all evidence, how will he know I killed you? You, a middle pulse condensation master with 4 bodyguards protecting you. You've been drinking in the headquarters of the Allied Trade Association too. In this case, you will quietly die and disappear forever. Do you still think that your uncle will even suspect me at all? He might even think that this was done by a Xiantian master. Haha! The reason that he dared to kill Ouyang Dihua was because he had calculated that no one would ever suspect him. I had recorded at the Marshall House registration office that I would be going adventuring for 2 months. Now it's only been a month and a half. After I kill you, I will wait another half-month before I appear again. Who will even think to suspect me? People know that you and I are hostile to each other. But who would know that our conflict has already escalated to the point of killing the other?" Lin Ming prodded Ouyang Dihua with his spear point. Ouyang Dihua's face was covered in blood. At this point, he didn't even look human anymore. Lin Ming calmly took off Ouyang Dihua's spatial ring and swept it with his soul force. he cheerfully praised. You truly are worthy of being a nephew of a 7 profound valley elder. Your collection is very rich. Thank you, I just happen to be a bit low on funds at the moment. As Li Ming said this, he was waving Ouyang Dihua's own spatial ring in front of his face. Pa! Ouyang Dihua seethed in rage as his anger reached a tipping point and he suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. Most of his body's meridians were already broken. This wasn't because he was beaten up, but because he was angered by Lin Ming. Anger was part of the so-called spirit. As long as one's spirit was calm and soothed, and their thoughts enjoyable, their cultivation would be double the result with half the effort. On the other hand, if they became angry enough to the point of suffering psychological damage, then this spirit could even damage their meridians. The more arrogant a person was, the easier it was to use anger to cause them to lose their minds. In ancient times, there were stories of genius advisors that vomited blood and died from anger. Although Ouyang Dihua was still alive, his meridians had been damaged, and this was because of how much he hated Lin Ming. Looking at Ouyang Dihua's state, Lin Ming shook his head. It was unlikely that he would get him to say who the one that disguised themselves as Xianxia and tried to kill him was. But at this moment, Zhang Fengxian, who was hiding in the distance, suddenly said, "Young hero Lin, I know who it was that disguised themselves as Martial House Master Qin to trick you." Lin Ming turned around to look at Zhang Fengxian. "You know who?" The deep murderous aura that emanated from Lin Ming's eyes was no different from a sharp knife. As soon as Zhang Fengxian was touched by Lin Ming's sight, his heart shrank and stepped backwards. He gulped, trembling as he said, "I don't know, but I can make a very close guess." "Tell me." I can tell you, but I would like to request young hero Lin to let me leave." Zhang Fengxian plopped down with his knees to the ground as he said this. With his status, even when he saw the Emperor of Sky Fortune Kingdom, all he would need to do was bend a bit in a bow. Now he was compelled by Ouyang Dihua's miserable state to kneel down. Even the nephew of a 7 profound valley elder had ended up like this, much less him. It had to be said, when a person was pushed up to the wall, their desire to live was terrible. What sort of things wouldn't they do? How many people were there that were able to face death without fear? Most people, when facing their impending doom, bet everything they had to fight for even the slimmest chance of survival. At that time, things like dignity, honor, and ethics all became a joke. "Oh? You think that you have the qualifications to speak to me about conditions?" Lin Ming's voice suddenly dipped into sub-zero temperatures. Zhang Fengxian hurriedly shook his head. "I do not dare. As long as young hero Lin lets me leave alive, then I can give young hero Lin 100 million gold taels. I will force the entire Allied Trade Association to serve young hero. As long as young hero desires to search for any rare materials, maids, concubines, precious pills, herbs, anything can be made available through my Allied Trade Association. I dare guarantee that my Allied Trade Association has the broadest information network in Sky Fortune Kingdom. Not even the imperial family can compare. 100 million gold taels?" Lin Ming's eyes widened. The entire tax revenue of Sky Fortune Kingdom in a year was 20 or 30 million gold taels. This Allied Trade Association was simply obscenely wealthy. Zhang Fengxian feared that Lin Ming wouldn't agree. He continued to say, "Young hero, if you find me untrustworthy, then you keep me hidden somewhere else. With young hero's talent, breaking through to the Xiantian realm is only a matter of time. As soon as young hero reaches the Xiantian realm, then my life will be completely within young hero's grasp. I will absolutely never dare to betray you." Although Zhang Fengxian's conditions were very persuasive, letting him leave was simply too great a danger. Lin Ming didn't want to take such a needless risk. He said, "Don't talk to me about these things. First, who do you think had disguised themselves as Martial House Master Qin?" Zhang Fengxian tentatively asked, "Young hero won't kill me?" Lin Ming confidently said, "I won't kill you." Zhang Fengxian's eyes narrowed. He wanted to have Lin Ming take an oath on his heart of martial arts. But at this time, Lin Ming gave a cold humph and suddenly turned, hitting Ouyang Dihua's chest with his palm. Pulse-cutting palm. Pa! Ouyang Dihua's briefly shook for a moment. and then all of the true essence in his body dissipated like a deflating rubber ball. In a blink of the eye, he had lost all of his martial arts. Ouyang Dihua weakly fell to the ground, his eyes losing all focus. At this point, he was no different than a corpse. Lin Ming retracted his palm and coldly said, "Don't think that you will be able to commit suicide by abandoning your meridians." Zhang Fengxian was gripped with fear as he watched from the side. With just a hand, Lin Ming had crippled all of Ouyang Dihua's martial arts so that he couldn't even commit suicide. This Lin Ming was simply a demon. "Well, have you thought it over yet?" I'll talk. Zhang Fengxian no longer dared to mention anything concerning Lin Ming making an oath on his heart of martial arts. He was afraid that it would displace Lin Ming, and he would be placed in a position where he wouldn't even be able to die if he wanted to. "I suspect that the one who disguised himself as Martial Housemaster Qin is the 7 Profound Martial House Deputy Housemaster, Bai Luo. He originates from the Mirage faction and is the best at illusion techniques. Moreover, he has a very good personal friendship with Ouyang Dihua and dislikes Martial Housemaster Qin. So, it is likely that he was the one who tricked you." As the president of the Allied Trade Association, Zhang Fengxian knew a great deal of information. A normal martial artist wouldn't know who Bai Luo was. "Bai Luo? I see, so that's how it was. What's his cultivation?" "Probably Middle Hotian realm." Thank you. Now, give me your spatial ring." "Oh, okay." Zhang Fengxian trembled as he took off his spatial ring. As he handed the ring over to Lin Ming, he suddenly froze. His eyes opened wide open as he looked into Lin Ming's eyes. At this time, Lin Ming's eyes had already become 2 swirling black vortexes, slowly spinning. They seemed to contain an endless darkness within them, as if they were but an infinite void. Zhang Fengxian felt as if his own soul was being sucked out. A myriad of chaotic scenes and images emerged from his mind. He saw countless visions of his life. He saw when he was young, he saw when he was old. He saw when he became all-powerful, and when he became a beggar on the streets. After experiencing countless manifold lives, these countless lives turned into never-ending fragments. All of this revolved within his mind, setting off a violent storm within the world of his spiritual sea. Zhang Fengxian fiercely trembled, and his spirit was shattered into shards. His eyes dilated as if he had lost all reasoning. He had already become an idiot. But Lin Ming didn't stop. He continued to display the samsara martial intent until Zhang Fengxian's spiritual sea could no longer be broken down any further. There wasn't even a hint of a complete thought left in his mind. "Po!" Zhang Fengxian fell to the ground, his eyes wide as he stared at the sky. The corners of his eyes were bleeding, and he no longer had any pupils. All that was left over were the whites. Lin Ming's eyes returned to normal. "If I said that I won't kill you, then I won't kill you. I will let you keep your life. You can lie peacefully in bed for the rest of your days." He turned to look at Ouyang Dihua. Lin Ming flexed his finger and the coiling dragon's steel needle jumped onto his fingertips. "Do you have any last words?" Ouyang Dihua didn't hear him. He lay down on the ground, motionless. "Then die." The coiling dragon's steel needle flew forth and penetrated Ouyang Dihua's body. Soon, there was nothing left of him but ashes. Lin Ming waved his hand and a cool breeze blew away all the ashes. He carefully absorbed the remaining power of thunder in the air and put away the 2 spatial rings and the Dreamland Pearl. After the Dreamland Pearl was put away, the illusionary world was still able to maintain itself for a bit. This gave Lin Ming enough time to leave. Large snowflakes fluttered in the winter sky. Lin Ming had already reached the realm of returning to his true self, so he was able to restrain all of the breath within his body. Only a Xiantian realm master would be able to discover his existence. He easily left the Allied Trade Association's headquarters without raising a single alarm. Middle Hotian realm, 7 Profound Martial House Deputy Housemaster Bai Luo. Lin Ming sneered. In his heart he had already judged Bai Luo. His sentence was death. The snow was falling faster and harder. The bodyguards on watch weren't on high alert. The temperature was 20 degrees below zero. But this wasn't anything to a pulse condensation period martial artist. As long as they revolved their true essence, they could easily dispel the frosty cold. However, the maids were the ones who suffered. They had no cultivation, so after standing in the biting cold wind and snow for a long time, they soon began to tremble. Even though they were almost frozen, the Allied Trade Association had very strict rules. They could not even rub their hands or stomp their feet for warmth. At this moment, there were several maids carrying grapes and other sweet snacks as they walked. Their small faces almost iced over, and the plates they carried were covered with snow. A guard checked the fruit and snacks before nodding and indicating that they could pass and deliver the trays. But, as soon as he waved them past, he suddenly stiffened. He looked with unbelieving eyes at the waterside pavilion not too far away. The pavilion was empty. This, my lord. Guard 2 and Guard 3 also looked over, stunned. What's going on? The 4 bodyguards panicked and used their movement techniques to enter the pavilion. They saw that Ouyang Dihua had already vanished, while Zhang Fengxian was lying prone on the ground, his condition unknown. The 4 bodyguards' hearts were suddenly filled with an inexplicable chill. They had been standing guard here, so how had this happened? Mr. Ouyang? Has he been kidnapped or… As Guard 1 said these words, he trailed off, not wanting to continue. The other 3 suddenly felt their hearts go cold and sink into their stomach. If Ouyang Dihua died, they would face severe punishment from the 7 profound valleys. Guard 1 put his hand over Zhang Fengxian's mouth to see if he was still breathing, and found that he was. As soon as he opened his eyelids to check, Guard 1 suddenly gasped. His pupils had vanished, leaving nothing but the whites of his eyes. Hurry and report this to the Marshal House. Use the long-distance information transmission array to inform the total faction that Mr. Ouyang is in trouble. The truth was, the moment that Ouyang Dihua had died, the 7 profound valleys had already been informed. Ouyang Dihua was an important figure, so he had a life jade plate. As soon as he died, no matter how far away he was, the life jade plate would shatter. The deacon disciple that was guarding the life jade plate chamber suddenly heard a cracking sound. Stunned, he looked at the sign of the jade tablet and immediately lit a sound-transmitting talisman. At this moment, in a cave dwelling at the 7 profound valleys' back mountains, a middle-aged man dressed in black was sitting down cross-legged in meditation. His long, thick black and white hair draped down to his waist, and his face was as apathetic as a rock carving. He was circling his true essence to cultivate his martial arts. The faint sound of a weeping ghost spread out from his body, and a chilling energy spread through his body. A layer of ice formed on the ground around him. This man was Ouyang Dihua's uncle Ouyang Boyan. He was an elder of the 7 profound valleys Acacia faction, and he was an early Xiantian realm master. Fu! A burning flame appeared in front of Ouyang Boyan, and the voice of the jade plate chamber deacon sounded into Ouyang Boyan's mind. What? Ouyang Boyan's eyes flew open. A dangerous coldness flashed through them. Who killed my nephew? In the next moment, Ouyang Boyan was like a ghost as he rushed out of the cave dwelling, and suddenly arrived at the jade plate room. The jade plate chamber deacon was already waiting, his hands holding up a tray with Ouyang Dihua's life jade plate. There was a sharp crack in the jade plate. It proved that Ouyang Dihua had already died. Since they dare to kill my nephew, no matter who it is, I will make them beg for death. Their entire family will pay with their lives as well. Ouyang Boyan's eyes were overflowing with killing intent. 20 years ago, Ouyang Boyan hadn't broken through to the Xiantian realm yet. He was on a mission with Ouyang Dihua's father when the 2 of them were ambushed and chased down. The 2 of them had fought with their lives on the line. Ouyang Dihua's father had died, but the enemy had suffered a big loss because of him. This was the only reason that Ouyang Boyan was lucky enough to preserve his own life. Therefore, he had always regarded Ouyang Dihua as his own son, and tried to meet all of his needs the best he could. Sometimes, because of his own lasciviousness, Ouyang Dihua would offend a powerful figure in the mortal world. When this happened, Ouyang Boyan would help his nephew resolve the incident. The 7 profound valleys was not a monolithic sect. The 7 different factions each managed their own matters. Their cultivation methods were all different, and as a result, their corresponding personalities were also different. As the saying went, those who walk different paths have to go their separate ways. There wasn't much of a relationship between the 7 great elders, and not even the 7 profound valleys Valley Master could solve this. Although the Acacia faction was a subordinate of the 7 profound valleys, they were not subject to restrictions. As an elder of the Acacia faction, Ouyang Boyan had enormous power and influence. He was able to shelter Ouyang Dihua so that he could do whatever he wanted. Ouyang Boyan had been protecting his nephew like this all along. But now, he had actually died. This aroused Ouyang Boyan's ultimate wrath. When he passed into Netherworld, where would he have the face to see his big brother? Ready the heavenly wind eagle. I will depart for Sky Fortune Kingdom immediately. Ouyang Boyan coldly issued an order, his heart filled with a firm determination. Even if he had to turn the Sky Fortune Kingdom upside down, he would find the murderer that killed his nephew. Oh! Sky Fortune City, by family. Sky Fortune Cities by family had been court officials for generations. Every generation of the family, they would have someone who passed the imperial examination. They could be described as a scholarly family that had been prominent for centuries. Most of the Bai family were scribes. They were responsible for keeping and tracking history and literature, reviewing court documents, and handling the affairs of state. The head of the current Bai family generation was Bai Yuanpei. This generation, the Bai family had reached the peak of its prosperity. Bai Yuanpei had become the #1 scholar of his generation, and he has passed the imperial exam to be a second-grade official at the age of 45, and he was a vice minister. However, in Sky Fortune Kingdom, where martial arts was considered the most prestigious path, the glory of being the #1 scholar every 3 years was less than that of being the #1 examination candidate from the 7 profound martial houses entrance examination that took place twice a year. Even the prime minister's position in the government was inferior to that of the 10 great generals. Therefore, the Bai family's status in Sky Fortune City wasn't considered too outstanding. However, there had actually been an anomaly that occurred in the generation of Bai Yuanpei's grandchildren. That would be Bai Yuanpei's granddaughter, Bai Jingyun. She had actually been born with an amazing superior 4th-grade talent. Bai Jingyun's father was a mortal with no talent or cultivation in martial arts. As for her mother, she had only been a superior 3rd-grade martial talent. For Bai Jingyun to be born with such a martial talent, it could be considered a precious miracle. But when Bai Jingyun was 15, her princess-like life had suddenly ended. This was because Ouyang Dihua, who had been traveling, had taken a fancy to Bai Jingyun's exquisite beauty and outstanding talent, and he decided to marry her as a concubine. The Bai family had refused. However, Ouyang Dihua had directly approached the emperor, and the emperor had then passed down an imperial decree. This was an ironclad order. How could Bai Yuanpei refuse? Ouyang Dihua's power and influence was greater than the emperor's. Even if it was the emperor who desired to receive a minister's daughter as an imperial concubine, the minister would not dare to refuse. Ouyang Dihua's uncle was an elder of the 7 profound valleys. If his uncle wished, he could dethrone the current emperor and install a new one in his stead. So Bai Yuanpei had no choice to comply. However, Bai Jingyun's father had strongly opposed this. Who knew how many concubines Ouyang Dihua already had? Marrying his daughter to that bastard was simply like shoving her into a fiery pit. However, no matter how much opposition there was, Bai Yuanpei could not change his decision. Bai Jingyun's father was only a frail, weak scholar. His body hadn't been healthy to begin with, and he had been bedridden for years. All of stress happened to catch up with him, and he suddenly passed away. According to the traditions of Sky Fortune Kingdom, once the father dies, their children had to live in a small hut for 100 days, and then mourn for 3 years to fulfill their filial obligations. Ouyang Dihua had wanted to marry her, but after receiving this news he could not break custom, so the marriage had been dragged out. Now, the mourning period of 3 years was soon over, and Ouyang Dihua had actually come to Sky Fortune City as the current 7 profound envoy. This caused Bai Jingyun to feel an absolute despair take root in her heart. Before Ouyang Dihua had become Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 profound envoy, the Bai family had been unable to resist him when he had proposed marriage. Now, with Ouyang Dihua having occupied the position of 7 profound envoy, his status was equal to that of an overlord. Bai Yuanpei was only a small vice minister. The results of any refusal could be imagined. Bai Jingyun had used adventuring as an excuse to leave, and had already hidden away for more than a month. Now, she had helplessly come back in order to face her unavoidable destiny. She hadn't gone to the Marshall house for several days. Most of the time, she stayed in her room. This morning, after Bai Jingyun had washed herself, someone knocked on her door. "Jingyun, may I come in?" It was Bai Yuanpei's voice. Bai Jingyun sighed. For the family's future, her own grandfather had pushed her into this situation. She didn't hate or despise him, but she didn't hold much sentiment for him either. Especially after her father had died. Her attitude towards Bai Yuanpei was even colder. "Come in," Bai Jingyun calmly said. "Jingyun, have you had breakfast yet?" Bai Yuanpei said as he walked in. He tried to smile in order to hide his own guilty conscience. "I don't have an appetite. You still have to eat a little. I'll have the kitchen make a little something and send it in for you." "There's no need. I have to rest for a while today." Bai Jingyun really did not want to talk to Bai Yuanpei, because she didn't want to know why Bai Yuanpei came here for. "Well," Bai Yuanpei awkwardly coughed. "I know about the matters concerning your marriage. You don't need to say anymore. I already understand." Bai Jingyun's voice was desolate and bleak. Marriage was just a nice way of putting it. According to the customs of Sky Fortune Kingdom, a man could have several concubines. Generally speaking, only a proper and legitimate wife could be married. A concubine didn't have that privilege. Even the emperor's imperial concubine was not considered married. Bai Jingyun knew what the reality of the situation was. It was impossible for her grandfather, who was just a little vice minister, to rebel against the 7 profound envoy. Bai Yuanpei's words stuck in his throat. He could only hollowly laugh. That, after another half a month, the 10th prince, His Highness the Cloud Prince, has decided to hold a banquet at his palace. This is the invitation." Bai Yuanpei bitterly shook his head as he pulled a gilded invitation card out of his chest pocket. Bai Jingyun glanced at the card. She could able to guess that at the Cloud Prince's banquet, he would also have invite Ouyang Dihua. The 10th prince had already attained the unofficial support of Ouyang Dihua. As for the Crown Prince, because Lin Ming had left without speaking, his reputation and prestige had experienced a large drop. Those forces that were taking a wait-and-see attitude had already turned towards the 10th prince. "I won't go," Bai Jingyun icily said. "But, Jingyun, I have already said that I will mourn my father for 3 years. For 3 years I will eat vegetables. For 3 years I will wear white. For 3 years I will not marry. Before then, I do not want to see Ouyang Dihua. If you force me to, I would rather die." Bai Jingyun spoke this with an unwaveringly adamant expression. Bai Yuanpei was shocked. Bai Jingyun was too short-sighted. Not only would he lose his granddaughter, but he would also provoke the anger of Ouyang Dihua. He quickly said, "Jingyun, calm down. You don't need to go, okay? You don't need to go. I'll just report to His Highness the Cloud Prince and..." As Bai Yuanpei spoke, a sound-transmitting talisman suddenly lit up in front of him. He froze like a wooden chicken as he heard the message that was transmitted. Ouyang Dihua was actually dead? "Ouyang Dihua has died," Bai Yuanpei mumbled, as if he were unable to believe this himself. "What?" Bai Jingyun cried out in surprise. She thought she misunderstood his words. Ouyang Dihua was assassinated in the headquarters of the Allied Trade Association, without even his corpse remaining. The president of the Allied Trade Association, Zhang Fengxian, was also turned into an idiot, with his spiritual sea completely demolished. Even a master with a soul-searching technique was not able to obtain a single coherent thought from him. Bai Yuanpei repeated the words that he had heard from the sound-transmitting talisman. Although he was not a martial artist, he still had a very explicit understanding of the strength difference between martial artists' levels. Ouyang Dihua was a middle pulse condensation martial artist, with numerous life-saving treasures on his body. Even if he met a peak pulse condensation martial artist, he would still be able to evenly match up. But that strong Ouyang Dihua was actually killed within the headquarters of the Allied Trade Association, where there were countless masters around. What sort of concept was that? Was this act of murder perpetrated by a Xiantian master? What about Ouyang Dihua's bodyguards? Didn't he have 4 bodyguards who were always nearby? Bai Jingyun asked with disbelief. Bai Yuanpei ruefully smiled and said, his 4 bodyguards were only a mere 200 feet away. They hadn't even noticed when Ouyang Dihua had died. Not only that, but there was also a Hotian master sitting guard at the Allied Trade Association. Yet this murderer was able to enter without arousing anyone's notice and left without leaving a shred of evidence. Not even the Hotian master had noticed anything odd. Bai Jingyun was stunned. This was no trivial matter. She was completely frozen still. There was actually someone who was able to creep under the notice of 4 master bodyguards and silently kill Ouyang Dihua while also evading the notice of a Hotian master's perception. What sort of cultivation would it take to do this? What sort of existence had that Ouyang Dihua managed to offend? Bai Yuanpei said, this murderer is simply too powerful. The chances are high that it was a Xiantian master, maybe a personal enemy of Ouyang Boyan, who came to take their revenge out on Ouyang Dihua. A conflict of this level has no relation with people like us. No relation. How can there be no relation? The relation was huge. Bai Jingyun had been surprised, but now she suddenly sneered. What a great death! He deserved to die early. Bai Yuanpei was frightened out of his wits. He quickly made a silencing gesture. Jingyun, don't say words like that so rashly. Today, the entire Sky Fortune City will fall into total martial law in order to find the murderer. Ouyang Dihua's uncle Ouyang Boyan will also arrive from the 7 profound valleys within a few days. For this period of time, do not leave home, otherwise you might stir up some trouble. I know that, Bai Jingyun said. After seeing Bai Yuanpei out, Bai Jingyun slumped onto the bed. She was in a hazy daze, as if entering a waking dream. She was free. With the wedding date approaching, Ouyang Dihua had actually died. She had long cursed Ouyang Dihua, hoping for someone to kill him in revenge, and that he would brutally suffer to death in the street corners. She didn't ever think that such a day would actually come. But who was the one that killed him? A surge of emotions flooded into Bai Jingyun. She wanted to find this person and personally thank them. This mysterious martial artist probably had no intention of saving her. But to Bai Jingyun, his actions today had forever changed her fate. In fact, at this moment in Sky Fortune City, it wasn't only Bai Jingyun who was secretly celebrating the news of Ouyang Dihua's death. For instance, the Crown Prince Yang Lin. In these 2 months, the 10th Prince's influence had leapt by leaps and bounds because of Ouyang Dihua's support. On the other hand, because Lin Ming had suddenly disappeared, Yang Lin's power had precipitously crashed. If this continued, then his status as Crown Prince would become extremely precarious. Life had its twists and turns. Now, in a dramatic turn of events, such a life-changing accident had occurred. Could also be said that Ouyang Dihua died just in time. Yang Lin also wanted to extend his gratitude towards this mysterious person. Because of Ouyang Dihua's death, all the major forces were in a frenzy as they tried to navigate through this turbulent event. Meanwhile, Lin Ming was hiding away in a cave several hundred miles away from Sky Fortune City. He had 2 spatial rings in his hands, and also the high-grade human step treasure weapon and high-grade human step flexible armor he had taken from Ouyang Dihua's corpse. Whether it was Ouyang Dihua or Zhang Fengxian, both of them were rich people that simply oozed wealth and gold. Their treasure troves, naturally, were similar. Lin Ming first took up Zhang Fengxian's spatial ring. He sank his soul force in, and was immediately secretly flabbergasted by what he found within. The Allied Trade Association is really impressive. This is the first time that I've seen a high-grade human step spatial ring. Just the material to make a spatial ring like this takes several 100,000 gold taels, and it can only be made by at least a Xiantian realm master. Including the cost of labor and the cost of failed attempts, this spatial ring must be at least worth 1 million gold taels. Not only that, but it's not something that can simply be bought with money. One can't simply hire a Xiantian realm master whenever they want to. Lin Ming took the items out of the spatial ring. There were 3 large chests, a bunch of antiques and paintings, and also some clothes. After casually glancing at the clothes, Lin Ming determined that they weren't valuable and burnt them to ash. After that, he sifted through the 3 chests. The lumber used to make these chests was high-grade soul wood. This wood was sturdy like iron and exuded a faint fragrance. Pound for pound, it was worth even more than gold. After he opened up the first chest, with a twinkling sound, the air was filled with a bright radiance. This chest was packed to the brim with priceless jewelry. Even though Lin Ming was used to seeing grand scenes, he still exclaimed in marvel at seeing such a large chest of jewelry that glittered under the sun. These treasures were valuable even amongst precious jewelry. There were gorgeously thick blood jade, shining emerald stones that drew eyes, exquisite sapphires, and all sorts of other rare and precious jewels. The smallest gems were the size of an egg, and the pearls were top-quality black pearls only found tens of thousands of feet under the sea. Even though Lin Ming wasn't very familiar with jewels and treasures, he was still able to approximate the value of this chest of jewelry. In this chest, any random jewel was at least several tens of thousands of gold taels. This entire chest was probably worth tens of millions of gold. In these treasures there are also antiques and paintings. It seems that they were part of Zhang Fengxian's collection. To someone like Zhang Fengxian, he would never place anything ordinary in his eye. Once people reached a certain status, the more money they had, the more they would collect priceless objects. Zhang Fengxian was not an exception. Many of the treasures here were passed down from the previous generations of the Zhang family head. There was not a single article here that was trivial. All the treasures of so many generations had been accumulated in this chest, and now all of them belonged to Lin Ming. After he put this chest in the spatial ring, Lin Ming turned to the second chest. Inside this chest, there was a folded dark golden article of clothing. It looked somewhat like a robe. On top of the clothes was a large box. Lin Ming opened the box and found a large pile of gold banknotes inside. A rough count of the banknotes amounted to about 700,000 or 800,000 gold taels worth. There weren't that many gold banknotes. This was most likely because most of Zhang Fengxian's assets were deposited in the Allied Trade Association's banks. The money in this box was only used for emergencies. Lin Ming put away the gold banknotes and lifted up the dark gold clothing. The piece of clothing was as thin as the wing of a cicada. There didn't seem to be anything special about it, only that it was a bit cold to the touch. Is this woven from the silk of a golden with spiritual silkworm? When Lin Ming had drawn up his very first inscription symbol, he had needed to look for skyworm silk. He had specifically entered the 7 profound martial house's zither department in order to look up information on this material. Because of this, he had a very good understand of all skyworms, and clearly knew what a golden wood spiritual silkworm was. Skyworms were already incredibly scarce creatures. In order to obtain just a small bit of skyworm silk, he had to spend a tremendous amount of effort. From this alone, it was evident how valuable they were. However, a golden wood spiritual silkworm was different. Only in 1,000 skyworms would there be a single golden wood spiritual silkworm. The silk it released was golden wood spiritual silkworm silk. An inch of this silk was worth an inch of gold. Who knew how much golden wood spiritual silkworm silk was used to make this article of clothing? If this were converted into gold, its value was inestimable. This rare clothing may be thin like a cicada's wing, but it is nearly invulnerable and can also weaken true essence attacks to a certain degree. Why would he not wear clothes made of golden wood spiritual silkworm silk if he had it, and instead place it in a chest? Was he also wearing one at the time? Thinking this, Lin Ming gloomily sighed. It really was a pity. At the time when he had turned Zhang Fengxian into an idiot, he had only taken his spatial ring. He hadn't checked what was inside of the clothes he was wearing. This treasured clothing is good, but it's simply too noticeable. I can't wear it, otherwise it will be troublesome once they find out. I'll have to put it away for now. Lin Ming turned and the clothes were placed into the spatial ring. Then he turned to the last chest. Inside this chest were a massive amount of true essence stones that were neatly stacked on top of each other. Roughly guessing, there were probably over several thousand. There are several thousand true essence stones, and not only that, but they are all pure, high-quality true essence stones. Maybe these true essence stones were a gift that Zhang Fengxian had prepared for a 7 profound valley elder. A pure true essence stone is worth 1,000 gold taels. This chest is probably worth several million gold taels. This is just right. I've already used up all the true essence stones that I had from before. These true essence stones should last me another year or two. As for the antiques and paintings that remained, Lin Ming didn't fully understand their worth of artistic significance. He placed them back in the spatial ring. Of these 3 chests, just a conservative estimate of their total value was 20 million gold taels. He could keep the true essence stones for his own use. As for the rest, he would look for the right opportunity to sell them in exchange for true essence stones or materials and treasure. This was enough for Lin Ming to spend for a while. After he had ransacked Zhang Fengxian's spatial ring, Lin Ming took up Ouyang Dihua's spatial ring and took out the objects inside one at a time. Although Ouyang Dihua wasn't as wealthy as Zhang Fengxian, what he did have was much more useful for a martial artist. There were around 20 different bottles of pills, great healing medicines, bloodstone milk which could rapidly recover true essence, top-quality soul-gathering pellets for cultivation purposes, and so forth. These pills couldn't be bought with money. Many of them were only found within large sects. They simply wouldn't spread to the markets of common men. In addition to that, there were also 3 jade slips with cultivation methods recorded within. One of them was even an exceedingly rare high-grade human step cultivation method. Finally, there were also true essence stones and several treasures. Compared to the pills and cultivation method jade slips, these weren't considered much. The most valuable thing that Ouyang Dihua had left behind was the high-grade human step flexible armor and the high-grade human step treasure sword. However, these 2 items were simply gaudy and easily identified. Lin Ming couldn't use them, nor could he sell them. After Lin Ming put everything away, he couldn't help but sigh. The quickest way to get rich really was to be a bandit and kill others to take their property. Like this, his total worth had increased tremendously. Of course, this didn't factor in the Dreamland Pearl that was given to him by Mu Qianyu. He didn't know what the value of the Dreamland Pearl was, but just observing its effect that went against the will of the heavens, Lin Ming knew that it was not an item that could ever be purchased by gold or silver. There's still half a month left. I'll cultivate here, and then go back to see Martial House Master Qin. When that time comes, no one will ever suspect that I had anything to do with Ouyang Dihua's death. Lin Ming's plan proceeded as he thought. After Ouyang Dihua died, Ouyang Boyan arrived, and the entire Sky Fortune City was overturned. Every nook and cranny searched. However, everyone already had a preconceived idea that the one who killed Ouyang Dihua was a Xiantian realm master. Lin Ming was never considered as a suspect. Even Bai Luo, who knew that there was hostility between Lin Ming and Ouyang Dihua, had never suspected him in the least. After all, Bai Luo knew that even if it were himself who had set up countless various illusions, he would never be able to silently kill Ouyang Dihua. Thus, Ouyang Dihua's death became a lingering mystery. Ouyang Boyan searched day and night, but no matter what he did, he wasn't able to find a single clue. After 10 days passed, the 7 profound martial houses total faction assembly tournament had already begun. Heavy snow had been falling on and off in Sky Fortune City for more these last 10 days. The large fluffy snowflakes were just like tufts of cotton, thickly sprinkling down and layering upon the floor. The entire city was blanketed in endless white. Every morning, the government laborers would take to the streets and sweep them clear of snow. But the next day, they would have to begin again, perpetually sweeping. At the 7 profound martial house, the registration office deacon, Sun Liang, was buckled down as he fixated on reading a novel. Although it was freezing outside, the room was lit brightly with a brass basin fire. Thick cotton curtains hung on the front door, and the windows were pasted with heavy paper. The entire room was comfortable and warm. Outside was snow and ice, but inside was just like a warm spring evening. This great atmosphere and comfy feeling was the best environment to read in. But at this moment, the front door suddenly opened, and a cold wind blew inside. Sun Liang's interest was disturbed. He looked up, unhappy, and was immediately shocked by what he saw. This person who came was Lin Ming. Junior apprentice Brother Lin? You came back. Sun Liang quickly placed down his novel and greeted him with a smile. Sun Liang knew that everyone had a heart and liked to be flattered. I just finished my adventuring. It's been almost 2 months now, so I specifically came to the registration office to cancel my record. Junior apprentice Brother Lin is too kind. There was no need to be so polite and especially visit. You could have found someone to pass on a message to me. Junior apprentice Brother Lin came back just in time. You may not know, but the 7 Profound Valleys Total Faction Assembly Tournament has already begun. These past days, Martial House Master Qin has already begun to select candidates to participate. As Sun Liang quickly spoke these words, he warmly greeted Lin Ming and graciously poured him a cup of hot tea. Lin Ming was slightly surprised. As a quasi-core disciple of the 7 Profound Martial House, he naturally knew about the Total Faction Assembly Tournament. The 7 Profound Valleys set up 7 profound martial houses in the various countries under their control. The first reason was to better control these countries, and the second was to develop talents, and thus increase the overall strength of the 7 Profound Valleys. Every 3 years, the Total Faction would send out for the most talented martial house disciples and hold a martial meeting. The martial meeting was for all the core disciples of the martial houses. Of course, non-core disciples could also participate, as long as they were outstanding talents. During the martial meeting, the core disciples of all the martial houses, the talented disciples of the various martial cultivation families, and the geniuses of 7 Profound Valleys Total Faction would gather to test their mettle in combat. If they achieved good results, not only would those core disciples be rewarded, but the martial house master as well. The Heaven Opening Pill was an absolute treasure for those peak Hotian realm masters who were trying to attack the Xiantian bottleneck. The materials for the Heaven Opening Pill were difficult to find. The 7 Profound Valleys could only refine a batch every 3 years, and they would only end up with 20 or 30 pills. Xianxia, who had amazing talent and had been with the 7 Profound Martial House for so long, had only obtained 1 Heaven Opening Pill so far. However, after he took the Heaven Opening Pill, he found that his zither heart hadn't yet reached an exquisite state, so he had failed to make the Xiantian breakthrough. These past years, Xianxia had been roaming the valleys and undergoing deep introspection. Because of this, his zither heart had reached the large success stage. Now, he urgently needed a heaven-opening pill in order to attempt to break through the Xiantian realm bottleneck. But the heaven-opening pill was only awarded to the first-place winner of the martial meeting. Taking first place was easier said than done. The 7 Profound Valleys ruled over 36 countries. In addition to these 36 countries, there were also ancient martial cultivation families, as well as the gifted geniuses of the total factions. However, even if one could not obtain first place, as long as they achieved a good ranking, they would be able to raise their status and gain face. Their merits would also be recorded for posterity. Therefore, all the country's martial house masters would also attend this martial meeting, as they all attached a great importance to it. I didn't think the Total Faction Assembly Tournament would begin so soon. Lin Ming was thinking about this, when Sun Liang suddenly cried out in surprise, "Junior apprentice Brother Lin, your cultivation has already reached the peak of bone forging?" As soon as Sun Liang discovered Lin Ming's cultivation, his hands trembled and he nearly dropped his teacup. He remembered that the last time Lin Ming had walked in here, he was only at the altering muscle stage. Now, after coming back so soon, he had unexpectedly already reached the peak of bone forging. This cultivation speed was simply too terrifyingly fast. Originally, Sun Liang wasn't very optimistic about Lin Ming going out for an adventure. In his opinion, the experiences he could gain from going adventuring could not compare to the resources that the 7 Profound Martial House provided. But he had never imagined that after Lin Ming came back, his cultivation had actually increased by a realm and a half. I broke through by luck. Lin Ming was reluctant to speak more about this issue. He knew that in front of Xianxia, he would not be able to conceal his cultivation. Also, it was best not to reveal the fact that he had reached the realm of returning to his origin. Otherwise, he would find it difficult to explain. Lucky? How come I don't have this kind of luck? Sun Liang listened to Lin Ming casually toss out an answer, and he had a sudden urge to strangle him. From altering muscle to bone forging, he had passed a realm and half in less than 2 months. This luck was really abnormal. It really made one irritated. That's right, when the 7 Profound Decree was handed down, didn't it state that as long as junior apprentice brother Lin reached the peak of altering muscle before 16 years of age, then you will be able to become a core disciple? Won't junior apprentice brother Lin already be regarded as a core disciple right now? Sun Liang remembered the uproar that the 7 Profound Decree had caused, and his 2 eyes began to shine. I should be. Sun Liang froze for a moment, not knowing how to respond. Although he knew that it was only a matter of time before Lin Ming became a core disciple, he had actually done so today. To Sun Liang, it felt a bit like being in a dream. Lin Ming was so young and he already achieved such incredible results. Before, he thought it was a bit of an exaggeration when others said Lin Ming would become a 7 Profound envoy. But now it seemed that this was more than likely. If he broke through to the Xianxia realm, then he would become a 7 Profound Valley Elder. Sun Liang took a deep breath. He didn't dare to imagine any further. His respect towards Lin Ming only increased, and he handed Lin Ming a teacup with both hands stretched. Junior apprentice brother Lin's cultivation speed is beyond amazing. Maybe this time in the total faction martial meeting, you will be able to enter the top 50. Sun Liang wasn't underestimating Lin Ming when he mentioned the top 50. The truth was, most of the disciples that participated in the total faction martial meeting were in their late teens or even 20 years old. Their cultivation levels were almost all at the pulse condensation period or above. For the 15-year-old Lin Ming, this was just too great a deficit. Facing against martial artists like them, he really suffered a loss. Moreover, there were simply too many disciples participating in the total faction martial meeting. The 7 Profound Valleys ruled over 36 countries, and there were also over a dozen ancient martial cultivation families, as well as the most gifted disciples of the total factions. Altogether, there were around 500 or 600 people. To stand out within such a crowd of genius talents was not easy. Lin Ming smiled, not denying anything. He took a sip of hot tea and asked, "You said that Martial House Master Qin had begun selecting people? Who has he chosen so far?" Sun Liang said, 2 days ago, Martial House Master Qin and Martial House Master Sun had already convened all the core disciples together to battle in a great qualifying competition. The competition is already more than halfway over, and 3 people have qualified to enter the martial meeting. The last 2 candidate spots will be decided after the competition's results are concluded. Oh? Which 3 people were selected? The 3 disciples that have been chosen are Qin Xingxuan, Zhou Yu, and Liang Long. The other remaining undecideds are Ling San, Ta Ku, Zhao Jifeng, and Jiang Bin. Ling San hasn't been selected in the first group of people. Lin Ming was somewhat surprised. Although Ling San wasn't a core disciple, his strength had already reached that of pulse condensation period martial artists. Even Qin Xingxuan wasn't necessarily Ling San's match, so how come he wasn't chosen? Sun Liang said, Martial House Master Qin first chose from the 5 core disciples, and then he began to consider Ling San and Ta Ku. So that's how it was. Lin Ming finally understood. The 7 Profound Valleys Total Faction Assembly Tournament was focused on the core disciples. Normally, non-core disciples wouldn't be allowed to participate. However, these 5 core disciples probably weren't up to Xianxia's standards. So he had pulled in Ling San and Ta Ku. Sun Liang proceeded to say, Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, since you've come back you should hurry and see Martial House Master Qin. He's currently at the Martial House's Profound Martial Palace. Oh! To the 7 Profound Martial House Masters of every country, the Total Faction Martial Meeting that occurred every 3 years was a very important event. Xianxia also took this tournament in complete earnest. He had lent Lin Ming his assistance and helped him so much because he hoped that Lin Ming would be able to shine at the Total Faction Martial Meeting. Of course, now, he didn't hold much hope this time. After all, Lin Ming was too young, and his cultivation was only at the altering muscle stage. No matter how great his talent, It was impossible for him to match against those pulse condensation period talents that seemed blessed by the will of the heavens. The age limit for martial artists to participate in the total faction martial meeting was 22 years old. Since Lin Ming could participate in 2 more tournaments, Xianxia believed that, with Lin Ming's talent, he would definitely be able to shine in all his radiant glory at the latter martial meetings. But, before Xianxia had the time to carry out his plan, Lin Ming had gone missing. Xianxia suspected the one behind this was Ouyang Dihua, but he had no proof to back his suspicions. However, he had never imagined that Ouyang Dihua would perish half a month ago. Not only did he meet his maker, he had also been killed in a very strange manner. He had actually died within the headquarters of the Allied Trade Association, and the several bodyguards close to him hadn't even noticed anything strange. As soon as Ouyang Dihua passed away, Ouyang Boyan had rushed to Sky Fortune City. Now, the whole Sky Fortune City was a complete mess. There was chaos and disorder everywhere, and Xianxia was constantly miserable. At this critical junction, the Total Faction Assembly Tournament was about to begin. Because Sky Fortune Kingdom was a second-grade country, they were able to send out 5 participants. The 7 Profound Martial House had altogether 5 core disciples. However, Xianxia was unsatisfied and discontent with the strength of these 5 core disciples. Of those 5, only Qin Xingxuan had shown some promise. But her age was simply too young. He feared that she wouldn't even reach the top 200. Therefore, his only option had been to also let Ling San and Taku participate. The truth was Xianxia did not wish to do this, because if he did, the other countries would laugh at his Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 Profound Martial House and say that they didn't have anyone decent. They would ridicule the fact that outer disciples had been chosen to participate in the Total Faction Martial meeting and claim that they did so only to fill in numbers. Although Xianxia had an easygoing temperament and was usually indifferent, that didn't mean that he didn't care about anything. Since he became the martial house master, he also shouldered the burden of being a martial house master. He didn't wish to see his martial house being looked down upon by others. Xianxia sighed. This time we really are short on personnel. The last time Muin was able to enter the top 100, but now he has already passed 22 years of age, and was accepted into the Total Faction. Qin Xingxuan is still too young. She won't achieve good results. From here on we can only rely on Ling San to fill the gap. What a pity. If Lin Ming were here, then his current strength might have even surpassed Taku. The man who spoke to Xianxia wore blue clothes, his white hair tied up in a bun. He looked like a priest, and he was one of the 2 deputy house masters of the 7 Profound Martial House, Sun Yudao. Sun Yudao was 45 years old when he stepped into the Hotian realm. Presently, he had already been stuck at the Hotian realm for 70 years. Although his cultivation had reached the peak of Hotian realm, Sun Yudao knew that with his talent, there was no way the Total Faction would bestow upon him a heaven-opening pill. In any case, the truth was that giving a heaven-opening pill to him would simply be a waste. A heaven-opening pill wouldn't even be enough for him to reach the Xiantian realm. Because he had already accepted the reality of his life, Sun Yudao had always maintained an upbeat and good mentality of things. He was proper, safe, and after becoming deputy house master, never engaged in any needless battles. He also maintained a good relationship with Xianxia. Xianxia nodded and said, "It's likely, but unfortunately, Lin Ming is still missing at this time. If he had really gone out adventuring, then I fear that." Sun Yudao trailed off. He wasn't really convinced that Lin Ming had gone out adventuring. It simply made no sense. Not to mention all the enemies that he had managed to make. But even if he had no enemies, the experience of being out adventuring in the world wasn't necessarily that much better than being in the 7 Profound Martial House, where he could have unlimited use of the 7 major killing arrays. Xianxia remained silent. Sun Yudao sighed and said, "Lin Ming was indeed a good seed. If he had continued to grow, then even though he might not achieve outstanding results at this Total Faction Martial meeting, he definitely would have been able to get good results. He might not be able to reach the top 10, but he could still have his hopeful aspirations." Sun Yudao had just finished speaking, when a sound-transmitting talisman burst into flames in the room. Xianxia heard the message in the sound-transmitting talisman, and instantly shot up. What's going on? Sun Yudao rarely saw Xianxia lose his composure. The Marshall House Registration Office just sent some news. Lin Ming has come back. Sun Yudao was shocked. This boy, did he really go out adventuring? Sun Yudao had just voiced this out when Lin Ming called out from outside the profound Marshall Palace. Disciple Lin Ming seeks an audience with Marshall House Master Qin. Come in. The doors of the palace were shoved open, and Lin Ming walked forward, bowing. Marshall House Master Qin, Marshall House Master Sunday. This was the blue-clothed old man that Lin Ming had met several months ago. He was the one that had given him the heavy, profound, soft spear. Xianxia began giving Lin Ming a once-over, examining him from head to toe. His facial expression even changed a few times, eyes widening and blinking, mouth closing and opening. Xianxia was usually calm, but this time he was stunned out of his indifferent and tranquil appearance. Lin Ming, you reached the peak bone forging stage? Yes. A few days ago I encountered a lucky opportunity and made a breakthrough. Lin Ming said this lightly, but Xianxia's heart was surging with marvel and wonder. When a martial artist found a fortuitous encounter, it was usually followed by danger. The greater the opportunity, the greater the danger. Just what had Lin Ming experienced in his 2 months outside. Every martial artist had their own secrets, so Xianxia didn't press this issue. The blue-clothed old man was also stunned, almost to the point of his beard popping up. When Lin Ming was at the altering muscle stage, he was able to defeat the bone-forging stage Zhang Guanyu. Now he was at the bone-forging stage, a truly terrifying state. He might even reach the top 50 of the total faction assembly tournament, or if he did well, even the top 30. Xianxia asked, Lin Ming, did you really go out adventuring these past 2 months? Lin Ming nodded. Naturally, he did not mention the issue of Ouyang Dihua. Xianxia hesitated and didn't ask again. He always thought that something seemed off about this. Lin Ming had suddenly gone out adventuring, and then there was the death of Ouyang Dihua. If Lin Ming's cultivation weren't so low where it would be impossible to kill Ouyang Dihua, then Xianxia might even suspect that he was related to the incident. I may have overthought some things. Since Lin Ming had answered, Xianxia didn't question him any further. What he wanted to know now was the extent of Lin Ming's strength. Lin Ming, according to the 7 profound decree, you are now officially a core disciple of my 7 profound martial house. Do you know about this total faction martial meeting? Lin Ming nodded in affirmation. This disciple knows. Good. For this total faction martial meeting, we are actually short of 2 people. We originally decided to select from Ling San, Taku, Zhao Jifeng, and Zhang Bin. Now, with you, that makes 5 people from which we can choose 2. You rest well tonight. Tomorrow in the morning, the qualifying martial arts contest will begin. This is a good time for you to duel with Ling San and Taku. We'll have you match against those 2. If you win, then the blue miracle pill and body spiritual ichor that was promised previously will also be given to you. Incidentally, Ling Sen had also broken through to the bone forging stage half a month ago. You should come prepared. Although he knew that Lin Ming would definitely take one of the 2 spots, Xianxia still wanted him to participate in the matches. The first reason was to convince the public, and the second reason was because he wanted to know just how strong Lin Ming had become. Oh, I know. Lin Ming knew that this was no accident. Ling Sen had already paused at the peak altering muscle stage for a very long time. It was about time that he made a breakthrough. Lin Ming was looking forward to this match against Ling Senator, originally Ling San, was the goal which Lin Ming had been wholeheartedly pursuing with all his passion. But now that was all in the past. Oh! When news of Lin Ming's return spread, it was as if it had grown wings, steadily spreading throughout the entire Sky Fortune City. Most people didn't have an inkling about anything untoward that happened. They only thought that Lin Ming had really gone out adventuring. There were only a few influential individuals who felt that this was unusual. Of course, the most shocked one of all had been Bai Luo. Lin Ming was actually still alive. This little beast really has the best luck ever. Bai Luo's face sank, because his lasting impression so far was that Ouyang Dihua had died in the hands of a Xiantian master. He did not suspect Lin Ming at all. Would he know that other than Ouyang Dihua trying to kill him, there was also me? As Bai Luo thought this, he became very uneasy. Lin Ming's rate of growth was simply too quick. In a few years, he might even be able to threaten him. Bai Luo had thought of telling Ouyang Boyan of the hostility between Ouyang Dihua and Lin Ming, and how they had tried to murder him, but he feared that Ouyang Boyan would fly into a rage and take out his anger on him. As it was, Bai Luo was placed in a dilemma, as if he were walking on eggshells. The Total Faction Martial Meetings qualifying contest was a grand occasion that occurred every 3 years at the Seven Profound Martial House. The qualifying contest was open to some of the public. As long as one was an aristocrat, had status, or was a disciple of the Seven Profound Martial House, then they could come to observe. When the first round of core disciples had been chosen, because of the cold weather, the audience was younger and smaller than it was in the past. But this time was different. Now, the entire field was packed with people. Out of them, 90% had come because they heard Lin Ming had returned, and wanted to watch the decisive showdown between Lin Ming and Ling Sen. In Sky Fortune Kingdom, the two most well-known individuals of the younger generation were Ling San and Lin Ming. As for Zhou Yu and Liang Long, they were core disciples of the martial house, and not many people knew of them. These two originated from the 4 great martial cultivation families that lived at the edge of Sky Fortune Kingdom. Because they were not people of Sky Fortune Kingdom, most people didn't care whether they were strong or weak. Snow was still falling from the sky, but it had greatly lessened from before. The entire Seven Profound Martial House martial stage had been swept clean of snow, and a snow cover was put up to prevent snow from falling around. Those martial artists with cultivation had no need to fear the cold. But as for those physically weak aristocrats, they wore warm mink silk clothing, drank hot tea on one side and had a burning brazier on the other, so they weren't feeling the chill either. Liang Long and Zhou Yu, who had passed the qualifying contest early, were also sitting in the audience as they waited for the start of the matches. You think Ling San will win, or will it be Lin Ming? Liang Long casually mumbled as he ate pine nuts. In his opinion, the main event of the qualifiers was the showdown between Lin Ming and Ling Senator. As for Zhao Jifeng, Jiang Bin, and Ta Ku, they were a bit less exciting. Zhou Yu laughed and said, "This is hard to say. When Ling San was at the peak of altering muscle, he was comparable to a pulse condensation period martial artist. As for Lin Ming, when he was at the early altering muscle stage, he was able to defeat Zhang Guanyu. Now that both their strengths have increased, this will truly be an absolutely savage and fierce struggle between the two." The news of Lin Ming reaching the peak bone forging stage hadn't yet spread, but Zhou Yan had already been informed in advance. Lin Ming was now an official core disciple. Jiang Bin and Zhao Jifeng are truly much worse. I'd like to go up on stage and test myself against Lin Ming's ability, Liang Long said with a confident grin. He didn't think his strength was any worse than that of Ling San and Lin Ming. The martial house master has arrived. Liang Long put down his pine nuts. At the entrance of the martial stage, a line of people filed in. The one at the front wearing white was Xianxia. As the snowflakes fluttered down, none of them touched his body. They simply flew away before getting too close. Behind Xianxia was martial house master Sun, and behind him was Lin Ming, Ling San, and the rest of the 5 participants. Seeing Lin Ming appear, the atmosphere of the entire field began to suddenly boil over. A few months ago, Lin Ming had managed to create miracles over and over again. His accumulated popularity even surpassed that of Qin Xingxuan. To martial artists with commoner backgrounds, his male fans, and his female Lin maniacs, Lin Ming was their absolute idol. He was their rising sun, dazzlingly splendid. There were many young aristocrat girls who dropped all sense of modesty and bodily waved at Lin Ming with their handkerchiefs. Due to Lin Ming reappearing after 2 months of silence, this caused a feeling of intense and infinite anticipation among all the Lin maniacs, like a roiling storm beneath a calm sea. As the hour approached, more and more people began to arrive on the viewing grounds. Among them was even Bai Jingyun, who had recently left the confines of her home. This had even caused Murong Zi to be surprised. "Big Sister Jingyun, you finally came out. If you stayed in your room any longer then you might start molding." Bai Jingyun smiled and said nothing. She inadvertently glanced at the audience, her eyes stopping on Lin Ming for a moment before moving past him. Bai Jingyun naturally knew of the feud between Ouyang Dihua and Lin Ming. But common logic and reasoning told her that Ouyang Dihua's death was committed by a mysterious Xiantian realm master, and had nothing at all to do with Lin Ming. However, she didn't know why, but somehow she had subconsciously associated Lin Ming with her mysterious Xiantian savior. Big Sister Jingyun, who are you looking for? Murong Zi asked on the side with an impish smile. Nothing. I'm just looking around. Bai Jingyun shook her head and lightly smiled. But the truth was, her heart wasn't calm at all. With a quarter of an hour left until the start of the qualifiers, Crown Prince Yanglin also appeared. Today, Yanglin had put on a gown emblazoned with a kirin. He wore snow boots and straddled a snow dragon horse. He could be described as being in very high spirits. When the Crown Prince arrived, there wasn't an announcement. This was because among those present today, there were many important people. Too many to count. There were the heads and elders of large and small aristocratic families, the nobility, marquis, counts, and even 2 of the 10 great generals. With such a scene, his mere status of a prince wasn't as high profile. After Yang Lin arrived, he glanced at Lin Ming, nodding at him with a smile before he went to sit down at his own seat. Ever since Ouyang Dihua died, the status of the crown prince had risen, and all the major powers were much more polite and gracious towards Yang Lin. Following closely behind the crown prince was the state marshal Qin Shao. As soon as Qin Shao appeared, everyone that was present from the military stood up and saluted. Even the 2 great generals rushed over to greet him. These past years, Qin Zhao's fame had been unparalleled within the hearts of the people. The citizens of Sky Fortune Kingdom may not know the name of the emperor, but everyone recognized the name of Qin Shao. Flanking behind Qin Shao was Qin Xingxuan and Muyi. As Qin Xingxuan appeared, she instantly attracted the wandering, lustful gaze of every single aristocratic junior. Although these juniors clearly knew that they would never reach the level of Qin Xingxuan, they inevitably sent out peeking glances. Lin Ming smiled at her from afar, politely greeting her. Just half a year ago, Qin Shao had been an unattainable existence that was far beyond his reach. Even just seeing the carriage of the martial quarters had filled his heart with a naive sense of awe. But now, after coming to know Mu Qianyu, Lin Ming was somewhat indifferent after seeing Qin Shao again. In the minds of Sky Fortune Kingdom citizens, Qin Shao was a living god. But outside of Sky Fortune Kingdom, he was only considered an ordinary Hotian realm martial artist. In the eyes of existences like Mu Qianyu and those like her, someone like Qin Shao was a completely negligible character. At this time, the elder who chaired the qualifying contest stood up after seeing the time. He said, "We shall begin drawing the lots." The qualifying contest was conducted via double elimination. Of the 5 disciples, 1 would draw a bye, and the other 4 would pair up in duels. The defeated would enter the loser's bracket, and the winner would continue onwards. The defeated could still carry on in the contest. However, once they lost again, they would be disqualified. Finally, the victor of the winner's bracket and the loser's bracket would be the ones to participate in the total faction martial meeting. Lin Ming placed his hand in the drawing box and fished out a jade tablet. On the jade tablet was written first. The deacon responsible for registering the competition numbers wrote Lin Ming's number on the notice board. Finally, everyone had drawn their lots. The first round would be Lin Ming versus Zhang Bin, and the second round would be Ling Sen versus Zhao Jifeng. Taku had drawn a bye. After the schedule had been posted on the notice board, the enthusiasm of the audience reached a feverish pitch. Lin Ming was fighting in the first round. This was what they had all been waiting for. In a distant corner of the martial stage, Zhang Bin was looking at the zealous audience. He coldly laughed. Zhang Jifeng glanced at Zhang Bin, noticing his expression. He asked with a smile, "Are you dissatisfied? Why don't you take a look at the audience? Is there even a single one that favors me? I don't think that any of them even know my name," Zhang Bin said with a sneer. Zhang Bin was a 5th-grade martial talent. He was 18 years old and his cultivation had reached the peak of bone forging. Hopefully, if everything went as expected, he would break through to the pulse condensation period before he was 20 years old. Although he admitted that his cultivation speed was far slower than Lin Ming, in terms of combat strength, he didn't believe he was any worse. Who wasn't a talent here? Lin Ming may have defeated the early bone forging Zhang Guanyu when he had merely been at the altering muscle stage, but Zhang Guanyu was ultimately a non-core disciple. Just how fierce could he possibly be? Was there even any meaning in defeating someone like that? As for the so-called miracles that Lin Ming kept creating, in Zhang Bin's opinion, these were all a joke. If defeating small fries like Zhu Yan and Zhang Cong could be considered creating a miracle, then miracles were too damn cheap. Zhao Jifeng also sneered, echoing his opinion. It's normal for these people not to have heard of us. After all, we aren't people of Sky Fortune Kingdom. Why would the government publicize our achievements? These fools and misinformed losers are waiting for Lin Ming to crush you beneath his boot. You need to show these people just who you are. I may not roll over him, but at least I won't lose. Both of us are peak bone forging martial artists, and our true battle efficiency is higher than normal martial artists at the same level. Why would they think that I will lose so easily? What a joke! Jiang Bin came from the Jiang family, an ancient martial cultivation family that was one of the 4 great martial families that existed on the edge of Sky Fortune Kingdom. Anyone that came from one of these 4 great families was born with inherent superiority and a loftily arrogant attitude. Not to mention that Jiang Bin was one of the most outstanding young disciples of the Jiang family. Young people often were full of spirit and vigor. There was no way that Jiang Bin would willingly be placed underneath someone else. Once the competition starts and we go on stage, make sure you eliminate Lin Ming and I will eliminate Ling Senator, then we'll see what sort of expression these bunch of fools will have. Lin Ming was waiting on the stage. He was already holding the heavy, profound, soft spear, waiting for his opponent to show up. Jiang Bin billowed with a formidable aura as he walked on stage. He looked at Lin Ming and sneered, "Lin Ming, I've heard many things about you. In the 7 profound martial house, you are a genius only seen once in 100 years. But this so-called 7 profound martial house only consists of non-core disciples. The 4 great martial cultivation families that surround Sky Fortune Kingdom are not included. Our 4 great martial cultivation families have 1,000 years of history. We have legacies that you cannot begin to imagine. The 4 great martial cultivation families lived at the frontier of Sky Fortune Kingdom, occupying their own spiritual mountains. Truly, they had an inheritance that stretched back almost 1,000 years. In these 1,000 years, the dynasty of Sky Fortune Kingdom had changed hands, and the ruling family had been overthrown 6 times. But during all this conflict, these 4 great martial cultivation families had always existed. No dynasty dared to move against them. If the 4 great martial cultivation families united, then they would be a monstrous force to be reckoned with. Oh, the 4 families already have a legacy of 1,000 years? Lin Ming merrily smiled, then shook his head. A family with just 1,000 years of history could be considered as having a deep heritage? That was really a waste of a so-called 1,000-year history. Jiang Bin saw Lin Ming's smiling face and knew that he was refuting his claims. He suddenly burned with anger. Lin Ming, since you look down on my 4 great martial cultivation families, well then, I will let you experience the ancestral blade of Jiang family. Jiang Bin wasn't sure who was stronger between him and Lin Ming, but after seeing Lin Ming underestimate him, his confidence of winning shot up by several points. Just you wait, boy. I will make you pay for your rampant arrogance. I will defeat you within 20 moves. I want to see just what sort of expression your adoring audience will have. As Jiang Bin thought this, the treasure-long sword in his hand immediately began to congeal with thick true essence. This was a medium-grade human-step treasure sword, and was also considered at the pinnacle of its rank. At this moment, the elder who was acting as referee loudly announced the rules of the contest. You may use any treasure. There is no limit to the grade. If you willingly admit defeat or are lying injured on the ground, then you will automatically forfeit. You cannot kill the opposite party, and you cannot intentionally cripple them. The competition starts now. The voice had just fallen, but Jiang Bin had already gathered his power and taken a step forward, launching his movement technique to close in on Lin Ming. This was the ancestral movement technique that only the Jiang family possessed, Traceless River. Jiang Bin's body flashed and he dissolved into a series of shadows. His movements were simply like the floating clouds and flowing rivers. It was completely natural and filled with grace. The shadows gradually increased, until it was difficult to distinguish just which one Jiang Bin was. The audience gasped in amazement as they watched this scene. They didn't know who Jiang Bin was, they only knew he was a core disciple of the martial house. As for his strength, they were unsure. But because they blindly worshipped Lin Ming with raging fanaticism, they only regarded Jiang Bin as a minor side character, someone for Lin Ming to step on. But now that they looked at him, they noticed that this Jiang Bin wasn't some common talent of his generation. A layman simply enjoyed the show, but an expert recognized the art. There were many martial artists present, including several generals that had reached the mid or late pulse condensation period, that were extremely startled after seeing this movement technique from Jiang Bin. Even though they were closely watching, they still couldn't see where Jiang Bin's real body was. Jiang Bin is just being a deliberate show-off. Of the four great families' movement techniques, the Jiang family's Traceless River is the most beautiful and exquisite. A normal martial artist would simply have no means to counter this movement technique, Liang Long said in the crowd. As he was sitting down eating a pine nut, Lin Ming is not an ordinary martial artist. If Jiang Bin had reached the point where he could advance and retreat like the flowing waters and be untouchable, then he would be able to defeat Lin Ming. But his movement technique is only 50% complete. Victory or defeat is still undecided. However, he should still be able to give Lin Ming some trouble. Zhou, you had a good understanding of the Jiang family's Traceless River, and was able to immediately identify the level of Jiang Bin's movement technique. Just as many in the audience grew worried of Lin Ming, Jiang Bin drew his sword. But it was more accurate to say that over a dozen Jiang Bins had drawn their sword. The many sword rose at the same time, a thick true essence condensing at the sword point, substantialized into a visible sword light that reflected off the tip. True essence manifestation. With that, many of the audience gasped in amazement. True essence manifestation was usually only achievable by pulse condensation period martial artists, but Jiang Bin was only at the peak of bone forging. Moon traversing the river. Jiang Bin gave a loud shout, the sound coming from all sides, and the numerous swords thrust straight towards Lin Ming. This strike surged with momentum, true essence swelling forth just like a torrential river. The dense rain of sword light made the audience's hearts tense up. How could one possibly hide from this? Moon traversing the river was one of the top 3 sword skills of the Jiang family. Although Jiang Bin had spoken demeaning words towards Lin Ming, he didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. What good swordsmanship! The sword is the river, permeating all, seizing every weakness. When the Jiang family's moon traversing the river and Traceless River are combined together, it is nearly unstoppable. Just how is Lin Ming? Before Liang Long could finish half his thought, he was already stunned speechless. He helplessly looked as Lin Ming didn't even use his heavy, profound silver spear. Instead, Lin Ming only took a sudden step forwards and punched out with his fist. Body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. Bang! The tiles under Lin Ming's feet shattered under the power of his step. 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments erupted outwards and plunged towards Jiang Bin like a savage flood dragon. If Jiang Bin's sword was like the torrential river, then Lin Ming's vibrating true essence was the ferocious dragon that crossed the river. Po! All of Jiang Bin's shadows were directly demolished, and Jiang Bin's main body was struck by Lin Ming's punch. Jiang Bin was sent flying backwards like a broken kite, and he vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Even his sword was sent flying off in another direction. Unless a martial artist was severely wounded, they would never abandon their blade. But, no matter how Jiang Bin tried to hold on, he couldn't keep his grip. A deadly and fierce vibration transmitted down the sword hilt, and the resulting shock shattered the web of his palm. Seeing Jiang Bin fall off the martial stage, The entire audience rose up in an uproar. Although they believed that Lin Ming would win, they hadn't expected he would triumph in such a complete victory. That fellow Jiang Bin, who had thought that Lin Ming was trash, was actually thrown out by Lin Ming like a bag of trash. Lin Ming hadn't even needed to use the heavy, profound soft spear. Morongzi stared on, her eyes unmoving. She mumbled, "It's only been 2 months. Damn your sister. How did this farm animal make so much progress? Do you really want to give this sister a heart attack?" Liang Long shut his mouth, not even cracking the pine nut between his teeth. As he remembered his own haughty words from earlier, he felt his face heat up. He had said that he also wanted to go on stage and test out Lin Ming's ability, but presently, if he had gone on stage, he likely would have followed in Jiang Bin's footsteps. Liang Long was stronger than Jiang Bin, but by how much? Was this really a peak bone forging martial artist? His strength was at least equal to a middle pulse condensation period martial artist. Liang Long gulped. He couldn't help but glance at Zhou Yu next to him. Zhou Yu's face had sunk like a rock in water, and his eyes were gloomy. What he was thinking, no one knew. Qin Zia nodded from his seat of honor, unable to conceal his jubilant smile. This Lin Ming, after going out adventuring, his strength had increased by far too much upon his return. If it were 2 months ago when Lin Ming had only been at the altering muscle stage, then there was no way he would have been a match for Jiang Bin. Hee. This kid probably has other cards up his sleeve. I'm really looking forward to what happens next. Sun Yudao stroked his beard, his face full of smiles. To someone of his age and cultivation, it was impossible to make a breakthrough. Thus, he could only pride himself on producing the most excellent and talented of disciples. To Sun Yudao, this was the greatest comfort and gratification he could have. Victory to Lin Ming. The competition's referee elder had also been distracted for a moment before he announced the result of this match. As an elder of the 7 profound martial house's inner circle, he clearly knew very well how strong Jiang Bin was. Although his cultivation was at the peak of bone forging, he could definitely fight evenly with a weak pulse condensation period martial artist. But now he had actually been defeated by Lin Ming with a single move. Didn't this mean that Lin Ming could at least instantly kill a weak pulse condensation period martial artist? A peak bone forging boy that only needed a second to kill a pulse condensation period martial artist? What sort of absurd concept was that? This elder wondered, after Lin Ming reached the pulse condensation period, would he also only need a second to kill him? The referee gave Lin Ming a deep look, and then announced, "Second match, Ling San versus Zhao Jifeng." The second match was about to start soon. Jiang Bin had entered the loser's bracket, but looking at the state he was in, there was no point in him doing so. It was impossible for him to be one of the top 2 contestants. "It's your turn to go on stage," Taku sighed and supportively patted Ling Sen's shoulder. "It looks like there's no hope for me to go to the total faction martial meeting. I cannot defeat you, and now looking at Lin Ming, I know I cannot catch up to a monster like him. After I graduate, I'll have to prepare to join the army." Although Taku shook his head and sighed, he still had a big friendly smile on his face. He wasn't particularly sad or heartbroken about this. After Lin Ming had returned, Taku learned that Lin Ming's cultivation had already reached the peak of bone forging. He had a faint suspicion that he wouldn't be Lin Ming's match, but he hadn't thought that the gap between them would be so big. After I graduate, I'll join you and also enter the army. It's most suitable for me there." Ling San silently withdrew his old heavy sword. He didn't have a spatial ring, so he carried the heavy sword on his back. Using this method, he had continually honed his connection with this sword until he reached the realm of becoming one with his blade. "Old friend Ling, if someone here is going to beat Lin Ming, it's going to be you. I think you'll have the best fight," Taku said to Ling San as he looked afar, his gaze falling on Lin Ming. Ling San was quiet. If what Lin Ming had displayed just now was his true strength, then Ling San could evenly match with him and even win. But could this really be the limit of Lin Ming's true strength? Perhaps he had other unknown cards he hadn't shown. Simply unfathomable. This was what Ling San felt about Lin Ming. After Ling San walked onto the stage, He immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. This was the elder senior apprentice brother of the 7 profound martial houses' heavenly abode. He had quietly occupied this position for several years. Regardless of whether it was Zhang Guanyu or Taku, they were far from his match. It was not clear how strong Ling Sen truly was. The rumors only stated that when he had been at the peak of altering muscle, his strength had surpassed the early pulse condensation period martial artists. Now that Ling Sen had broken through to the bone-forging stage, just what heights had his strength reached? The hearts of everyone present were filled with fiery expectations, including Lin Ming. He was especially curious. Although Ling Sen's cultivation progress was slow, he had worked carefully and made steady and even progress, and finally his efforts had paid off. Ling Sen's Ashura martial intent didn't assist in his cultivation. But, in terms of practicing a martial artist's combat prowess, it was able to achieve the maximum effect. In this aspect, the ethereal martial intent was absolutely inferior. Ling Sr. As Ling San stood on the martial stage, he silently observed his opponent and reported his name. His voice was filled with an icy and murderous intent. This was the experience he had gained from endless slaughter within his Ashura martial intent. Zhao family, Zhao Jifeng. Zhao Jifeng's voice was timid. After his friend had been thoroughly ruined by Lin Ming, Zhao Jifeng had lost his emboldened and haughty attitude. He didn't feel that he was able to fully grasp Ling Sen. Damn, that Lin Ming is such a freak of nature. There is no way that I'm his match. I cannot lose this round to Ling Senator if I'm defeated. Then I will be forced out of the total faction martial meeting. Zhao Jifeng thought to himself. His grip around the black saber tightened. Although he didn't expect to achieve great results at the total faction martial meeting, the Zhou family's Zhou Yu and the Liang family's Liang Long were selected as participants in the martial meeting. If he was eliminated, then it would bring shame to his family's name. Later on, he would lose his standing within his family. With this in mind, Zhao Jifeng gritted his teeth. Let's fight. The referee stepped onto the stage and loudly announced, I will not repeat the rules of the competition. The match begins now. As the referee's voice fell, Zhao Jifeng took a single step forwards and dragged his inky black saber outwards. As the saber curved, a black beam of light followed it, over several tens of feet long. This saber light was crescent-shaped. Looking from a distance, it was as if a large black moon had suddenly descended to earth. Falling moon cut, Zhang Jifeng cried out. He tightly grasped the black saber in both hands and viciously cut at Ling Sen. This saber light was even able to block the sun. It was as if night had fallen. Ling Sen's eyes condensed. He wielded the heavy sword in his hands and struck out. His heavy sword was very slow. It was impossible to overtake Zhao Jifeng's falling moon cut. But in the moment that the saber and sword crossed each other, an incomprehensible scene took place. Zhao Jifeng's body suddenly stopped, as Ling Sen's sword arrived in front of him. Pong! An incomparably clear sound reverberated through the air. Zhao Jifeng's falling moon cut suddenly shattered like a piece of glass, breaking into countless tiny black shards. Zhao Jifeng's body shook, and he suddenly plopped downwards like a bag of rice that fell from the air, heavily hitting the floor. He hadn't been cut by Ling Sen's sword wind, nor was he wounded. He hadn't even vomited blood. But in that instant, he had tumbled onto the ground and didn't rise back up. Ling Sen retracted the heavy sword, placing it back onto his back, and turned around to walk away. He didn't even spare Zhao Jifeng a backwards glance. The entire audience was dumbfounded. Obviously Ling Sen's sword light hadn't even touched Zhao Jifeng's body. So why did Zhao Jifeng suddenly hit the floor? Liang Long, Zhou Yu, and the others didn't understand. Lin Ming furrowed his eyebrows. His soul force was powerful, and his sense of perception was far sharper than a normal man. He had faintly felt something. Ling San had released some sort of murderous aura that penetrated into Zhao Jifeng's body, giving him internal injuries. Second match. Victory to Ling Sen. The referee probed Zhao Jifeng's condition with his perception and found that no permanent damage had been done. He ordered several people to carry Zhao Jifeng down. After the referee announced the result, the audience flew into an uproar. This This was a victory? It was finished in a single strike, and Zhao Jifeng hadn't even been touched. What was going on? Listening to the excited chatter of the audience, Liang Long and Zhou Yu's faces were hung with embarrassment. Instead, they were now glad that almost no one knew about them and didn't know their identity as martial cultivation family core disciples. Otherwise, they would really need to find a hole to crawl into. 2 matches in a row, 2 of the 4 great families' juniors had been eliminated. And not only that, but they were all defeated in less than a second. Lin Ming was freakishly fierce, but why was Ling Sen also so abnormal? Both of Liang Long and Zhou Yu's strengths weren't much stronger than Zhao Jifeng and Jiang Bin. That is to say, Lin Ming and Ling Sen could also instantly defeat them. Oh! This Ling Sen really gave me a pleasant surprise, Xianxia remarked as he watched Ling Sen's back as he left. He was secretly startled. He assumed that Ling Sen would not be Lin Ming's match. But now it looked as if the 2 people would have a good fight. It should be because of his spirit of slaughter. Ling Sen has no love or desire in his heart, only endless slaughter. This is the demon of his heart of martial arts. But at the same time, it is also a supreme weapon. His murderous intent can substantialize into an essence that be used in a direct attack. The reason that Zhao Jifeng paused was because he was compelled to do so by Ling Sen's killing aura. This is a strength that can't be easily seen. Sun Yudao had lived for over 100 years. Although his strength is considered at the peak of his level, he had a very rich range of experiences, and was able to discern Ling Sen's attack methods with just a glance. Xianxia said, not only that, but Ling Sen was able to gather and unite all of the murderous aura around him into a condensed form, creating a sort of killing domain. If one's strength is insufficient, it would be impossible to break through this protection. To be able to create this sort of ability, Ling Sen's perception is simply terrifying. No wonder his strength grew so quickly. These past years I hadn't paid much attention to Ling Sen, and now his strength has actually reached this degree. Hee. This is something to be joyous about. I thought that the match between Lin Ming and Ling Sen would be a one-sided stomp, but this has added greatly to the suspense. Who do you think will win? Xianxia shook his head. I don't know. In these matches, both Ling Sen and Lin Ming didn't use their full strength. They are still hiding most of their ability. We can only see whose hidden cards are fiercer. This time when we go to the total faction, I will petition for Ling Sen to become a core disciple. It's just too bad. Although Ling Sen is gifted, his martial arts cultivation talent is simply too ordinary. His cultivation speed is too slow. Ling Sen was already 21 years old, and was only at the bone forging stage. He would probably reach the pulse condensation period at 24 or 25, and would be over 30 before he reached the Hotian realm. When he achieved the peak Hotian realm, he would most likely be 40 or 50 years old. At that time, he would have already missed his best time to attack the Xiantian realm bottleneck. As Ling Sen's match concluded, the qualifying competition entered into the second round. Lin Ming would soon match up against Ling Sen and Taku. As the audience thought of Ling Sen's overwhelming victory from a moment ago, they all became filled with enthusiastic fervor. Sky Fortune Kingdom would gain an extreme martial master, and the most thrilling about this was that it would be decided in the showdown between Lin Ming and Ling Sen. This would be a fierce clash between 2 evenly matched opponents. It really made everyone's blood boil in excitement. Even the 2 great generals present were hysterical with excitement. To someone like them, who had experienced countless life and death battles and had been through numerous difficulties in life, there was very little that would be able to fill them with so much ardor. But now, they had once again run into the wistful passion that had driven them when they were young. In this collision between 2 top talents, who would come out on top? State Marshal Qin Shao was also looking at Lin Ming in a new light. The more he saw of him, the more he liked him. If it weren't for his granddaughter Qin Xingxuan saying that she wanted to reach the Xiantian realm, and refused to consider anything about marriage, then he would definitely try to snatch Lin Ming to become his granddaughter's husband. The second round of the competition will immediately commence. Do you 2 need any time to rest? The referee elder symbolically asked Lin Ming and Ling Senator in truth, His opinion was that neither of them had wasted any effort at all. The two of them most likely didn't need to recuperate. Sure enough, Ling San and Lin Ming simultaneously shook their heads. Then let's begin the second round. The referee elder took out the drawing box again. This time, the drawing box only held 2 plates. One was to fight, the other was a buy. Taku had already drawn a buy, so this time it was up to Ling San and Lin Ming to draw lots. At this time, Taku spoke up. There's no need to draw anything. There's only 3 people left, and I can defeat neither of them. But I still want to have a match against Lin Ming. This has already been scheduled far in advance, Taku said as he looked at Lin Ming. How about it, junior apprentice brother Lin? Let's have a little match on stage. Is that cool with you? You still have defeat me if you want the blue miracle pill. Lin Ming laughed and agreed. Why not? What great fun, now we're talking. Come on, Taku said as he jumped up onto the martial stage. He also took out his own 8-foot staff. The dark purple elastic iron staff was as thick as an egg, and 2 golden bands circled the staff. These golden bands were put in place to prevent the opponent's weapon from sliding down the shaft and wounding his fingers. Lin Ming looked at Taku's weapon and thought for a moment. Then, he pulled out his own penetrating rainbow spear from his spatial ring. Ever since he obtained the heavy profound soft spear, he hadn't used the penetrating rainbow spear for a long time. This time he took it out because he didn't want to take advantage of Taku's weapon. It was just too difficult to find a treasure staff, especially when one needed it to be elastic. For all these years, Taku had been using the dark purple elastic iron staff. Taku saw that Lin Ming had swapped his weapon and smiled. Junior apprentice brother Lin, there is no need for you to change weapons. To tell you the truth, since I came on stage today, I didn't plan on competing against you in martial arts. Lin Ming was startled. If we're not going to have a martial arts match, then how do you want to settle this contest? Taku cheekily grinned and chuckled. I want to compare strength. His voice was loud and clear. The entire audience could hear the words he said. Hearing this, Murongzi didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. If they weren't going to compare martial arts but instead just strength, then it was obvious that Lin Ming would be the one to lose. Taku had inborn divine strength, and the cultivation method he practiced also tempered the body and increased strength. He was the strongest disciple of the 7 profound martial house. Lin Ming wasn't weak, but how could he compare to Taku? She couldn't help but mutter to Jingyun, Humph, Taku, that big gorilla. He usually looks so honest, but who knew he was such a tricky beast? Although Lin Ming is a farm animal's strength is certainly less than a big gorilla. Bai Jingyun smiled at Murongzi and vexingly said, since Taku says that, then he has already give up this match. He only wants to have a contest of physical strength with Lin Ming. And just like Bai Jingyun had predicted, Taku said, Junior apprentice brother Lin, in terms of total power, I am far from being your match, therefore I will concede in advance. My speed is bad, my striking power is poor, and my cultivation isn't great. However, my physical strength is something that I am decent at. I know that junior apprentice brother Lin also excels in this aspect. When you first entered the 7 profound martial house, you were considered as having inborn divine strength, and your early forms of fighting mostly involved meeting your opponent head-on physically. At that time I was thinking of waiting until your cultivation reached the same as mine, before having an earnest competition of body strength, so we could see who the number 1 in terms of strength at the 7 profound martial house is. So how about it? As Taku said this, he casually bent the 8-foot staff in his hands. The dark purple elastic iron staff, that was as thick as an egg, easily bent like a thin wooden stick, taking any shape that Taku wanted it to. Lin Ming saw this and burst into laughter. Good. Then let's compare strength. However, I will not take advantage of you. Our match will be decided by who has the greater strength. The one with the most physical strength will win. Taku was stunned. He immediately rejected the idea. There's no need. I'm also looking forward to your showdown with Ling Senator. If I battle him, there won't be any meaning to it, and it would be quite boring. I've lost count of how many times I've been abused by that vicious fellow. I'd rather not have him publicly embarrass me under the watch of such a big crowd of people. Taku infectiously laughed as he explained. Lin Ming also smiled and challenged. Even though you say that, do you think I will necessarily lose to you in strength? I didn't say that you would definitely lose, but Taku slyly grinned, revealing a straight row of gleaming white teeth. There's a high chance that I'll win today. Ha ha. Say nothing more, we'll have a look ourselves. As Lin Ming said this, he shook the penetrating rainbow spear in his hands. The 8-foot penetrating rainbow spear wobbled back and forth like a fiercely trembling spring. Good! Taku gave a loud shout, and there was a giant ripping sound as all of the clothes covering his upper body was torn apart, flying in all directions. He revealed a massive body glistening with thick and hard muscles, just like granite. Taku was 9 feet tall, nearly 2 heads taller than Lin Ming. When he stood in front of someone, he would block the sunlight from reaching them, like a massive iron tower. Normally, a good man of Sky Fortune Kingdom was around 7 feet tall. If they were at this height, they could proudly call themselves a 7-foot-tall sun. But if someone like them stood in front of Taku, they wouldn't even reach his shoulders. As Taku exercised his strength, all the muscles of his body began to send out explosive popping sounds. His impressive chest was thicker than a water barrel, and his massive thighs were larger than buckets. The blue veins that wound around his body were just like twisting earthworms. His build and size were simply too exaggerated, making the entire audience called out in alarm as they feasted their eyes. This fellow was simply a big bear. Come! Taku stamped his foot and immediately squatted down in a horse stance. As his foot hit the floor, there was a loud explosion as the tiles underneath him shattered apart. Lin Ming was unable to restrain a sigh of praise. The tiles of this martial stage had gone through special processing and were extremely durable. But with just a casual step by Taku and only his human body strength, these tiles had been broken into pieces. This really was inborn divine strength. Lin Ming also slowly stripped off his robe, revealing the well-corded and shapely muscles he had been hiding underneath. Compared to Taku's rock-like muscles and solidly rugged exterior, Lin Ming's body seemed somewhat tender and supple. As he had practiced martial arts for 4 years, Lin Ming had been exposed to countless hours of wind, rain, and exposure to sunlight. As he had also deboned for a long time, Lin Ming's body had been left with countless scars and calluses. However, after absorbing a colossal power of vitality, and also having undergone the washing of his muscles and marrows multiple times, his calluses and scars had slowly flaked away over time. Now looking at the present Lin Ming, he seemed just like a wealthy young master that had never worked before. Lin Ming was almost 16 years old. He had grown up into a tall young man. The childlike tenderness of his face had gradually vanished. Together with his beautifully sculpted muscles, it was very easy to overlook his true age. Although Lin Ming's looks couldn't be considered heavenly jade, he was still a very handsome and outstanding male specimen. As he stripped off his robe, there were some girls present that couldn't help but hysterically scream as they reached out their grasping hands at him. What a bunch of sluts! Morong Zi disdainfully curled her lips. In her opinion, Lin Ming's crazy Lin maniacs were just selling themselves off at a loss, because it was impossible that he would marry any of them. They likely knew that there was no hope in even becoming concubines. So what was the point of being such a bunch of sex-crazed nymphos? Bai Jingyun smiled but didn't say anything. She also agreed with Morong Zi. It was impossible for Lin Ming to be contained within Sky Fortune Kingdom. One day he would leave here. As Lin Ming and Taku faced each other on stage, their body structures were completely beyond compare. This really made many of those present worry. How could Lin Ming beat this big bear fellow in strength? Lin Ming held the spear in his right hand, his forearm touched the spear shaft, and his elbow pressed down on the base of the spear. He extended penetrating rainbow horizontally, and took the iron bridge blocks the river stance. Watch out! Taku fiercely tread both feet on ground. The tiles underneath him shattered apart, and his body was no different from a massive warship as it came rushing forwards. Ha! Taku gripped the dark purple elastic iron staff in both hands and smashed down at Lin Ming. Lin Ming dropped down into the horse stance, lifted the penetrating rainbow spear above him, meeting the strike of Taku's head-on. Bang! The massive impact caused the tile under Lin Ming's feet to fracture. The two of them did not use any martial skill or cultivation method. What they used was completely and only physical strength. Zhi. As the staff and spear struck each other, they began to creak as metal bent. The spear shaft and staff shaft had already been bent together like a bow, overwhelmed, on the verge of being broken. As the two powerful forces collided, the ground underneath the two of them began to produce thin cracks that spread out like a spider's web. The audience was watching with bated breath and fear. Was this really the strength of a human? Lin Ming felt the danger the penetrating rainbow spear was in. It wasn't hard to endure the strike, but he knew that if he gushed out with his full strength, he would definitely cause irreparable damage to his penetrating rainbow spear. This spear had followed him for such a long time. He couldn't bear to see it damaged like this. Let's switch to another way. If we keep this up, our weapons won't be able to bear the load. In such a tough fight, Lin Ming was still able to calmly speak. Obviously, he hadn't used his full strength. I agree. How do you want to do this? Let's not use weapons. Let's wrestle. Taku thought for a moment, then growled. I'm bigger than you are. If we wrestle, you'll be at a disadvantage. We shall use the strength measuring pillar. That's the most direct way. Strength measuring pillar? Okay. After Taku mentioned the strength measuring pillar, Lin Ming also wanted to know the limit of his own physical strength. He had forgotten how long it had been since he last used a strength measuring pillar. This martial arts contest had taken a bizarre turn. Now this match boiled down to competing with a strength measuring pillar. The audience was also waiting with high expectations. They were curious as to what the limit of these two youths' strength was. Referee, can you prepare a strength measuring pillar? Lin Ming asked. Yes, of course I can. The 7 Profound Martial House's strength measuring room wasn't too far away. The referee elder gave a command and 2 martial artists ran over. Strength measuring pillar? I remember that just last year, this boy Taku was able to achieve an 8,000 gene result. At that time, he was only at the early bone forging stage. At that time, his cultivation was unstable as he had just started true essence bone forging. Now, he has reached the middle bone forging stage. Perhaps he might already have achieved the large success of true essence bone forging. This time, he will definitely be able to hit over 9,000 genes. 9,000 genes. Even a peak pulse condensation martial artist only has around 8,000 genes of physical strength. This boy Lin Ming has really fallen into Taku's trap this time. Sun Yudao smiled as he stroked his beard. It wasn't easy to increase one's physical strength. Starting from early bone forging to middle bone forging, one's true essence force would enhance several times over, but physical strength wouldn't grow by that much. Therefore, the advantage of inborn divine strength was less obvious the further one cultivated. Xianxia smiled without a word. To Taku, victory or loss was unimportant. All he wanted was to be known as number 1 in physical strength at the 7 Profound Martial House. Taku wanted to try his hardest and never give up. Lin Ming isn't weak himself. I'm curious as to how high his level of strength is. The strength measuring pillar was quickly moved over and affixed onto an array formation on stage. The black crystal strength measuring pillar quickly stood in the center of the martial stage, waiting. The light in the crystal pillar could go up 12 feet. Every foot represented 1,000 genes. Taku took to the stage with a wry smile. Junior apprentice brother Lin, I'll be going first. All right, you go first. As Taku walked onto the stage, the noise from the crowd finally died down. As Taku stood in front of the crystal measuring pillar, he was grasping his dark purple elastic iron staff. Suddenly, with a loud explosive sound, it was directly inserted into the ground, piercing through the tiled floor. Taku kneaded his fists, cracking his joints. The cracking sounds were just like mini thunderclaps. He spread his legs, slowly lowering himself into a horse stance squat. He then took several deep breaths, completely stabilizing his mental and physical condition. He was just like a lion that was biding its time and energy in order to make a single fatal blow. The entire audience, including the great generals, Liang Long, Zhou Yu, and all else, were watching with bated breath, waiting for Taku to strike. Creak. With another explosive sound of joints popping, Taku clenched his right fist. He aimed it flush at his target and he slowly wounded it back. Ha! Taku gave a shout, and his entire body thrust forwards. His right fist was like a meteor as it smashed the pillar. There was only the deafening sound of the crystal pillar being stuck as it trembled, almost as if it were about to explode. The crystal light erupted upwards like a geyser, until it rose even higher than Taku. 9 feet 5 inches. 9,500 genes. The entire audience were in uproar. This result exceeded the limits of a body transformation stage martial artist. Even a peak pulse condensation period martial artist would only have around 8,000 genes. Even Hotian realm martial artists would find it difficult to surpass 9,000 genes. This was because the longer a martial artist cultivated, the more and more they would have to rely on their true essence. After all, there was a limit as to how high a human's strength could grow. As one approached that limit, it would become increasingly difficult. Even Xianxia's own physical strength wasn't necessarily stronger than Taku. Everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Ming. It was true that Lin Ming was famed for his strength, but 9,500 genes was simply like a mountain. It was beyond challenging past that. Junior apprentice brother Lin, it's your turn. Taku rubbed his fists. He was quite satisfied with his result. Previously, he had done a few trials of his own and the highest score he achieved was 9,500 genes. Lin Ming walked onto the stage, and then he touched the crystal column. He was testing the strength of the binding array. He felt that it was all right, it should be able to withstand his strength. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Lin Ming's strike. They all wanted to know just how high he could reach. Lin Ming relaxed his mind and body. He was just like a bow that was preparing itself to draw. Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians was a body transformation cultivation method originally. When one practiced this, their true essence would become thick and mighty and their strength would become formidable. To those that practiced the Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians, their body had no limit. After pulse condensation was tempering marrow, and after tempering marrow one could open the 8 inner hidden gates and 9 stars of the Tao Palace. At that stage, their body could affect the world. Their physical strength alone could shatter mountains and pull down stars. Of course, Lin Ming was far, far from this realm. But these past months, he had absorbed a massive amount of blood vitality. And in addition, due to the enhancements to his body from the life and death smelting trial, his body's vitality was similar to a billowing cloud. His body always contained an explosive force that was waiting to erupt at any given moment. If he didn't vent this power, he wouldn't feel so great. With a deep breath, Lin Ming lowered his center of gravity as he squatted down. His spine bent backwards, just like a taut bow that was being pulled backwards. With a roar, Lin Ming suddenly jumped up, his body flushing forwards, his fist like a flood dragon that emerged from the sea. With an indomitable momentum, his fist struck its target savagely. Bang! Over 10,000 genes of strength erupted. The fist cracked the crystal column underneath it with a tremendous impact. The black crystal column began to rattle violently, and the crystal light instantly shot to 12 feet. This was actually the limit of the strength measuring tablet. Pong! The loud sound of breaking glass rang in the air, and the crystal pillar exploded into countless shards. Clouds of true essence stone powder began to fall down like twinkling stars. In that moment, the entire audience was flabbergasted. He destroyed the crystal pillar? The crystal pillar can measure up to 12,000 genes of strength. And yet, it was actually destroyed? Xianxia was also eminently surprised. He knew that Lin Ming had inborn divine strength, but he didn't know to what degree his divine strength had reached. Actually, no one knew. If that 12,000 gene crystal column was destroyed, it meant that Lin Ming's strength was at least above 13,000 genes. Just relying on the strength of the human body to reach 13,000 genes. Let alone in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, This was rare even in the entire Sky Spill continent. This was because after a martial artist reaches the Xiantian realm, their physical strength basically no longer increased. Even an extreme Xiantian master strength wouldn't surpass 10,000 genes. Tisk, TSK, TSK. A farm animal is really a farm animal, it simply can't be judged by others. I have no idea what sort of fodder he was fed while growing up. Murongzi had long since adapted to Lin Ming's bizarre abilities. She exclaimed in surprise in the past, but soon, she accepted this fact. She was longer surprised by any of the excessive miracles that Lin Ming accomplished. Instead, if one day Lin Ming ceased to continually violate common sense, Murongzi would be surprised. However, at this moment, Bai Jingyun, who was sitting next to Murongzi, was also looking at the center of the martial stage. Her eyes were clouded over and she was lost in thought. The truth was that 12,000 or 13,000 genes of strength didn't have much effect on one's combat prowess. It only indicated that Lin Ming had a special physique, inborn divine strength, or maybe he had eaten some sort of valuable material that enhanced strength. But Bai Jingyun had a very special feeling. She was sure that Lin Ming had many more cards hidden up his sleeve. His strength was absolutely more than what he had revealed so far. But reasoning told her that even if Lin Ming could instantly kill a peak pulse condensation master, it was still impossible for him to kill Ouyang Dihua in the situation he was. But Lin Ming was an existence that continued to violate all norms and common sense. Who could predict what sorts of miracles he could create? Taku watched as the true essence stone powder landed on the floor, and he also saw that the crystal strength measuring column had been shattered apart. He let out a sigh, shook his head with a wistful smile and said, "I admit defeat. I am sincerely convinced. If I reach the peak of pulse condensation, the most I will ever be able to achieve is 12,000 genes of strength. I wouldn't be able to destroy the stone column. Junior apprentice brother's amazing body leaves me speechless. I have nothing else to say." The crystal column didn't have 12,000 genes randomly set as a limit. 12,000 genes could be said to be the limit of a human's body. Lin Ming said, "Senior apprentice brother Taku, the truth is you don't need to blindly pursue physical strength. There are many other aspects that you could place your effort in. After all, there is a limit to how high one's strength can grow." To the martial artists of Sky Spill continent, they did not understand how to open the 8 inner hidden gates and the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Thus, there was no future in only pursuing physical power. Refining and tempering the body was of some use, but after they entered the Hotian realm, a mere 10,000 genes of human strength would become insignificant. Taku humbly said, "I know this, but strength is my best aspect. In other roles I'm not so good. First, I will break through to the pulse condensation period, and then I'll slowly consider my options in the future." Taku was 21 years old. He should be able to step into the pulse condensation period at around 23 or 24 years of age. At this age, he would have basically lost all value for a large sect to raise him. Even if he gave up joining any sects in favor of enlisting in the military, Taku could still become a brave and wonderful general that slaughtered all his enemies. Just imagine him on the battlefield. A man riding his horse with a staff in hand, bringing down enemy generals with his mighty strikes. This kind of image was inspirational, and it would no doubt incite the growth of soldier morale. This was something that a martial artist, who specialized in true essence cultivation, would never be able to achieve. Although Taku could not enter a sect, he was destined to live a life of wealth, glory, honor, and status. It wouldn't even be a problem for him to become one of the 10 great generals. He would be at the pinnacle of the mortal world, and countless numbers of soldiers would look up to him in admiration. It wasn't a bad thing to stay in the mortal world. He could live an easygoing and honored life in comfort, and he would enjoy 2 centuries of wealth and fame at least. He would be the subject of affection and reverence, and he could have countless wives and concubines. Conversely, if he pursued the peak of martial arts, he was doomed to tread a road of suffering. He would have to explore his limits and seek fortuitous encounters, fighting with other masters and narrowly escape with his life. He would have to constantly and tediously cultivate, and he would have to live a lonely life. Although wealth and glory would be at his fingertips, to drown in this would only corrupt his martial spirit. To a martial arts master, they could go into seclusion for 10 or 20 years and not be able to enjoy any pleasures during it. This way of living was normal. If one wanted to stand against their destiny and escape the endless samsara, they had to experience pain and loneliness. Lin Ming, especially after having met Mu Qianyu, he had strengthened his resolve to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. A mushroom didn't know its beginning and end, and a mole didn't know spring or fall. A great figure of the mortal world, even if it were the state marshal of Sky Fortune Kingdom, Xianxia, they would only live a mere 200 years or so. To a martial arts master who stood at the peak, people like Xianxia would only be a mole. At most, he would be a mole king. The sorcerer of the southern wilderness had lived for over 30,000 years, and he had left behind 72 sorcerer pagodas that would exist in perpetuity. But to the common people of Sky Spill Continent, just what was tens of thousands of years? They could only listen to some legendary fables and stories that weren't even listed in the ancient texts. As the saying goes, paper lasts a millennia and silk lasts 800 years. Silk scrolls would decay in 800 years and paper books would decay in 1,000. How could there possibly be any ancient texts from tens of thousands of years ago? Even if it is a legend that is passed down to descendants, most of it is probably made-up stories. Lin Ming didn't want to return to dust after a few hundred years. He wanted to free himself from the cycle of samsara and see just what the peak of martial arts was. What would it be like? When Lin Ming walked off the stage, Zhao Jifeng and Jiang Bin watched him. They had already recovered, but seeing Lin Ming, they felt a deep sense of fear. Any thoughts of resisting had already fled their mind. Although 13,000 genes of strength didn't equate to one's combat prowess, the scene of the shattering crystal stone pillar was simply too visually impacting. Was he a human? Who had ever seen a crystal stone pillar destroyed like that? They had never even heard of it before. Seeing Lin Ming approach, the two of them hastily stood up and quickly scurried away. To stand in the same place as an inhuman existence like Lin Ming was simply too stressful. Lin Ming, you can rest for the next quarter of an hour and adjust your condition, the referee elder said. Lin Ming shook his head. I haven't used anything. There's no need to rest, I can go up now. Rest? Said Ling Senator. He was dressed in a tight black outfit with his trademark heavy sword on his back. I want to fight you when you are in your peak condition, even if it means I lose. Lin Ming smiled and said, Good. What you say is true. I too have long been looking forward to fighting you. From the first moment I saw you. The first time that Lin Ming saw Ling Sen was at the 7 Profound Martial House entrance examination. Ling Sen's entrance on the stage had left an exceedingly profound impression on Lin Ming. His status as the elder senior apprentice brother of the heavenly abode was simply unshakable. To the Lin Ming of then, Ling Sen had been an unreachable existence. But at that time, Lin Ming had also steeled his resolve that one day, he would stand in an arena with Ling Sen and have an earnest match. I too have long been awaiting this showdown. Ever since you defeated Zhang Tsong, I thought I would have to wait several years, but I never imagined this fated day would arrive so soon. The first time Ling San had begun to pay attention to Lin Ming was when he saw Lin Ming's duel against Zhang Tsong. He had arrived at the scene together with Ta Ku, causing no small stir. Lin Ming had only entered the 7 Profound Martial House for a trivial month, and yet he was able to defeat the Earth Hall Master, Zhang Tsong. At that time, Ling Sen had a premonition that he would eventually face Lin Ming one day. To him, this was already a very high evaluation of Lin Ming's skills. But now looking back, it seemed that he had underestimated Lin Ming by far. For a quarter of an hour, Lin Ming sat down in meditation, adjusting his condition to the peak even though he hadn't consumed any of his strength. With his thoughts completely relaxed, he entered into the ethereal state, waiting for this anticipated match. The audience was already fidgeting with expectation. This long-awaited battle was a matchup between the fiercest top 2 young talents of Sky Fortune Kingdom. This was a rarely seen once-in-a-lifetime grand event. As far as a martial artist was concerned, what could possibly be more exciting? Although snow was falling from the sky, the burning enthusiasm of the audience seemed hot enough to melt the winter ice. Who will win? Who do you think will win? I wonder who will be the #1 martial artist among our Sky Fortune Kingdom's younger generation? Almost the entire audience was discussing this issue. They each began to express their own views and opinions of the match. There were even some discerning experts that were deducing how the fight would progress, even though the match hadn't even started. Ling San and Lin Ming hadn't yet fought, but already there were a good number of possible versions and outcomes that had been imagined, each of them narrated with a vivid intensity. These stories were so vibrant and imaginative that if people didn't know, they might even think that these spittle-splashing martial artists had already seen the outcome of Lin Ming and Ling San's match. This fight would determine who was at the pinnacle of Sky Fortune Kingdom's younger generation. But Ling San actually thought that his chances of winning weren't high. Even if he won, he also wouldn't take the position of the #1 youth talent. He was already 21 years old, while Lin Ming was almost 16. This 5-year age gap between them was an insurmountable divide. These 5 years were the most important and essential years of a martial artist's life. 5 years later, Lin Ming would definitely become a Hotian master. But at that time, Ling San would have only broken through to the pulse condensation period. A quarter hour passed quickly. Ling San was the first to walk onto the martial stage. His pace was steady, calm, and his entire being exuded a murderous aura. The snow that fell towards him was blown away by this aura. Not a single snowflake landed on his body. Lin Ming took out his heavy, profound, soft spear. His spear and Ling San's sword were both medium-grade human step treasures. The weapons were fair and equal. The two stood 100 feet apart, silently gazing at the other. The surrounding airflow around them was disturbed by their presence, as if an invisible vortex had been summoned. Billowing snow recklessly covered the sky. The rules will not be repeated. Match begin. After the referee elder announced the start of the match, the two of them on stage hadn't even moved. Lin Ming's right hand gripped the heavy, profound, soft spear outwards. The spear tip slanted towards the ground. Ling San had his heavy sword in both hands, the hilt pressed against his chest. Although they hadn't moved, the two of them were slowly beginning to gather their momentum. Ling San's murderous aura was formed from his countless beheadings and massacre of the Ashura devils within his Ashura martial intent. If a weaker martial artist were to directly confront Ling San's murderous aura, it would be the same as if an average man were standing stark naked in a frozen world of snow and ice. They would only be able to use half of their strength, and those whose minds weren't as aware might even be directly struck by dread and forced into defeat without having done anything. But Lin Ming was the opposite. His imposing and majestic aura was formed by the power of his vitality. The force of his powerful spirit was like a billowing flame that reached the clouds. An ordinary person might not feel anything strange, but if a martial artist that cultivated dark arts of technique involving the usage of evil spirits approached, then they would feel as if they were in a blazing inferno. Any ghosts or demons that drew near would be immediately returned to nothingness. Ling San's icy cold murderous aura and Lin Ming's power of vitality engaged in an airborne battle. One was freezing cold and the other was burning hot. As these two forces met, they would battle. Ice would not coexist with fire. But eventually, Lin Ming's billowing vitality overcame Ling San's chill. Ling San could evenly clearly hear his murderous aura being chipped apart by Lin Ming's power of vitality. I never thought that someone would be able to suppress my Ashura murderous intent with just the strength of their blood vitality. His speed was like a phantom, his body strength was formidable, his true essence was pure and thick, and he also had the support of an overwhelming blood vitality. His endurance was without a doubt terrifying. This Lin Ming was simply versatile in all aspects. Ling San's expression became more dignified. He instantly converged all of his murderous aura, condensing that murderous essence onto the surface of his body in conjunction with his heavy sword. At that moment, he was like an insurmountable existence in the eyes of all present. Even the two great generals in the audience, who had reached the middle and late pulse condensation period, were unable to help but wonder if they could win against Ling San if they fought. For a middle pulse condensation period martial artist to not be able to defeat an early bone forging stage martial artist, that was simply an unimaginable fantasy. Meet my sword. As the word sword was said, the murderous aura that was concentrated on Ling Sen's body began to flow into the black heavy sword. This 5-foot-long heavy sword began to emit a piercing cry. Cha! It was as if space itself was torn asunder. A peerless sword wind shot forwards like a dark rainbow, piercing towards Lin Ming's chest. The entire area was swept up by the aftermath of the sword wind. Even the tiles cracked and exploded under the pressure. Countless broken stones that were crushed by true essence was thrown into the wind. From afar, Ling Sen's blade was like a missile that left the ground shattered in its path. It was simply unstoppable. Flood Dragon goes to sea. Lin Ming gave a loud shout and 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments erupted outwards, towards the surging tide of true essence that rolled towards him. The heavy, profound, soft spear was like a silver flood dragon, thrusting forwards with a grandiose momentum. Bang! The powerful impact formed a shockwave that was visible to the naked eye. The loose floor tiles were all sent flying backwards, and all the snow in a radius of 100 meters was swept clean. The savage true essence continued to flood outwards. Being met with this rush of true essence, even a flesh training or viscera training martial artist felt as if they were mere leaves in a storm. They could be blown away at any moment. Fortunately, the important personages in the audience had master bodyguards protecting them. A true essence shield was put up, guarding them from the aftermath of the true essence collision. Pung 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 pung. After Ling Sen made his first move, he no longer stopped, following up his first strike with a series of attacks. The heavy sword carried an epic majesty as thick true essence congealed into each sword strike. Every strike contained an immense potential, as if a mountain were crashing down. Lin Ming unhurriedly and calmly revolved the true primal chaos formula to the limit. He steadily blocked each strike, slowly retreating backwards. But no matter how calm his expression was, every time he took a blow the stage behind him would explode, sending everyone watching into alarm. Lin Ming took a step back after every strike, and every time he stepped backwards, the stage tiles would explode into pieces. Then, Ling Sen's sword wind would lift up all these fragments, before throwing them off the stage. In just a few moments of time, the entire stage had become very unseemly. This is too terrifying. Just the true essence that is scattered from their strikes already carried such destructive power. If one were to face them head-on in a fight, how could anyone possibly resist? There were some martial artists that believed they were strong watching the battle on stage. As they saw the match unfold, they were gradually filled with abject depression. They had been cultivating for several dozens of years, but yet there was such a big difference between them and the two youths on stage. Ling Sen's strength is at least equal to a normal middle pulse condensation period martial artist. He might even be able to compete with the late pulse condensation period. After the masters present made some comparisons, they couldn't help but draw this conclusion. For someone with an early bone forging cultivation to cross over an entire realm and surpass someone at the middle pulse condensation period was simply incredible. Bai Jingyun listened to the arguments occurring around her and silently gazed at Lin Ming's figure, her expression complex. Lin Ming, what cards do you hold in your hands? Just what is the limit of your power? The battle on stage was becoming increasingly intense. True essence collided in the air, causing deafening explosions, as if they were in the middle of a roiling spring thunderstorm. However, during the fight, Lin Ming's face wasn't flushed. His heartbeat was normal. His blood vitality was vigorous, and his breath was long. He inhaled like a snake and exhaled like bellows. In such a calm state, a single breath was enough to let him fight for an incense stick of time. But Ling Sen had slightly less stamina. Slaughter aura! Ling Sen gave a loud shout, and his slaughter domain broke forth. This was a specialized domain attack that he developed using the Ashura martial intent. When he had faced Zhao Jifeng, Ling Sen's sword hadn't even touched his opponent's body. This was because he had used the slaughter domain to defeat his enemy. Who? In that moment, Lin Ming's surroundings instantly changed. The audience vanished, all became quiet, and the stage under his feet disappeared. He arrived in a completely new and strange world. The world was cast in a dim, bleak gray. The sky overhead was colored in a dull beige tones. Endless rocky outcroppings dotted the world, and behind these rocks were hiding countless Ashura devils. Between the giant rocks, there were bottomless pits that seemed to lead into an abyss, exuding a limitless cold. Ghosts constantly crawled out from this abyss. Their expressions were ferocious, and they hungrily gazed at Lin Ming with their empty eyes, trembling with greed and desire for human life. This extremely cold feeling was like a freezing wind that could drill its way into a person's soul. Even though Lin Ming had exuberant blood vitality, in such an environment, he still felt as if he were being pushed down upon. Ashura? So this is the Ashura martial intent attack. A martial intent wasn't only used in cultivation. Some could also be used offensively. It all depended on a martial artist's utilization and comprehension, but also the inherent quality of the martial intent. This Ashura martial intent was a martial intent that cultivated battle. From this aspect, it was superior to even Lin Ming's ethereal martial intent. However, Lin Ming didn't only possess the ethereal martial intent. Lin Ming gave a cold snort, and both of his eyes turned into swirling black vortexes. Two rotating storms appeared. With Lin Ming's eyes as the center, they indiscriminately swept out. Woo 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 woo. The countless devils emitted heart-piercing screams. However, they were unable to resist the pulling force of the tornado and were swept inside the vortex, shredded into fragments. The gray rocks they hid behind disintegrated under the power of the vortexes. Even space itself began to crack under the immense pressure. These are only Ashura devils formed by a martial intent. How can it be equal the hell found within the life and death smelting trial? Lin Ming let loose a resonant roar. Pong! With a bang, the dark world collapsed. The countless illusionary fragments were all swept into the giant swirling black vortex and completely vanished into oblivion. Lin Ming's samsara martial intent was comprehended after experiencing the world of 100 samsaras. In terms of illusion attacks, how could Ling Sen possibly compare? Lin Ming appeared back on the familiar martial stage. Across him, Ling Sen gave a stuffed cough and kneeled down onto the stage, supporting himself with his heavy sword, his face pale. The audience was baffled. They only saw Lin Ming pause for a moment, and then Ling Sen fell to his knees as if he had been heavily struck. In this period of time, Lin Ming's spear hadn't even touched Ling Sen. Just what was going on? When Xianxia saw this scene, his expression immediately changed. Ling Sen's slaughter domain was broken by Lin Ming. In the illusion realm, time flowed at a different speed. In the moment when Lin Ming had ceased physical movement, a fierce battle against Ling Sen had already taken place within the slaughter domain. The result was obvious. Ling Sen had been defeated, and Lin Ming had emerged victorious. How could this happen? Ling Sen's slaughter domain is dependent upon his Ashura martial intent, as well as the murderous aura he had accumulated over the years in order to create his own unique ability. Although this makes it easy to develop a demon in the heart, in terms of striking power, it should be very strong. Ling Sen's Ashura martial intent is, by itself, savage and brutal. It only helps cultivate one's attack power. As for Lin Ming's ethereal martial intent, that relies on placing one's mind into an empty unconscious state. It is a type of supplementary cultivating martial intent. How could the result be that Ling Sen loses? Although Sun Yudeo's cultivation wasn't too high, he had a deep and broad range of experience. In just a few words, he had pointed out the characteristics between Ling Sen and Lin Ming's martial intent. Xianxia pondered out loud. I had also thought that his ethereal martial intent could only be used to cultivate. If it could also be used offensively, then I can only say that Lin Ming's perception is just too terrifying. How a martial intent could be used not only depended on one's studying and understanding of it, but also one's perception. Maybe it's not an attack, but it was able to stabilize his mind. Therefore, he was able to shatter Ling Sen's martial intent dream world. In any case, Lin Ming is truly a genius. The 2-7 profound martial house masters' only thought was that Lin Ming's perception was amazingly astonishing, and he had comprehended multiple ways to use the ethereal martial intent. They had never dreamt of the possibility of Lin Ming comprehending a second martial intent. If they had known, they would be stunned speechless. A martial artist that could comprehend two different kinds of martial intent only existed in ancient legends and fairy tales. Let alone Sky Fortune Kingdom. Even in the entire 36 kingdoms ruled by the 7 profound valleys, there hadn't been anyone that had ever realized two different martial intents. Although Lin Ming had broken Ling Sen's slaughter domain with his samsara martial intent, he actually felt a bit discontented. There was only one reason that he was able to accomplish this. His samsara martial intent was of a far higher grade than Ling Sen's Ashura martial intent. However, in terms of development and usage, he was far inferior to Ling Sen. Ling Sen had studied and pondered upon his Ashura martial intent to the limit, digging out all of its latent potential. In reverse, Ling Ming knew very little about his samsara martial intent except that it was able to cultivate the soul. Also, because he hardly used his soul force, he hadn't carefully studied his samsara martial intent. In understanding, I am inferior to Ling Senior. Lin Ming sighed with emotion. The truth was, he had forgotten that in just these past 6 months, he had obtained too many abilities that needed to be carefully perceived and studied through meditation over time. There was the Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians Inscription Technique, Flow Like Silk, Heretical God Force, Ethereal Martial Intent, Golden Rock Shattering the Void, Samsara Martial Intent, and so many other things that he needed to thoroughly consider. There were so many things on his plate that he found it difficult to balance. The fact that he could cultivate Flow Like Silk to 5,000 filaments while also achieving his current results in the Heretical God Force and Golden Rock Shattering the Void was because he had the assistance of the Mighty Elder's memories. Although, this also meant that Lin Ming's perception could be considered very good. But Ling Sen had already obtained the Ashura martial intent long ago, and he had combed over every aspect of it throughout the years. In terms of martial intent comprehension, it naturally wasn't something that Lin Ming could compare with so far. At this moment, Ling Sen stood up. His complexion recovered from its pale state, and he brandished his heavy sword across his chest. He sighed and said, "Lin Ming, throughout all these years, you are the one martial artist that I admire the most out of the entire younger generation of Sky Fortune Kingdom. I had long been looking forward to this battle against you. Now that my slaughter domain has been broken, I'm already half defeated. Still, I hope that you won't go easy on me. I still want to see just how much strength you have hidden within you." Good. Come. Against an opponent like Ling San, Lin Ming only had heartfelt admiration. This was a true martial artist who single-mindedly pursued the path of martial arts. As for those like Zhang Guanyu and Ouyang Dihua, they only practiced martial arts in order to consolidate their status and position. They would have power and more time to enjoy wealth, beauties, and authority. The heavy, profound, soft spear crossed out. A purple thunder leapt onto its bright silver spear point. The winding arcs of thunder twisted around like snakes, crawling up the shaft. Summoning the power of thunder meant that Lin Ming no longer held back. He would defeat his opponent with everything he had. This was a martial artist's respect for another. As Ling San gazed upon this scene, his eyes narrowed. This was control over the power of thunder? Qin Zia and Sun Yudao couldn't keep still. Not even Qin Xingxuan, Qin Shao Muyi, or Bai Jingyun were unaffected. They all stared wide-eyed, unblinking. Thunder attributed martial artist? Most martial artists had no specific attribute to their true essence. But there were a few whose true essence was associated with the 5 elements. For instance, Bai Jingyun's water attribute and Zhu Yan's fire attribute. Compared to non-attribute true essence, these 5-element true essences offered many special abilities. However, the trade-off was that they were limited in the cultivation methods and skills they could learn. It was difficult to say whether this was ultimately good or bad. Besides the 5-element aligned true essence, there were also the forces of wind and thunder that existed beyond the 5 elements of nature. There were exceedingly few who had these 2 kinds of true essence attributes, but they were also much stronger than the 5 elements. especially the thunder attribute. In terms of attack speed, it went against the will of the heavens. Even if one searched the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom, there weren't many thunder-attributed martial artists. And not only that, even if they were of the thunder attribute, it didn't mean that they were a good match. Even if they practiced a thunder-based cultivation method, they wouldn't necessarily achieve any results. But now looking at Lin Ming, it appeared that he had the power of thunder at his beck and call. Not only that, but there was a prodigious energy contained within. He had clearly cultivated it to the large success stage. How was this possible? In just half a year, Lin Ming had managed to comprehend a thunder-based cultivation method? It looks like during his adventure, Lin Ming also experienced another fortuitous encounter. Xianxia applauded, somewhat envying Lin Ming in his heart. There were many lucky opportunities that could be found with the Sky Spill continent. However, these lucky opportunities were often fraught with peril. There was fortune that just lay there for one to pick up. However, if one wished to obtain it, one had to have the courage while also putting in 120% of their effort. These opportunities were fleeting. Only those martial artists that were prepared could reach for them. Sun Yudao sighed with emotion. This kid is just too scary. If he just cultivated with his combat talent, he would certainly reach the Xiantian realm, even the extreme Xiantian realm. But if he is able to attain the fortunes that come with danger, then he might reach the revolving Dan realm, or an even higher existence. This sort of martial artist must not only have cultivation and combat talent. They also have to have a firm mind and be incomparably calm. They must act bold, be fearless, daring to do what no one else does. In front of a fortuitous encounter, just a little bit of hesitation will cause them to lose their chance. Lin Xing looked at the thick electric arc that was twisting around Lin Ming's spear point and suddenly laughed. Junior apprentice brother Lin, today I, Ling San, have truly gained in experience. It is a rare opportunity and honor to be able to fight a martial artist who has reached large success in thunder cultivation. You may have broken my slaughter domain, but I also have a martial skill. As Ling San said this, he gripped his 5-foot-long heavy sword horizontally outwards. The hilt of the heavy sword was very long. It would take at least 4 or 5 hands to cover it. Divine punishment blade purple air comes from the east. Bang! Ling San tread the ground and pulled the 5-foot-long heavy sword around him, drawing a perfect arc on the ground. True essence manifested as a silver shark that was plowing a path through a sea of ice. In that moment, Ling San had gathered all of his murderous aura, his momentum reaching the extreme. Its purple air comes from the east. This is senior apprentice brother Ling's strongest skill. This is a high-grade human step martial skill. In addition, it is at the pinnacle of high-grade human step martial skills. I heard that there are 6 different moves within the divine punishment blade, and this purple air comes from the east is the strongest 6th move. I hadn't thought that I would be so fortunate to see senior apprentice brother Ling display this skill today. Hearing the name purple air comes from the east, those outside martial artists in the audience didn't react much. However, the 7 profound martial house disciples were incomparably excited to the point of almost frothing at the mouth. When one was below the 100 rankings of the 7 profound martial house, they could only choose a low-grade human step martial skill. If they entered the top 100, then they could choose a medium-grade human step martial skill. There were few true high-grade human step martial skills. Ling San had been especially permitted to practice the divine punishment blade, which was at the apex of all high-grade human step martial skills. Most disciples only heard rumors about this, but when would they ever have the opportunity to see it? Now, they would personally experience its majesty. Not only that, they would also be able to see the strongest 6th move of the divine punishment blade. How could they not be feverish from excitement? Facing off against Ling San, Lin Ming still displayed his eternally unchanging stance. Iron bridge blocks the river. This style was not fancy. It was a simple pose that was the most fundamental of spear skills. What Lin Ming depended on was his pure and thick true essence. At this time, the 5-foot heavy sword in Ling San's hand had already turned into a vibrant and flawless purple color, as if a flame was burning on the blade. At this moment, Lin Ming's momentum had reached its peak. "Take my sword." With that final word, Ling San stepped forward. The sword was like black lightning. It carried a vast power that roared towards Lin Ming. In a blink of an eye, he had closed the 200 feet distance that separated them. True essence wildly fluctuated. Purple flames ignited the air. Ling Sen's sword was like a mountain as it smashed downwards. Lin Ming's vision sharpened, and the heretical god force activated. Highly compressed true essence and the power of thunder erupted outwards. The purple flood dragon divine thunder began to issue out cries of excitement. A thick arc of lightning jumped onto the silver spear, wrapping around it like thick python, directly striking out to meet Ling Sen's sword. The heretical god force was open, and power of thunder had also been galvanized. This was a strength that wasn't any lower than a peak pulse condensation master. Bang! The ground beneath suddenly shook, and Ling Sen's condensed purple air comes from the east was struck by the thunder. It was no different than pure white snow basking in the summer sun. It rapidly melted. What? Ling Sen was shocked. His strongest strike was actually broken apart like this. In that split second, Ling Sen hesitated. The thick purple electric snake burst through the purple cloud and directly struck Ling Sen's body. In that moment, Ling Sen felt his entire body go numb, and even his heart stopped beating. In that moment, he even thought he would die. However, that feeling soon passed. That thick electric snake drilled through his body and howled as it pierced into the sky. In a few moments, it submerged into the clouds above. At this time, the sky was still snowing, and dark clouds covered the martial stage. After that thick electric snake broke into the cloud, faint sparks of lightning were seen, and a rumbling thunder began to sound through the air. This was like a winter thunderstorm. There was no snow in summer, and no thunder in winter. Seeing thunder billowing in the sky, the entire audience was shocked speechless. With his own strength, Lin Ming had moved the heavens and created thunder, even changing the laws of nature. What sort of nonsensical exaggeration was this? Was this really something that a body transformation martial artist could achieve? Xianxia looked up at the sky and let loose a breath. This was far from changing the laws of nature. But, to be able to create thunder in the clouds, the intensity and ferocity of that thunderstrike was simply too astonishing. Brother Sun, our 7 profound martial house has really picked up a gem. Lin Ming's thunder fusion has probably reached 5th, or even 6th grade. A martial artist's martial talent had a grade, and the fusion compatibility that a martial artist had with metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder also had a grade, each corresponding to each other. A 6th grade fusion was something that hadn't been seen in the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom for millennia. Sun Yudao nodded. If it really is a 5th or 6th grade fusion, then indeed. I think it is strange how I never noticed Lin Ming's potential to cultivate lightning. This Lin Ming, the more I look at him, the less I understand. Oh! I lost. Ling Sen let a dreary breath loose. The difference in their strength was simply too great. In that flash a moment ago, if it weren't for Lin Ming's amazing control of the thunder force, his heart would have stopped beating and even his body would have been charred black. His own strongest strike could not even halt half of the opponent's blow. He sincerely admitted defeat. Well fought, Lin Ming humbly said as he put his spear away, cupping his fists in respect. Ling San was silent for a moment, and then he asked, "Was that your strongest strike?" Lin Ming had opened the heretical god force slightly while spurring the purple flood dragon divine thunder. This was indeed most of his strength. Of course, he had Thunderfire Annihilation and the Coiling Dragon Steel Needle as well, but these 2 powers contained a massive killing potential. Unless he went all out in desperation, he normally wouldn't use it. Lin Ming nodded and said, "Yes." After hearing Lin Ming's less than positive answer, Ling San sighed with emotion. One should always strive to get to the top, and there would always be someone beyond him. He suddenly felt that after he graduated, joining the army might not be the wisest choice. When Lin Ming had left the 7 profound martial house to adventure, he had obviously found some sort of lucky opportunity. Otherwise, there was no way that his strength would have grown so fast. Although Ling Sen's combat prowess was far beyond a martial artist at the same level, his talent was limited, and he would find it difficult to reach the Xiantian realm in his entire life. But there was simply too big a difference between the Xiantian realm and Hotian realm. To defeat weak pulse condensation period martial artist with only bone forging cultivation was stunning, but there were talents in every country that could do the same thing. But for a peak Hotian master to defeat a Xiantian master, there might not even be one in the entire 7 Profound Valleys 36 countries that could do this. After joining the army, Ling Sen would absolutely become one of the 10 great generals. He could even become a state marshal like Xianxia. But if it were only this, it would be impossible for him to break through the bottleneck and reach the Xiantian realm. After his fight with Lin Ming, Ling Sen firmly decided that he would leave Sky Fortune Kingdom and find his own lucky chance. The winner's bracket had ended, and according to the original rules, the loser's bracket would begin. But Taku was the first to forfeit. Zhao Jifeng and Jiang Bin looked at each other and could only ruefully smile before similarly forfeiting. Although Ling San had been defeated by Lin Min, he could still deal with them just like chopping a chicken. There was simply no reason to disgrace themselves. So the final 2 spots for participation in the total faction martial meeting were given to Ling San and Lin Ming. The total list of names was Qin Xingxuan, Zhou Yu, Liang Long, Ling San and Lin Ming. This news spread like the wind. Ling San and Lin Ming were both recognized as the fiercest 2 in the group of 5. The battle between Lin Ming and Ling Sen also spread through Sky Fortune City like wildfire. Everyone who watched the competition of top talents was incomparably excited to tell everyone else. For those that hadn't watched the match, after listening with wringing hands, they would excitedly beat their chests and stamp their feet. Many people would regret that they didn't have the qualifications to enter the 7 Profound Martial House and personally watch the competition. Otherwise, how could they possibly miss such an event? The bards and storytellers of Sky Fortune Kingdom also retold this story. They started with the exact events, but as time passed, each version became more and more exaggerated. But no matter which version of events was told, the one scene they would never forget is Lin Ming galvanizing a winter thunderstorm. With his own strength, he moved the thunder of heaven and earth. The words of these storytellers sounded like fantasy, but on that day, the people of Sky Fortune City also saw that winter thunderstorm. But even if they saw this sight, everyone found it hard to accept. Using one's own power to alter the laws of nature? What sort of concept was that? There was no snow in summer and no thunder in winter. This was common knowledge. It was said that yesterday, there was a lover that pledged to the winter thunderstorm, inciting it with his true love. The lover said, "If the winter thunder rumbles, then my love will be eternal and without regret." The girl that heard this was incomparably touched and moved because of this holy promise. But, although it was romantic, she knew that he was playing around. As the lover pledged this, in the next quarter hour, the sky filled with thunder. The lover was immediately dumbfounded, his mouth wide enough to stick an egg in. At this time he only had one thought. Motherfucker, heavens, are you playing with me? The truth was, the common people simply didn't understand the difference in strength between martial artists and their corresponding divisions. However, to create thunder in winter was actually too shocking for everyone. Wasn't this just the same as God? Before, Lin Ming's name had been mainly known among the aristocracy as a martial artist. But now, even the commoners knew that there was a young martial artist in the Sky Fortune Kingdom named Lin Ming, who had incomparably fierce strength, and was able to call down heavenly thunder. Zhou Mountain Peak, Martial House Main Hall. Xianxia sat in the main seat, followed down the row by Lin Ming, Ling San, Qin Xingxuan, Zhou Yu and Liang Long. In addition, there was a blue-clothed old man. This old man was the 7 Profound Martial House's deputy house master, Sun Yudao. Xianxia's gaze swept over the 5 youths one at a time. Finally, it landed on Lin Ming. Although Xianxia had long concluded that Lin Ming would blossom in dazzling radiance in the future, he had never thought that this young boy would make so much progress in such a short time. It was just too shocking. To have such strength at his age, let alone Sky Fortune Kingdom, he would be a top figure even in a large sect. Obviously, Lin Ming had encountered a fortuitous opportunity when he went out on adventure. It was rare for a martial artist to encounter a lucky chance outside, but it wasn't uncommon. Thus, Xianxia didn't press him for details. Everyone had their own secrets. As long as he wasn't traitorous or disloyal, it was fine. If it wasn't for Lin Ming being so young, he would have the grand opportunity to seize first place. If he really did manage to grasp first place, that would be an unprecedented record in the 7 Profound Valleys. According to what Xianxia knew, there had never been a disciple outside of the Total Faction that was able to attain first place at the Total Faction Martial Meeting. However, the current Lin Ming had a very high chance of reaching the top 20. Xianxia wasn't underestimating Lin Ming. It was just that the geniuses of the Total Faction were simply too strong. These top talents all had the qualifications to seize first place. At 19 or 20 years of age, they would have reached the peak pulse condensation period, and their battle prowess would be worthy enough to face a Hotian master. To Xianxia, Lin Ming's strength seemed far off from such a level. However, Xianxia didn't worry. Lin Ming still had time. In the future, his chances of winning first place would be gigantic. Xianxia lightly coughed and slowly said, "The reason I called you here today is to discuss matters of the Total Faction Martial Meeting. As you have guessed, in just half a month's time, the Total Faction Martial Meeting will begin. The second-grade powers under the jurisdiction of the 7 Profound Valleys can send 5 people to participate. In Sky Spill Continent, it wasn't just sects that were divided into grades. Great martial families and countries were also divided into grades. The 7 Profound Valleys was a third-grade sect, and was also at the top of third-grade sects. Sky Fortune Kingdom was a second-grade influence. The Zhao, Jiang, Liang, and Zhou families that lived at the edge of Sky Fortune Kingdom were all first-grade influences. For convenience in management, the 7 Profound Valleys put the first-gradal influences into the second-gradal countries. That was the reason why this week, the Liang, Jiang, Zhou, and Zhao families had sent their successors to come to Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 Profound Martial House for training. Xianxia continued to say, "You 5 disciples are the ones that my Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 Profound Martial House have decided to send to the Total Faction Martial Meeting. There will be countless masters and geniuses at the Total Faction Martial Meeting. You may have been top-tier talents in Sky Fortune Kingdom, but placed in the Total Faction, you are just ordinary." Saying this, Xianxia caught a glimpse of a disapproving look from Liang Long. He frowned and icily said, "Liang Long, are you not convinced?" Liang Long was startled. He quickly rose up and apologized. "I do not dare." But thinking a bit, Liang Long whispered, "Martial House Master, although I don't believe we can with the first place title. Isn't it too much to say that we are ordinary?" Xianxia sternly said, "Ordinary is fine. Liang Long, what is your martial talent?" "Inferior 5th grade," Liang Long said. In Sky Fortune Kingdom, this talent was pretty good. An inferior 5th grade talent is splendid in Sky Fortune Kingdom, and you are also astonishing in your Liang family. But the 7 Profound Valleys has an accumulated inheritance of 600 years. When the great founders of the 7 factions started, they had been constantly screening talents to be married. A 5th grade talent is nothing at all. Even a janitor would need to be at least a superior 4th grade talent. Not only that, the disciples of the Total Faction have family backgrounds and resources that are far superior to yours. Thus, their cultivation speed naturally exceeds yours. It is already good that you can catch up to the ordinary level. Now sit back down. Yes, Martial House Master. Liang Long submissively sat down, feeling a bit battered. One would need to be a superior 4th grade talent just to sweep the floor. That was to say, that even if he went to the 7 Profound Valleys, he would be no more than a disciple who swept the floor or cooked the food. Lin Ming sighed in his heart sourly. Resources were simply too important to a martial artist's cultivation. One needed cultivation methods, cultivation locations, pills, and so forth. It could be said that when the disciples of a large sect were first born, they had already arrived at a starting line that a common martial artist would never be able to reach in their entire life. They could be like Ouyang Dihua, who dawdled around doing nothing, and still reach the Hotian realm. But as for a common martial artist, it was difficult to even reach the pulse condensation period. To a common martial artist, they would be ecstatic to even be able to enjoy 1 hour of the 7 profound martial house's 7 major killing arrays. If they could use it as they wished, they would probably willingly shorten their lifespan by a dozen years. But if the likes of this were placed in the 7 profound valleys, what use would it be? A core disciple probably would even disdain themselves to glance at it. Xianxia continued to say, "This time, there will be the 36 countries under the rule of the 7 profound valleys, as well as 16 second-grade martial families. This amounts to a total of 52 different powers. With each side being able to send out 5 people, there should be 260 participants in total. But, because of the power of Hulua Nation, Grace Venerate Nation, and some other great countries, they have an additional quota. So there will be 280 disciples altogether. In addition, the 7 factions of the 7 profound valleys will send 240 of their own disciples. So altogether, there will be 520 participants. In these 520 individuals, there will be at least 200 which will have reached the pulse condensation period. They might even be middle pulse condensation, late pulse condensation, or even peak pulse condensation. If you want to stand out in this group of 520 people, you can think on your own just how difficult this will be." Liang Long thought that Lin Ming and Ling San were freakish enough. Even if they couldn't obtain first place, he assumed that it would still be a piece of cake for them to reach the top 20 or 30. For himself, making the top 100 was already a great honor he could return home with. But now it looked like out of all these hundreds of people, he was one of the worst. If he ranked lower than 400 or 500, it would be a deep shame. How could he explain it once he returned home? Liang Long hadn't even spoken again when the next words of Xianxia caused his heart to sink to the bottom of the ocean. Xianxia said, "The total factions martial meeting will be held at the 7 profound valleys, profound sky mountain range. Before the martial meeting starts, there will be a checkpoint barrier. At least 60% of participants will be eliminated. Only those that pass through will have the qualifications to enter the profound sky mountains." 60%? Liang Long's mouth fell open. Did that mean he wouldn't even have the chance to pass through the mountain gate? If he went to the total faction martial meeting and couldn't even pass through the door, then that would be an absolute family shame that even his grandma would feel. If this news spread throughout the family, then where would he have face to see anyone? Wouldn't he just become the family joke? Liang Long was known as the future head of the Liang family. There were many people who were jealous of his position. If he became a joke, then all sorts of baseless rumors would be spread. As he turned around to look at Zhou Yu, he saw that Zhou Yu was also forcing a smile. Even Zhou Yu was worrying about whether or not he would pass through the gate. The family head always said that there was a heaven above the heavens, and there were always people that stood above others. Now he finally understood that let alone him, there were even monsters that were stronger than Qin Xingxuan. "Martial House Master, this? What's the matter?" Liang Long wanted to say that he wished to abstain from the meeting. Since he couldn't even pass through the gate, there was no point in going just to shame himself. But seeing Xianxia's eyes sweep past him, Liang Long felt his mind numb and his body go cold. He could only gulp and change his words. "When do we leave?" "We will go early tomorrow morning. You will go back and prepare. Tomorrow we will take the heavenly wind eagles to get there. Do you have any other questions?" Lin Ming was silent for a moment, and then he said, "Martial House Master Qin, I have a question." Ask. "What is the prize?" As soon as this question was asked, Liang Long and Zhou Yu both shrank their necks. They had both been worrying about how to pass through the mountain gate and not lose face after returning to their family in shame. But Lin Ming had actually opened his big mouth and asked what the prize would be. This was really the difference in their positions. Their thoughts were just too different. Xianxia gave Lin Ming an appreciative look and said, "The reward for first place is a heaven-opening pill. However, you won't immediately receive this heaven-opening pill. First you must officially join the 7 profound valleys and then reach the peak Hotian realm. Afterwards, it will be given to you. I won't go into unnecessary details about how valuable the heaven-opening pill is. Besides the heaven-opening pill, there are also some low-grade earth-step treasures. There are offensive treasures and defensive treasures of all sorts. 2nd through 5th place will not receive a heaven-opening pill, but they will be rewarded with a low-grade earth-step treasure. 6th through 10th place will receive a sky spirit pill, which is also a top-quality medicinal pill. As for 11th through 30th place, they will receive a high-grade human step treasure and an earth spirit pill. Lin Ming's mind stirred as soon as he heard earth step treasure. They have many different types of treasure? Do they have a spear? Xianxia smiled and said, "Your weapon simply takes advantages of others. A spear's value is several times that of other weapons of the same step. Still, you can rest assured that the 7 profound valleys has been established for many years, and they have a deep heritage. Naturally, they will have a spear. Earth step treasure." Lin Ming clenched his fists. Xianxia saw Lin Ming's enthusiastic look and couldn't help musing to himself, "This boy won't make first place." Although Lin Ming is strong, reaching first place is just too distant a goal. There are many middle pulse condensation, late pulse condensation, and even peak pulse condensation masters. How could a peak bone forging martial artist ever take first place? What Xianxia didn't know was that ever since Lin Ming had met Mu Qianyu, in Lin Ming's eyes, these so-called talents of the 7 profound valleys weren't even worth mentioning. Mu Qianyu reached pulse condensation at 15, Hotian at 17, Xiantian at 22, Extreme Xiantian at 26, and now at 27 she was a half-step into the revolving Dan realm. At 22 years of age, talents of the 7 profound valleys were just beginning to attempt their breakthrough to the Hotian realm. But Mu Qianyu had already stepped into the Xiantian realm. This difference was simply like cloud and mud. If he couldn't defeat these professed talent of the 7 profound valleys, then what was the point in reaching for the peak of martial arts? 700,000 miles away, 7 profound valleys. The tens of thousands of miles of the profound sky mountains were just like a towering black dragon. In the center of the 7 profound territory of the profound sky mountains was the absolute sword peak. This mountain peak was 60,000 feet high and incredibly steep. The cliffs in all directions were almost vertical. It was as if the entire absolute sword peak was made of 60,000 feet high sharp swords, piercing the heavens. This absolute sword peak was the center of the 7 profound valleys sword faction. With the absolute sword peak as the center, there were also 12 surrounding smaller peaks that circled around like a constellation. In the thick high clouds there was a majestic and grand main hall. The outside of the main hall was layered with hundreds of feet of blue stone tiles. In the middle of these tiles was a massive 200-foot sword that stabbed the ground. Although this giant sword was just a carved statue, it was entirely made of dark steel and weighed hundreds of thousands of genes. If there really was a giant capable of pulling this sword up from the ground, it could truly be used for slaughtering one's enemies. Under this great sword, the sword faction sovereign stood there with his hands crossed behind his back. He was looking at an 18 or 19-year-old youth in front of him. His eyebrows were slanted up like scimitars and his aura was impressive. During the last martial meeting, you were defeated by the Acacia faction's Ouyang Ming. Now, after 3 years, Ouyang Ming has already reached the peak of pulse condensation. He will be your greatest opponent. The youth was silent for a moment. Then he said, "Ouyang Ming is not my greatest opponent." Then who will you take as your opponent? "My greatest opponent is only myself." As the young man said this, his eyes shone with brilliance. "If during this martial meeting I can't even defeat the talents of a 3rd-grade sect, what is the point of me thinking of climbing to the peak of swordsmanship?" Though he and Lin Ming were separated by several 100,000 miles, words similar to those that were said by Lin Ming slowly came from this young man's lips. "Ha ha! Well said. You are truly my son. Then during this martial meeting I will only have one expectation. You will win first place." "Yes, father." Oh. At the same time, just 100 miles away at the main peak of the Acacia faction, there was another young man around 20 years old that was looking down on the cloudy mountains, as if he was disdaining everything beneath him. This young man was the one mentioned by the sword faction youth Ouyang Ming. Ming'er, you are the most splendidly talented disciple that has come from the Acacia faction in the last 100 years. This is the last martial meeting you can participate in before you are too old. I hope that you will be able to attain first place. Yes, mother. Behind Ouyang Ming was a beautiful woman. This elegant lady was none other than Ouyang Ming's mother. Although she was already over 50 years old, her appearance was no different to a young girl in her 20s. This time I am destined to be first place. I had actually hoped that Su Ran hadn't surpassed the age limit. I was hoping to have a match against him. This is such a pity. The age limit for the 7 Profound Valleys total faction disciples to participate in the martial meeting was 20 years, 2 years less than the disciples from outside. This was the last time that Ouyang Ming would be able to participate in the total faction martial meeting. Achieving first place is good enough. As for the battle between you and Su Ran, you must win, otherwise it will frustrate your spirit. I understand, mother. Also, do not lower your guard and underestimate others. The Zither faction's Qin Wuxin's cultivation has reached the peak of pulse condensation. Although the Zither faction doesn't have many disciples, their skills and abilities are the most difficult to handle. There is also the Refiner faction's Han Yanluo. The Refiner faction sovereign has paid a great price in order to force a flame essence into Han Yanluo's body using a special method. This man cannot be looked down upon. I know, mother. Although the 7 factions of the 7 Profound Valleys were united together due to common interests, there was still infighting among them. They constantly struggled for power, treasure, resources, talent, pills, manuals, and other things. Sometimes there were conflicts that escalated to the point of fighting. In regards to this, even the 7 Profound Valleys Valley Master couldn't do anything. If it wasn't for the fact that the Valley Master had excellent cultivation and also the backing of the Ancestor, then there would be no one that even cared about him. The 7 Profound Valleys had many worries, and these things weren't necessarily unsolvable, they just had to be changed to a certain extent. For instance, the assignment of resources in the 7 Profound Valleys must have a method to distribute resources. 200 years ago, the old Valley Master decreed that every 3 years there would be a total faction martial meeting. The overall assignment of resources would be given out according to results of the disciples. Then nobody could oppose it. Therefore, the 7 factions consumed a massive amount of resources and took great care in order to raise the ultimate direct disciple and use them to aim for the first place of the total faction martial meeting. The direct disciple was chosen from the most talented individuals of the younger generation, and then unlimited resources were poured into them. The sovereign would personally aid in their cultivation, and they would receive any sort of core cultivation method or ability they desired. For the last 200 years, almost all of the first-place titles of the total faction martial meeting were taken by a direct disciple of the 7 factions. There were only a few exceptions, but those were also caused by other disciples of the total faction. As for disciples outside of the 7 Profound Valleys, they had never achieved first place. Let alone first place, they hadn't even reached the top 10. To the disciples of the 7 Profound Valleys, those so-called talents that came from the 36 countries and second-grade martial families were nothing more than country bumpkins. At most, they would be slightly stronger than a janitor who swept the floor. The direct disciples of the 7 Profound Valleys had only ever considered each other as their opponents. They hadn't even deigned to consider the disciples that were from the outside. Sky Fortune Kingdom was 200,000 miles away from the 7 Profound Valleys total faction. It would take over a dozen days to get there, even riding a heavenly wind eagle. Xianxia led a line of people to the 7 Profound Martial House's departure station. There were already a row of heavenly wind eagles waiting there, and not only that, but they were of the finest quality. Their flying speed would be much quicker than an ordinary heavenly wind eagle. Let's go. As soon as Xianxia waved his hand, Lin Ming leapt onto a heavenly wind eagle. With a keening screech, the heavenly wind eagle shot into the sky, a billowing cloud of snow following in its wake. The cold wind whistled in one's ears. In a few breaths, the heavenly wind eagles had already risen 1,000 feet into the sky. If one leaned over to look, they could see the endless earth carpeted by a pure white blanket. This snowy white extended all the way to the ends of the horizon. The touching scene gave birth to a desolate, heroic feeling in one's heart. Because the heavenly winged eagle was so fast, the snowflakes that struck the face were just like blades. Lin Ming put up a shield of true essence around himself, blocking the wind and snow. The heavenly winged eagle flew faster and faster. A clarion cry sounded out like a joyous song, echoing between the ends of heaven and earth. The Seven Profound Valleys total faction was located within the Profound Sky Mountain Range. The Profound Sky Mountain Range didn't belong to any country. It had a very special status within the 36 countries in the Seven Profound territory. The Profound Sky Mountain Range's tallest peak was 60,000 feet high. The mountain itself contained a massive amount of profound iron ore, so the entire mountain was a deep black iron color all over. The mountain had sparse vegetation, was rocky, and had extremely dangerous and steep cliffs. It was unknown why, but the entire mountain exuded a thick, baleful aura that caused those watching to feel unease. An average person climbing the mountain would feel very suppressed, and even if a martial artist were to pass by this place, they would attempt to take a winding detour around. At the foot of the Profound Sky Mountain Range was a giant city. The walls of the city were 50 feet high and stretched for hundreds of miles. This city was named Profound Sky City, and this was where the Total Faction Martial Meeting was held every 3 years. There was a citywide flying ban for hundreds of miles around Profound Sky City. Lin Ming saw this magnificent city rising from afar as a line of people swooped down from their heavenly winged eagles and walked towards Profound Sky City on foot. Along the way there were many fellow martial artists coming and going. Most of the martial artists' cultivations were at the altering muscle stage or above. With their movement abilities they were able to cover the 100 miles in only a quarter of an hour. Outside the city gate of Profound Sky City was a team of guards that kept watch. Seeing the cultivation of these guards, Lin Ming let out a breath. They were actually all bone-forging martial artists. The captain of that group of guards was impressively at the peak of bone forging. The Seven Profound Valleys was truly worthy of being called a large sect. If a peak bone-forging martial artist went to the Sky Fortune Kingdom, they could become a well-known and respected commander in the army. But in the Seven Profound Valleys, these bone-forging martial artists were only gate guards. Many martial artists rushed to the Seven Profound Valleys because of their esteemed reputation. The Profound Sky Mountains contained an incomparably rich and thick heaven and earth origin energy. This was the reason the guards would rather live here. For instance, some people would rather live in the capital city and work hard labor as opposed to living in the countryside and finding a wife and having children. As long as they stayed in the capital city, they would have the hope of breaking through. But if they lived in a small country, then they might live their entire lives as a mere commander and never enter into the pulse condensation period. The Profound Sky City's gate was gigantic, but there were too many people trying to enter the city. It seemed very crowded. Particularly because the Total Faction Martial Meeting was occurring, there were many people that accompanied the core disciples. To enter the city cost 10 gold taels. This high entry fee caused many of the low-level martial artists and common folk to shrink back, discouraged by the price. Once Lin Ming paid the gold fee to enter the city, he discovered that over 90% of the residents of Profound Sky City were martial artists. Even the random peddler who hawked his wares on the street, or the waiters serving outside restaurants were martial artists. Although their cultivation was only at the first or second stage of body transformation, these people, if they went to Sky Fortune City, could live as a well-to-do servant or retainer in a respected family, while also having a high income and good reputation. As the group walked by, Lin Ming saw all sorts of various treasures being sold. There was a pill shop and inscription symbol shops everywhere. If these shops were casually placed in Sky Fortune City, they would be on the scale of the 100 Treasures pavilions. What they sold would be considered incredibly valuable items that a common martial artist would never be able to afford even if they added up all of their savings. All of this caused Lin Ming to sigh with emotion. If one lived at a different location, then their experience was also different. If he didn't reach his current strength, then he would never have come to Profound Sky City in his entire life and seen such scenes. Zhou Yu and Liang Long also noticed these shops. They drooled over many of the items inside. There were many treasures that were difficult to purchase in Sky Fortune Kingdom, or might not even be sold. Xianxia sensed what was on everyone's mind. He waited until they reached the inn, and then he told everyone, "You can go anywhere you want now. Come back to the inn before it's dark, and try not to cause a ruckus anywhere." Okay. Zhou Yu and Liang Long were very happy at this news. They left first together. There were many shops that they wanted to go check out. Lin Ming had wanted to stay in the inn and calmly cultivate, but Qin Xingxuan suddenly tugged on his sleeve and said, "Lin Ming, don't you want to take a stroll around? This is my first time coming to Profound Sky City. I want to have a look around." This was considered an implicit invitation from Qin Xingxuan. Lin Ming naturally wouldn't decline such an invitation. He laughed and said with a smile, "This is also good. How about we go together?" Okay. As soon as she heard this, Qin Xingxuan's features lit up with a smile. It was otherworldly and enchanting, the epitome of beauty and elegance. After the two of them walked away, Sun Yudao sighed and said, "Ah, it's nice to be young. Those two cute little kids are just a match made in heaven. I really hope they end up together." Xianxia heard Sun Yudao's thoughts and only smiled, not saying anything. If these two were content with the current status quo, then ending up together would be very easy. But if they both had the determination and resolve to pursue the peak of martial arts, then he was afraid that they would have to separate in the future. The two youths freely strolled around the city. Qin Xingxuan bought many things. She bought jewelry, some precious fabrics to weave into beautiful dresses, unique souvenirs, handcrafted items, and other little trinkets and things like this. The merchandise of Profound Sky City was valuable. There were even some items that required true essence stones to buy. For instance, Qin Xingxuan bought a dress, but because there was skyworm silk woven into the fabric, giving it protection against fire and water, the price was a true essence stone. Luckily, Qin Xingxuan was the daughter of a rich family. If it were a normal martial artist, they would never be willing to buy a piece of clothing for 1,000 gold taels. This was half the price of a treasure. As they walked around, they suddenly saw a restaurant with a pleasant atmosphere. This restaurant was called Desert Flower Hall. There was a signboard in front of the restaurant that listed out some signature dishes which caught Lin Ming's eye. The recipes here actually contained the meat of fourth-level vicious beasts. It had to be known that a fourth-level vicious beast was equal to a Hotian realm master. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, this power was considered the pinnacle. Even if Lin Ming were to encounter a fourth-level vicious beast, he would usually run away. A fourth-level vicious beast's body was simply a treasure. There were many parts that could be used to refine pills and elixirs, but placed here it was actually food that was prepared in a restaurant. If this was so, then just how outrageously expensive would the food be? We've been in a hurry for the last few days, so all we've eaten is dry food and cured meats. Since we came here, let's take a look inside. Lin Ming said. Since he had grown up in a restaurant, he had special feelings towards them. Since he came to Profound Sky City, he definitely needed to sample the best restaurant here. Qin Xingxuan read the signboard. She hesitated and said, "Here is very expensive." If in the past Lin Ming had heard that Qin Xingxuan would feel timid about going into a restaurant due to price, then he would think it was simply a joke. But looking at this restaurant, it wouldn't be strange if the food it prepared with fourth-level vicious beasts cost around 20 or 30 pure true essence stones. 20 or 30 true essence stones was equal to 20 to 30,000 gold taels. That was a price equivalent to a medium-grade human step treasure. Even Qin Xingxuan would feel a bit distressed by this cost. After Lin Ming had looted Ouyang Dihua and Zhang Fengxian, he could be said to be filthy rich. He naturally didn't care about costs like this. He smiled and said, "During my adventure, I found a small treasure site and gained some true essence stones. Let me treat you." But before Qin Xingxuan could say any more, Lin Ming had already pulled her hand and entered into Desert Flower Hall. When they found a tasteful corner of the restaurant to sit down in, the waiter took out 2 menus and handed them to them. Qin Xingxuan glanced over the prices and was secretly mind-boggled. Every dish on the menu was priced in true essence stones. The cheapest dish cost 2 true essence stones. If I eat the food here, can I become immortal? Qin Xingxuan excoriated in her heart. Coming here, she had brought 80,000 gold taels. This money was meant to buy pills and treasures. If she spent a quarter of it on food, then that would be hilarious. What are your specialties here? Lin Ming asked after he glanced over the menu. If he was eating at a famous restaurant, then he naturally must eat the best and most well-known dishes. The water's smiling face blossomed at hearing this. He said, "We have many specialties. For instance, we have keel soup made from the marrow of a 4th-level vicious beast with a horned dragon's bloodline, and also brewed with several dozen different sorts of precious herbs. The taste is mellow and the soup is smooth. After drinking, it can help consolidate true essence and positively affect the body. The keel soup is 25 true essence stones." 25 true essence stones? 25,000 gold? This was simply robbery. Qin Xingxuan let out a breath. Although she didn't feel like it was worth the price, she didn't display any different expression in front of the waiter. The waiter smiled and said, "Young master, young lady, I can see with just a glance that you are talented juniors of a large aristocratic martial family. If a martial artist cultivates every day, it is easy to overtax one's body. If one doesn't supplement their body with food, then later it will be very difficult to reach the Xiantian realm." A mere waiter with a cultivation at the 3rd stage of body transformation opened his mouth and spoke about breaking through to the Xiantian realm. This sort of vision could be considered pretty grand. Desert Flower Hall probably didn't often entertain many true Xiantian realm masters. "Then I'll take a pot of the keel soup and a few side dishes, 2 bowls of Spirit Valley rice and a pot of green tea." Even if Lin Ming was rich, he would only occasionally partake in such a luxurious feast. If he ate like this too often, even he wouldn't be able to afford it. The dishes soon came. The keel soup was a lustrous pearl white and was as thick as milk. Just looking at it made one's appetite rise. As Qin Xingxuan saw this keel soup arrive, she first served Lin Ming a big bowl and then scooped one for herself. The creamy thick soup within the crystal jade bowl appeared just like a work of art. Looking at this small bowl of soup, Qin Xingxuan self-deprecatingly said, "This small bowl is 2 or 3 true essence stones. It's enough for me to spend for half a month. I'll have to thoroughly taste it and see if it's any different." Qin Xingxuan picked up the clear jade bowl and took a small sip. After feeling the soup slide past her lips, it quickly turned into a warm stream that flowed into her stomach. There seemed to be a faint trace of origin energy that flowed into her meridians, slowly and gently tempering the meridians within her body. Although this origin energy was very weak, it was incomparably pure. Pills had pill toxins. If one ate them, they could increase one's cultivation. But it would cause their true essence to become impure, and they would need to expend energy in order to refine it out. But this keel soup, although it contained traces of origin energy, was very smooth and gentle. If one drank this long-term, it would consolidate one's true essence and give a miraculous strengthening effect on the meridians. And the best part was that there were no side effects. Qin Xingxuan was shocked. There might not be any effect with just 1 or 2 bowls, but what if one were to drink it all the time? Would it accumulate? After she tasted the Spirit Valley rice, she found that it had equally good effects. Even the pot of green tea contained a rich wood-based origin energy and was extremely refreshing. After drinking it, the soul force within her spiritual sea seemed to have been subtly supplemented. "How is it?" Lin Ming asked Qin Xingxuan as he put down his chopsticks. Qin Xingxuan's beautiful eyebrows furrowed for a bit as she pondered the aftertaste. She sighed and said, "No wonder their food is more expensive than our treasure. If you ate this every day, then even without practice you could still break through to the pulse condensation period." Lin Ming finished the keel soup and licked his lips. He said, "This is the heritage of a large sect. An ordinary martial artist can't even think about things like this, much less eat it. When I went out adventuring, I ran into a senior. Every day, she would eat the rarest spirit fruits, and what she drank was the dew of a spring morning. She truly didn't eat the smoke and fire of the mortal world and contaminate her body with the Hotian air." Qin Xingxuan scooped another bowl of soup for Lin Ming and asked, If these delicacies were eaten every day, wouldn't it be several dozens of true essence stones spent every day as well? Lin Ming said, "That's right. But how many true essence stones do you think our Sky Fortune Kingdom's true essence mines produce every year? 99% of that is sent to the 7 profound valleys. Besides us, there are also 35 countries whose resources, such as medicinal herbs, materials, precious ores, and other things, are shipped here every day. The direct disciples of the 7 profound valleys probably enjoy over 1,000 true essence stones every month. Even if they eat food like this every day, it probably isn't anything to them. They might even eat foods better than this. The difference is just too big." Qin Xingxuan sighed. In Sky Fortune Kingdom, she lived in the upper echelons of society. But once she arrived here, she actually had to be careful about every meal, for fear that she wouldn't be able to afford it. In Sky Fortune Kingdom, common martial artists had to risk their lives in order to obtain a few normal medicinal herbs. And there were even more who couldn't afford the materials and money for medicine to practice martial arts. And thus, they had hidden internal injuries left over in their body. These martial artists would be disabled in their late 40s. When Qin Xingxuan thought of this, she suddenly felt sad. This was the disparity that a martial artist had to face from their very birth. Many martial artists of Sky Fortune Kingdom wanted to reach the pulse condensation period, but even if they were diligent in cultivating their entire lives, it might not bear any fruit. But those that came from the 7 profound valleys total faction only needed to eat and sleep every day, and with just a bit of practice they could break through to the pulse condensation period, or even reach the peak Hotian realm. If their parents were valley elders, they would be given focus and resources during training, and with a few heaven-opening pills they could become a Xiantian master. Thinking this, Qin Xingxuan quietly looked at Lin Ming. She suddenly thought, wasn't Lin Ming from an ordinary family? He had struggled so far to arrive where he was now. What price did he have to pay? What kind of danger did he have to face in order to obtain his lucky opportunities? As she recalled Lin Ming's rare once in millennia perception and his ethereal martial intent, Qin Xingxuan felt some regret. If Lin Ming was born in a large sect, his results might even be better than they were now. "What are you thinking of?" Lin Ming asked with a smile after he demolished the second bowl of soup. He found that Qin Xingxuan was quietly gazing at him, a thoughtful and deep look in her limpid eyes. "Nothing much. I just think that this world is very unfair. An ordinary martial artist can diligently practice for a lifetime, and yet, they would never be able to touch a toe of these sect juniors. Yes, life is unfair, but even so, you can either resign yourself to fate or fight against the heavens. I heard in the legends that in the past, Emperor Sakya also came from a humble background. He fused 7 different types of martial intent and broke through the martial void. It is harder for a common martial artist to succeed than to ascend to the heavens. But if one truly does succeed, because they were tempered by their road of hardship and suffering, the path they walk down might even go farther than that of the disciples of a sect." Lin Ming was very calm as he spoke this. Qin Xingxuan suddenly felt that Lin Ming was talking about himself. Qin Xingxuan was silent for a moment, and then, she turned her head to look out of the window. Her heartbeat quickened as a strange thought popped up in her mind. Can I catch up with his shadow? In just half a year I was overtaken by him. In the future, the gap between us will only grow. Thinking this, Qin Xingxuan felt something aching in her young heart that she couldn't identify. At this moment, several martial artists in bright clothing entered the Desert Flower Hall. The one leading them yelled, "Waiter, come get us a table with some good dishes and 2 jars of dragon bone wine." "Okay." The waiter could instantly tell from the attitude of these people that they were wealthy patrons. He was all smiles as he walked over to greet them. The manner and aura with which this group of people ordered dishes was completely different than Lin Ming and Qin Xingxuan. Desert Flower Hall was one of Profound Sky City's best restaurants, and it was also one of the places that was most frequented by young talents. Lin Ming saw the group place their equipment on the table, and all of them were high-grade human step treasures. Obviously, they came from some extraordinary background. I've waited well enough for these last 3 years. I didn't have a chance to participate in the last Total Faction Martial meeting, but now, I've finally struggled enough and they've given me a spot. If I can get a good ranking this time, Father won't be able to say anything about it. The young martial artist who said this was a half-step into the pulse condensation period. He looked about 18 years old. In another year or two, he would most likely break into the pulse condensation period. If he achieved the pulse condensation period at 19 or 20 years old, that result couldn't be matched by anyone in the Sky Fortune Kingdom except by Lin Ming and Qin Xingxuan. And listening to the way he spoke, not only was this youth's cultivation high, but his combat prowess was probably much higher than a normal martial artist. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the chance to participate in this total faction martial meeting. Haha, Brother Ouyang is too humble. During this total faction martial meeting, you will at least reach the top 100 rankings. I'm just a bit too lacking. If I want to reach the top 100 rankings, I'll need to be at the pulse condensation period. If I try hard, I have hope that I'll be able to enter the top 150. Brother Ouyang is too modest. Who doesn't know that Brother Ouyang's divine acacia power has already reached the 4th layer? There are many pulse condensation disciples that are still struggling at the 3rd layer. In terms of combat power, Brother Ouyang's true strength is at least equal to the middle pulse condensation period. If compared with those countryside bumpkins from the 36 countries, even their peak pulse condensation martial artists wouldn't be Brother Ouyang's match. The young man named Ouyang drank a glass of wine and smiled. His name was Ouyang Ziyun, one of the Acacia faction disciples that would participate in the total faction martial meeting. Come on, don't compare me with those martial artists of the 36 countries. That's nothing more than an insult to me. You might as well compare me to the 16 martial cultivation martial families. At least those families have a legacy of 1,000 years, and also have some ability. They should have sent a few talented people to this year's martial meeting. Are you saying that the Zhang family's Zhang Yanzhao might reach the top 20? Although he may reach the top 20, he is still really inferior to the direct disciples of our 7 profound valleys. Let alone Brother Ouyang, even if it were us, if we went to the 36 countries and 16 martial families, we would sweep 99% of those so-called talents away. Ha ha ha. As the laughter came over from the wine table, Qin Xingxuan had a very unpleasant and angry expression. She clenched her teeth and frowned as she said, "These people are simply too arrogant. Strength determines status. It's normal for these 7 profound valleys disciples to look down on the 36 countries and the 16 martial families. But to speak so brashly and loudly, they really do not place others in their eyes. There aren't only the disciples of the 7 profound valleys that dine at this desert flower hall." As Lin Ming said this, he pointed over to a table. Qin Xingxuan followed his finger's direction and saw 3 young men and a young girl stand up from a nearby table. They had very black and somber expressions as they walked over to where the 7 profound valley disciples were sitting. Ouyang Ziyun also noticed the 4 people walk over. These 4 individuals had a small golden dragon embroidered on the chest of their robes. Obviously, they came from the same family. His eyes swept over them, taking note of their cultivation. The leader of the shabby little group was a youth who was at early pulse condensation. The other 3 were at the bone forging stage. Even though he was at the pulse condensation period, the truth is that his meridians had just opened, and his foundation wasn't solid. Seeing these people's cultivation, Ouyang Ziyun smiled. This kind of brash martial artist had just stepped into the pulse condensation period, and even though their strength hadn't increased by much, they still held a superior feeling towards anyone that was at the bone forging stage, thinking that they wouldn't be his match. This is nice too. Today I will ruin your spirit, and let you know how big the gap is between you and the total faction disciples. Thinking this, Ouyang Ziyun's smile widened even more. You said that you will sweep my 16 martial cultivation families away? Good. I, Long Yun, am standing here today. How about you try and sweep me away? The leader of the group, who was a pulse condensation, coldly snorted. He looked around 20 years old, and most likely, he came here to participate in the total faction martial meeting. Long Yun? From Flower Spirit Mountain's Long family? Humph, you think to speak up with that trivial family name. Ouyang Ziyun played with the wine in his hand, not even disdaining to stand up. Why don't you see if we are your match? Hearing Ouyang Ziyun insult her family, the young girl behind Long Yun snapped. The treasure sword in her hand had already left its scabbard. Ouyang Ziyun laughed. This beautiful rose has some thorns. I have recently broken through to the 4th layer of the divine acacia power, and was just looking for some talented women to cultivate with me. Your looks and cultivation are barely acceptable. Are you interested? As Ouyang Ziyun said this, the 7 Profound Valleys martial artists who were sitting with him also laughed. The young girl from the Long family ground her teeth together. Not only had she been sexually harassed, she had also been insulted. How could she not be angry? I'll kill you. The young girl pulled her sword out to strike, but she was actually stopped by Long Yun. 9th sister, you are not his match. Let me. Long Yun took a long spear out from his spatial ring and took a strange stance. Surname Ouyang. Today, I will experience your divine acacia power, and I will have a look to see if you have the qualifications to spout such boastful crap. Seeing Long Yun's weapon, Lin Ming's eyes shone. This youth was actually a spear user that was quite rare. As the saying went, sword like jade, saber like tiger, spear like dragon. There were many martial artists who, after becoming famous, would use the name of their weapon or cultivation method to establish a martial family. For instance, the 7 Profound Valleys Zither faction's founder took Qin as her surname, Qin meaning Zither. As for those that used the spear, they might create a family named Long, which also meant dragon. As the guests sitting nearby saw a fight about to break out, not only did they not panic, but they looked over with great interest. They drank their wine, ate their food, and looked forward to a spectacular performance. The restaurant waiter didn't seem to be overly excited. He draped a towel off his back and began to put the wine away as he slowly said, "Several masters, if our store is damaged, then the items must be compensated. Would you prefer the winner to pay or the loser to pay?" Hearing the waiter ask this, Lin Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This really was a wonderful restaurant, but this was quite normal. After all, those that came here were mostly proud and arrogant martial artists. Causing fights over disputes was probably a common matter. Naturally, the loser will pay. Ouyang Ziyun lazily rose from his seat, a playful smile tugging at his face. Surname Long. Let me warn you, any item at Desert Flower Hall is not cheap. If you want to fight, having to pay 100 true essence stones is already a low estimate. Don't think you don't have to pay if you lose. The boss of Desert Flower Hall is not some chump. If you're scared, there is still time for you to kneel right now and beg for forgiveness. Hearing 100 true essence stones, Long Yun's face shifted between red and white. Eating here today had already left him bleeding in the heart. If he had to pay 100 true essence stones, he really wouldn't be able to afford it. But this time he had no path left to retreat. You think that you've already won? What a joke. Take my spear. Long Yun gave a great shout and stepped forwards. True essence flooded out and gathered on Long Yun's spear, thrusting straight towards Ouyang Ziyun's chest like a black snake. Humph! How overconfident. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Ouyang Ziyun flipped his wrist and a 3-foot-long purple-red sword appeared in his hands. This was a high-grade human step treasure. True essence flooded the blade, and the purple-red sword began to turn the color of bleached bone. Ouyang Ziyun's sword cut out, and noise of crying ghosts sounded out as his blade met Long Yun's spear. Pong! As spear and sword crossed, a wave of true essence raged out, directly tossing aside several tables. Long Yun shuddered. He had felt a cold drill into his body like a poisonous serpent. His right hand that held his spear instantly lost all feeling, as if it wasn't his own. Long Yun took a few steps, his face pale. Ouyang Ziyun was still quietly sitting there. Not even the table behind him had been impacted in the least. Big brother. Senior apprentice brother. The 2 young men and the girl behind Long Yun hurried over to support him. However, as soon as they touched Long Yun, they instantly felt a chilling cold and were frightened. Lin Ming had been watching everything from the side. What Ouyang Ziyun had used was the life-severing dead bone blade. He had personally experienced this technique from the hands of Zhang Guanyu and Ouyang Dihua. Ouyang Ziyun had a lower cultivation and his true essence was less thick than Ouyang Dihua's. But, in terms of controlling the strength of the life-severing dead bone blade, he was much more skillful than Ouyang Dihua. This Ouyang Ziyun, although his cultivation isn't at the pulse condensation period, his divine acacia power is at a higher level than Ouyang Dihua's. He should be considered a genius who has his own pride. Ouyang Ziyun laughed. You can't even take my sword? Those that come out from the 16 martial families are nothing but waste. I think that your 16 families and 36 countries should hold their own martial meeting, and not come to the 7 profound valleys to embarrass yourselves. Otherwise, later you might not even be able to cross the mountain gate. You would all be a joke. Haha, well said Brother Ouyang. This bunch of rat shits really ruined the soup pot. The total faction has raised their age limit to 22, and also lowered the threshold as far as possible. They have more than 200 people that come, and yet only little more than 70 can pass the mountain gate. With such a great effort, they came hundreds of thousands of miles here and still can't pass through the gate. Isn't that just too funny? Listening to these unscrupulous people mocking him, Long Yun burned with anger. He gave a loud shout, and true essence surged within his body. His face turned a strange purple red, and a large crack appeared in the floor beneath his feet. Even the walls began to faintly tremble. Die! Long Yun's figure blurred, and he rushed like a phantom towards Ouyang Ziyun. With both hands on his spear, he smashed downwards. A shining bloody light burst out from Long Yun just like a rising red sun. Apparently, this was his ultimate ability. Ouyang Ziyun's eyes revealed an imposing color for the first time. He bit the top of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood that covered the blade of his sword. The cold and shining sword, after absorbing the blood, turned a dangerous blood red. Soul-severing blood skull. Ouyang Ziyun gave a piercing roar as if his heart and lungs were being ripped out. A chilly wind blew through the entire restaurant, and vitality seemed to drain from the air. A red skull shot out from the blade of the sword, swiftly rushing towards Long Yun. The skull opened its massive mouth. Long Yun shouted and thrust his spear directly into the bloody skull's jaws. True essence erupted outwards. However, afterwards the blood skull actually swallowed all of Long Yun's true essence and inflated like a balloon, then bit down on Long Yun's shoulder. Ah! Long Yun miserably screamed. It felt as if all of the blood vitality throughout his body was being drawn out by this blood skill. His right arm that was bitten by the bloody skull began to visibly wither, and that bloody skull which was absorbing his blood essence grew more and more red as if it were dripping blood. Big brother! Senior apprentice brother! The girl that was with Long Yun cried out. Obviously, the feelings she had towards Long Yun were very deep. Their relationship probably wasn't as simple as apprentice brother and sister. Ouyang Ziyun saw the girl's reaction and a deviant light shined in his eyes. He wiped his mouth of blood, true essence restlessly roiling in his body. He paid a large price to use the soul-severing blood skill. Without several days of time, he wouldn't be restored to his peak condition. At this time, Long Yun had been completely swallowed by that bloody skull. His body was suspended in midair, as if he were wrapped in a giant bloody bubble. He had lost all his color, his eyes shrank, and almost seemed dead. Although it looked horrifying, the truth was that Ouyang Ziyun had never dared to kill since the start. The total faction martial meeting would begin soon, and if he killed a contestant in front of so many people it would be very bad. Even if he had a backer in the 7 profound valleys, he wouldn't dare to do so. The young girl wished she could tear Ouyang Ziyun to shreds. But she was just able to maintain her reasoning. She was no match for Long Yun, and the gap between her and Ouyang Ziyun was even greater. Let go of my senior apprentice brother. Ouyang Ziyun lewdly grinned at the young girl and said, You want me to let go of your senior apprentice brother? Why would I do anything so cheaply? I lost a great deal of my blood and vitality in order to use the soul-severing blood skull. I won't be able to fully recover for several days. Since the martial meeting is about to begin, this won't just be a small loss for me. The young girl trembled with rage. her chest heaving up and down. She hatefully said, "What do you want?" Ouyang Ziyun's eyes lasciviously swept over the young girl's milk-white breasts. He vulgarly smiled and said, "It's simple. Double cultivate with me for 3 days so I can recover my vitality. Don't worry. Double cultivating also has advantages for you." You? The young girl could hardly believe her own ears. This Ouyang Ziyun was actually shameless to such a degree. Ninth younger sister, don't speak nonsense with such an animal. Let's go and kill him together. The two young boys behind the young girl were ignited with rage. They pulled out long spears from their spatial rings. Right, let's go together. They couldn't endure this rage any longer. True essence erupted from their bodies. Their cultivation methods were identical. Obviously, their cultivation stemmed from the same heritage of the Long family. Ouyang Ziyun coldly snorted, "You are not my match. Hey, we'll come play with you for a bit." The silk-robed disciples behind Ouyang Ziyun stood up, smiling. They were at the peak of bone forging, and since Long Yun was defeated, they were more than enough to deal with these three remaining. Suddenly, the imposing momentum of both sides burst out. But the Long family was obviously the weaker side. The young girl's eyes flashed with loathing, but her face was extremely pale. She knew that if they fought, her side would absolutely lose. At this time, the three of them suddenly heard a sizzling sound overhead. A purple electric snake drilled into the skull, took a circle around, and then with a pong sound, the bloody skull exploded into a crimson fog. Long Yun fell down from the air, unconscious. Senior apprentice brother. Big brother. The young girl and the two young boys ran over to catch Long Yun. Seeing Long Yun's pale face, the young girl's heart ached and her lips trembled. It felt as if a blade had been thrust into her heart. Who? The soul-severing blood skull was connected to the blood and vitality of Ouyang Ziyun. Since it was suddenly broken, the blood within his body began to surge restlessly, and he almost spat out a mouthful. Ouyang Ziyun angrily glared at Lin Ming and Qin Xingxuan. Because they had been sitting in a remote corner, he hadn't really taken notice of them. Who are you? Which family are you from? Looking at Lin Ming and Qin Xingxuan's clothing, they were obviously not from the 7 profound valleys. That was why he asked this question. We aren't from a family. We are from Sky Fortune Kingdom. Qin Xingxuan said as she sent a loathing look towards Ouyang Ziyun. Towards the disciples of the Acacia faction who used their strength to bully men and take women, she found them incomparably disgusting. The 7 profound valleys was a paradox with both good and evil. Because of the difference in the 7 factions' cultivation methods, their personalities also varied greatly. As the saying went, those who walked different paths cannot make plans together. There wasn't much love lost between the 7 great elders of the 7 factions. Not even the 7 profound valleys' valley master could change this. In the 7 profound valleys, the Acacia faction was infamous for being absolutely wicked. This was because of their cultivation method, because their sect required one to travel around and plunder women to use as cultivation furnaces. Otherwise, they would not be able to advance in their cultivation method. Not only that, but because the disciples of the Acacia faction had intense desires, this often resulted in them bullying men and taking their women. As for these matters, the great elder of the Acacia faction had adopted a manner in which he tacitly consented to this as long as they didn't provoke a deadly calamity. As for the 7 profound valleys' valley master, even if he wanted to do something, he could not control this. Sky Fortune Kingdom? Haha, so it is Sky Fortune Kingdom. In the 36 countries, Sky Fortune Kingdom is only ranked in the middle. You are even worse than the 16 martial families. Although Ouyang Ziyun was insolently smiling, he was vigilant in his heart. Since when did Sky Fortune Kingdom have a talented martial artist of the Thunder Attribute? A Thunder Attribute martial artist had a restraining effect towards ghosts and phantoms. They were the most difficult to deal with. The few people behind Ouyang Ziyun didn't know that he had already taken a disadvantage. Hearing that the two came from Sky Fortune Kingdom, they laughed. Brother Ouyang, there is no need for you to take action. We are enough to handle them. These two-country bumpkin martial artists came from Sky Fortune Kingdom with only a trivial bone-forging cultivation and yet dare to act so rampantly. Speaking of which, that little girl's skin looks quite good. Ah, brothers. Let's help take her so Brother Ouyang can cultivate the perfect level of the divine Acacia Power's fourth layer. Hearing them have such dastardly ideas towards her, Qin Xingxuan became short of breath. She clenched her teeth and took out a long sword from her spatial ring. But at this moment, Lin Ming held down Qin Xingxuan's sword and said, "Let me handle this." As she relaxed her sword hand, Qin Xingxuan nipped her lip and said, "I can deal with those underlings, but I'm not confident against that Ouyang boy. Still, I will have no problems protecting myself." Hearing Qin Xingxuan's words, Lin Ming was a bit surprised. Ouyang Ziyun had the strength of an ordinary middle pulse condensation martial artist. If Qin Xingxuan was able to protect herself from him, that meant that she had the power of a peak early pulse condensation martial artist. Her progress was just too quick, sixth-grade talents were just too abnormal. He still pressed down Qin Xingxuan's sword and confidently smiled at her. "Don't worry. I'll fight this time." Lin Ming said he would fight, but that didn't mean he would resort to violence. For him, this was just a spur-of-the-moment fight due to circumstances. There was no need to be violent. The playboy disciples of Sky Fortune City, especially those juniors of large martial families, would frequently come to blows in restaurants or brothels because of misspoken words or because of love for women. These actions may seem as if they came from were brainless and arrogant fools, but what young hot-blooded youth had never been driven by their natural impulses and obsessions towards beautiful women, and acted completely out of sorts. Although Lin Ming didn't agree with this approach, he had to admit that he once envied the pleasurable and arrogant life of these playboys. However, at the time, he had limited strength and no background to speak of. Usually every day he would be in the back mountains, practicing his martial arts day in and day out like endless torture. That sort of life left him completely insulated from this, but also isolated. His youthful instincts had been suppressed for so many years, and now, he finally had an opportunity to fight for a woman he liked. He wanted to fight for Qin Xingxuan. Lin Ming stood in front of Qin Xingxuan, then slowly placed down the bowl in his hand. "I just heard a moment ago that you want to sweep away the 36 countries. I'm looking forward to that very much. Since I'm standing right here, why don't you try sweeping me away? Haha. This silly boy actually thinks he's something. Brothers, let's fulfill his wish and sweep away this stupid boy just like garbage." The one speaking was a black-clothed martial artist. He didn't think he could win by himself, but with everyone together, he didn't believe that they wouldn't be able to handle such a kid. With the shout from the black-clothed man, the four men rushed out together. Lin Ming stood still where he was. Not only did he not dodge, but he had even closed his eyes. The black-clothed martial artist didn't know just what Lin Ming was trying to do, but seeing his sword about to fall onto Lin Ming's face, the corners of his lips curved up in a devilish smirk. "Today I will make you suffer." As their attacks were about to come down, Lin Ming suddenly opened his eyes, his vision sweeping out. The black vortex bloomed like a beautiful obsidian lotus, devouring everything in its wake. The samsara martial intent erupted outwards, and at this time, countless illusions poured into the four martial artists' minds. Their bodies instantly shook, as monstrously turbulent waves shook their spiritual sea, their consciousness becoming a complete mess. Their hands no longer moved. Instead, the martial artist's eyes became glazed over with a dark glimmering light, their pupils losing focus. Plop, 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 plop. The four martial artists fell to the ground like a bunch of dead dogs, foaming at the mouth. Their bodies were trembling as if they had an epileptic seizure. Ouyang Ziyun was looking at them confusedly. They had all been taken down with a single glance? What had he done? Ouyang Ziyun subconsciously tightened the grip on his sword as he looked at Lin Ming with a slight tinge of fear creeping into his eyes. Those in the hall who had been enjoying the fight also instantly noticed Lin Ming. Just where had this boy come from? Although those four martial artists' strength weren't that much, they were still peak bone forging martial artists. Why did they inexplicably all fall to the ground? Things have gotten a bit interesting. A youth with an early pulse condensation cultivation commented as he leisurely sipped his wine. His eyes were filled with curiosity as he looked at Lin Ming. It was simply inconceivable for someone with this strength to come from the 36 countries. Against these 4 martial artists, Lin Ming had already stayed his hand. He certainly couldn't turn them into idiots, but this was also good enough. Their spiritual seas had been injured and they would take at least a few weeks, if not a month, to recover. Ouyang Ziyun's complexion was very ugly, as if he had just kicked an iron door, but he couldn't back down. There were many people watching him in the Desert Flower Hall, who knew how many of them were disciples of the 7 profound valleys. If he chickened out today, then these people would definitely publicize how he was like a turtle once they returned to their respective factions. In the 7 factions, every disciple competed against each other. The Acacia faction tacitly allowed its disciples to act in a domineering and arrogant manner wherever they went. So if one were to be a coward, that would truly be a great disgrace. Ouyang Ziyun braced himself and said, "Boy, don't play such petty tricks in front of me. What you used just now was a soul attack. If you were skilled in this method of attack and the difference in strength isn't too great, then you could instantly dispatch someone, but if you run into someone stronger than yourself, then your ability is worth nothing. In fact, your powers will only backfire on yourself. None of this represents how strong you are." After all, Ouyang Ziyun originated from a large sect, and he had a respectable amount of knowledge. In just a few words, he was able to luckily guess about Lin Ming's samsara martial intent. However, the samsara martial intent's effects were much more formidable than Ouyang Ziyun had imagined. It was only that Lin Ming hadn't yet been able to fully develop them. "If you can take my strike, then I sincerely admit defeat." As Ouyang Ziyun said this, his entire body ignited with a queer purple fire that burned all around him. What was strange about this was not that the fire wasn't hot, but that it caused a bone-chilling breeze to blow through the room. After this cold wind touched the table and floor behind him, a layer of purple ice congealed over them. After a period of time, the furniture that was wrapped in this purple ice turned into ashes, as if the ice had a hot fire wrapped within. This was the technique that Ouyang Ziyun had comprehended after reaching the 4th layer of the divine acacia power, Purple Flame Bone Lance. To use it required an extreme consumption of true essence. He had originally planned to use it as his final move within the total faction martial meeting, but at this moment, he had no choice but to bring it out. Lin Ming stood still and crossed his arms against his backs. Against someone like Ouyang Ziyun, there was no point in making a move. In a few breaths of time, the brilliantly shining purple flames began to condense into a purple lance within Ouyang Ziyun's right hand. The sounds of crying ghosts began to emanate outwards from the lance. Ouyang Ziyun's face became incomparably pale and wan. All of the skills within the divine acacia power were the extreme Yin and extreme cold. Using any move required a massive consumption of essence and blood, which was why they would take a woman's Yin energy in order to recover their own. For Ouyang Ziyun to produce this purple bone lance was already his limit. He was just like a skinny old man who was trying to wield a heavy several dozen gene sledgehammer. He was barely able to control it. "Die!" Ouyang Ziyun barely managed to spit out this word. The endless purple flames on the purple bone lance in his hand were wavering. It would be very difficult to throw it at this time. Lin Ming shook his head and said, "Are you done yet? I've been waiting for you so long that my food is getting cold. Do you think you could actually kill someone using a move like this? You would already have long been done in by your enemy." "You!" Ouyang Ziyun was provoked by Lin Ming's mocking words and almost lost control of the bone spear within his hand. This move wasn't ready to use in actual combat yet, because Ouyang Ziyun had just broken through to the 4th layer of the divine acacia power, and it was difficult for him to control the purple flame bone lance. If an old man used a sledgehammer to fight his enemy, it would take him a while to pick it up. Not only that, but he would most likely miss, and if things went badly, he might even twist his waist and smash his own foot. The reason that Ouyang Ziyun used this move against Lin Ming was because he was depending on Lin Ming's conceited attitude to directly take his move. Like this, he would have a chance against Lin Ming. "You don't dare to take my move?" Ouyang Ziyun tried to goad Lin Ming, barely managing to squeeze these words through his clenched teeth. His face was becoming increasingly pale, and even speaking was becoming difficult. Lin Ming laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. "Why would I want to take your move?" Lin Ming's voice had just fallen when a black light flashed in his eyes. A shadowy vortex appeared in his eyes, silently enveloping Ouyang Ziyun and swallowing him whole. Bang! Ouyang Ziyun felt as if an explosion instantly occurred within his head. Countless images and phantoms sunk into his spiritual sea. He had already been approaching the limit of his strength, so he didn't even have the strength to resist. His body didn't tremble, he only directly collapsed to the floor. But the purple flame bone lance in his hand had lost Ouyang Ziyun's soul force control and dissipated. The bone lance turned into a cloud of chilling purple fire that scattered in all directions. If these chilling flames shot out, they would be able to wipe out the entire restaurant. As for Ouyang Ziyun, who had lost consciousness, he would meet with a great disaster. But at this moment, a black-clothed man flew down from the second floor and waved his hand. A powerful whirlwind appeared in the air and sucked all the purple flames into his hand, condensing into a dark purple orb. The black-clothed man casually flung his hand, and the dark purple orb shot out of like an arrow, shattered the window, and continued flying into the horizon before it finally disappeared out of everyone's vision. Lin Ming had already discovered this black-clothed man at the start of the conflict when he had appeared on the second floor. Lin Ming guessed he was a master that worked for the Desert Flower Hall. This restaurant was so big and was located in such a sensitive location. How could it not have a master here sitting guard? The audience hadn't even expected such a result. They had been waiting to see how Lin Ming would deal with the purple flame bone lance. No one knew he had discovered the black-clothed man. Once Ouyang Ziyun had lost control of the bone lance, if it wasn't for the black-clothed man saving the day, Ouyang Ziyun would have been burned black by his own purple flames. The black-clothed man furrowed his eyebrows as he looked at Lin Ming. This man's cultivation was at the peak Hotian realm. He wasn't much worse than Xianxia. "Boy, you are quite cruel. If I hadn't taken action in time, then you would never have left Desert Flower Hall today." Lin Ming apologetically smiled and said, "Senior had long since been ready to take action. There was no way Senior would let an important disciple of the Acacia faction die in Desert Flower Hall. Otherwise Desert Flower Hall's troubles would be no less than mine." The black-clothed man stiffened, unable to think of anything that could refute Lin Ming's claim. He only coldly grunted to express his dissatisfaction. This young boy was simply mad. How could he be certain that he would take action? He didn't believe that Lin Ming knew he would come out once the purple flames began to overflow in order to salvage the situation. If this kid can find me, he has some ability. His soul force must be incomparably powerful. He might be born with a superior 5th grade soul talent, or even an inferior 6th grade. The black-clothed man's cultivation was at the peak Hotian realm. Although he hadn't reached the realm of returning to his origin, he still knew some ways to hide himself. He had been restraining his breath a moment ago in order to not be discovered by Lin Ming. That black-clothed man sent a long look towards Lin Ming before turning to leave. At this time, the companions of Ouyang Ziyun had already begun to wake up. They saw Ouyang Ziyun lying like a dead dog on the floor, and they shrunk back. Suppressing their headaches, they picked up Ouyang Ziyun and hastily left, not daring to look Lin Ming in the eyes. The surrounding martial artists had all turned their gazes on Lin Ming, their expressions differing. A martial artist who is skilled in soul force is quite rare. I never thought that the 36 countries could produce one with passable talent. The martial artist who spoke was at the pulse condensation period and had some pride in his knowledge. The soul attack that was used on Ouyang Ziyun could instantly take out a lesser opponent, but against someone with surpassing strength, rashly using an ability like that would only cause a backlash. Don't look down on him. He was able to bring down 4 peak bone forging martial artists at the same time. The power of his soul force is simply amazing. He might have a 6th grade soul talent. I think that even an early pulse condensation martial artist might not be his match. But like this, the most he can reach is the top 150 rankings. And before that, they are mostly early pulse condensation period martial artists, and they are also talented martial artists whose strength surpasses their cultivation. The martial artists at Desert Flower Hall were discussing this situation with true essence sound transmission. Some of them had already begun jotting down Lin Ming's appearance and preparing to notify their family or sect. At this time, in a private room on the second floor of Desert Flower Hall, a black-clothed man was calmly drinking a cup of wine. There was no expression on his face, as if the fierce commotion that occurred downstairs a moment ago was completely separate from him. This boy is a bit interesting. In front of the black-clothed man was a purple-clothed man, whose cultivation was at the middle pulse condensation period. He carried a 4-foot-long sword on his back. There were many swordsmen who, even if they had a spatial ring, would prefer to carry their sword on their back in order to increase the connection between themselves and their swords. That kid may be considered invincible underneath the pulse condensation period, but once he meets a true pulse condensation talent, anything he does will be useless, the black-clothed martial artist casually said. His name was Jiang Lanjian, and he was a direct descendant of the sword faction founder Jiang Yu. In addition, he was also the second genius direct disciple of the Seven Profound Valleys sword faction, just underneath Zhang Baoyun. Jiang Lanjian's cultivation was already at the peak pulse condensation period. With such strength, he was considered among the best disciples of the Seven Profound Valleys. My sword wind has already reached the higher echelons. There is nothing that I cannot cut to nihility. Whether it is obsession, life, heart demons, which also includes soul attacks, or even the power of thunder, there is nothing my sword cannot pierce. Even if that boy was at the same cultivation level as me, he still wouldn't be my match. After all, soul attacks simply aren't the correct path. At first you will have wonderful results and your strength will rapidly grow, but once you reach a higher realm, they simply become weak. If you put in too much effort, it will instead be a limiter placed on your future strength and potential. Jiang Lanjian calmly commented as he quietly drank his wine, pointing out the details to the purple-clothed person. The purple-clothed person laughed. He knew that Jiang Lanjian had an extremely broad vision of the world, and there was nothing wrong with his review of abilities, styles, cultivations, and so on. Even the sword faction sovereign praised his judgment. How can the disciples of the 36 countries possibly compare with you? Even if they advance to the top 100, that can already be considered their greatest glory. If they luck their way into the top 50, that can be considered the highest praise to their ancestors. As for soul attacks, they certainly aren't the proper path, but it is still better than those unorthodox methods. Jiang Lanjian no longer spoke. Towards the 36 countries, if they had a decent ability, it was better than nothing, even if it didn't follow the proper path. Let's go, the Acacia faction hates being shown up the most. Now that Ouyang Ziyun has suffered so much this time, his big brother Ouyang Zifeng will surely take revenge for him. This young boy has gotten himself into no small amount of trouble. Oh! While Lin Ming was fighting Ouyang Ziyun, Long Yun had already drank up some bloodstone milk to recover his blood vitality. He had recovered just in time to see Lin Ming defeating Ouyang Ziyun. After finding out that Lin Ming came from Sky Fortune Kingdom, Long Yun was filled with emotion. The 16 martial cultivation families had also had a certain conceit and arrogance, because they had abundant resources and their own independent heritage. As for Long Yun, he was an outstanding genius of the Long family, yet today he had actually fallen far behind a young talent from the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Not only that, but what Long Yun was most unable to accept was that Lin Ming's cultivation was lower than his. Thank you. I am Long Yun, a disciple of the 31st generation of the Long family. Long Yun stepped forwards, cupping his fists together in thanks. The ancient martial cultivation families would often introduce themselves by stating which generation they stemmed from. This was also a way for these martial families to show off their heritage. For many martial artists, in order to not delay their cultivation, they would marry and have children at 30 or 40 years of age. If a family could have 31 generations of disciples, that meant they had to at least have a millennium of history. I am Lin Ming from Sky Fortune Kingdom. Lin Ming politely stated his own name, then went to sit back in his own seat. Qin Xingxuan was waiting there and kindly handed Lin Ming a big bowl of keel soup. To her, Lin Ming's victory was a natural matter. Not counting Lin Ming, even Ling San would have easily defeated that Ouyang Ziyun. Long Yun also noticed that Qin Xingxuan was at the middle bone forging stage. This cultivation, in contrast with her young and incomparably beautiful appearance, immediately took him by surprise. This young girl was obviously 15 or 16 years old, and yet she had such a high cultivation. Did she also have a high talent? If she didn't have some fortuitous encounter, then she was probably a 6th grade martial talent. Was she also from the Sky Fortune Kingdom? When did the Sky Fortune Kingdom have so many talents? The several people behind Long Yun also noticed Qin Xingxuan. For the past few months that Lin Ming had wandered in the southern wilderness, he had already grown up. His skin had tanned, his features became sharper, and his presence contained a dark edge. It wouldn't be too much even if someone thought he was 17 years old. But as for Qin Xingxuan, she had a very sweet and young appearance. When they were the same age as Qin Xingxuan, their cultivations were only at the altering muscle stage. Especially the young girl behind Long Yun. After she saw Qin Xingxuan, a deep feeling of inferiority and unworthiness emerged in her heart. After all, when two girls met, they compared not just their strength and talent, but even their looks. Having lost in every aspect, the young girl could only give a heavy sigh. If she knew earlier, then she wouldn't have come. Long Yun hid his shock and sent a friendly smile towards Qin Xingxuan. Perhaps in 5 years, this young girl would become infamous throughout all 36 countries. Seeing Long Yun smile at her, Qin Xingxuan only politely nodded her head. Since Long Yun had no intention of staying, he quickly bid farewell. Brother Lin, if you go to Hulua Nation, you can come visit my Long family. My Long family lives at the edge of Hulua Nation, at Flower Spirit Mountain. Well then, goodbye. Farewell. Oh. Several hours later, 7 Profound Valleys Acacia Faction. The mountain peak where the Acacia Faction was stationed was lush with perennial flowers and plants, as if it were a glorious spring morning. This was because the founder of the Acacia Faction, Ouyang Sun, had paid a steep price in order to set up a massive array formation at the peak of the Acacia Faction and prevent the cold mountain air from entering. Because of this, the entire mountain peak was green all year round. Of course, because of this array formation, over 10,000 pure true essence stones were consumed every year. In a small country, this amount would already have been enough to bankrupt a great family. As one walked up to the peak of the Acacia Faction, not only did they see gorgeous flowers, but there were also superb and exquisite women roaming around. This sight was simply beautiful to behold. The faction within the 7 Profound Valleys with the most women was not the Zither faction, who primarily took in female disciples, but the Acacia faction. For every male disciple of the Acacia faction, there would be 3 or 4 female companions. Some of these women were coerced, but most of them had voluntarily come. The cultivation method of the Acacia faction had a greater benefit for the men, but if applied properly would also benefit the women. Because of this, there were some 4th grade talents who hadn't been able to join the 7 Profound Valleys as disciples, who would rather enter the Acacia faction and cultivate the divine Acacia power. With the assistance of the Acacia faction, they hoped they would step into the pulse condensation period, or even the Hotian realm, before their looks began to wither from age. If they could do this, they would have dozens of extra years of life, and they would be able to remain at the most beautiful point of their lives. To those beautiful women, this was a fatal temptation. Among them, there were even many women who came from distinguished families of the 36 countries. Their statuses weren't much different compared to Bai Jingyun or Murongzi's positions in Sky Fortune Kingdom. If Bai Jingyun hadn't preferred to die rather than join Ouyang Dihua, she would have entered here and also have become a companion in these halls. At a gathering in the mountains, there was a group of female cultivators that had come together. They were celebrating the fact that they had just stepped into the pulse condensation period and attained several dozen years of youth. Most of them were in their mid-20s. This was the time in a woman's life when they were at their most mesmerizing and enchanting. Because they had good maintenance of their looks and took a variety of pills, their skin was tender and moist like water. They looked no different from a young girl in her teens. But as they were celebrating, they were surprised to see several Acacia faction disciples hurriedly carrying someone up the mountain. This person was pale and his whole body was twitching, just as if he were an epileptic. That twitching person is that Ouyang Ziyun? A woman recognized Ouyang Ziyun. There were a handful of promising future disciples that the female cultivators gave special attention towards. After all, if they cultivated with these geniuses, they would obtain more resources. If they took care of them, they might even obtain miracle medicines that would help them break through to the pulse condensation period. To these women, pill toxins were something that never entered their thoughts. As long as they entered the pulse condensation period, they had no problem even if their combat prowess was horrible. It's really Ouyang Ziyun. Heavens! How did he come to look like that? Another woman covered up her mouth. Recently things seem to have been occurring at the Acacia faction. Just a while ago an elder's nephew, Ouyang Dihua, had been killed, and now Ouyang Ziyun had become like this. As they spoke, a middle-aged man and a youth came soaring down from the mountain. Apparently they had received a message in advance and had come down to receive them. As soon as the middle-aged man saw Ouyang Ziyun's pitiful appearance, his soul force swept out and he immediately understood his condition. After he reluctantly summoned the purple flame bone lance, he was attacked. The following backlash from the attack had turned him into this. It would take him at least half a month to recover. Like this, he could not participate in the total faction martial meeting. This would be a large blow to Ouyang Ziyun. The middle-aged man frowned and asked, "What happened?" This middle-aged man was Ouyang Ziyun's father, Ouyang Wenzong. He was a Xianxia elder of the Acacia faction. In the Acacia faction, around 70% of the elders had the surname of Ouyang. This was because they were the descendants of the Acacia faction founder Ouyang Sun. As they had a solid foundation already established, they were able to obtain more resources. Also, because their inherited talent was better than other disciples, the chances of them breaking into the Xiantian realm were quite high. The several low-level Acacia faction disciples were compelled by Ouyang Wenzong's forceful aura, and immediately felt a heavy sense of pressure. They didn't dare to say anything false, and reported what had happened with quivering lips. As the middle-aged man heard the several people tell their story, his eyes flashed. An expert soul attack user, but also has some ability to control thunder. He is able to instantly defeat any martial artist at his cultivation, and is invincible under the pulse condensation period. The three Acacia faction disciples were only trying to shift the blame onto someone else. Thus they had branded Lin Ming as brilliant and mysterious, giving him the title of invincible under the pulse condensation period. In their opinion, Ouyang Ziyun was already someone with only a rare rival underneath the pulse condensation period. If Lin Ming could defeat Ouyang Ziyun in an instant, then saying invincible underneath the pulse condensation period wasn't an exaggeration. Humph! This world is so big, and yet he dares to call himself invincible underneath the pulse condensation period. The youth snorted, obviously thinking otherwise. This youth was Ouyang Ziyun's older brother, Ouyang Zifeng, and his cultivation was at the late pulse condensation period. Those martial artists that can use soul attacks are completely worthless against martial artists that are stronger. I will defeat him on the martial meeting stage, and make him pay a great price for what he's done. But only as far as the rules allow, don't try to be provocative. Ouyang Wenzong also wanted to have Ouyang Zifeng give some payback for his youngest son. Otherwise it would frustrate Ouyang Ziyun's heart and affect his future cultivation. Father, don't worry. I understand. On the 5th day since Xianxia and his team arrived at Profound Sky City, the total faction martial meeting began. The 520 disciples of the 36 countries within the 7 Profound territory, the 16 martial cultivation families, as well as the 7 Profound Valleys total faction, converged at the Profound Sky Mountain range and waited to enter the entrance. With so many young talents gathered, Lin Ming was inconspicuous in the crowd. Although he had aroused a lot of interest in Desert Flower Hall a few days ago, compared to the middle pulse condensation or late pulse condensation talents, he was only a little genius worth paying attention to, unworthy of being the cause of widespread discussion amongst everyone. In the continuous 10,000 miles of the Profound Sky Mountains, the 7 Profound area was located in the center. It was rumored that once, There had been a purple flood dragon who had ascended into a true dragon, and it died here. Its bones were buried in the ground for 10,000 years and forming an ancient dragon vein mountain range. The profound Sky Mountain's greatest mountain peak was the center of where this Dragon Pulse mountain range had been. Because of this, the heaven and earth origin energy in the profound Sky Mountains was exceedingly rich. If one cultivated here, they would get twice the result with half the effort. Not only that, but there was an abundant true essence stone vein located in a canyon of the profound Sky Mountains that produced not ordinary true essence stones, but high-quality medium-grade true essence stones, and even high-grade true essence stones. These high-quality true essence stones were only given to core disciples and elders of the sect. An ordinary martial artist would never have heard of them, much less use them. At this time, there was a gathering of young talents in an open area at the entrance of the profound Sky Mountains. Because there were too many people, Xianxia and his group were assigned a space that was only a few dozen feet wide. Lin Ming and Ling Sun sat cross-legged on the ground, tuning their condition. However, Zhou Yu and Liang Long weren't as calm. They were worrying that they might not even pass the mountain gate. If they couldn't even get through the first hurdle, it would be a big shame for them. If your heart isn't still, it will be very difficult to display your true potential, Xianxia slowly said from the side. Naturally, he was referring to Zhou Yu and Liang Long. Zhou Yu and Liang Long were embarrassed. They certainly understood this, but it was difficult to keep their hearts steady knowing their own lack of strength. But as they helplessly sat down and began adjusting their mental state, a voice suddenly sounded out, "Oh my! If it isn't Martial House Qin from the Sky Fortune Kingdom? How fortunate it is to meet you." Xianxia turned his head and saw a tall and thin middle-aged man wearing a long gray robe walking towards him, all smiles. Xianxia politely cupped his fists in greetings, and frostily said, "Martial House Master Luo, how nice to see you here." Martial House Master Luo glanced at Lin Ming before sweeping his vision across each of the Sky Fortune Kingdom disciples, probing their cultivation. His expression became even happier than it was before. This Sky Fortune Kingdom hadn't even sent out a single pulse condensation period disciple. The only one that had a chance of accomplishing anything was Qin Xingxuan, but she was just too young, so she wouldn't get much results. He already expected the Sky Fortune Kingdom to be a complete debacle during this total faction martial meeting. Martial House Master Qin, are these the 5 disciples that you brought this time? How come you also have one at the early bone forging stage? With great strength like that, won't it be difficult to cross the gate? Martial House Master Luo said with a touch of sarcasm. The only one with an early bone forging cultivation was Ling San. His words were just too harsh and grating on the ears. Ling San opened his eyes to glance at Martial House Master Luo before returning to his meditative state. To someone like Ling San, who was impersonal and a bit cold-blooded at times, how others perceived him was simply meaningless. Strength doesn't just depend on cultivation, Xianxia faintly said, before disinclining to speak to the other party again. This Martial House Master Luo was the Martial House Master of Hulua Nation's 7 profound martial house. He and Xianxia had been disciples together during their time at the 7 profound valleys, and their relationship had been somewhat rocky. Afterwards, they were later assigned to hold the position of Martial House Master in the neighboring countries of Hulua Nation and Sky Fortune Kingdom. Hulua Nation and Sky Fortune Kingdom were doomed to be in the same group together. Ever since then, the 2 martial houses had been in a silently fierce competition. Martial House Master Luo never missed a chance to step on Xianxia's back. What Martial House Master Qin said is right. It is true that cultivation doesn't represent someone's total strength, but it is the most important factor in determining strength. Since our Hulua Nation is so close to your Sky Fortune Kingdom, our fates will be intertwined at this total faction martial meeting, and we will experience honor and disgrace together. Since it is like this, we should support each other in order to attain the best result. At least, we should all be able to pass through the mountain gate. As Martial House Master Luo said this, 10 young disciples walked forwards from behind him in greeting. Although Hulua Nation was a second-grade country, Hulua Nation was several times larger than Sky Fortune Kingdom, and thus they were given a quota of 10 people instead of 5. These 10 individuals were all around 20 years old. There were 3 of them whose cultivation had reached the early pulse condensation period, and even one who had reached the middle pulse condensation period. The rest were at the peak bone forging stage. Holua Nation was among the top ranked in the 36 countries. Because of this, their homegrown disciples always had a hint of superior attitude. Not to mention that they had several people whose cultivation exceeded anyone from Sky Fortune Kingdom by far. Altogether they had 6 people at peak bone forging, 3 at early pulse condensation, and 1 at middle pulse condensation. In comparison, Sky Fortune Kingdom had 1 at early bone forging, 1 at middle bone forging, and 3 at peak bone forging. This cultivation comparison was simply out of proportions. Martial House Master Luo's smile only became more brilliant. He was only interested in showing off. The Holua Nation talents looked at Lin Ming and his group with disdain in their eyes. Zhou Yu and Liang Long frowned, suppressing the simmering rage in their hearts. As geniuses, they had always been proud and arrogant. What they couldn't stand the most was being stepped on by others. At this moment, Lin Ming rubbed his chin, remembering something. Holua Nation. He remembered Holua Nation's Seraphic Pond that was located at Seraphic Pond Mountain. It was a divine pool of water that contained very pure heaven and earth origin energy, and it was of great benefit to any martial artist below the Hotian realm. At first, a fake Xianxia had used Seraphic Pond Mountain as bait in order to deceive Lin Ming and lure him out of the 7 profound martial house. He had ridden to the southern wilderness on a heavenly wind eagle, and this dark plan had almost killed him. Thinking this, Lin Ming was somewhat thoughtful as he looked at the middle pulse condensation period youth. The youth's face had a certain arrogant streak to it. Of course, he had the ability to be like this. To reach the middle pulse condensation period at 21 years of age was quite decent even in the 7 profound valleys total faction. Holua Nation had the Seraphic Pond as well as a larger land area and more resources. Thus, their disciples were able to enjoy more resources than those from Sky Fortune Kingdom. It wasn't strange or surprising that they would have a higher cultivation. This middle pulse condensation period youth has definitely bathed in the Seraphic Pond waters. Lin Ming guessed. He didn't care about the look of contempt in the other's eyes. Rather, he was looking him up and down, sizing him up as if he were some delicious prey. Lin Ming had already noticed the conflict between Xianxia and Martial House Master Luo. Martial House Master Luo was malicious and rude, just like a snake in the grass. As for Xianxia, he simply didn't bother to respond to the other side. There was probably a long-standing grudge between the 2 middle-aged men. Thinking this, Lin Ming's lips curved up in a sly smile. He sent a true essence sound transmission to Xianxia. Xianxia had already sat back down, preparing to return to meditation, completely ignoring Martial House Master Luo's display of showing off. But after he heard Lin Ming's true essence sound transmission, he opened both his eyes to look at Lin Ming with a strange expression. This kid, he was quite roguish. At the total faction martial meeting, our 36 countries are on the weaker side. That's why we should help each other out and show a united front. Holua Nation and Sky Fortune Kingdom are brothers. That's why we will be in the same group. When the time comes and if we encounter each other on the martial stage, we should show some mercy and lighten our hands, lest we harm each other and find the next match even more difficult. Martial House Master Luo said this with a smug tone. His meaning was naturally to have the Holua Nation disciples show mercy and not injure the Sky Fortune Kingdom disciples. At this time, Xianxia took the words and suddenly said, At that time we shouldn't fight with such a heavy hand. Lin Ming, Ling San, when the time comes, remember to be gentle and don't hurt them too much. Understood? Yes, Martial House Master. I'll try my best. Lin Ming replied with a mischievous smile. As for Ling San, he simply nodded his head, unclear of the situation. As Xianxia said this, Martial House Master Luo looked a bit depressed. What was the meaning of this? Since when was it your turn to show us any mercy? The 10 disciples he brought along were also looking happy. Try my best. Don't hurt them? You can actually say this with a straight face? Especially looking at Lin Ming's smiling face. Later, they would return the favor and smack him black and blue. At that time, they would see whether or not he could still smile like that. Hee old Qin, you really have faith in your disciples. How confident, Martial House Master Luo said with a smirk, ridicule hiding between all his words. It's fine. This time I brought a few disciples whose strengths are quite good. It's not a problem if they leap up a few realms to fight someone else. Oh, is that so? Which ones? Martial House Master Luo smiled as he listened to Xianxia spout his nonsense. He was thinking that when the time came, he would expose him to the world, and then he would see if Xianxia still had the air to blabber any more lies. For instance, Lin Ming. Xianxia said, pointing towards Lin Ming. He said, don't look at Lin Ming's peak bone forging cultivation. It's no problem at all for him to deal with even a middle pulse condensation period martial artist. Xianxia's voice had just fallen when the middle pulse condensation period youth from Hulua Nation coldly snorted and said, really? Then I must ask for advice. When the two middle-aged martial house masters were speaking, their dialogue was quite rude. But since Xianxia had mentioned the middle pulse condensation period, he was obviously aiming at him. If he could tolerate this, what else did he have to tolerate? Don't be so anxious. Hulua Nation and Sky Fortune Kingdom will encounter each other sooner or later. Lin Ming, remember to use a light hand. Otherwise you might injure them and damage our relationship. Xianxia casually spoke these irritating words as if he didn't care. The middle pulse condensation period youth was at a point in his life where he was filled with abundant courage and hot-headed attitude, and he had been known as a genius ever since childhood. How could he tolerate such insult and provocation? He took a step forwards and coldly said, Lin Ming, I am Wang Mu from Hulua Nation. We can have a little match now if you'd like. Lin Ming only smiled back, not saying anything. Martial House Master Luo waved his hand to stop the impulsive Wang Wu. In such a crowded space, it was naturally impossible for them to compete in martial arts. Martial House Master Luo laughed and said with a smile, Martial House Master Qin, your little brother here is quite the confident one. What happens if you lose? This, haha. Xianxia only smiled, not speaking anymore. At this time, Lin Ming suddenly said, if I lose, I will give you a high-grade human step treasure. Martial House Master Luo only sneered, not responding. There was a great variance in quality among high-grade human step treasures. He didn't expect Lin Ming to come out with anything worthwhile. He was someone that wouldn't even disdain a glance towards an inferior high-grade human step treasure. Lin Ming also said, and then, I'll also add in a blue miracle pill and a bottle of body spiritual ichor. This blue miracle pill and body spiritual ichor was the reward he obtained from Xianxia for defeating Ling San and Ta Ku. He still hadn't used them. As Lin Ming said this, Wang Mu's face changed. A blue miracle pill and bottle of body spiritual ichor would have no small effect on his cultivation. He immediately agreed and said, all right, I'll hold you to your word. Of course, I can also take an oath on my heart of martial arts. But what if I win? Lin Ming said with a sudden turn, his wily nature coming out as all of his foxtails were exposed. In a bet such as this, it was common to bet all possessions. Lin Ming was already too familiar with a scene like this. What did you say? Wang Mu laughed. He never even thought that he would lose. Simple. If I win, I want to take a dip in your Hulua Nation's seraphic pond a few times. So they had this idea all along. It seems they've taken a fancy towards my Hulua Nation's seraphic pond? Martial House Master Luo wasn't stupid. He knew that there was something strange with the way Xianxia was speaking a moment ago. It turned out he was trying to deliberately provoke him. It seemed that they really had confidence in their Lin Ming. Perhaps that little boy really might be able to jump over a realm and fight a middle pulse condensation period martial artist. But Wang Mu wasn't an ordinary middle pulse condensation period martial artist. His combat prowess was able to compare to the late pulse condensation period. If this was their wishful thinking, their carefully laid plans had all gone wrong. Martial House Master Luo narrowed his eyes as he began to size up Lin Ming. He was wondering whether or not this young boy in front of him would be able to deal with a late pulse condensation period martial artist. However, it was only a very low probability. The difference between the bone forging stage and the pulse condensation period was simply too big. For a normal talent, even jumping over half a realm was considered incredible. But to jump over an entire realm was extremely rare, even within the 7 Profound Valleys total faction. Since the chances of winning were greater than the chances of losing, Martial House Master Luo intended to agree to this gambling bet. He said, "The Seraphic Pond is an important land of my Huolua nation. There is only a finite amount of inherent true essence contained within the waters. Every year we can only send 3 or 4 people to use it. And to think you even want to soak in the waters a few times? Your appetite is quite big." Although Martial House Master Luo knew that the chances of winning were greater than losing, he still wanted to hedge his bets and give himself a way out. Then how about one time? Lin Ming knew that the first time soaking in the Seraphic Pond would be the best. If he bathed in the waters too much, the effects would lessen to an unnoticeable degree. Wang Mu thought that Lin Ming was simply a blithering idiot. In his opinion, Lin Ming was simply digging his own grave and personally handing out such great treasures like the Blue Miracle Pill and the Body Spiritual Ichor. The former was a top-tier pill, able to increase one's cultivation, and the latter was able to wash down one's muscles and marrows, removing pill toxins from their body. If these two were used together, their effects would be the best. If he was able to take these two medicines, then his cultivation would increase and he would become much closer to reaching the late pulse condensation period. However, why would this idiot Lin Ming have the Blue Miracle Pill and Body Spiritual Ichor and not use them on himself? Instead, he was actually ripping himself off and giving them to others. Thinking about the future Blue Miracle Pill and Body Spiritual Ichor, Wang Mu excitedly licked his lips, looking at Martial House Master Luo. Martial House Master Luo nodded his head, agreeing to this gambling bet. Wang Mu hurriedly said, "Okay, if I lose, then you can use Huolua Nation's Seraphic Pond one time. I won't take advantage of you. I will also take an oath on my heart of martial arts." Wang Mu was afraid that Lin Ming would later renege on his promise, so he also tacked on an oath on his heart of martial arts as insurance. Wang Mu and Lin Ming both clapped their hands together as they made their oath, both looking quite happy. Martial House Master Luo looked at Wang Mu with a smiling face, but as he glanced at Lin Ming's even brighter smile, he had a feeling that something was wrong. With two people laughing, there had to be one of them crazily giggling inside. Oh! 1 hour later, a beautiful and exquisite melody began to descend from the profound sky mountain range. Lin Ming looked up and saw a blue boat gently floating over. The boat was several dozen feet long, and glittered all over with strange runes and symbols. There was a hazy halo of light that wrapped around the boat like an eggshell, and at the front of the boat there were 3 people standing side by side. 2 of them were middle-aged men wearing purple, and 1 was a very beautiful woman in white. Although they were far in the distance, Lin Ming could still feel a faint suppressive feeling coming from these 3, not much inferior to the aura that Mu Qianyu gave out. Extreme Xiantian? From just these 3 people's cultivations, Lin Ming thought they might not be much weaker than Mu Qianyu. However, Mu Qianyu was only 27 years old. As for these 3, they weren't spring chickens anymore. The disparity was simply too great. At this moment, Xianxia whispered, "The total faction martial meeting will have the presence of the Valley Masters. All 3 of them are Valley Masters of the 7 Profound Valleys. Stay still and don't make any noise." Facing the power and majesty of the 3 Valley Masters, even Xianxia felt suppressed. He unconsciously held his breath and stood there with hands relaxed. The spirit boat stopped above the gate. The beautiful woman in white stepped forwards, and her 10 fingers flashed as she made a series of seals. With a rumbling sound, the mountain rocks in front of everyone began to split, and giant crack emerged as stone began to pull apart. A 1,000-foot-long white jade tablet rose from the rocks and floated into the air. There was an array formation that was inscribed onto the white jade tablet, and many seals and runes slowly circled it, shining iridescently. Underneath the white jade tablet, massive white jade steps appeared and formed a path forwards, extending almost 10,000 feet towards the distance gate. In the square below, many of the young talents and geniuses were watching with wide eyes. For many of them, This was their first time participating in the total faction martial meeting, so they were ignorant about what would happen. They hadn't dreamed that there would be such a massive white jade tablet hiding amidst the rocks. So this is the Mountain Gate trial. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes as he saw the giant white jade steps. After acquiring the second soul fragment, he had a very deep understanding of array formations. He could see that the white jade steps underneath that tablet were actually an illusion formed by an array formation. This was an illusionary killing array. There were 1,080 steps altogether, each a foot high. The beautiful woman in white standing on the spirit boat said, "You have an incense stick of time to climb the white jade steps and enter the mountain gate. Light the incense." As the beautiful woman finished, she waved her hand and tossed a giant incense burner into the mountain square. There was a 10-foot-long incense stick that was as thick as an arm and was placed inside, already lit. Although this incense stick was 10 feet high, the rate at which it was burning was much faster than normal. It probably wasn't any slower than a normal stick of incense. Some of the first-time participants of the Total Faction Martial Meeting weren't able to resist, and instantly launched their movement techniques to rush forwards, just like a flying locust swarm heading towards the white jade stairs. But those martial artists that had already participated in the Total Faction Martial Meeting didn't seem in a hurry as they slowly moved up the white jade steps one at a time. Looking at the newbies rushing upwards, these old-timers tried to hide their smiles, waiting to see just how these new participants would suffer. The white jade steps were 1,000 feet wide. It wasn't crowded even if 200 or 300 people were standing side by side. After the first disciples stepped onto the white jade steps, a great number of symbols began to light up on the stairs. As these symbols circulated, a massive pressure suddenly pushed down on the jade steps. Several of the disciples who hadn't been prepared were pulled down by this tremendous force and tumbled onto the jade steps, looking confused as they smashed into the floor. "Be careful. There's something strange about these stairs." Seeing so many disciples be defeated so quickly, some people began to cry out in alarm. But the truth was, this was just an obvious matter. If the jade steps didn't have some unusual feature, then wouldn't everyone be able to rush up the stairs in just an incense stick of time? In the blink of an eye, several dozen disciples had fallen down onto the floor. But those disciples that were experienced hunched down in order to lower their center of gravity. As they stepped up the stairs one at a time, their speed began to fall. At this time, the disparity in cultivation was suddenly reflected for all to see. A young girl in white and carrying a long zither didn't seem nearly as affected by the pressure like everyone else. Her steps were like a cool breeze as she stepped towards the mountain gate in a relaxed manner. The mountain wind sent her clothes fluttering around. The young girl had a very calm demeanor. It was like she wasn't even walking towards the mountain gate, but was instead taking a casual stroll. It's the Zither faction's direct disciple, Qin Wuxin. Some people recognized the identity of the white-clothed young girl. All disciples were required to participate in the Total Faction Martial Meeting's Mountain Gate trial. The direct disciples were no exception. But to them, this was simply a walk. The Jade Steps illusionary magic array might as well only exist in name for them. The difference is too great. This thought was inevitably born in the hearts of some. These people were all outstanding talents from their martial families or countries, and had grown up under the halo of being a genius. But now, in comparison to Qin Wuxin, they were simply nothing at all. This wasn't enough to discourage them. But at this moment, two shadows rushed up the Jade Steps. Although they weren't as calm and tranquil as the white-clothed girl, their speed was at least 3 times faster. Jiang Baoyun. Let's see which one of us is faster. The youth speaking wore all white. He held a fan in his hands, and he looked like a handsome god fashioned from the purest jade. Next to him was an 18 or 19-year-old youth wearing all black, carrying a cold longsword on his back. His eyebrows were slanted like scimitars and he had a very solemn expression. His momentum was outstanding. This youth was the direct disciple of the Sword faction, Jiang Baoyun, and the handsome man holding a fan on the side was the Acacia faction's direct disciple, Ouyang Ming. The two of them were quick like phantoms. In only a few breaths of time, they had reached the middle of the Jade Stairs, where they stopped for a moment before continuing up to the entrance. There were also some young and powerful heroes following behind Zhang Baoyun and Ouyang Ming. But their strengths were much weaker, and they were barely standing on their feet, moving slowly step by step. With their turtle-like speed, they would probably not arrive at the mountain gate before the incense burned out, or even before sunset. Xianxia's group began to walk up. Ling San and Lin Ming took the initiative to walk up the jade stairs first. As soon as Lin Ming stepped on the first stair, he felt his body sink down and his speed tremendously fall. The direct disciples of the 7 profound valleys really do have some ability. Even a pulse condensation period martial artist would be suppressed under this formidable gravitational pull. But there are actually some people that can shoot up these jade steps like meteors. As Lin Ming thought this, he changed the flow of true essence circulating in his body, and a surge of wind gusted around him as he activated golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming's body became as light as cotton, and he easily floated up to the top. He wasn't fast, but his steps were incomparably calm, as if he was standing on clouds. Although the jade stairs contained a terrifying gravitational force, it was fundamentally useless under the concept of wind and golden rock shattering the void. Compared to Lin Ming, Ling Sen wasn't so tranquil. He was obviously moving up the jade steps using his strength, but his speed actually wasn't any slower than Lin Ming. As Ling San saw Lin Ming look as if he were taking a casual stroll through the park, Ling San was startled. It seemed as if Lin Ming wasn't using any effort at all, while he was using 70% of his true essence. The more Ling San got to know Lin Ming, the more he discovered that Lin Ming was simply unfathomable. Zhou Yu and Liang Long watched Ling San and Lin Ming climbed up and exchanged bitter looks with each other. Sooner or later they eat the consequences. Now they could only brace themselves. Lin Ming looked so relaxed, it shouldn't be that difficult. At least there should be some trick to it. Zhou Yu consoled himself, and then he stepped onto the first jade step. As he took a step, Zhou Yu instantly felt as if his body filled with lead, and he was drowning. Luckily, he had already mentally prepared himself for this, or else he would have already fallen flat on the ground and made a fool of himself. Such a strong gravitational force. Zhou Yu pushed the true essence in his body to the limit, but he was still as slow as an ox pulling a broken cart. Liang Long was even worse off than Zhou Yu. On the jade steps he felt like both of his feet had been trapped in quicksand. Every step took an enormous amount of strength. Seeing all the young talented heroes rushing past him, he could only shout out, "Goddamn! Are these fellows really human?"